Se llama haciendo guiones, videos y cositas que tengo que subir.
Oh, empezó el ley, cabrón.
Sí, pues weón.
Son leyes, está bien.
Sí, no, es que, ¿cómo se llama?
Loco, abre la cortina.
Ordinario, no,
weón.
no, no. No, no puedo abrir la
Vente tú,
cortina.
weón.
No se ve nada, pues flaco, no se ve nada si abro la cortina. Se
¿Por qué
ve.
no le aplicáis un fondo verde, flaco?
Porque no sé cómo se llama.
Te compráis una cortina verde nomás atrás y después le...
Ah,
le
sí,
fondo.
por supuesto. Con mis gatos, sí, demás.
Sí, po.
¿No es esa mujer mirando ahí atrás?
No se escondió.
Hay una,
Ah,
hay una mujer mirando atrás tuyo, weón. Lado derecho.
no voy, pues, hermano.
Hermano,
Ay,
¿verdad,
mirar.
weón?
No, no diga esas cositas, caballero, que me hace mirar. Me hace mirar. Quedan 2 minutitos para que empiece la regional,
Vamos.
loco. 2 minutitos. Ah, 1 minuto. Queda 1 minuto.
¿Y qué vaya a hacer? ¿Vaya a narrarlo en vivo?
Sí. Voy a estar conversando, narrándolo en vivo. O sea, más que narrando, comentando. O sea, tratar de narrar lo que sucede. Porque por lo menos en la última regional que me vi, los locos eran terribles rápido, weón. Porque ¿cuál fue la última? La de Lima, po? La de Perú.
Tenés que hacer la de los Simpsons, pues, flaco.
¿Cuál es la de los Simpsons?
Cuando están en el partido de Brasil contra Estados Unidos.
Nunca,
Le pasa por el niño, le pega el vecino, le da el vecino.
nunca,
¡Con tu gol!
nunca me vi los Simpsons, o por lo menos ese capítulo.
Ándate de aquí, weón. Ándate de aquí, weón.
Pero si ustedes saben que yo no me vi los Simpsons, weón. Dame un segundo que me deja arreglarme el peliche.
¿Cómo gané este culeo?
¿Por qué me voy a banear, weón? Si te dije que no me había visto los Simpsons, nada más.
Flaco,
Nada más
los Simpsons han predecido todo, weón.
Dale para allá, son más fomes que la cresta, weón.
¿Dónde está el
¿Qué?
botón de suscribirse esta weá?
Pero si es verdad, son fome, weón.
No, mano. Este weón. Por eso predijeron que nunca te iba a ir mal.
Que nunca
Ellos lo predijeron. Ellos
Ay.
predijeron todo.
de que me iba a ir mal.
Sí, flaco.
Me los paso por
Lo
el
predijeron.
mismísimo, me los paso por el mismísimo.
No, predijeron otra weá más.
¿Cómo que te lo pasáis por el Vinicius, flaco? Está con Vinicius,
¿Por el
weón.
inicio? ¿El inicio?
Dije mismísimo, no Vinicius.
Ah,
Ah,
por el
arreglar
Vinicius
una
Junior.
cuestión de acá. Estoy
Compadre, no se
tratando-
meta con el negro.
No, yo no estoy metiéndome con nadie. Estoy tranquilito, estoy tranquilito.
Flaco, en 4 días sale el Darkrai en el Pokémon Unite.
¿Quién sale?
Darkrai.
Ah, no sé si lo vaya, ¿cómo se llama? A ocupar
Flaco,
algún
ahí me
session.
hicieron, ahí me hicieron comprarme a Jojo, weón, y dijeron, no, es bueno.
Pero
Sí,
si es
ojo, terrible
bueno,
bueno, weón.
pero si es bueno, tenéis que saber usarlo.
Gasté mis
Tiene una
monedas
habilidad,
a puro.
que hace como un fuego a su alrededor, weón. Terrible maricona.
Pero si oye, el loco no es malo, hermano. De verdad, tenéis que saber, mira, arreglar las medallas potenciadoras, los objetos también que ocupa el Pokémon. Tenéis que saber editar todo eso nomás, flaco.
Yo me compré el weón de la espada, el morado. El contrario al
Ah,
del fuego. Puta, weón, malo, weón.
no digáis eso, que yo me lo quiero comprar.
Tenéis que saber ocuparlo para que la weá funcione. Es
Porque
mal.
es muy lento, pero ¿y si con las medallas igual lo potenciáis, po?
A no ser que sea mi conexión que estaba lenta ese día, pero lo probé, weón, me hicieron cagar, bajé como 4 libras.
Tendría que ver si es que tengo alguna licencia temporal de ese men para probarlo y ver si es que me lo compro, porque estaba juntando plata netamente para jugar con ese.
Me dijeron, si vaya a jugar así, mejor andando a hacer live en Twitch. Oh,
Para esa guada
¿Cómo
me
quién?
pidieron que muriera, weón.
¿Quién escribió eso? ¿Quién escribió eso?
Para eso quería que me diera el disco.
Ya, nos vamos, cura. Ya.
No, si estoy
Adiós.
leseando, no pasa nada. No
Nos
pasa
vemos.
nada. Si todavía le queda 14 minutos esta cosita. ¿Quién me juega una partida? ¿Coquito? ¿Juega una partida?
¿y por qué tenía el Vaporeon?
No tengo el Vaporeon, está ahí nomás. Yo el tío, mira, con un gatito echando la mufa.
¿Un guatito aquí?
Echando la choreada.
¿Qué querés jugar, flaco?
TCG, pues juguemos TCG.
Ah, querés jugar puro así. Ya.
Ya, juguemos TCG un ratito antes de que empiece esta cosita.
No, está jugando el chipapora. Está en la pata.
Esta cosita. ¿Te
Ah,
querés ganar las monedas con los malos, weón?
¿con los qué?
¿Te querés ganar las monedas con los malos?
¿Cómo
Hermano,
es
ahora
eso?
tiene un mazo veneno, igual que el de lucha, weón.
Cállate, sapo. Anda
Como el,
sabiando.
como el tuyo.
Anda sabiando. Sí, hice un mazo veneno, igual que el del otro. Pero el mío es mejor porque él le ganó.
Ya. Ya. El weón me dice,
Lo más
juégame con
normal.
ese más, pero fui con otro. No me dejó
No,
jugar
pero
con
sí.
ninguno.
No, sea mentiroso, caballero.
Te copió el mazo.
No me dejaste. Me dijiste juega con ese.
Sí, porque se
No
supone
me
que era el mazo piolita, pues, weón.
Pues si quieren dar escuela, pues weón.
Tendré caretula. ¿Qué?
Cosh.
Ya voy
¿De qué
a
estamos hablando?
tratar de caminar un poco, de que caliente el hueso y vengo.
¿Cómo?
Métela en salmuera, flaco.
¿Qué va a hacer?
Que meta la
Voy a
placa en
tratar de caminar
salmuera.
un rato, weón. Para que se me caliente el
Ah,
hueso. La pata.
amaneciste muy mal.
Sí, weón, si no, no fui por la misma weá, sino. Hermano, me costó ir hasta el baño, weón. Ya está
Está
esperando un
pa'l
rato
pico,
para
compadre.
mierda, weón.
Brigio, hermano.
Así que voy a. Igual avisé, toda la weá avisé temprano, weón. Si mi hermano no
¿Y qué
podía.
te dijeron? ¿No te dijeron nada?
No, pues ya estaban al tanto, si me pidieron allá, weón.
Sí, me imagino.
O sea, le pueden decir algo en todo caso, pero nadie puede decirte de que no, de que es falso.
No, pues si. Puta, si ayer cacharon que estaba para el pico y me mandaban a hacer weá igual.
Tu compañera le iba un pues flaco.
No,
amiga,
cachai.
Tom-
Ya, de ahí vengo, de ahí
Vaya,
me conecto.
ya, vaya,
Dale,
no.
cuídala. Póngase en salmuera la pata.
Vaya a caminar un ratito. Líderes, sean todos bienvenidos un día más a esto que es Pingüi Comic. El día de hoy vamos a estar haciendo mi primera cobertura con referente al Pokémon TCG, pero a la regional de Louisville. Si no me equivoco, creo que se llama. Así le puse en el título, creo.
No.
Sí, en esta ocasión me encuentro acompañado de mis dos voces en off, pero una se me fue porque me lo dejaron cojo a base de patadas. Y mi otro muchacho está aquí.
Fue porque me lo dejaron con el mazo pata.
Pero si es
Que
verdad.
me toma hijo de puta con el cabrón.
Pero si fue a base de patadas, po, ¿no?
El otro se fue porque quería lustrar los zapatos con su cara.
Claro. Bueno, estaba jugando a la pelota y le dijeron ahí te baile One of Power. Pa, y le pegaron. No, pobrecito, hermano. Ojalá y salió a caminar para calentar el hueso. Dijo, no sabía que los huesos se calentan, yo sabía que los músculos no se calentan.
Pero a lo mejor con los músculos alrededor se le calienta el hueso.
Puede ser, puede ser. Bueno, mientras tanto, mientras no empieza el regional, vamos a estar jugando sus partilocas. con mi compadre Aliadicto, quería decir. Coque. Oye, si queréis me aceptáis la partida.
Ah, perdón, que estaba concentrado. Espérame.
Estáis concentrados, ahora estáis haciendo algo para ganarle al mazo que este loco te dijo que yo me hice ayer.
No. No,
Oh,
estoy
¿qué
buscando
onda?
un mazo.
Me dice YouTube que hay un mensaje cancelado, ¿por qué?
Yo te cancelaron.
No, que me escribieron en el chat y decía mensaje cancelado, eso es por...
No sé, yo no fui.
No me dice nada más. No me dice nada, no me dice nada malo, la verdad.
Pero yo no fui, te digo.
Si sé que vos no fuiste enfermo.
Oh, así es como rotan los coleguitas.
Que me tiran pura caca, pero bueno.
Chá, puro que la defiendo.
Acepta la partida, por favor.
¿Te puedes esperar unos segunditos, por favor?
Sí, yo te espero, flaco, no te pasa nada.
Está bueno ya, pues puro que insultáis. Una vez que hay algo por otro.
Ahí sí.
¿Me invitaste ya?
Te invito de nuevo. Te invito de nuevo, si quedan 8 minutitos antes de que empiece la regional. La de Lima estuvo brigia. Harto Rey y Drago, sí.
Como siempre, no, pues si el Rey Drago es el arma de los cobardes.
¡Oh! Y estoy empezando a usar Rey y Drago.
El Rey Drago y el Electrofuria son el arma de los cobardes.
La
Sí,
verdad es que
jugada-
sí.
Las jugadas están hechas ya, no hay mucho que hacer.
Se hacen solas, tenéis que poner Pokeparada y listo, chao.
No, tenéis que puro ponerte un... ¿Cómo se llama esto? Uno de estos maricones que quitan la habilidad a todos los ex.
¿Ya?
Los púas y te los cagáis. Porque el Rey Drago pierde sus habilidades y los Overpon de hierba también los pierde.
No pierde la habilidad Astro SP.
Sí la pierde.
No la pierde. O sea, sí.
El
No la pierde,
Astro,
de verdad que no la pierde, sí. Lo ha
Te juro que
intentado.
la pierde.
Hermano, lo ha
Quería
intentado.
apostar.
Te lo prometo.
Juguemos un duelo.
¿Cómo
otra vez
estamos,
que-
Israel? Hola, buenos días. Soy yo de nuevo. ¿Cómo estamos? ¿Cómo me lo trata la vida? Bienvenido
Sí
al
la
live.
pierde. El Rey Drago no necesita la habilidad
Ah,
para pelear.
yo digo que no la pierde.
Porfiado.
Oh, no. Soy debilidad plantita. A ver, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Qué hacemos? A ver, amigo mío, ¿qué estaba planeando?
Yo estoy
Cacha.
jugando tranquilo.
Sí, no, te creo.
Juegue.
Gracias.
Vete tranquilo.
Muchas gracias.
¿Qué es ese cangrejito del mal? Una wea hace cuando está envenenado. Si este Pokémon tiene una medicina especial 160 más. Ah, ya. Este Pokémon pasa a estar quemado, concha. Ah, y le pone la wea para que.
Que quiero.
Quería envenenar a la wea y que me pegue fuerte.
Quiero envenenarlo al tiro, po. Es que esto lo descarta, entonces técnicamente mejor, si voy a descartar las dos cuestiones, prefiero...
Este maricón tiene el arma en la mano, por esa wea no soltó esa carta.
¿De qué?
No, tenía algo peor. No está bien. Esa wea quería, pues atacar tanto.
Quería
Sí,
atacar al tiro, es que quería atacar al tiro. Porque si te doy chance con el ogre, pues no me vaya a dejar después. Apenas ahorita comenzamos a jugar. Muy bien. Yo acá voy a tener tiempo para jugar todo el día con ustedes porque... ¿Cómo se llama? Vamos a estar su buen ratito. Yo creo que igual me va a pegar unos breaks. No voy a cortar el live, me va a pegar unos breaks de como unos 5 minutos. Porque no puedo estar las 8 horas que va a durar porque... No. Porque por lo menos la regional el primer día duró 7 horas 52. Y técnicamente esto durará casi lo mismo. Entonces, bueno, hay que ver porque hoy día se supone que salen los campeones. En el segundo día salen los campeones al tiro, ¿no? Oye. ¿Coque?
Ataca nomás, feo culiao. ¿Ah? No, perdón, estaba.
Te pusiste tenso al tiro, flaco. Te digo que en el segundo día salen los salen los campeones al tiro, ¿no?
Desconozco, no soy fan
¿Fan de qué, weón?
de ver regionales.
Ah, no las veí, yo sí, cuando no tengo nada que hacer o para entretenerme netamente. Para aprender de los masitos nuevos. Ahí encontré mi nueva joyita. Al tema es igual, le hice yo unos arreglos, le pillé una base y le hice yo otras cositas. Porque ¿sabes cuál te pide? Te pide el Pecherun normal. Yo pensé que lo tenía, pero no lo tengo. Entonces lo tuve que cambiar por unas cartitas.
Los pobres.
¿Hay algo que puedes hacer o no, flaco?
Sí, voy a hacer de todo, tú tranquilo.
Mira, el squad le quedan 4 minutos y empezamos con la regional. Van a disculpar, pido disculpas de inmediato porque es mi primera cobertura en una regional y si quiero narrarlo, te apuesto, la primera vez siempre es mala, así que le pido disculpas, paciencia y comprensión. ¿Qué es esa cartita?
Te van a faltar huevos, culeo.
No sé, ordinario. Cállate. Míralo. A ver qué podemos hacer nosotros.
Ese culiado se bajó a 3 Pokémon míos. Bueno, a 2, pero uno da doble premio. Ya me trajo esa wea.
Vamos a tenerle al tiro. Mouse se me está...
¡Misco! ¡Misco!
Hoy día me vi un video tan bueno del Mickey Mouse.
Oh, la que salió. No había hecho eso.
Ah, según tú no debía haber hecho la gran mayoría de las cosas.
No, es que... Algún día lo sabrás, flaco, algún día lo sabrás.
Tranquilo, mi rey, no pasa nada.
Estoy tranquilo. ¿Quién dijo que estoy alterado? Termina tu turno, Julio.
No me trate mal, caballero.
Mira, este culiao. Me quiere atacar y envenenar, me quiere matar el primer turno.
Ah, y menos mal no le dejé el
estadio.
estadio flaco. Menos mal no te dejé el estadio flaco.
Estoy tranquilo, flaco, estoy
Que
tranquilo.
necesitaba ahí traer al otro Cloud. Encima, que me hago este mazo. Si es que me funciona bien, igual me lo hago físico. Porque ya que te hiciste el del Taurus, yo para hacerme un masito piola, pues sí, el del Agron también me quiero hacer. Yo creo
Yo no tengo el del...
¿Cómo? ¿Te hiciste un mazo del Taurus o no?
Deja mentirle a la gente, flaco. Después te creen.
Pues si estás vivo, flaco, te hiciste... Ah, no lo grabé esa, pues. De toda la razón, caballero, no me grabé esa partida suya. Mire, se sube la vida, el muy hijo de su madre. ¿Cómo le vamos a hacer? ¿Cómo le vamos a hacer?
Ah, debí decirte que no tiene costa retiro.
Sí, caché. Solamente quería atacar. Nada más.
Muy bien, está bien.
No quería eso, pero bueno.
¡Ataca, Floridor!
360, flaco, 360.
Sigo vivo, viejo.
¿Qué hago? A ver.
Vos tenías un puro atacante, weón. Tenías un puro atacante y el resto es puro veneno. Ya caché tu mazo de mierda.
No le hablé así a mi masito, weón.
¿Cuántas energías tenías? 3 energías triple, doble en el cementerio. Te debe quedar una sola.
¿Tú decís?
Ah, o sea, sí, porque ocupaste el cambiador,
Eso.
o sea que no tenéis la energía doble que evita sacar un premio más. ¿Por qué hace eso? ¿Por qué le hace eso a la gente?
No sé, empezamos con la regional ya. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
No sacaste doble,
Empezó.
no te dejaste. Maldito culio.
Ojo. Mira que se ve bonito.
Por lo que caché, lo primero que hay que hacer es quitarle la herramienta a ese weón. ¡Qué weonado!
No quiero que derrotes a mi Vivarel. Me sirve. Es primordial en este masito. Empezamos con la regional. Están conversando los muchachos. Están con temática de Halloween. Tiene puro Gengar ahí.
Wey,
Oh. Maldito. Eso no se hace, güey. Tráemelo, tráemelo, tráemelo. Ah, no me lo traigáis, flaco. Pensé que no te quedan energía. ¡No! Me sirve, me sirve. No puede ser.
apaten premios.
Sí, así veo.
¿Viste que sí podía hacer algo, flaco?
Sí, 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 sí te creo, sí te creo.
Si aquí lo que más hay es plata. Igual llegan
Eh,
dos mochis, o sea que le den que dar dos más en el mazo.
Oye, loquito, caen.
Te analizo, flaco, te analizo. Esa es la
Sí,
última
me
energía
tenéis
doble
todo
que tenís.
analizado, flaco.
Esa es la única energía doble que tenéis y no tenéis más energía.
Mm,
¡Ataca! No está
Oye,
choro.
no, 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 te metáis en mi cabeza, güey.
Si ahora me pega uno solo tu veneno. Ataca nomás.
En eso estoy pensando, en eso estoy pensando. En eso mismo estaba pensando, güey. Ah, le pega 170, güey. ¡Ah! ¡No puede ser! ¿Qué?
¿No?
¿Por qué se retira, güey? ¿Qué le pasó, güey? ¿Qué le pasó a mi muchacho? Ahí se quedó. No, va a pasar a la regional.
That we went into thinking that Palkia would be a little bit more favored, but Raging Bolt continues to stay strong despite the
Ahí
rest
hizo
of the
un
meta
cambio.
adapting so strongly to it.
No, and one of the things I really loved about that game was the fact that Sander Pro was ahead 4 prizes, and yet I was thinking, oh no, he's out of it. Based on board state, based on resources, that's just how the Pokemon card game goes. But he's still able to bring it back and find different way to win.
Yeah, it got rid of so many Professor Sada's vitalities early on in the game.
papito.
And that's what you saw Knucklehead kind of
No,
rely
ya
on
jodí con el...
Overpawn at the last minute because you can get the grass energies back at the very least with energy retrieval, use teal dance, get that
¿Qué pasó,
power
flaco?
up.
Que me están llamando.
Ah, ok. Pensé que te había pasado algo.
No, hombre.
He started off with a very impressive 10-0 record, almost certainly locking himself up a spot. Raging Bolt is known for its consistency, but I've also seen the other side of the coin where players don't get Professor Sada in the first top half of their
Igual,
deck
¿sabes
in a
qué?
game, and they say, man, never mind, this
Estaría
deck's
bueno
for me,
alguien que
but
pegara a la
showing
banca,
us the
weón.
way.
Okay, you know what? Raging Ball seems
Alguien
pretty
que,
good, but is it a
que
good
entrara y
ball?
golpeara, le pusiera un
Of
contador
course,
de
I do
daño a cada
wanna
uno.
bring it back to day one, talk about, you know, probably one of our favorite players
sí.
to show up on stream.
Porque me
And
vas
it's, of
ganando,
course,
güey.
Our first stream match with the
What is it?
Okie Dokie at
Yeah,
Jim
Jim
O'Brien against
O'Brien.
Blake.
We had to show this match off for our audience. It was Cloth of all things, has a lot of new bells and whistles with the binding mochi. But Jim O'Brien had showed up 3-0 very early in the day with this Okie Dokie deck, another single prize idea. Once you
¿Se puede hacer
get
eso? Ah.
this energy attached to the Okie
What was
Dokie,
this?
in Jim O'Brien's case, he was using Legacy and Luminous energy to meet that requirement. Gets boosted HP, boosted damage, trying to really frustrate.
Ah,
these
de
decks that are
veras, la
trying
camilla.
to
No, no la
just
tengo,
take
flaco.
it to the prize map.
No, that's for sure. And again, it's just, you have to think, that was our first stream match, but these players were actually undefeated up to that point. They were 3-0 in a big regional championship like this. It just really goes to show maybe any deck can really make it out there. Unfortunately, I don't think the Okie Dokie
Sí.
did make it to day 2. I was keeping an eye out for Jim O'Brien, but
course.
you know what, Jim, if you're out there right now, I'd love to get a little recap interview.
Algo se hace.
Yeah, I mean, I know the people at home really want to hear about how the rest of the tournament went after we saw him on stream, and it was great
Again?
to hear about a player
Sí,
who got into
sí
the game
tengo.
because of his kid and still studied up. We were really excited to learn during his winner's interview
Sí, me pude
how
haber
much
dado
he had
un
been
solo
paying
premio, la
attention
verdad.
to even the overseas metagames, and that's where he picked up this Okie
Exacto.
Dokie deck.
Yeah, he told us that his son, you know, had another commitment this weekend, didn't even come to the tournament. He got into the
Necesito
game
una energía
because of his
más y
son.
la hago.
And then
No, no me sale.
it's a hobby that he's continued on with even without his child. You know, it's something he just really continued to enjoy.
La conversión
yeah,
la
did
voy a dejar
unfortunately
ahí.
lose that winning in, I do believe. So
Mientras
it
juego
was really
super
cool to hear
loca.
his interview, though. Jim seems like such a great, down-to-earth guy. I'd love to see him have success at a future regionals.
I'll try and find him for sure just to get a recap.
A ver.
But right now, let's go ahead and you know what? It's day 2. I believe we have our match up and ready. So let's go ahead and throw it to the casters.
¿Cuál es?
Thank you so much, Moncho. It is day
Ah,
2,
por
and our
favor.
match is getting prepared right now. Shelby Boo, Kyle Sablehouse on the desk with you
Oh,
all. Say
no,
Boo
no,
House.
no. Bueno, ya.
Scary,
Será.
of course, this time around. It's our Halloween-themed regional event. But before we jump into this match, let's take a quick look at the format that our players are
Interesante.
playing in at this event today.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000
Se deshizo de mi Furioseta.
and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at
Ya.
Worlds 2025 in
Démoslo ahí.
Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds,
Oh,
with each
Flavio
match
está
being a best-of-3
brígido.
showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the
A ver
pressure
qué se puede
intensifies
hacer.
as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top
A
8
ver,
single
¿qué
elimination
hago? ¿Qué hago?
bracket.
¿Qué hago? ¿Qué hago?
Win
¿Qué
and
hago?
you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch
Creo que
the
no le
battles
puse
unfold
la
live.
camilla,
To
sí,
stay
la
up to date
camilla.
on
Sí,
future
sí,
Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
The lot to hone in on
Yo
for
creo
these players
que
and a lot of excitement coming up for you all in this next
Damián.
match. We told you it's going to happen quickly here. Here are our players that you're going to see in our Swiss
Vamos a empate.
round
Técnicamente,
now.
Yeah, this is right where I want to be. We have Kieran Farah up against Kyle Lesnowitz. Kieran,
5,
my homeboy,
6,
I
7,
picked him
8,
from
9,
Baltimore to take the
9.
thing down. Ended up in
Son
second place,
90.
playing the exact same 60 Lugia V-Star with
que en los
Archeops.
90. porque
Yep.
son-
Does want
este
the
le
beds
pones-
after him, that's his
¿Cuántos
comment.
contadores son?
So,
¿Dos
don't go
contadores?
lurking for this list
Estos
now.
son 2 contadores,
Yeah,
son 2, 4, son
exactly. Kieran
5.
Farah, so nice to see him back on the stage. Gonna have to face up though.
Vamos a
versus
Damián.
Kyle
Oh,
Lesnowitz
flaco,
there.
ya
Did
me
you see the
ganaron.
doggo over there, Kyle?
Y sí, me quedé sin energía, weón. No puedo hacer nada. No puedo hacer nada.
It's going to be a spicy one. I'm very excited to see how this specific match turns out. The Lugia deck that has just
Claro,
been
claro.
dominating for some of our very well-versed Lugia players. But it all starts here in the prize
Nada
cards.
más.
Yep.
Let's see what we got.
Got the Iron Hands.
No sé qué hacer, loco, no sé qué hacer.
Chino line, had no Chino hanging out there.
One.
Nothing too bad for Kyle. You may remember Kyle if you've been watching.
Voy a hacer
the
algo
videos
netamente
back.
estúpido solamente para ver
A lot of
qué
success
es
back in
lo que me queda.
2017. A big fan of Sylveon, and he's continuing on, an Indiana boy, so.
Sí, me
I
faltaron
know
las
about
camillas.
Indiana's Kyles, they're pretty cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
¿qué,
I mean,
qué pasó? Un amigo empezó a tratar mal en llamada. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué te pasó,
Oh,
flaco?
some of your kind, huh, Kyle?
¿Por qué me lo tratan
Well,
mal?
we have that fist bump here. We're kicking things off. Yeah, Kyle is going to be starting off this game. Plenty of day twos behind his belt, and he's hopping into another one here. We have 194 players here today.
¿Cuánto,
in
cuánto
our
pegáis
day two.
con la
Two of them
energía que
are
traí
here,
hoy?
Sitting at our table, giddying up. Squawk and Seas straight off
También.
the bat here for Kyle. Throwing away that initial hand there.
3,
Couple
6,
cards into
9,
his
10,
discard pile.
12.
Fresh new 6 cards.
O sea, ¿pegáis 200? ¿Cuánto pegáis?
Have an Origin Form Palkia V on the bench as well with a Duskull active.
Unfortunately, one of those cards was the pink card. Ace
Que ya no
Back
tengo
Prime
nada
Release.
más que hacer,
This
weón.
pile early. It's not exactly where you want to see that. Getting some use out of that, especially when you're trying to target down some of those resources. There's some situations in
Y
this
que
match
flaco, ya no sé qué hacer. No sé qué hacer, hermano.
the Dusknoir, and then
Pucha, que empezamos a discutir y cosas iban y cosas venían. Ah, tranquilo, cosas que pasan. La verdad, con los amigos se discute siempre. Siempre y cuando la discusión sea sana. Yo con mis amigos, ya sé qué puede hacer, rendirme. No, yo con mi amigo igual de repente tiramos tallitas que se nos escapan de las manos. Hoy empezamos con las partidas, flaco.
Let's talk about this matchup just in general. Kyle, other Kyle.
Lo vamos a pasar para acá.
How do you think this goes as far as on paper for these players?
Yeah, I mean, there's
Bueno,
certainly a slight advantage
estoy
for
jugando
Kieran.
por detrás,
Like,
estoy jugando, pero bueno.
opportunity to get very aggressive, make use of some high hit points on Lugia, but also incorporate that
No,
iron
me
hands,
ganaron.
maybe take advantage of some weakness or lower.
Cacha, Lugia versus. Podría decirse un mazo Palkia.
Three prize card Pokemon for Kieran to take down the road. Unfortunately for him, it's in the prize cards this time around, so maybe it's an even playing field.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it
Tiene
is
un
at the
Palkia,
bottom of the
tiene
prize cards, so
un
Kieran
Greninja
has
y
access
el
to it
Squawkabilly. ¿Qué mazo podría
earlier
ser?
within the game, but like you said, I mean, that could be initially your game plan, but
Sí,
it's
sí,
not
ya me
there. Then you have
mandaste a
to
mi lugar, flaco,
re-strategize
tranquilo.
straight off the bat here, but
Ahora en la
capturing
regional sí me voy a poner a
being
jugar
played
cuando
here is gonna
estén
get
conversando.
chaos this time around, so that's a basic.
Typically, not what you're
¿Están jugando?
in that opening flip.
Está jugando la regional ya, pues, es un mazo Lugia contra un Palkia. El loco-
¿Pero quiénes están jugando? Pues?
¿Cómo se llaman los concursantes?
Ya andan buenos de la Carla Rubilar. Todas las veces que están dando el sueldo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is what we see in this Lugia deck for sure. Just
Tú sabes que eso no le
discarding a lot of
importa,
cards,
flaco.
getting fresh hands away. Of course, you do want to discard those Archeops as soon as possible. That's one of your main
Tienes
objectives
solamente
in the earlier part of this game, so you can
Batman.
start to accelerate your energy out, and then
Tu,
the
tu, tu, tu,
functioning
tu,
stack
tu.
really comes out to shine. Especially since Kieran, I think, already had a Lugia in the hand.
Un Lugia, por man. ¿Y las perversas cuándo, dice?
The bench here early on. And then also eyeing up the other cards is going to see that
¿Saliste a
Iron
comprar?
Hands is in the prize cards, I'm sure. Ultra Ball throwing away a
Sí, no,
V-Star as
estáis
well
muteado en
as
el live, si te
Swap
escucho
Build
yo nomás, pero
into
era
that
por el
Archeops.
ruidito.
Placing the value of that Archeops
Qué ruidito acá de pasar siendo camión, weón.
Right. At this
You don't
point,
have to do two prizer.
let's
It's
make
good
sure
time.
we
Oye,
keep
está
this
linda esa
event
funda
so
rosada,
that we're
weón.
comfortable with. Two Lugia makes a lot of sense.
Oh.
You're playing against Palkia. I mean, for goodness sake, you know this Pokemon is capable of crazy things if you played 2-3 years
¿Cuál era
ago.
la importancia
Take
y
knockouts left and
cómo te
right,
fue
so
caminando,
if you have
Ale?
that backup Pokemon, at this
Está
point,
el Ale en el
you're
chat.
really just looking for a single
Ayer me estaba
target
viendo
outspeed. It's gonna be comfortable with
unas
regional
partidas de
games.
Dragon Ball, estaban buenas, weón.
Wow, there you go. Yep, keeping the bench as light as possible.
¿Cuál se supone que es el objeto?
And it's going to be a capture
Ah.
your Roma first. From this
No, no
fresh
te
hand
escucho.
off the professor's research is going to hit a heads this
Ah,
time,
sí,
so
me
that's
ganaron,
elimination.
Rodri me
Pokemon
ganó.
now here for Kieran in that
Tengo muy
second
poca
ulti app.
energía. Tengo muy poquita energía.
Now the
Tengo 4
question is,
energía para
do you
como
need to
los
play
8
the
class
capture
que
Aroma,
tengo.
the second one that's in the hand there, or do you wanna leave some
Sí, no.
opportunities to
Camilla y
whatever
ponerle
you
un poco más de
need,
energía, yo creo.
V-Star or,
No sé si las
knowing
camillas...
that the other
Es que no sé,
mission
no sé
notes
si las
are well,
camillas...
you're just comfortable
Es que
reading
parece que las
things,
camillas no
a nice
recuperan energías
full
especiales
hand
porque yo la otra vez
comfortable.
intenté recuperar la camilla de as táctico y no
Yeah,
pude.
that's true. That might be what we see here. I mean, this is still the initial,
Habría que
print of
intentarlo,
the
claro,
game,
claro.
so that's looking
Es un
like
mazo
what's
Lugia,
gonna
por
happen
hermano.
here
Al
coming up
final,
for Kieran.
¿no necesitas
Still
un Tera
eyeing up the
cristalizado para
rest of
eso?
the cards here, but oh, we're done.
Para pegar... O sea, un mazo Palkia, perdón. No necesitáis un Tera cristalizado para... Menos mal te he muteado flaco. ¿De veras? De veras, de veras. No, pero el loco ya sacó... Tiene un Lugia activo con... Lo tiró para adelante con la energía de impulso. Tiene un Cincino atrás, un Lugia normal. De hecho, no ha traído... Ya descartó a los dos pajarracos. No me acuerdo el nombre del... Ah,
Yeah, Kyle trying to
oh, compramos algunas, te las pago fin de mes.
bit of an awkward spot with the ultra
¿Qué me dice?
ball.
¿Me duele más que la cresta la patita para expandir la banca? Sí.
Fantastically. You now
Sí, si
have
el Ale cacha la...
that you need, and these water
el mazo
energies
Palkia.
are gonna go right back into play with your
Yo no lo
V-Star
cacho mucho,
ability
la
for
verdad.
the game. So, and you have to think that Kyle's in a pretty favorable spot right now.
Pero nunca he sido partidario del Squawkabilly, ¿sabes? Que en ocasiones siento que ¿para qué? No sé ni qué hace su ataque. No sé qué hace su ataque y lo único que sé es que te sirve para descartarlo. A Palkestar.
And then we're going to see these energies into the discard here. Radiant Greninja flawlessly fitting into that strategy, getting that.
Usamos la habilidad del Greninja y descartó una energía, trajo dos cartitas. Tiene un Rotom, yo usaría más el Rotom, la verdad que... El ataque te da una energía a cualquier Pokémon. No, pues, el ataque del Squawkabilly... Si el ataque del Squawkabilly le transfiere esa energía, igual estaría bueno. ¿Cuánto pega? Es como que lo ocupáis en el último recurso, ¿no? O lo ocupáis más que nada para descartar. ¡No! Desquiciado, este juego más desquiciado que yo, hermano. Descartó al rato. ¿Por qué? Más te vale tener un caramelo raro para eso.
But as we see, the subspace swell does additional damage for the Pokemon on the benches.
No le vi si tenía caramelo raro.
So that's pretty big here for Kyle, lining up these Pokemon here, throwing away some cards.
Oye, ¿se escucha bien la partida o no, vale?
Even more as well. So all the strategies kind of go into plan here for Kyle.
I was wondering if this night stretcher was going to go for the Mew.
A ver, Camilla, recuperó Mew, inteligente. Lo pone en la banca. Lo evolucionó con... Ah, el caramelo raro, no vi que lo sacara. Usó la habilidad del Mew y robó 3 cartitas. Pensalo bien.
Jumping straight from a basic into a stage 2.
Okay.
And then it's gone because we have that cursed blast ability.
Le di un premio al muchacho. ¿Y qué sacó? Oh, la energía de regalo, muy bien. Esa, si no me equivoco, es la que te permite, cuando te lo vencen, robar hasta que tengas 7 cartas, ¿o no?
synergy here within that Dusknoir getting damage out, and then you clean things up on the back end. This time around, it's going to be the Radiant Greninja getting all of these energy attached to it from the discard pile with that V-Star power here. And there you
Siento que
go,
está muy
Kyle.
oscurito.
That's how it goes. Radiant Greninja going to be the one cleaning up on the back end,
Ahí sí
taking
tengo
out
los dos
that
focos de
Lugia
nuevo
feed
pegados en toda la cara.
here and then spreading the rest of the
Usó Greninja.
well, and that's
No vi, le venció a los dos.
prize cards for Kyle on this turn. Very early still in the game.
¿Le venció a los dos?
Very happy to have two Lugia.
Oh, qué buena. Ya, bacán.
That lined up very well. Minchino's not exactly
Me salté esa jugada, no la vi, no la vi.
Not a large threat, but to take the additional prize card at this point and look at the pressure that's on Kieran.
¿Por qué no Lugia no le evoluciona al Palkia Star? Si al fin y al cabo, ¿para que aguantéis más, Flop? Si, ¿cuánto aguanta ahora? ¿220? ¿Va a aguantar 280? Ya. ¿Y tenéis para recuperar al...? ¿O no descartó a los dos que le quedaban? ¿A cuántos descartó? ¿Uno? ¿Dos? Ya, pues sí, que los traiga, los recarga y ataca. Palkia tampoco va a pegar tan fuerte porque... ¿cómo se llama? Tampoco tiene tanta banca, ninguno de los dos. ¿Cuál no viste? ¿Qué pasa, guacho? ¿Cómo estás, JD, hermano? Bienvenido al live. ¿Cómo ha estado? Desaparecido. Desaparecido mi muchacho. No había visto la jugada del Kyle cuando le ganó al Cincino y al Palkia que tenía atrás. O sea, y al Lugia que tenía atrás.
Right, for Kieran it's all about controlling his board size and picking very specific turns.
Ya, recarga el Lugia y... ¿Y por qué no la energía doble? ¿Cuántas energías son por archivo? ¿Son 2 energías o no? Sí, ahí estamos muy ocupados, JD. Cardo para buscar energías especiales nuevamente. ¿Y eso por qué? Hablaste de la filtración del hackeo a Game Freak y la verdad sí, ayer estábamos hablando sobre el hackeo a Game Freak, pero ¿cómo se llama? Me comí siendo clickbait, porque empezamos a ver el temita que se filtró, 8 minutos y no explicaron casi nada, y un compadre en 1 minuto y medio me explicó todo lo que se había filtrado con referente a Game Freak el día de ayer. Nada, perdí interés en Twitch, ahora estoy retomando. Me parece. Vaya a retomar en Twitch de nuevo. ¿Cómo estamos, Rocken? Bienvenido. Están llegando los líderes. Puta, estoy hecho con... Oh, hermano, yo hoy día amanecí mejor. A comparación de cómo me sentí ayer, hoy estoy mucho mejor. Yo no me resfrío y eso que soy de los que duerme totalmente destapado y con ventana abierta, flaco, si yo soy más caluroso que la peste. Al Kai le quedan 3 premios y a Ciarán le quedan 4 premios. Ya tiene la banca hecha, yo pensé que no iba... que logró impedírselo, pero bueno. Pokeparada. Como están diciendo, dudo que sea todo porque la weá un tera de info, supongo que lo que se sabía. 1 tera de info y eran archivos más que nada, no era como nada tan relevante. Ayer se filtraron el MMO de Pokémon, la 10ª generación y no me acuerdo qué más era. Tampoco me resfrío, pero cuando me resfrío me da fuerte. Sí, la verdad, somos dos. Cuando yo tampoco me enfermo, cuando me enfermo me da súper fuerte. El hombre ardiente. No, de verdad, soy muy caluroso, hermano. Yo trato de dormir destapado y de repente me da mucho frío y me tapo. Y me tapo entero.
Every 20 damage counts at this point, so fill that board as best you can.
¿Se escucha bien la partida o no, líderes?
EX
¿O le
coming
subimos
out,
volumen?
buffing up the damage from Palkia, also allowing for some flip the script action.
Ahora una
for
cartita.
Kyle. We're gonna restart first here from that Mute EX.
Is
So
that the shoe?
the shoe.
Zapatilla.
There's one copy of tracking
That's
shoes
striking.
in the list here for Kyle Lesnowitz. And that's it. So hopefully we have some utility
¿Acepta
here
o no
from
acepta la
Kyle. It's
carta?
an Ultra Ball, and there's debate here on whether or not to keep it. Throwing it in the discard
Una ultra
pouch,
para
picking the
afuera,
next
ya.
card up, which was the
Vasija.
Earthen Vessel.
Hobbled his way into an earthen vessel.
Yeah,
We'll
right?
take it. that's a good resource
Those
at
are
this
some
point. You need the energy to attack.
Some walking
Está
shoes,
complicado,
if
la
I
verdad.
ever
Un
say
movimiento en
so,
falso de
Kyle.
cualquiera de los dos y
Yes,
jodieron.
exactly. Well, we got there the Earthen Vessel. Now discarding that secondary Pokestop here for Kyle to search out
Las
these
dos energías
water
que
energies.
trae
That is one
el...
thing, all those
Ah,
water
la
energies
vasija.
went to that Radiant Greninja in the initial turn. It used its move, it has to throw it back
Y usar a
away.
Palkia, ¿no?
And now Kyle's having to search out these other energies. to be
Palkia,
able to
¿cuánto estaría
accelerate them
pegando?
to the
No
field
estaría
here.
pegando los 280
onto
que
that
resiste el
Palkia
Lugia.
V-Star that only has a single water energy so far. So
¿Qué dicen?
we're
Sí, caché, lo
setting
que
up,
pasa es que hay muchos
here for
archivos y
Kyle.
tienen que
Nice
buscar en los
and
códigos de los
slow.
archivos para entender qué
And
cosas son
just
y
trying to
filtrar.
steadily
Sí, porque tiene
close
muchos
out the
nombres
rest of
clave.
this game.
Pero
Still
igual he
have that
visto que no
flip
quieren
script,
soltar nada de los
not
juegos,
gonna
nada
happen
hasta
in
que
the previous
salgan
turn
o algo
as
así
well.
leí.
We see that Greninja EX,
No
and
leí
that's
nada de
all
eso.
an additional
Ayer igual me
Earthen
puse a
Vessel,
investigar
so
un poquito,
lots of
pero nada
resources.
con referente a
Yeah,
ese
just
tema
an
de...
additional
Bueno, ustedes
Pokemon
saben,
at this point is
tienen
so
nombres
valuable.
clave y todo eso, pero
We'll get a
no
little
creo
more
que
of a
quieran
feel for
filtrar
what
tanto.
Kyle wants to do to close out in a game like this. As you mentioned, the
Unos
olvides
días
used
antes,
on
yo
that
creo,
Radiant
va...
Greninja mean that
Si
you've
es que un
already
hackeo, yo
used
creo
your
que lo van a
discard
filtrar unos
ability.
días
You
antes.
don't have many other attacks that you can use for 1 energy or less. And you see Kyle, he's mulling it over. Is Greninja EX really going to be my best attacker here? Do I
Oye,
put
JD,
all
al
my
final, ¿por
eggs
qué
in the
perdiste
Blood
interés? ¿Qué te
Moon
pasó?
basket and go that strategy? Because after you
Greninja,
attach
ok.
this water to the Palkia, you only have
No
access
sé
to
si es buen
0
momento el de la partida como para poner un
And
básico que
the
no aguanta
tricky
tanto.
here, I love to see it at least. The little frog coming out. I mean, Greninja
A ver si es que te
EX,
permite por lo
it
menos
was so
evolucionarlo.
hyped when we initially saw this card, but we haven't
O lo
seen
puso
much
netamente para que
of
el
it
Palkia
on
pegara
our
un poquito más.
stages. So I'd be excited to see that in action
Palkia
here,
adelante.
in the form of the Palkia V-Star deck as a partner
Mira cómo ordena su
Pokemon.
banca.
But right
Y
now, it's gonna be
golpea.
this origin form, Palkia V-Star, subspace swell.
Muy
Like we
bien.
said, it's 60 base damage, 20 damage for each bench Pokemon.
Tiene
versus
al...
your
No
bench
me acuerdo
if your
cómo se
opponents as well.
llama.
That's
Es
why
el
we've been
venado.
seeing
¿Cómo se
this
llamaba la
Pokemon
carta V?
keep his bench nice
No me
and
acuerdo
light
cómo se
to
llamaba,
not
pero ese
have
cuando
that
tú lo
damage
pones
on
activo
from
se va
Kyle.
toda la energía
So
hacia
we're
él.
seeing a big hit
Es como
into
un
that
todo o
Palkia
nada.
V-Star. It's heavily damaged now, only 100
Sí, pero soltaron el nombre clave, imágenes
And
beta de
looks like
Pokémon
he's really
antiguos, la
mulling
mecánica
over
del
this next
underground, lo iban a
upcoming turn.
implementar en tercera.
Kyle taking into consideration the
No
V-Guard
sé.
energy
Ah, y
that's
del
attached to this
no,
Pokemon
sí
is
puede
the
ser.
damage
Multijugador
reduction,
de
but it
Pokémon.
doesn't come into play when you think about that rare candy dust.
Estaría bueno.
14 damage counter still takes the knockout on
Porque
this
parada
Pokemon.
y... se le fue una orden
Here,
de
and
jefe.
that's just losing 3 cards, one of which is a boss's orders. Not what you
Yo
wanna see.
le pondría la energía legado netamente para joder.
Pretty good for Kyle.
Yes,
Yo
and
energía
you
legado la
saw
estoy
it.
usando con mis
Look
mazos
at
de
the
un solo
hands,
premio. Con el
all
mazo
these
de
other
Agron
cards
que
I'm
logré armar,
losing right now, going to the
con
bottom,
ese
only
estoy
going
usando la
into
energía
4
legado.
cards, and now it's looking to unfortunately put Kieran in a bit of a pickle. The Pokestop was rolled. Very valuable resources were thrown away, unfortunately, on it.
Guardia.
And Kieran just has the Weird Ear V coming down onto the bench and is now
Ay, dice.
gonna power things up here with that Arctic
Weird
Blast, but
Ear.
is definitely
Weird
not
Ear,
looking
no
like
sé,
it's as
venado le vamos a
smooth as
decir.
we want it to go here for Kieran Farah.
Igual creo que
a
también
lot
se
of
filtró
energy
caleta de
in
info
the
personal de los
Luigi
empleados.
Beast,
Game
not
Freak
much
sacó
to work
comunicado
with.
de eso y ahora no sé qué
Can't do
más
anything
irá a
other than
salir. Oh,
throw down
eso sí
cards
está
and
brígido,
try
que
and
se haya
throw in
filtrado
Luigi
información
up.
con referente a los...
It's a lot of
los
energy
trabajadores.
supply. Should be close
Ahí-
to
ahí
that
sí que no estoy de
knockout
acuerdo.
range, but all your eggs are in this basket now, buddy. You got to figure it out from here, and you're susceptible.
Yeah, susceptible indeed. Weird Ear V
Oh.
is going to come into the active position
No, no
here.
puede
Its
ser, lo
ability,
puso activo.
Frontier Road, allows all
Con
of
toda
these
esa
energies to be
energía,
shifted
flaco.
onto it, and then it's doing 40 damage
Uno
for
nunca está
each
solo cuando anda
energy
con
attached
Jesucristo,
here.
papi.
This is how you see it. This Pokemon take huge
¿Y el otro
knockouts
Weta?
in these games
No
to
sé,
take
salió
down
con Prime y no volvió más,
giant
parece que se lo pidieron.
Pokemon it faces off
Hermano,
against,
¿cuánta
and
energía
that
tiene? Tiene
Origin
2,
Form Palkia
4,
V-Star,
6, 7, 8.
280 HP there, so it's gonna need quite
¿Y
a
ese
bit
pega por
to
energía o
be
no?
able to get there.
Sometimes
Pinocho.
the enemy placement is a work of art. I don't know what to call
Pega por
this.
energía,
I
si no me
don't-
equivoco, ¿te duele
that
mucho la
is
pierna?
ridiculous.
Sí, weón, si camina un poquito, weón.
We still have another Archeops to work with for this Primal Turbo. Each of them, they
Su
stack
bota
up their
ortopédica.
resources here. One ability was used,
¿Ah?
now another could be
Su
used
bota
to take out,
ortopédica, tío.
two other
No, no le quedan.
energy out.
Yo
One's gonna
traje
go
esas
on to that
vendas de.
Archeops as
de
a
calor.
follow-up attacker. Archeops
No,
has been
esas que son
swinging
como
in
para
many
los deportistas, esas
matchups
que
as
son
well
elásticas.
for the Lugia
Esa por la
Y
de
las
calor,
protegen.
que son como de colores.
No son de calor, weón. ¿Quién
Ah, no
dice?
son de calor, tú me dijiste la otra
swing
vez.
here.
Oh, se.
That big giant 200
Chao, Valky, queda
HP
Mew.
origin
Oh,
form of
hermano,
Valkyrie Star
se lo
going
jodieron, pero
down here.
bonito.
Two prize
La Evo
cards for
Stand
Kieran,
Clear.
bringing it down
Igual
to
puede
two
ser un
left
farol,
to
lo
take
dejo
home
en un
this game.
50% para evitar
And
que
Kyle now
suelten
three
info. Sí,
left to
estoy
take
igual.
here.
¿Qué
Had
cosa? Que
everything
me
lined up. We had the Dusk Gold last turn that could now be evolved if we have the resources there into the Dusk Lord to get some extra
Un
damage
ratito
out.
Dragon Ball, weón.
Plenty of ways
Fue
to
Dragon
taunt
Ball, ¿no?
cards with the restart, with the flip the script, and Kyle just has to get there.
Yo estoy
Remember, I
aquí
think
en la
this
partida.
still
¿Sabes que es
worked out
primera
for
vez que
Iona
veo que le
Hand
meten
from before.
un Wild Deer al mazo Lugia, hermano?
¿Un qué?
Un Wild Deer, el venado, el que cuando lo pones de activo se van toda la energía hacia él. Tienen que aprovechar de usarlo antes de abril, flaco. Porque después de abril, adiós esa cartita.
Fue una Blili y será el de ojo. Hoy están pidiendo.
¿Qué te piden?
Están pidiendo, ¿cómo se llama esta? Eliminar a Whis, weón.
Whis, ¿por qué? ¿Está muy roto?
Porque está muy roto. No puede ser.
Pero si Whis está roto, por mano.
Sí, guau, pues, flaco.
No, pero te digo, no en un mal sentido, güey, está bien que esté roto, pues si el maestro, ¿no?
Ahora quiere jugar también.
¡Oh! ¡Para afuera!
Al lobby.
Uno y le quedan. Le saca un premio y el otro muchacho saca dos. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿De qué me perdí? Perdió Kai.
And well done. What a great understanding of his resources available, and he just set himself up for a good old math equation that locks in a quick.
Están barajando para empezar nuevamente, pero ¿sabéis qué? ¿Sabéis que los Lugias siempre avanzan harto en los regionales? Y después, como en la final, cagonean caleta. No sé si la palabra es cagonear o de verdad que sale un mazo que le gana al Lugia. Sí, porque a ver, ¿cómo le ganaron? Iba ganando, po. Ahí fue adiós Greninja. Puso el Mew. Venció al de atrás, él sacó un premio, el otro sacaba dos y creo que ya después no tenía nada más que hacer porque... Claro, si Arante no iba a ganar, ganó técnicamente. ¡Ah, no! ¡No! Ahora entendí lo que pasó. No lo había visto. No lo había visto. Kyle ganó, hermano. El loco usó un Duxnoir para atacarle la banca, sacar dos premios y como tenía el mío al frente, lo tiró. Tiró, ¿cómo se llama al oso que pega también por la cantidad de premios?
¿Saluna?
El Ursaluna. Y le pegó al venado. Y ese pega 250, pues, y el Wirnir aguanta 220, si no me equivoco. Eso es lo máximo que aguantan los B. Esta semana voy a subir el videito de las cartitas que se vienen. Me tengo que hacer la portada y lo subo. Me parece que, mira, premió un Archo. Así que eso se le va a dificultar un poquito.
No.
Go for a streamlined play. Play the Squawkabilly, throw cards in the discard pile, attack Lugia V-Star, hopefully see the legacy energy soon, but it's not coming up soon.
It is not coming up soon indeed. Kyle, on the other hand, with the prize cards, there
Estoy
is
usando el aroma para traer evolución o uno básico, pero parece que le sale uno para básico solamente. Cuando tiréis los dados, el impar es como el sello, ¿cierto?
Sí.
Sí, ya. Entonces sí, solamente puede traer uno básico y me imagino que va a traer un Lugia. Y yo creo que ya revisando el mazo, ahí ya lo revisó. Me imagino que el loco ya se enteró de que premio el Archer. Yo siento que cada vez salen más mazos que perjudican al Lugia, hermano. De verdad.
No sé.
Tal vez Lugia en su momento estaba roto, siento que hoy en día no.
Y Lugia, ¿quién le podía ganar? Bueno, salió un campeón, salió campeón de no sé qué regional.
Por eso te digo. Al que deberían bajarle un poquito los niveles al Charizard. Temporada que sale, temporada que beneficia al Charizard.
Sacan la preventa, flaco.
De veras, la preventa del Charizard van a bajar de precio todas las cartas que vengan en ese mazo.
Adivina qué.
¿Qué?
Me lo compré.
¿Qué te compraste? ¿Te compraste el Charizard?
Cierto.
Oh, buena.
Así que voy a tener para vender Pidgey y Pidgeot.
Ah, me sirve. Yo lo necesito para el Blastoise. ¿Ese no viene con Rotom?
Me parece que no.
¿No lo vais a ocupar el Charizard que la de vender los Pidgey o preferí andar deshuesando nomás para jugar?
No, se va a ocupar el Charizard.
Entonces, ¿por qué vais a vender los Pidgey y los Pidgeot?
Porque ya lo tengo.
Por eso digo, ¿es estar deshuesando de un mazo a otro? Si también lo ocupáis los Pidgeot en otro mazo, ¿o no?
En el Gengar, po.
Ya, pues por eso te digo. ¿O no preferís tener un Pidgeot en cada uno?
Es que depende porque vamos a hacer otro más.
¿Cuál te voy a hacer? Ah, bueno, el Charizard.
No, con el Charizard. A lo mejor meto el Charizard en el Gengar.
Puede ser. Vaya a necesitar más energía. Como Greninja se descarta una energía y robamos dos cartitas más. ¿Qué es lo que sacó? Un Duskull, Dux no había. O sea, Nido. ¿A quién va a buscar? Ya tiene al Greninja, al Palkia, ¿no? Sí, Palkia. Palkia a mí me sirve poner la energía al principio cuando lo ocupo con Blastoise porque me busca el árbol al tiro. Sí, es que no me tiran una Iono después de vuelta.
Onto the field and hopefully get its full utility for Kyle here in this match. Hopefully it doesn't get too spicy down the line. The Duskull that was drawn off that Greninja concealed cards ability as well coming out. It's fantastic to see. I mean, it is a pretty. I mean, we have some valuable cards in the hand. We just have to wait a little bit.
Energía de Fensandipiti. Usamos Iono y se baraja la mano de ambos. ¿Cuántas cartas son? 6 para cada uno. Pero igual. Mira, ahí tiene el Archo, lo tiene listo para descartarlo.
¿Gol de qué?
There's Dusknoir Rare Candy again. That's what I'm saying. It was the shoe.
Entonces, ¿sacrifica o no sacrifica el Rotom en esta ocasión?
Well, we have the pivot here from this Fensandipiti EX. Have the energy attached already.
Fensandipiti me imagino que lo va a retirar netamente para salvarlo. Ok, un Greninja. Perfecto, Rotom. Pero parece que está teniendo mala mano el muchacho, va a necesitar al Rotom.
Exactly, and now this is where the Rotom V comes into play. We saw it thrown away to an Ultra Ball in the last game. Now it's serving its utility here in that instant charge, drawing 3 additional
Ya, la
cards
ultra
for
y
the upcoming
descarta.
turns for
Y se
Kyle,
descarta
and
la
of course,
Archop.
also buffing
¿Cuánto
that
Archop
damage
tiene?
for the Palkia
Creo haber
head
visto
up
que
in this
descartó
matchup
uno ya.
too, so
This is the
definitely.
big flip here. Mezagoza.
It's a heads here. That is great. Kieran gonna
Le
be able to
salió
switch
par, lo que
out
significa
a
que se trae
Pokemon
evolución.
here off that Mezagoza. That was huge.
Yeah, there's a couple pieces that
Lugia
needed to be found here. The Ultra
Sí,
Ball,
solamente
again,
una
the
evolución.
Archeop's already there, so
En
if you
la
find
ciudad.
Lugia with this
¿Cómo
one,
se llama en
the
inglés?
Ultra Ball
Mesa
finds
cosa.
the Lumineon. That means boss's orders and goodbye Palkia V.
Oh my
¿Con quién?
goodness, we could get there even despite
Muy
all the
bien,
prize cards
evolucionado al
working
Palkia
against
Star.
Kieran. That is what we're going to be seeing here. Ultra Ball
Ahí los torneos
here,
nuevamente.
grabbing that Lumineon. You see that boss's
Tenéis que
orders
hacer alguna
being
secuencia para fusionarte,
established
¿no?
nice and early here for Kieran, realizing
Tenéis que
this
hacer
is
alguna
the
secuencia
threat
para
on the
fusionarte,
board.
¿no?
Palkia V needs to be taken down here from this Lugia V-Star, and all the pieces came together. We saw the V-Star power to bring out those Archeops. Now they're primal to
Oye,
bring
sí,
all of
¿cuánto
these special
Archop tiene?
energies out
¿Cuánto
of the deck
Archop
here
tiene que
from
debe tener
Kieran
ese el
onto
mazo
this
Lugia?
V-Star.
Unos 4,
And
¿no?
this is
En caso que lo
This is
premies.
what we've been dreading if we're talking about Kyle's side of the field, because we're only working with that single Palkia V. So once it's gone, I guess it'd have to be Night Treasured, huh?
It has. I mean, it had to be Froakie last turn in order to have any relevant attack.
Al
this turn when
Cincino,
the Palkia V is
perfecto.
gone. Night Stretcher can help you place down the Palkia once more, but the curse of Kieran is now the blessing. As the boss's orders that were in the prize cards, he's gonna draw into another boss, and then he takes 2 prizes. He draws into another boss, and then he wins the game. So for Kieran, it couldn't line up any cleaner at this point.
As he takes his prize cards, he takes more knockouts. He gains that power from the prize cards, indeed. So it doesn't always shape up like that.
Se
But the pressure is
descartó.
on now.
Sí,
Kieran
Rocky,
Rare
dale
taking
nomás.
the first
Habla
knockout
conmigo en
of the
confianza, no hay
game
problema.
on this Origin form
Tienes toda la
Palkia
confianza del
V.
mundo, me
It's
puedes decir lo que
wiped off
quieras.
the field. 2 prize cards down. Kyle
Siempre y cuando
re-promoting
sea con
that
cariño y
Radiant
respeto.
Greninja
Ah.
now into the active position as we kick off this
¿Por qué?
next
¿Qué te pasó?
turn here. But as you said, that is an attacker that is now eliminated here, and that is one aspect of this deck. There's a lot of evolving in here. All the support Pokemon are basics. They draw you cards,
Dije
they're
una
basics you
cosa
throw down
acerca
to get
de
those
qué
cards.
estamos
But
hablando,
the rest,
contexto.
besides the Radiant Greninja, have to be evolved into either with those rare candies or just hard
¿Cómo eso? ¿De qué
evolutions.
estamos
That's where
hablando,
he-
Rocky?
A bit of a pickle here for Kyle.
Right. You can give your opponent some
¿Qué le pasó? ¿Le pasó
prize cards
algo a
with
su
the
perro
Dust
y
Orb.
le tiraste una talla con referente a eso?
Stop and take the Chinchino if you want, but you're not accomplishing anything relevant. You're not getting anywhere closer to the Blood Moon being able to attack this turn. You're just nothing gets there at this stage. So you have to take a
En
slower
el
approach,
grupo-
and
en el
just can't
grupo.
really afford that
En el
when
live.
your opponent is staring you down with this Lugia, and we know they've got a boss.
Ah,
Exactly. Ooh, that's so
¿te sentís mal por decirle
detrimental
eso?
here,
Pídele
not what you
disculpa.
wanna be seeing
si
from
sientes que
Kyle,
no
I'm
querías
sure
decirlo
at least
realmente,
Kyle has picked up the first game, so if Kieran's
pídele
able to,
disculpa, Rey, no pasa
solidify
nada.
this second game, we'll be going to a game 3, and that's pretty exciting here for these
Ah,
players. But
bueno.
Look at the clock here. 20
¿Son amigos del
minutes.
colegio? ¿Qué onda?
So it is gonna have to be, if this game
Anda al
continues to go
colegio y
super
conversa
slow, it could be
nomás.
kinda awkward
Oye,
here.
amigo,
So
¿sabe
rare
qué?
candy's
Me
gonna
pasé de
kick
la
us off
raya, no
into
debía
a
haberlo dicho. Y
Dusknoir.
listo.
That is our first evolution that we see.
Mira,
It's becoming big,
si usted
but it's
pide
not gonna stay there
disculpas
very
por
long
un
for
error que
Kyle.
tú cometiste, de que dijiste algo que no debías, o te pasaste para la punta en decirle algo y pides disculpas y él no la acepta, mejor para ti. Mejor para ti, porque tú reconociste tu error y él te está mostrando la clase de amigo que es. Si no es capaz de perdonar una broma de esa clase, que tú decís, oye, ¿sabes qué me pasé? Y te piden disculpas, ¿cómo se llama? No vale la pena. Yo igual he tirado tallas de la que no... de las que me arrepiento. Arrepiento, brígido. Y sobre todo con estos muchachos, pues si yo con estos locos nos decimos de todo y de repente digo tonteras que no quería ni decir. Pero en el calor del deseo se salen esas cosas. Si quién no ha tenido... Oye, como dice mi amigo Coqui, yo parezco matrimonio con mi amigo Ali Adicto. Porque tú y yo siempre, la gran mayoría, siempre discutimos y nos arreglamos. Pero está muteado, flaco, pero... Ya te muteo, ya puteame en vivo.
No, ya no quiero pelear con vos, Julio. No lo sé tú.
Dice, me da mucha cosa, ansiedad. Es que no era broma, lo dije con odio porque estábamos peleando ya, por eso te digo. ¿Te arrepientes de haberlo dicho? ¿Sí o no? Piénsalo en ti, revísalo.
No lo sé, dime tú.
Porque yo como tal, por muy peleando que esté, yo nunca en la vida le diría, oye, ¿sabes qué? Ojalá te pase esto. No.
Puede que yo sí.
Sí, el aliadito sí. Me arrepiento demasiado porque era un amigo que aprecio mucho. Entonces pídale disculpas. Pero es lo que digo yo, pídale disculpas, sabe que me arrepiento, no lo debí haber dicho. Porque estábamos peleando y se me fue. Pero como te digo, si el loco no acepta tu disculpa, no perdemos tiempo con eso. Porque te ya pidió disculpas. Y como buen amigo deben entender, como personas, bueno, yo siempre digo personas maduras, pero de repente se me olvida que uno en el liceo tampoco es tan maduro. Pero como personas que pensamos, tienes que entender que tu amigo debe entender que, oye, fue en esa ocasión nomás, no era con esa intención tampoco. Mira, da lo mismo si estaban peleando, uno en cierta medida no piensa en la cual que dice, sí. La verdad es que sí, de repente, oye, puede ser en broma, en el calor de la pelea, o incluso uno cuando está enamorado no piensa en las tonterías que uno dice. ¿Sí o no, flaco?
Sí, no, está bien, pero tiene que conversarlo nomás.
Se conversan, oye.
Todo se soluciona conversando.
Exactamente.
Y si no quiere, es que un fierro le pega en la cabeza. Listo.
Desde ese día somos mejores amigos con el Ali. ¡Ah!
Sí, le pegué un palo en los hijos a este weón y le rompí la mandíbula. Espectacular.
Me había pedido...
porque me preocupé que le haya rompido la mandíbula.
Sí, me pidió perdón y no se la acepté y me pegó un palo. ¡Ah!
Sí, y lo llevé a la posta. Para que vean el
para
cariño que tenemos.
Para que no me perdonéis de nuevo. ¿Ah?
Entonces a los 2 veces.
Se lo 2 veces antes de no disculparme, weón. Te lo buscaste, viejo, te lo buscaste.
Pero buscaste, culo, garrotazo.
Voy a dejar que las aguas se calmen y después me disculpo. Voy a ir a ducharme y de ahí voy a ir a jugar car. Ponga, ¿no? Así son mis relaciones, po, con mis amiguitos. Entonces, ¿qué estamos? Oye, ahora sí se trajo un greninja de pelea. Terracristalizado en lucha.
Copia el mazo.
¿Sí o no?
Yo me voy a hacer el mazo de greninja con Charizard.
Greninja con Charizard. Ah, por eso te compraste la preventa del Charizard.
Sí, yo que no igual, están vendiendo muy clarito. Aunque igual podría necesitar los pinchos.
Sí, por eso digo, es que por lo mismo digo, no. Si no,
voy a cachar, si estos van a ser los últimos 2 mazos que voy a tener y nada, voy a tener más.
Sí, está bien. Por eso te digo, hermano, anda tanteando. Pues si tú decís, no, sabes que no me acomoda deshuesarlos para sacar de un pillo de un lado, ponerlo al otro, no lo hagas.
Necesito un arbolito. No, que ando buscando los órdenes de jefe.
Ah, pero eso están como a 1500.
No, pero los full art.
Bueno. Pandy no lo tiene, ya te digo yo que allá no está.
Como no tiene nada. Mi compadre tiene otras cartas que nos sirven mucho a nosotros. Por lo menos me ayudó con Gengar. Y después de que sea bonito el mazo ahora con el son de Kid flaco.
Ah, qué wey, hermano.
Vamos a jugar el martes.
Do we have
Juego a
chances here?
5.
No hay
Yeah, this
¿te
is
quieres ir
what
para
we're
allá
working with
o
off
a
the
la
IO.
casa del
So
coco?
Kieran had one card draw.
Le damos el coco y
off of
jugamos
that
más,
IO, then of
Ya,
course
vos
the
dile.
draw for turn as well.
¿Cómo se conecta? Pero
Sí, esa misma
Kyle
botella.
here, still working through.
Oye,
Sí, vamos a
está,
ver.
The card off
está
the
más
Shinobi
peleada
Blade, but
esta partida en Lugia.
Yes, yeah. So Shinobi Blade does give
Lugia
you
va
any
ganando en esta
card.
ocasión.
It's actually a really cool move. And that's why this card
El
was so
Greninja, ¿cuáles son los dos
Ganando.
ataques del,
we initially saw it. Shinobi Blade,
en esta partida? Porque
170 damage, and then you
el
search
parque
out
ya le
any
ganó
card,
en
but
una.
Kieran already
Si
took
ganan
cards
esta irían
for,
empatados. Si no,
off the top for turn. That's why we had two cards.
Kyle
All
ganaría.
these Primal Turbo, special
Pasaría a la
energies being
siguiente.
lined up onto
Pero ¿cuáles
TCG.
eran los ataques del Greninja? Le pega 170, la activo y selecciona la carta que él quiera, ¿cierto?
That is a heads. That's any
Me pega
Pokemon
dos,
here
dos
from
atrás.
the deck. We
Y ese
see
sería- ese
that
es el segundo
fish
ataque.
lining up a boss's orders.
Sí,
That's gonna line up a
Pero descartáis
win
con
here
eso.
for
Oh, le
Kieran
ganó.
Vera, taking it down in this
Lo
game two
empató,
between our
lo logró
players.
empatar.
That means we're going to a
Hay que
game
ver si es que tiene la
three,
misma suerte
Kyle,
para la
and
siguiente.
there's like 12 minutes
I
on the
think
clock.
he just did Kyle a favor. Obviously, you have to win the game to get to game 3, but for Kyle to ever get 3 match points out of it, the game had to
Buena
end
esa partida, el Lugia se movió más
right
rápido
then
esta
and
vez.
there, if not 3 minutes ago. So I like this. This gives us an opportunity for both players with 9 minutes to maybe get a good game 3 out of it. Let's see what went down in game number 2.
Yeah, that was quite the game here between our players. We've gone back and forth here. Kieran was able to stabilize nice and quick in this initial game. We saw that knockout early on that Origin form Palkia V. It was the only one here that Kyle had to work with. That Radiant Greninja was being promoted as sort of a protection, but Boss's orders worked around that nice and easy, bringing up those two prize card Pokemon consistently from Kyle's side, knocking them out. Kyle was taking out prize cards from Kieran's side with his own Dusknoir, and it
Lo
was
logran
just too
parar muy
much pressure
bien.
on Kyle's side. Could not respond, taking that many prize cards in the end game here. And Kieran had everything to continue to boss up other Pokemon thanks to those fish sticks that we see so often, getting out those boss's orders for you to line up those clutch winning plays. And Kieran got there to the win in our game 2.
This is
No sé,
where the
si a ti te
match
pasaba que en
10 minutes
el,
remaining, both players
en el Budokai Tenkaichi tenías que pelear contra Sarbón
Win.
gotta
Ya.
win at this point if you
Y
wanna
costaba ganarle, weón.
one threshold that's probably gonna help you.
La verdad que sí.
¿Te acordás cuál era Sarbón o no?
At this point,
Sarbón.
we've got very limited time.
Eh,
This is
Era... Mira,
Ese que, el que se creía como modelito del ejército de Freezer, el de pelo verde,
Sí.
que después se convertía como en un ogro.
sí.
Ya, ese curado puta que era difícil.
Y ahora,
No sé, ahora sí estoy jugando, pero está normal, en base normal. No se transforma, weón. Pero estoy jugando la historia de Vegeta.
ah, porque Vegeta se encuentra con ellos. po.
Sí, po.
Qué buena esa cuestión de que estén jugando por perspectiva del personaje.
Sí, bueno, sé que yo no entendía, porque, como te decía ayer, pues, qué raro que Goku se salte mucha historia.
Sí, pues
Claro,
que
cada uno
claro,
tiene su historieta.
porque claro, cada uno tiene su punto de vista, o si Goku tampoco estuvo en la gran parte del tiempo. Hoy empezó el último round de estos dos muchachos.
No, muchos no, se transformó en esa bestia.
To help out in situations like this, it's not necessarily the cards that you draw along the way. It's the water energies you discard to get them.
Yes.
And with 2 of those in the hand, discarding those early and probably drawing into another one, we might see him hedge. Who knows? But I like throwing away the energies and giddying up.
Yes, yeah, Squawkabilly's gonna do that nice and easy here. Radiant Greninja
Oh.
isn't gonna serve us in that
¿Ya te llevas
way,
mejor con
shape,
ella?
and form, but Squawkabilly, you can use it on your first turn here, and that's gonna get you just far enough.
Algo
He's
habrá
a
hecho.
liability on the bench, though, of course, being a 2 prize card Pokemon there for Kyle, but we have to set up this initial turn. That's what we're gonna do. Throw those cards away.
A mí me
rare
llega
candy,
cuando alguien se
being
conecta-
one of them going into the
conectarse.
discard pile. Kyle's gonna do the shoes. What is it?
It's
Oh,
a
it's a
nest ball. It's pretty
Nestball. What?
That's pretty good.
This
Yeah.
is the most broken pair of shoes in
He's-
the best way possible.
His decklist comment is only unfair cards, and I guess
It's
you
the
can only
shoes.
it's if you play trekking shoes
Yeah.
singularly that it becomes broken.
One copy of trekking shoes is the way here from Kyle Lesnowitz. Nestball, huge card here to be able to line up these Pokemon. Not only buffing the damage, but we've been talking about evolutions there's so many evolving Pokemon here and
¿Qué
within
dijo?
the attackers for Kyle. So getting out this Duskull is huge for Kyle to get down on this turn from that shoes. So Squawkabilly worked us into a
¿Y qué dijo
new
de Paco?
hand here. So we're working with some additional cards for the future, but it's just going to be a pass now over to Kieran. Starting off with the Mesa
Que la embarró
Goza,
ella,
it's
pues
a
se le dio la
heads.
confianza
That's a
y
one
abusó
way
de
to
ella.
start if you're Kieran Fair to kick this off. Weird Ear V is a bit awkward here as the starting
Oye,
Pokemon, but we can work around
Kyle
it
se supo armar
hopefully for
bastante
Kieran.
bien. Tuvo
Gonna
un
be able to
Dugnoid,
search out
Greninja
the
y un
Archeops
Squawkabilly
from
y ya tiene un...
Evolution
Y bueno, y ya
Pokemon
empezó con su
off
activo
the,
que es el
Mesa
Palkia.
Goza. So heads. So that's what we're working with here. But did you get a look at the starting hand, Kyle?
Yeah, he's got
Con
his main
el
card, but that is
teracristalizado
not
del
where you
estadio.
wanna see it at this point. You have Professor's Research, so losing the Legacy energy early would be pretty unfortunate. It might make you have to go a different route and play this energy onto a Pokemon you don't necessarily see in the early game. A Lumineon that could shuffle it back in.
Sí, po.
or,
Si él está ocupando el Duxnoid para eso, po.
putting it down
Como que
to
ocupó el Duxnoid
work out
para
this established, or you
deshacerse de los que
go
están en
all together,
banca
which
y
seems
después
unfortunate when you have such a
y después usar el
opportunity
Ursaluna
at
por
your
los
hands
premios
here
que
with
él mismo se
6
dio.
minutes remaining and Squawkabilly sitting on the bench.
Got options. You've got options, but just
Porque estamos...
can't
Porque
get
está
there.
en vivo, no
Unfortunately,
veía-
just
no veía
gonna
eso,
be
querido.
able to put this Lugia V out, stabilize the board a little bit here from Kieran, but
Claro.
working off the back foot. I mean,
Murió, hijo de
7
su-
minutes, less than 7 minutes now on the clock, almost less than 6 minutes for our players. Legacy Energy is going to be
Super deer.
attached there to, Super Deer, Weird Ear V, of course, because all of the cards are hitting the discard
Desde
pile.
el primer
Thanks to
día
that
que la
Professor's
conocí.
Research. Fresh 7 cards to the hand at least. Got a lot
Oye,
of
qué mala
energy
suerte,
in
sacó
there.
toda la
I would
energía.
not say those were fresh.
Yeah, those
That's
were old, stale.
Triple, double, turbo.
Parece que sí sacó toda la...
Oh, no.
Ah, no, no, sacó toda la
That's
energía,
very
sacó la gran
ugly hand to
parte.
see.
That is very bad indeed. So you need the energy
Qué mala
in your
mano ya, pero
deck
tiene
to be
Yono,
able
así que
to
se arregla.
use the Archeops Primal to route all those energy. You don't want them in your hands to be able to attach from turn. You want to accelerate them from the deck and then have cards you can actually use in your
¿Se
hand.
fue?
But Ultra Ball is at least going to utilize 2 of those energies, throwing them in the discard pile just to protect here now for Kieran. Bringing out another Lugia V to
Energía
stabilize even
legado
more.
tiene
It's just 2
el-
Lugia V, a
el-
Weird Ear with a Legacy energy.
El Wire
And that's all we're
y este
working
cuánta
with right
energía
now.
So
necesita
have
para
you ever been
golpear.
at this point
Dos.
in the tournament where you know that the ID or the tie here is
Yeah.
okay, but you need the win, and you look at your hand and it's that bad? You're like, all
Termina
right.
el turno y le falta al Kai. No sé, no lo vi robar la cartita
This
por
hand
turno.
doesn't go anywhere. He needs some help. Kyle
Ah, sí, sí
needs
lo
to
hizo.
put his foot on the gas and go.
Look at that. Well, one way to do it's Mesa Goza hitting a heads. I mean, this
Ok,
is Kieran's
carajo, va a traer
stadium,
evolución.
but it serves both players here.
Duxnoid
Kyle's
o
gonna be able to
Greninja
utilize that.
o el
Get
mismísimo
every
Palkia.
Pokemon out, so we're talking about those evolutions. This
Tiene
is
tanto
one
para evolucionar
fantastic way
al
to search
Palkia.
them in
Perfecto.
that
Igual es buena
origin form.
decisión.
Palkia V-Star coming out to play here. We also have one energy that was attached manually on the last turn here for Kyle, and plenty in the discard from that Squawkabilly. So we're chilling.
Starting
Oh,
to
loco.
juice up at this point, and the hand is still not the greatest. It's kind
¿Cómo
of
que
flawed to
no?
see those energies. That's
Sí,
why,
sí sirve.
earlier I wanted
¿Cómo
to
que no?
discard them all. You're
Es
not
que
gonna
acá el que
benefit
dice que
over
el Wording no
in
sé
a
por qué lo
spot
usan
like
tanto
this.
si no es tan
There's
bueno,
six in
loco.
your
Pega por
prime
energía.
spot, so if you use
Si no me
your
equivoco, pega por
V-Star
energía y
ability, you
cuando lo
have
pones
enough
de
power
activo
to
toda la
attack,
energía se
but
van
if
hacia
you
él.
draw into a bunch of them,
Si eso lo hizo ganar en delante.
Yeah.
see him throws away one with Lost Vacuum at this point. Just,
Yeah, look at that.
I don't want to see this card again.
Yeah, get it out of my hands
Energía.
at this point. Both
No
of
lo
those
sé.
cards going into the lost zone thanks to that lost vacuum. The stadium's
No
gone.
lo sé.
And energy on Kyle's side.
Oh,
He's gone.
Mew.
We see all of
Ay,
these
puso el
Pokemon
Ursaluna
now
al tiro, me
hitting the
imagino.
bench.
Netamente
Kyle
para
has
quedarse
played
sin
down
mano y
this
poder robar
hand
las 3 cartas.
completely thanks to that lost vacuum helping out quite a bit, as well as the energy attachment for turn. Restart's going to get us a fresh 3 cards here. I see an Ultra Ball. I see a couple of Pokemon in that Rotom V in the hand. What's the other one? Is that Blood? Oh, no.
No,
Blood Nurse is on
no me podéis sacar a mí, vos,
I can't
idiota.
tell.
Can't tell, but either way,
¿No perdés contra quién?
we're hitting here with that origin form.
¿Y
Palkia
perdiste?
V-Star almost to knock on that Weird Ear V. That's only
Ah, muy bien.
220 HP to
Ah,
start
que
with,
soy
but
historia
he's
ya.
gonna hang on there, get a turbo energy attached to it from Kieran's hand. V-Star's in play now, so we have the Summoning Star ability, but
Un grande, Vegeta.
do we even have 2 Archeops in the?
Yo tengo ahí, yo tengo
We do.
I think there's one.
Yeah.
All
sentimientos
the- all the
encontrados con
balls
mi
have
personaje
that
favorito de
ability
Dragon Ball
themselves.
porque me gusta mucho Vegeta
Little
y
more
Bardock
health is
también lo
needed,
encuentro
but
por él.
cheeky play on Kyle's end, as he does not go straight for the knockout with the Palkia and the Dust
It's just
Glops.
Dusclops.
He holds on to it, to try to play around the legacy energy, get that additional prize card back.
Yeah, that's beautiful, actually.
Energía legado, bueno,
Play
todavía
around
no se lo
that
alcanzó a
legacy
vencer,
energy
la
that's
verdad.
hindering you taking an additional prize cards, protecting that Pokemon. The Super Deer can no longer do that if you're talking about damage counters working through that. So that's pretty cool here to see from Kyle for sure. The Weird Deer hanging on for its dear life, but it's really not going to help very much for Kieran. Not actually what he wanted to see there. Lugia V-Star, like I said, is
No
down.
sé si tiraría
What's the
Luminion
hand
al
that we're
tiro.
working with here?
Fish sticks.
Oh,
Just
a bunch of fish
two
sticks.
Luminion and nothing to go with. Doesn't want to go for the
Ok.
single chop.
Yeah.
Cuando le poníais los 6,
Slow down
cuando en el dado ponen los 6, ¿cuánto daño le hiciste al
Yes,
Pokémon
exactly.
como tal?
Side shield bash
60. Ah,
there
ya.
on.
Vale, vale.
minutes remaining.
Pensé que
I know
ese
you wanna
era
make
para
the cleanest play
decir
style
100 o algo así,
have
que
to
yo no
be
ocupo
quick
los
at
dados,
this
por esa
point.
pregunta.
If you can get your opponent down to yourself down to 2 prize cards remaining before time expires, that's a really good spot. But
Well, here we go. It's not just the Dusknor that can throw itself
Oh,
into
pa'
this
fuera.
card pile. We also have that Dusclops. It's a little lighter, but it's just enough damage here to take out that Weird Deer V, work around that Legacy energy as well from Kyle.
Se roba solamente
And,
un premio, eso
yeah,
sí.
now we're taking prize
qué sacó?
cards
¿Qué
here,
sacó?
technically on both sides.
No, ¿por qué sacó
That
2?
Dusclops is going down, but that's where Kyle wants to be taking the lead in the prize cards now. Origin Form Palkia V-Star has a couple of damage counters.
¿Por
from
qué
the
sacó
side
2 si yo vi
side
que era
shield
energía legado?
dash from the Weird Deer V, but it's still cracking here, and we're seeing another Duskull come down, putting
¿O
on
me equivoco?
more pressure from Kyle's side.
again, this is again another spot where
No, no tenía la capa. Se aguanta los 220. Que el... O sea, para mí esa era la energía legado, no sé si...
Before there's a minute before what 15 seconds,
Exactly.
you need Kieran to draw his card and you need 2 turns in order to make this work.
¿Estadio?
We saw this yesterday.
¿Qué estadio hay?
In
¿Un
the
estadio que
cloth,
te deja
that
sacar
was
mal?
cloth
¿No?
match?
Yeah, it was Cloth Okie Dokie.
Yeah.
The late turn.
El único estadio que tienen es
Iona,
la que te trae las evoluciones. Si es que te sale cara, trae
I
evolución, nada
know.
más. Pero no...
Brian some help.
No sé por qué
Exactly.
sacó
I mean,
2.
these player-
Debió haber
these
sacado
players
1.
are aware of the time. I'm sure our judges are keeping them up on that time, but we've got 30 seconds here, and Kyle is still shuffling up here. After the time is called, you have 3 additional turns, and whoever's turn it is on that time call is turn 0. So you're talking about giving up a turn.
Caramelo raro, se trae al
in
Greninja.
time. Rare Candy gonna evolve this Greninja EX now on the bench here. 13
Usa
seconds
Camilla y
left
que
on
va a
the
recuperar.
clock. Night Stretcher being used now to take out
La energía,
another,
para usarla con
either
Greninja.
Pokemon
Muy
or
bien.
energy. It's going to be that energy to charge up that Greninja EX.
And
Oh,
now
yeah, there's
the
no way.
opportunity to retreat to this Pokemon is available. You could
Igual me
attack
desharía de
it,
alguna de esas
use
3
the
cartas.
Shinobi
Netamente
Blade
puse ahora
and
el
find
mío.
some cool resources. You're doing similar damage at this point, but the game slows down to a snail's pace.
does.
You have turn,
Oh, lo dejó en
turn
40.
1 now passing over.
That is
You have
turn 1,
One
yep.
turn, Kyle, to close out this game.
One
and it is
turn.
it is so difficult.
El Lugia ya la
for
está
Kieran,
dudando,
just
por
doesn't
hermano.
give you prize cards
Ya la
to
está dudando
throw out
si...
enough for Blood Moon.
Exactly. Yeah, this is pretty much on Kieran now to,
Si seguir o
to
no.
figure this out. Timer was called on Kyle's turn. That's turn 0. Kieran should be turn 1 now. So we're talking about 3 additional turns. Kyle will have
pasó?
an
¿Qué pasó?
additional one. Kieran will have another one. And so now, as you said,
Usa el
other Kyle,
aroma.
we're
le
working
sale
at
par,
a snail's
significa
pace.
que
We
puede
can
ser
slow down a bit here.
una evolución.
Not too much, but to
Ah,
to
muy
get
bien,
some
evoluciona el
more-
Lugia.
some more things
Pero ya
cracking. We're
sin-
seeing that Lugia V
Sin
star
los
out
Arshop,
now.
es como que
The
no
damage
voy a
that
hacer
was put
mucho
on
eso con los
there is
Lugia.
buffed up a little
A no ser
bit
que ya
here.
la
We're
tenga
gonna
ahí
see
en
its HP
cargado.
go a little higher now, and Kieran's got a couple more cards to work with from the hand as well.
Man, could a Blood Moon have been a Duskull at some point? Could have played a little bit faster.
Aumentó
at
un
one of these
poquito más la
stages.
vida,
These
no
are the
más,
questions
¿no?
that Kyle's going to be thinking about as he moves into that final round, but the math just doesn't line up for you at this stage. You need your opponent to fumble, and Kieran's not going to play
No way.
Neon for you, right?
No, Kieran
to
is not a fumbler, that is for sure. That's one thing I've never
más
seen
va a
from
traer?
him. Capturing Aroma being rolled here. That's going to be a heads. It's a evolution.
Ok,
Pokemon,
un
so
Archop.
that's our second Archeops.
Y tiene para descartarlo, si no, no
But-
se puede hacer mucho.
Yep, we're in the turns here, Kyle. What do you see happening?
The only thing that would work for Kieran is if he still had access to the Legacy Energy. You take a knockout at this point, and then you go for the Iron Hand Squawk ability, clean up 3 prize cards. Get all 5
Oh,
in the next
investigación de
2 turns.
profesores, descartó las
When
7
he
cartas
doesn't
y
play
netamente va a
that
sacar
additional
al
lightning energy
Archop.
that we see some players incorporate. Sometimes they have that
Yeah, I feel like it's
best
rarer
package. but
to see, but yeah.
This has to just be past the turn.
Yeah, don't put anything else out.
No ha usado la habilidad
You're
astro
chilling
del...
right now in turns. Is gonna pick up the card here. Read it.
Cool
Make
card.
sure. Yeah, cool card. Haven't seen this one in a while.
Es que más encima el Lugia está...
I remember.
Yo digo que ya perdió porque técnicamente el otro... Mira, ya tiene un Palkia. Le vencí al Palkia y viene un Greninja. Se rindió.
Yep. The sulking.
Es de los
shrugging-
míos, hermano, se rinde.
Oh, man.
Se rinde en la partida.
Exactly, which is
It does happen. It's unfortunate.
Sí,
It's there. I mean,
buena,
when
buena.
you're playing at this
Bueno,
at the big
felicidades
stage here,
al-
and you're trying to make sure that
Al
you
Kyle
play
que
near
sigue
flawlessly
avanzando el
to show
muchacho.
off the power
Si te
of
digo,
the
Lugia
deck,
está
and
acá.
also make sure you
en
play fast
decadencia
enough
el
that you
muchacho
don't run
Lugia.
into time issues. It's a lot to ask of both of our players. And for
Oh,
Kyle,
tampoco es
it
tanto.
just got to him at this
Tentador,
point. Just
como-
did not have enough time
como
to
dijiste
close
tú la
out.
otra vez.
Take a look at how this
Tentador.
match went. Maybe,
Tentador.
divulge further into the issues we saw.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is throwing it all the way back to our first game where things were actually
Ah,
in Kyle's
está
favor. We saw that early knockout on the Lugia V, getting 2 prize cards
Sí,
down. We saw that pressure
Aquí lo-
continuing to put things
Claro,
on here
claro.
from Kyle. The Radiant Greninja getting damage out. Kieran had to recover with the Weird Ear, but it was not the solution we were looking for. And it was not enough to work through what Kyle
Seguimiento,
had
¿por qué
already
tanto?
set up
¿Con qué se
on the
ocupa?
board. We saw those evolutions come out. I mean, this was wild. The Rare
Yeah.
Candy and Dusknor off the Mew EX restart. That was
Ese
pretty
Raichu
cool to
también
see.
lo van a
To start game
descartar
2.
ahora.
Yeah, this was pretty quick from Kieran, taking advantage of the Palkia V as the lone Palkia in play for Kyle. Was just scrapping at this point, and this was a
Tuvieron
pivotal
buenas las
moment.
partidas.
16
Es que
minutes
Lugia igual
left,
se supo
lost
desenvolver,
on the
pero
Serendipity.
claro, cuando
It's
le
near
venció a los
impossible to
Archop
come
ya
back
no
from this
tenéis
stage.
mucho que hacer.
Kyle
Ya, po.
was finding all of the correct lines in a vacuum that you should do at this
Es
stage
como
to
que por
close
más
out.
que lo
Doesn't take the
intente,
knockout,
él...
plays around the gift energy, puts himself in a situation where
Ya,
maybe
ya le ganaron.
you
Ya. Si
could
de
make
hecho
a
igual
comeback.
se iba a sacar un Archop al final, hizo investigación de profesor y parece que no le salió nada bueno.
Yeah, look at
Your
that.
opponent finds the mini and has to go fast too. But it doesn't leave you enough time to go into this game 3. And we saw Kyle was at a huge advantageous stage at this point.
Yes, look at
Hablando
that.
de
What is
irme
he
a
gonna do? He has single Archeops. He hasn't
Exactly.
found
No,
any
no, no.
resources. He lost his legacy energy, and Kyle's clearly going to win in 2 to 3 turns, and just could not find the answer because he didn't have enough.
Yeah, and that's really what it came down to. It was asking that, oh, if I had just
¿Sabes que el mazo del
used
futuro
Scoop
siento
earlier,
que
when, I mean, everything was
estuvo
working
bien,
against you,
estuvo
where
bien,
you
pero
know
sabes
that
que lo
you
mataron
have
al
a play like
tiro?
that in a game 3? We just needed that, like, one additional turn.
Yeah.
Kyle, I hate
Nada.
when it comes down to that, but at least it's teaching everybody else who's watching.
El mazo del
these stream
futuro,
matches
el mazo del
that it's a
futuro
lesson.
murió
It was 30
técnicamente,
seconds of gameplay that we were
apareció
talking
y
about.
creo que duró
That's
una
the
temporada
turnover.
y listo,
Comes
chao.
turn one. Turn
Nada
one
más.
comes
No,
I feel like
no, weón.
Yeah, exactly.
Me aparece
I mean,
para hacérselo,
it
pues,
was
bueno.
the difference in that turn, the difference between a Dusclops and a Dusknor, the difference between that HP that needed to be cleaned up. I mean, it was a lot that came
Vamos a
down
jugar.
to. So
Oh, vea,
maybe
se me
it's
duplicó la
time we
pantalla.
those players
Ahí sí.
there. So, but I mean, we still saw two
Vamos
very
a
good games.
jugar
And
una
I think
partida
both
mientras
of those
tanto. ¿Querés
players
jugar?
at our
Bueno, tú
table,
estás jugando Dragon Ball.
definitely shaped things up
Vamos a
pretty
jugar una
great
partida
for us on
mientras
this
estos muchachos
match. So
hablan.
thank you for that, but they're gonna have to work a little harder here. What are the
Vamos a
match
cambiar
points
ciertas
our players are working for
cositas
today in our day
que
2
me dijo mi
to get
gurú.
into top cut, Kyle?
Ese que te aviso al Esteban que no voy a ir.
Players have to be at 30. Do you have to be at 31?
Y
I mean,
el
it
Esteban
all
tampoco
depends
fue,
on
weón.
that tie ratio that we see there.
Bueno,
It's
te
gonna
quedaron
take a lot
terrible
of great
molidos,
fast
locos,
to
de
avoid the ties.
cristal, weón.
Sí.
Play fast, make
De
gentlemen
cristal,
agreements,
después de
move
cuánto yo no
forward,
jugaba, weón.
and avoid that
Un
spot.
partido
So
así,
both
weón.
players at 28 match points now.
Yo pensé que ya
That
subí de peso, toda la weá.
that asymmetric cut
Sí, eso es
is
verdad.
certainly viable. So a lot
Ya
of
no
plays
soy
are
ese
in
cabro chico que era flaco un
beating
palo, weón.
either of these players once more.
Ahora el exceso de droga,
What a
alcohol y
great story it would
sexo,
be
weón,
for
me
both
tiene
players.
mal.
Estamos en vivo, weón.
Bueno, estoy muteado, ¿no?
No, ya no estoy muteado.
Puta la weá, weón.
No estoy muteado, enfermo.
Olviden eso, flaco.
Omitan,
Olviden eso,
omitan.
flaco.
Players, I mean, have
Omitan.
so much to prove. You're
Estoy-
talking
Esta
about
carta en el
Kyle there
Pokémon,
that's
si esta
had
carta
a
está
huge
fase
resume
2.
of good,
Ah, tiene que ser
finishes
fase
or
2
into
más
day twos.
encima.
I know big
No
Pokemon
tengo-
fan.
Yo creo que
All of
una
us
última
rooms
pelotita
for,
y
we're
seguir
Pokemon
con-
players,
I
which
share
is
that
pretty
with him.
cool.
Pokémon.
Yeah, so does.
Ya.
Okay, share a name.
No sé qué
share
carta
a
ponerle
location,
porque
share
las
the
cartas
groom's
dobles ya se me
birthday.
fueron.
Is that your secret brother, Kyle?
He's
Pero no
a
quiero hacer
teacher
más.
too, I believe.
No way!
I come from a line of teachers.
That's
I'm a
great.
teacher.
Vamos a poner
yes,
energía
in my
doradas.
line.
Wow.
Porque se vea más
there you
bonito, ponerle
go.
bling bling.
But Kieran, on the other side of the table, I mean, we just saw Kieran the same
A ver,
exact
4 de esos
60
mazos.
list in
Esa, perdón,
Baltimore,
4 de esas
sitting
energías
at our
dobles.
finals table, took second place there and is looking for redemption
Vamos a
now
ponerle.
with this exact same
Es
list
que
of
sé que.
Lugia,
Más encima las
proving that
camillas,
it
lo que me
is
dijo el
still
Coque es que
just
yo le
as
pusiera una
strong,
camilla
and Kieran
y la
has a
camilla te trae la
fighting
energía,
spirit
pero la
behind
camilla
it. So, both those
especifica,
players,
perdón,
if
que él
they
trae
advance, I mean, that'd be huge
Pokémon o
for
energía
us.
básica.
And I mean, cool decks to see,
Donde no
doing
va a
well
traer,
in,
no te va a traer una
Louisville
energía
as well,
especial,
but,
porque
I mean,
no una energía
speaking of the
básica.
decks, Kyle, we got to look at
No.
our meta share, I believe,
Es una energía
yesterday of
especial.
our day one.
Yep.
Now, of course, we're in day two, but
¿Cachai?
let's look back first. Day one, this is where we started out here. As you can see, we had a total of
Así que yo
1,923
creo que
players here at
le vamos a bajar un
Louisville.
poquito la tenacidad
And
de
the
cromo.
biggest, the raging deck at the top was Raging Bolt
Subirle uno más al
EX
martillo.
with, 14% meta share.
It is very good.
Y yo creo que
You cannot
ahí
deny it at
vamos a
this
jugar una
point.
partida con lo que tenemos. Mientras
Although it is a
tanto van a
streamlined
estar
deck and you're
están
just
conversando
taking
con
big
referente
knockouts, playing your size, and having a good
a la
time.
tabla.
Winning?
There
Ahí
is
se ve,
some
sigue
great
la tabla de
things that
posiciones.
happen when you do that.
El mazo Palkia.
Yes.
If you wanna ask Caleb Gettimer,
Quería escuchar música, ¿no?
he's
¿Te
just
molesta?
that at the biggest stage, and he probably hasn't
¿O tú me
been
decís si se escucha mucho?
Yo te digo si se escucha.
That is a winning combination.
Que no te incluyen tu live, porque no lo muteo, ¿no?
Sí, no, si te muteo en el live cuando se escucha ruido de fondo los muteo, ¿no? Pero yo converso. No tengo problema con que ustedes no se escuchen, ¿no? Al final, si el que parece esquizofrénico soy yo.
Sí, sí, me dijo la señora otro día.
¿De
Que
qué?
se pueden hablando solo. Yo le dije, no, no está hablando solo. A nosotros nos mutea.
Sí,
Ahí,
pues,
ahí está.
porque el que de repente tiene sonido de fondo, por mano.
Sí, no, por eso.
El mazo más usado, mira, uno del deck análisis del día 1, 14,9, o sea, 14.09% fueron Raging Ball. Un 10.56% fueron Terápagos, 9,52% fueron Dragapulex, el 8.68% fueron Lugiestar, Regidrago 8.22 y el Palkia son 7,75. Shit, ahí está.
It is, and I mean, turtles are so
¿Cuál-
cute too.
¿Estos son los mazos más usados en el primer día? ¿En serio? ¿No hay gente que varíe en los mazos que se ocupan? ¿Estáis leseando? Vamos a jugar una partida mejor mientras tanto. Es que no entiendo cuál. Es que sabes que esa. Lo entiendo. Pero ¿cuál es la necesidad de jugar con mazos meta a cada rato? O sea, entiendo que la regional va a ir con mazos meta porque sí o sí queréis ganar, ¿cachai? Pero no sé, yo no soy de. Es que nosotros no somos de usar con mazos meta, pues flaco, entonces.
One thing I have a question for you, Kyle. I feel like a lot of people were underestimating Charizard EX going into this format. Do you want to talk about that a little bit? As far as how the matchups kind of have changed now that we're in Stellar Crown territory?
Yeah, the Charizard just doesn't line up.
Greaser del
the
mismo
way that it
grupito.
used to. People are playing around the fact that sometimes you have that access
Vamos a ponerle
to the
Luminio.
that Dusclops to help to adjust with the Burning Darkness. But if you're just playing clean Charizard, you have
Somos
to target
Dorman.
down 2-prize Pokemon on the bench at all times. You're not working your way through the Raging Bolt Pokemon.
Voy a usar el Astro Alquimia. A traerme al tiro. Al...
It's just not as clean as it used to be, and it's
Furioseta,
unfortunate
Furioseta.
because it was a really cool deck, but it just doesn't line up as well as we've seen before.
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of people were sort of doubting it, but now it's climbing up a little bit
It has a
into our
chance,
games.
like it's still a fantastic.
No pego
deck.
nada,
It seems
y
to
envenenado,
give an
¿cuánto pego?
opportunity To sneak out. I mean, our match that we had yesterday with the 4-prize.
Pego
Rider
180.
like, You let Charizard do that. it's
Well,
good.
that's what I'm saying. The thing about it is like.
Más encima yo con la partida con el Coque
They get
empecé
that
tan bien,
consistency, the
hermano.
deck is so
Empecé
strong.
tan
And
bien
that's what I think people have doubted. When you're looking at the matchups, you're like, "Ugh,
que no sé cómo lo hizo para ganarme, hermano. No sé cómo lo hizo para ganarme.
when you rely on that
Pero empecé tan bien, sabes que al segundo turno,
consistency card
o sea, él ya hizo sus cosas, yo y ahí al segundo turno, al primer turno mío, yo ya le había descartado un Pokémon, le había descartado un Ogerpon. Me salió tan bien la jugada que él, como lo mismo que hice ahora, que descarté un Ogerpon al tiro. Pero no sé en qué momento este hijo de su madre se sacó unas de la manga y me la hizo, weón. Me la hizo, me dejó sin energía, sin nada.
Boy partner has shifted over to the turtle at this point in the
Exacto.
tournament, and we are also going to be shifting over to spooky Pokemon.
I got some spooky Pokemon all over me.
Yeah, I got a little bit. I got Mr. Gas.
So, yeah. I mean, you're a pumpkin today, huh?
Oye, viste, no sé si la gente habrá visto,
Yeah, we've been talking about
pero sacaron el póster de Venom, o sea, el último póster de Venom, o sea, de la última película. De que todos lo están criticando porque dice que está horrible, hermano.
Oddballs, they're not like clearly like ghost dudes, but they're terrifying.
yes, they are very scary. And different
El Venom, o sea, Tom Hardy andando en moto con el Venom en la espalda, nada más que eso.
versus Darkrai. I think I'm gonna be taking Blood Moon Ursaluna this time.
Se fue Fensandipiti.
Blood Moon Ursaluna, how we only see it in a
Oye, descubrí oro con este mazo del cangrejo, hermano.
and it tears you apart. With its giant claws, it's got a cyborg eyeball, and it just destroys you at the end of games. I mean, there's a reason we only see it for a split second, because that's all you have until you are absolutely torn apart by these giant sharp claws of a Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it's proving
Ahora si me lo derrotan, ahí sí ya me jodieron.
from our players. It's strong, it's scary. You can't fight a bear, you just get mauled.
That's fair.
Que si me suena una energía.
I don't want to fight a bear. That sounds like a horrible thing to happen. Oh,
Go for it.
are you ready for Darkrai?
Yeah.
Okay. Darkrai haunted my
Oh.
nightmares for
¿Qué hizo?
Do you know what the bane of my existence was for like 15 years ago, however long it was? Night Spear. Night Spear. 90
Me
damage
parece.
to the active Pokemon. Think about this. 3 energies to deal 90 damage. Ruined my life. And then you deal 30 damage to one bad Pokemon. That was enough to just
Vamos,
disrupt an entire format and win the World Championship. Boom!
¿Debilidad lucha también? Sí, debilidad lucha.
That's valid. That's valid. I like it. I like it. Do you know any of the lore behind Darkrai too? It's super scary.
Ay, después me tiro a Sayón y estamos listos.
I know. I didn't want to tell you beforehand because I was
Okay,
like,
maybe that's an off-camera conversation.
yeah. It is.
Loco, primera, ¿sabes qué? Si lo pensáis bien, empezamos el live, yo lo empecé hace 1 hora 40. Porque empezó a las 11:45, al final terminó empezando como tipo 12. Y si lo pensáis bien, solamente estos dos muchachos fueron 1 hora y tanto, pues, weón.
The Blood Moon Ursaluna, it doesn't need the energy. It just pops out
Yeah,
and
but
ruins your
look,
day.
Sí, pues.
that's just a Radiant Charizard. I've already seen that before.
Aw.
Y solamente estos dos duraron caleta, hermano.
Who are you gonna vote for? Who's gonna win in our spookiest Pokemon community bracket? We'll see the results after this quick break.
Pero yo pensé que iba a haber algún masito más del Stellar. Pensé que iba a haber mazos Lapras, algún Terápagos, Chempao. Bueno, no, Chempao ya no va a ir ni por si acaso. No. ¿Qué se le va a hacer? A ver, veamos. ¿Qué podemos hacer? Traigamos entonces nuevamente el Cloud. Vaya nomás, JD, hermano, te pasaste. Muchas gracias por venir por acá, weón. De verdad, lo aprecio un montón. Vaya, pásela bien. Ya nos veremos en otro live. A ver... Oh. Una nomás. Yo le decía porque me salió una pura carta. Ahí en el siguiente, si no me lo cambian, la hacemos. Oh, yo quiero ir a una regional, hermano. Comprarme puros peluches de Pokémon. ¡Ah! Puros peluches de Pokémon. No, yo quiero este artefacto que es del Pokémon Sleep. Que es una Pokébola, hermano. La tenéis que dejar arribita de la cama y toda la cuestión. La encuentro muy, muy bueno. Es como una placa con forma de Pokéball. Tiene sonido, la tenéis que cargar y todo eso. Pero la tenéis que... Es para el Pokémon Sleep, es para medir el sueño, tu calidad de sueño, ¿cachai? Cuántas horas dormí. Y eso prácticamente, para medir tu calidad de sueño. ¿Cachai? Y atrapáis Pokémon mientras duermes. Mientras mejores tu calidad de sueño, mejores Pokémon van apareciendo. ¿Ah? Exactamente. Por ejemplo, si tenías un mal sueño, vas a ir trayendo solamente Pokémon normales. Si tienes tus horas de sueño como corresponden y de buena calidad, no sé, te va apareciendo un Pokémon legendario o la evolución, no sé, en vez de aparecerte un Squirtle, te aparece un Quartortle, ¿cachai? Entonces, yo ese quiero porque no quiero tener mi celular en la cama cargándolo cada rato. Si estoy esperando lentamente para comprarme eso, va a volver a jugarlo. Y no sé si compraría más peluche, hermano, porque tengo una esquinita de peluche en mi cama y de repente los tengo que tirar todo al piso para quedarme raja, weón. Mi gato. Ahí ve. Ay. A ver, ya me van superando, me van superando. Vamos a robar más cartitas. Contes este, te ataque 100 de daño a uno de los Pokémon de tu rival. Vamos a poner este. Poner estos dos. Vamos a traer esta cosita. Ya, dejémoslo así. Por ahora no está mostrando nada, líderes, por eso estamos jugando mientras tanto, porque para estar viendo y no entendiendo, mejor jugamos unas partidas. Pero me imagino, mira, por lo que alcanzo a entender, están hablando de la regional. No puede ser, loco, me va ganando este men. Ya voy a tirar a este, sin total me queda un cambio. Vamos a hacer esto. ¡Oh, no! ¡Qué imbécil! ¡Qué imbécil, loco! ¿Cómo va a hacer? Ya, déjalo así. Debí haber tirado el Cloud primero, no puede ser. No. No, la cagué feo, hermano, no puede ser. Qué imbecilidad más grande, pero bueno, nada que hacer. A ver, ¿cuánto es lo que... ¿No han dicho de cuánto es el premio en esta regional o sí? Pues en la regional ganáis. Son 2 días. Ah, ya me ganaron. Le salieron órdenes de jefe acá. Ah, porque tenía picho. Dice Benjamin Hibbert, 10-1-0. Me ganaste porque no sé ocupar el mazo nomás, güey.
Had a pretty solid run at NAIC this year, so this is going to be a really interesting match to see. All of the other matches listed here are win and in matches, so these are the ones that we're really keeping our eye on in this game. If all 4 of these notable matches have a winner, we're going to have a clean cut.
Pero en las regionales ganáis platita o ganáis puntos para ir a la mundial.
Yurko is on Lugia V-Star, the deck that he recently took down the Louisville Regional Championship with.
¿Sí?
Up against Michael on Raging Bolt EX. This deck really surprised
Oh,
me
mazo
yesterday
Lugia
with
contra
the,
un Raging Bolt.
Bravery Charm
¿Quién
build.
gana?
I think this one's going to be a little different, but we'll have to see what sort of spice there is still remaining to be seen from Raging Bolt that has way more utility than people give it credit for.
¿Quién gana? ¿Quién gana?
Prize cards going out. We see right away from Yurko that Vitality Band.
¿Quién dices tú que gana? El que no pierde, muy bien. El que tenga más fe en su mazo.
That he's playing in the list. Not relevant in this matchup, but it's a way that Lugia V-Star can KO Terrapagos EX. It's kind of an interesting tech we've seen pop up more and more. Just that
Ah, no había publicado el live de
fixing
ayer.
of the 10 extra damage, the 10 extra damage output can really make all the difference. Nothing too notable, I think, for either players. You got to prize something, of course, so I'm sure Yurko would like to have access to that Lumini on our boss, but we'll see how things progress as this game is underway.
That is contrasted with Michael prizing to Professor Sada's Vitality. You're going to see that right away, opening with Hisui and Heavy Ball. You can look at your prize cards, find a basic Pokemon to take. Going to grab Teal Mask, Ogerpon here, but can see that he's missing out on 2 Professor Sada's Vitality. Might not be too terrible. After these prizes are shuffled and put back, if those end up on the bottom, after you take that first knockout, you've got the fuel for your second and third knockout. Hopefully, you know, the ideal map is a 2-2-2 classic.
It's honestly okay to prize a Professor Sada or even 2 because you don't mind taking them out of your prize cards. The big issue is just finding them early on in the game. So as long as he can find the 1 or 2 remaining in the deck in the early turns, Michael should be okay here. But, well, yeah, with that prize cards being laid back out, looks like 1 Sada was moved up to the top. That could be an issue that we'll have to track.
And Michael looking through the deck, just even with the Hisui and Heavy Ball, you still have to take stock of all the energies. Earthen Vessel discards Pheasantipity to grab 2 energies now. 1 grass energy for the Ogerpon that we just saw enter the hand, and a fighting energy to attach to Raging Bolt in the active spot.
Yeah, so you mentioned some of the things we saw from Xander Perot's list yesterday, the 4 Bravery Charm, kind of the new thing in his
Ahí le
list.
dejé la
Michael's actually
encuesta.
not playing any copies of Bravery Charm unless I've missed them. I've looked over this deck list several times, but I do not see Bravery Charm listed here. And this is a matchup where Bravery Charm can actually be really nice, putting your Raging Bolt EX out of range of a Blood Moon Ursa Luna at the end of the game, putting your Ogerpons out of range of Lugia V-Star KOing them. So Michael may be missing out on those HP boosting tool cards in this matchup. We'll have to see.
Michael plays the Nest Ball, finds Squawkabilly EX, and
¿De qué va a
finally
decir el
shuffling
mazo?
up the deck. I can imagine
déjame
that
subirle.
a Ogerpon will be played, those energies will
Vamos a
be
subirle el volumen a
attached
esta
before
belleza.
a Squawk and Seize to discard the remainder of the hand and draw 6 fresh cards. Looking across the table at Yurko's board, has the Minchino. This is a devastating single prize attacker that can hit gigantic numbers, and Raging Bolt having to sacrifice energy and swing down on this little Pokemon can be very detrimental to the way their resources are expelled throughout.
Entonces, mira, si el Raging Ball se arma muy rápido.
Potentially forcing an extra prize card needing to be taken.
Yeah, Chinchino can be a great attacker in this matchup, like you mentioned, offsetting the potential prize trade of your opponent. And Yurko is playing just a one.
Muy rápido, se arma muy rápido. Si mira, el Raging Ball ya tiene un Ogerpon en banca, tiene al Squawkabilly en banca, ya descartó energías de pelea. Ahora, mira, tiene otro Ogerpon, usa la habilidad de Ogerpon.
But he's taken a page out of
Para
Rico's book
traer,
with that Raikou.
para poner una energía y
Yeah,
encima
I
después traer una
love
cartita
finding the
más.
second earthen vessel here to get more energy out of the deck.
Usó la habilidad del
Another
Squawkabilly,
attachment to
parece.
Ogerpon, and now a discard into that pile with Squawk and
No me
Seize.
gustan esos
Yeah, that is
mazos, no me
one
pueden
energy
gustar esos
retrieval
mazos.
going down from Michael. Those energy recovery cards are incredibly important, so it's something we'll have to keep our eye on. He is playing a superior.
¿Qué es
energy
eso? Entonces,
retrieval. It's
pa...
something you don't see too
no
often in
jugué,
Rage
por
Wow,
hermano,
yes.
no jugué, si
These
vaya a
days
eso.
it's been popular in the past. But we'll see if he can keep on
Técnicamente
turning.
vais
He
para
is
joder
really
rápido al
looking
otro,
for a
no
Sada. He
por
can't
nada.
play it this turn, but he just wants
Pero
to
no
play
es
it
decir vos que hay a
to
divertirte,
be
pues, weón.
honest, with this situation, I mean, his setup is excellent on turn one.
Te
He's
iba a
got
decir
3 energy
exactamente
cards in
eso.
play, so he may not even need to play Professor Sada
Puede
next
tener
turn in order
experiencia.
to get a 2-prize KO.
Sí,
So many
o
decks
sea,
can have these explosive
preferencia,
turn
claro,
1, turn
¿cachai?
2, turn 3 back and forth, but with Lugia, you have a much better idea
Me
of
gustaría
their
una liga,
cadence. But
weón.
Iono comes out from
¿Sí?
Yurko. Both players
qué te
will
lo
shuffle their
impide?
hands, put them on the bottom of the deck,
Yeah, I
and
think
then
El
draw
tiempo
new
de la cosa.
cards.
Yerko may be a little upset to see that.
Pero
la
because
liga-
Robin had two
las ligas son
Archeops
puro
in
día.
it, but he had to send it to the bottom with Iono because he has
Sí, por
nothing
ejemplo,
else,
la
and
liga
his
que va a
draw
ser el
here
pan de
is
mañana.
really not good.
Es todo
No
el día.
Lugia, the
pues,
4
todo el
energy
día.
cards and the Iron Hands EX, which I think he's just
¿Cachai?
going to have to put onto
Ya
the
voy.
bench so he doesn't just lose the game
Por ejemplo,
on the
no,
next
no, a
turn.
mí no me da
And
para
we're going
estar
to
todo
see
el
the
día.
very rare beat from Yerko, 10 damage.
En lo personal a ti no te da para estar todo el día porque tenés más cosas que
Yeah,
hacer.
Oh.
absolutely
Sí,
antithetical
pues,
to
bueno, con
Lugia's game
línea,
plan.
no
Send
puedo
those
dejar un día
Archeops
tirado
back
al día.
into the deck. So you can't
No sé, yo creo que
discard them.
tendría que ser un día en el que tú
Legacy energy is in the hand.
faltí,
There's no main
güey.
deck like
Mira,
energy,
técnicamente,
so
¿qué es lo que haría yo?
if
Sería
Iron
un
Hands
día
is going to be
laboral
employed,
perdido.
that will need to be attached, but
Porque
as
no
Michael
veo,
moves
no
through
veo
his
otra
turn,
forma
we've got
de
Teal
asistir.
Dance from Teal Mask, Ogerpon getting another grass energy
No,
for a
no me
second
sirve así.
Teal Dance, and
No,
now a
pues yo te
second
digo
Raging
que
Bolt
técnicamente
just in
sería
time,
eso,
hopefully
porque
for
¿de
Professor
qué otra
Sada
manera
to
veis
get a double attachment here.
que a no ser que
Interesting
tengáis
options. He does have
lunes,
Nest Ball in
domingo?
hand. He is playing Iron Bundle in his
Claro.
list, so he could have used that to
De por sí
force
las
up the
las
Iron Hands
ligas
that
son
Yerko put into
la
play.
semana.
But I honestly
Claro,
kind
que
of
si
like
te sale el
holding off
lunes
here, just
libre,
knocking out
tú no te
this
pegáis los
Mukino. It
lunes
is
el
only going
pique
to give you one
para
prize card, but
pon del
this
día.
is a Pokemon that can be a big problem because
Sí,
it is a
pues
single
igual,
prize
depende
Pokemon that
del
can take
Sí,
a
igual.
knockout on your multi-prize.
Depende del
Pokemon.
turno que
This is
tengáis el
gonna
día
be
siguiente,
the
¿no?
Iono from Michael, looking for a refresh. And looking
Ah, ya.
at this list as well, one other thing I do want to point out, Michael here is playing
No,
the
bro, este mazo que me dice, puta, que
1-1 Dust
se ve
Cover
bueno.
line.
Que
Something
funcione
we've
otra
seen
cosa.
pop up here and there in these,
tenés que
these
echarle
Raging
un
Bolt
ojito.
lists. It's something we could see potentially come up in order to
Striking Shoes finds
pick up
Professor
another
Sada's
Que le cambié varias
vitality.
cositas
So
lo
now
que
this
tenía en
hand
el
is absolutely
Ah,
gassed.
yo
The
igual
Raging
cambié.
Bolts are ready to go. You just have to discard a couple energies and cover the
Yo
HP
cuando,
here
bueno,
on
cuando veía los
Mukino.
mazos, porque el del Cloud creo que lo
Yerko is able to draw
vi
one
la otra
card
vez
from the
jugando.
gift energy, promotes the Iron Hand.
Se lo
So
vi al
let's see
azul,
what he's
creo.
got here.
Pero después le hice
I'm
yo
not
uno
gonna lie, I
arreglo.
don't love the Iono play from Michael. He had everything he needed, and he knew Yerko's hand
Mira, el
wasn't
Lugia
amazing.
todavía
There
ni
wasn't a
siquiera se ha
Lugia
podido
out
armar.
in it, but he went for it, and Yerko, I think, is
Aroma heads.
I think Yerko is probably thankful to have sent all those energy cards to the bottom of the deck, so he didn't have to research them away.
Finds Archeops due to the effect of capturing Aroma.
Tiene
He
un
puts head, you can
Ferropalmas
find
de
an
activo
evolution
y un
Pokémon
Archeop
here.
And it looks like Archeops will be the choice, which is obviously
en la
the
banca.
main thing you want to do as Yerko here. You've got to get some Archeops in the discard pile, but then you also really need to bench a Lugia V. This game is going to get away from Yerko very, very quickly if he
¿A quién va a
cannot get
traer? ¿A quién
something
va a traer?
established.
And now that the two Raging Bolts are there, even Ogerpon has a bunch of energy attached to it to be a secondary attacker.
Creo que este
Michael
men
is
que
going
se
to be
llama
in the
Yerko
driver's
Valencia lo he
seat. At
visto
this
jugar
point, Yerko's setup
anteriormente.
is
Creo.
completely at the behest of whether or not Michael has prime catcher.
Pero es raro que le
or
pongan un
some
Ferropalmas
such.
al
Double
Lugia, weón.
checking here.
Yep.
How many Pokemon catchers is he on? Like, these Raging Bolt decks can
Yeah.
kind of wax and wane between how aggressive they truly want to
Yeah,
be.
and it doesn't look like he is playing any Pokemon Catcher, which I think is what you expect from a list that does have the Dusknoir in it. They try to use that as their way to like maybe get a single prize offset, something like that.
And without the Pokemon catchers, it's
Trajo un
sticking to
Archeop
that
al final.
standard game plan of just kind of swinging on whatever is in the active spot until eventually you do win.
Michael is leaning on the Iron Bundle and the Prime Catcher for his way to move whatever the active Pokemon is out of the active spot. One other thing that Iona did for Michael last turn is it did send his Prime Catcher to the bottom of the deck. That would have been a pretty good card to be hanging on
Y lo va a
to in
sacar,
this
tiene
spot,
una
so
ultra
you
para
could
sacarlo, ¿no?
guarantee
Bueno.
dust up a Lugia V.
And maybe Lugia V can be found off of Great Ball. You look at the top 7
Ah, no es,
cards of your deck.
pensé que era una
Find any
ultra,
Pokemon
¿no?
you,
una super.
There.
¿Y qué tiene? Guapito, le salieron todos los Pokémon que necesitaba. Qué mala suerte.
Looks like Lugia V-Star is going to be the grab.
That's the wrong
O sea, mala
half of the
suerte porque hay que
puzzle,
tener
Chip.
que elegir
It
entre
is the
todos.
wrong
po.
half of the puzzle. If Yurko cannot bench a Lugia V this turn,
Pero
I think
eligió
that's when you really
al
have to get into the territory of
Lugia
considering
Star.
just
¿Por
moving
qué?
on to game 2.
Yeah, just conceding. Even if you have the Lugia V-Star, especially with Minchino being
De
knocked
nuevo,
out,
otras
there's no
7
threat of
cartas.
Chinchino to affect the prize trade.
Really needs it here off these 7.
¿Qué le salió? Un
Lugia
Lugia
V
normal,
found
un
off of
Lugia
Great Ball
V.
number
Muy
2.
bien.
So Yurko does still have a chance to stay alive in this game. Still pretty
Está
tenuous
haciendo todo lo
indeed,
posible para
but
poner
it just comes down to as well what Michael's response will be. If there's, you
para
know,
ponerle el
one
pecho
boss's
al
orders, or
Raging
maybe
Ball,
that
loco. El
Prime
Raging Ball
Catcher's
ya
now
está,
being
pero
fished out of the deck, it's just gonna be a quick
armadísimo.
scoop up, I imagine.
Tiene uno
Yurko
Gerpon
actually
con
did
2
have
energías,
Ultra
uno
Ball in
Gerpon
hand, so
con
he had a
una
great
y
way
tiene
on
otro
getting
Raging
those
Ball
boss's
atrás.
orders in this deck
Y
either.
tiene
Yeah,
al,
the only way
al
Michael has to
Raging Ball
move
activo y ya lo
something
tiene con
from
2
the bench to
energías.
active is the single Prime Catcher or that Iron Bundle, which of course he can't use with his bench being full at the moment. But yeah, with
Lo tiene que
Yurko
poner de
having
activo
an
si quiere
Ultra Ball in
evolucionarlo
hand, I
después,
think he actually maybe would've
porque
preferred
si
to
no,
hit
no va a
an
poder.
Archeops off of that Great Ball, give himself a chance to Ultra Ball 2 Archeops
Yo
away. go ahead
ocuparía
and
la
use
otra,
the
si tiene más
discard
Super
pile,
Ball, yo lo
and then
ocuparía.
still find your Lugia V, and now he has a tough choice. What is the other card he is going to discard here? Archeops is obviously the easy one, and it looks like it will be an
¿A quién
Iona.
descartó? ¿A quién descartó?
Agonizing over this choice.
Un
I
Archop
think
y
that
al...
as the
¿A
game
quién más?
goes
¿A un
on,
Mew?
The Ionos are great to make sure that your special energies stay in the deck so they can be attached.
Trajo
to
otro
Archeops.
Archop. Ah,
But
porque no tenía
has to Ultra
para...
Ball to find the second Archeops now. We
para
know
descartar al
Lugia
otro.
V-Star is already in the hand. That's ready to go for next turn. No Jet energy here to read the wind.
He's, I think, maybe debating if the Archeops is what he wants to grab off the Ultra Ball. The rest of his hand is pretty awkward. It looks like it's Blood Moon, Ursaluna,
Puta.
Lugia V-Star, a Gift Energy, and a Research. So he could
Puta
research
abuela,
away
qué rico.
this
Ah.
Archeops, but then he's going to be looking for a Lugia
No
V-Star
matter.
on the next turn. Does he want to do that, or would he be content to just hold this hand, attach an energy card, and just cross his fingers that this Lugia doesn't go down?
If Yurko has a better idea of what
¿Qué va a
this
hacer?
next
¿Qué va a
one's
hacer?
nothing's
¿Ursaluna
been
o qué?
given
Porque
away
va
regarding
perdiendo.
Duskull or anything, and if you
Energía de
know your
regalo
Raging Bolt matchups,
al
if you've
Ferro
analyzed
Palmas.
Chip, that you can read this is a gustless version, but Professor's Research indeed is
Y descartó todo, investigación de profesor, y descartó Lugia a todo. Oh, el loco. Desquiciado.
And Yurko with this play, I think, is
Finds
looking
it.
for another Lugia V as well to put down just in case this one gets gusted, but he did not find it. He has the V-Star, but no other V, and this is a
No puede
big
ser.
opening for Michael Lahotsky. He can run away with this game if he can find his single copy of Prime
Descartó
Catcher.
al Lugia Star.
Heavy ball played once again, just to get it out of the hand. Shuffles these prizes around. Maybe Professor Sada's once again moving down to the bottom of the prizes after the second heavy ball. But with the bench full, no Iron Bundle, no threat of the Prime Catcher because of Iono.
I don't think the deck has been shuffled since the Iono on Michael's end, so I'm pretty sure
Ok.
that means that
Camille
Prime Catcher
recupera
is
una
on the
energía de
bottom of
hierba,
the
la
deck.
descarta con
Yeah,
con
Trekking
Greninja.
Shoes, Rare Candy,
Va a
no
traer dos
Duskull
cartas.
in play. Just
Botita,
digging through,
otra
trying to
Camilla.
fortify this already
Yo igual traería la
amazing
camilla,
setup.
así la recupero una energía
So
de
he
hierba y la ocupo con
sees
el
that this
Overpool.
Lugia V is going to survive the turn.
Exactamente
A
eso.
lot of resources here. He only plays 3 Night Stretcher and then the 2 Energy Retrieval. He does have 1 Superior Energy Retrieval as well. You definitely can run into a risky spot as the Raging Bolt player. If you get rid of too many of your energy recovery cards, you could have a hard time finding them later on.
And an Earthen Vessel being played as well means that almost all of the energy should be out of this deck at
¿Qué
this
jugó?
point.
¿Qué
Your
trajo?
energy
Ah,
retrieval
ya,
is
usó
still
vasija y
there,
descartó la
Professor Sada's
aspiradora.
still there. And this is kind of the gimmick. You get all of the energy out of the deck, you thin as many cards as you can, draw with Ogre Pond as much as possible. Then in the later stages of the game, Professor Sada and Palpad really up the odds that you're going to be able to get the energies attached directly from the discard pile. And hopefully he can offset using these Night Stretchers and whatnot so early. Even an energy retrieval
Yo creo
had
que
been
debo
lost
tener
earlier
algo
on in
para
the game.
inclinar
The
esta
one
mesita.
thing that Michael is looking for here is that Prime Catcher. And I
Yo
think
creo
it
que
may
más
come down
tarde
to
me
the
voy a
3 cards he
descargar
sees
el
from this Professor
Dragon Ball
Sada's
Gigante en Kaichi 3.
Vitality. Does he
jugar
find Prime
para
Catcher
saciar
to
esas
KO the only
ansias.
Lugia V from Yerko?
Oh,
And he
and
finds it!
No,
Oh my
le
And this has
salió
got to be a
el
scoop from Yurko.
Pokegear.
You Prime Catcher, bring up Lugia V.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that is the game. Michael Lahotsky, a beautiful setup. Thinned the deck down as much
¿Se
as
rindió?
possible to draw into Prime Catcher.
se rindió.
Game 1.
Yeah, great game there for Michael's side of the table. Yerko obviously missing a Lugia V on his first turn, and then
En mi video dijo, ¿sabes qué? No, flaco, no quiero más.
Second turn of the game was just a massive opening, and Michael was able to take advantage. He was moving ahead.
No quiero más, ya no quiero más guerra.
To be yet another turn
Me está
away
humillando,
from
me está
getting
humillando,
our
te
absolute play.
That's the type of
No es mi
Lugia
intención
game
hablar
that you
pura
see
caca del mazo de
when you don't
Lugia,
play
pero
Lugia.
que...
Yeah, I
que
tried
caca.
Lugia
Ah.
a couple times. The deck didn't really seem to come together for me. It's because
No
you need
caché qué
variants
fue lo que
like this,
hizo,
Chip.
hermano.
Your opponent
Yo
is
quería
setting up,
hacerme un
drawing
mazo
so many
Lugia,
cards,
no
doing
sabía más.
everything they'd like
El
to
que
do
nunca le-
under the sun, and you're stuck with iron
¿Te acuerdas
hands
que una vez me
and
hizo un mazo de
Chino.
Lugia y no lo
that's
supe
all
jugar?
that
No,
Yerko has
sí,
to work
weón.
with. And the
Somos
side
dos.
draw
Qué hueva.
in
Una
this
vez
game was
también me hice el
the
mazo
difference
Lugia y no
maker.
lo
The
supe
fact that
ocupar.
Michael was
Y eso
able
que
to
el
find
Kogi
vessels
igual...
to shuffle the deck because we knew the
Como
prime
que me
check
dijo,
was
ya
on the
hace
bottom,
esto, hace
and it
esto
was the
otro. Y es
second
como,
card
sale para
grab
allá,
here,
weón.
the
No.
perfect thing
Dependí
to
mucho de
find.
ciertas
Yeah,
jugadas,
absolutely
entonces
beautiful.
no...
And Michael didn't really give away a lot in that match, I feel. You know, it's prime catcher is a,
No
is a
vi,
gust
no vi que-
option,
Tú terminaste el
and I
pase,
don't
po.
know if the Dust Skull
¿El
or the
pase
Rare
combate de
Angel,
ahora?
Dustmore had even
Sí,
been
po.
Sí, ya
revealed
me lo terminé ya.
into the discard pile or
I
anything
don't
of that
think so,
nature.
no.
¿Por qué, men?
So this could be a completely different game number 2.
No, yo voy
With
en
the Lugia deck, you know how it
37,
is, Chip. You
¿Sabes
give
que al
another
final
chance
del
to
pase
shuffle
me
the
vino a
cards,
salir
you
el
try
conejo,
again,
weón?
and suddenly they have double
serio?
Lugia V,
Sí, al
Ultra
final.
Ball,
Primera,
discarding
weón.
two
Hermano, al
Archeops.
final me
It's
salió un fular
the
de
other
la
side of the coin,
fase 1,
As we're getting into game number
y después me
two,
salió el
one
fular
thing
de
to
la
point out
segunda
is that
fase.
Yerko did choose to go second, which I
Pero
do
al
like
final,
in this
pues
matchup
flaco, me hubiese
specifically,
servido
as
que me hubiese
Lugia
salido
most
durante
of
el
the
pase
time. If
combate,
you wanna go
mientras
first,
así yo me armo el
Lugia is
mazo.
you can turn to get a Lugia V-Star,
A mí igual me
Archeops
faltan
to play,
cartitas
but
para
the
hacerme
risk
esa.
you run in this matchup specifically is
Pero el
the
que sí
Raging
quiero
Ball
es el
player
Sylveon.
completely popping
El
off,
Sylveon,
getting the prime
se
catcher
viene
play,
bueno.
KOing your one Lugia V.
El
So by
Latios
giving yourself
también.
an opportunity
Hasta
to
por
play a
ahí nomás
supporter on your
Latios,
first turn, that's why
sinceramente.
Yerko has chosen to go second here, so that he can play a
De hecho,
supporter,
yo
he
como
has
se llama
better
en el
setup,
video
he
que
can
les
try
voy
to get himself
a
two
que voy a
Lugia
editar
V,
más
pair
rato,
Lugia V onto the bench.
The
hablo de
Lugia
las
players
cartas que vienen, las
recognizing
muestro y todo
how
eso,
they
y
have
hay
to
cartas
shift
buenas, y
their
otras
game
que
plan
de
from
verdad que
matchup to matchup is so
no vale la
important
pena.
at this level, and Michael just
Empezamos algo parecido al
looking at the
anterior,
deck now,
sin Sino
has
adelante
Earthen Vessel as
y
his opener, showing off the
a Min Sino
Prior,
adelante,
which
perdón,
does
y el
play
Squawkabilly
here
adelante.
and there in a lot of Raging Bolt decks to grab a fighting and a lightning energy.
Yeah, I
from
really
Earthen Vessel.
only like the Briar in Raging Bolt if you are also playing Dusknoir as a way to offset the prize trade.
¿Sabéis
and
que
not
yo veo a
someone
todos
forces a
con
single
fundas
prize
de Dragon
attached to you.
Shield?
This
¿Sabéis
way
que
you
lo que
can
haría yo
more
sería
actively use
ponerle
the Briar.
fundas que protejan las
Pokestop enters
fundas con
play and
diseño?
is activated. Ogre Pawn and Professor Sadas go to the discard pile, and Michael
Es igual.
rewarded with a switch card instead. Double Nest
Sí, po.
Ball being played. So now Michael's going to search the deck for two basic Pokemon and put them directly on the bench. Raging Bolt EX is found. The other one's got to be, Radiant Greninja. I like that. We do know that there's plenty of energy in the hand to discard with concealed cards to draw two more here.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to see Michael
Funda
choose to
transparente
use
de
the
Dragon
Pokestop
Shield, ok.
before using Squawk and Seize. To me, this signifies that maybe Michael is not going to use Squawk and Seize. He may have too many valuable resources in his hand at the moment. But I think most people would think, yeah, if you're going to use Squawk and Seize,
Energía de
just save
Electrofuria.
the Pokestop for the other end of it.
Carrito de
You
cambio,
saw this day one, right, where a Raging Bolt player starts to
habilidad de
pop off and draw so
Squawkabilly
many
y se
cards and
roban
increase the odds
7
of having
cartas.
too many
Se
good cards.
supone
The Squawk
que
and
cuando tú
Seize
descartas
will
debes
be
mostrar qué es lo que
the
estáis descartando, y este
use now.
muchacho
So Vesindipity, Rare Candy goes to the
prácticamente no
discard
mostró
pile.
nada.
Yeah, I'm really honestly surprised that the Pokestop got used then, considering what the rest of the hand is. The only
Dragon
other way I can
Choose.
think it would make sense is if you had your Pal Pad in the hand. Maybe
Tenéis que
you
mostrar lo que
use
estáis
your
descartando. flaco.
Pokestop, see if you can get a little bit more set up before you use the Squawk and Seize. You know you're going to use Pal Pad anyway.
Sí,
so
bo.
you're
Si
feel
usáis
safe,
la habilidad del
that
Squawkabilly,
safety
tenéis
blanket
que
from having
mostrar
to
lo que estáis
discard,
descartando.
Professor Sada's
¿O no?
Vitality off the
¿O eso
Pokestop,
es
and
con la
that's what we saw
investigación de
happen.
profesores?
The Pokestop did make a Sada go down.
But a second one was
Vamos a
found off
echar
of
eso.
Trekking Shoes. Now concealed cards is being played, discarding a grass energy to draw
Creo que
two,
según el Coque
and
también la camilla
another
te trae
Nest
energías
Ball being
especiales.
found.
Yo digo que no.
This has got to grab an Ogre Pawn, I imagine.
It can grab an Ogre Pawn if Michael has a grass energy in hand. He can grab one with
Dice
a-
Pokémon y energía básica. O sea, o energía
You also
básica.
could
Y
want to
especifica.
establish another
Energía
Raging Bolt
básica.
here if you're just hoping to use Professor Sada's next turn for maximum value. But if you want to keep on drawing this turn,
Esas son
Ogre Pawn
energías
is
especiales,
definitely the way
exactamente.
to do it.
Oh yeah, this is risky. The
second Raging Bolt will be picked up because, as you said, Chip, there's no grass energy. Better to get the second
La
attack.
morada tiene que ser a los de
Prepare
fase
for the
2.
Pestrosada's vitality. We'll have to see if Yurko can
El
respond
Pokémon
to
tiene
this
que ser
with
fase
maybe an
2. Y eso es lo que me
Iono on the
jode.
next
Igual estaba
turn
pensando hacer lo mismo.
to sort of foil this.
Exacto.
This will be the
Lo que
second
tengo pensado
Pestrosada's vitality
es...
that Michael
porque
might lose
ese
access
mazo
to
como
if
tal
that's
yo
the
le
case.
puse un capturador supremo que la carta morada. Estaba pensando en cambiarle, ponerle un as táctico. Y así por lo menos me jodo que me saquen un premio. Oh, la bomba también, por hermano. Ya sí. Vamos a ver si es que desbloquea la bomba, si no, joder.
No, it's a capturing aroma added to the hand, which is not too bad here. Yeah, the Ultra Ball hit is pretty huge and a heads.
Capturador de aroma, creo que se llama esa carta.
Yeah, so with heads on capturing aroma,
Que es para lanzar la
Yurko
moneda.
can search out an Archeops or any evolution Pokemon rather, depending on what the rest of the hand is. So this is Archeops, an Ultra Ball.
Oh, qué bostezo.
Yeah, the Archeops can be grabbed here. The Ultra Ball
Sí, amigo, se salió. Medio gay.
His prize cards are honestly kind of awkward. The weird here.
Me dio gay, pues sí, pues me dio gay. De dar, de que a mí me dio gay. No me dio gay, no en el sentido de clasificar cantidad, no. Ah, igual si quería explicar, ¿no? Antipático de mierda, weón.
I could see the jack being the play here, to be honest. I do like this. Replace
Es que no sabía cuál era la palabra, weón.
And I think the rest of this turn is going to really depend on what happens with the Messagoza. And indeed, a heads will yield Yurko one more Pokemon.
Man, si justo acá se ponen a trabajar, aquí, flaco. ¿Quién se pone a trabajar en su casa un día domingo en la tarde? ¡Ah! Tiene a los Dorshop y los va a descartar con la Ultra. Ya, bueno, ya lo descartó. Y se trae Lugia. Ahora, ¿qué Lugia? Porque yo no le veo ningún Lugia en banca. ¿Se trae el Lugia Star o se trae al Lugia normalito? Al Lugia normal, perfecto.
Iron Bundle pushing this Lugia V into the active spot. And it might not be a card Yurko's really thinking of. It's not that popular in
energía de regalo a Mincino. Ah, o tiene Lugia Star en la mano. Ya, genial. Luminion, busca partidario, perfecto. ¿A quién trae? Yo creo que va a traer un Damián. ¿Qué son esos movimientos con la mano al momento de barajar cartas? Hay gente que tiene un talento para... El loco como que hizo un gesto con el dedo y la carta que necesitaba saltó, hermano. Entonces como que... Yo no puedo con esos tipos, weón. Lugia normalito. Ah, va a salvar ahí en caso que le tienen un orden de jefe. Sí, vivaracho. Lo veo todo tenso al amigo que ocupa Lugia.
Now Yurko's hand is not super strong for the next turn, and I think that's why we've seen the gift energy go onto the active Minccino. He's kind of crossing his fingers that Michael just has to knock it out. He'll get to draw and fill his hand back up to 7 cards, but worst case scenario,
3, 4, 5, y en el siguiente turno yo creo que lo va a evolucionar uno de los dos Lugia, va a traer a los dos Archop.
Lugia V-Star, and if he can just put Lugia V-Star in play, he's got the pair of Archeops already.
Sacamos esa cosa y trajimos a Pokeparada.
And Michael
la Pokeparada.
The Messagoza bumps the stadium for Pokestop.
A Pokeparada.
Shoes into activating the Pokestop. Iron Bundle goes
Tranquilo, Franco, estoy puteado.
There is Prime Catcher now too.
Yeah, the bundle would have been a super good card.
Ya, y me lo escribe en el chat. Ah. ¿Sabes qué? De los locos que han usado mazo Lugia, ninguno ha atacado con un Cincino. Todos atacan con Lugia, hermano. Yo creo que a ninguno le han dado chance de ocupar a un Cincino.
Well, Michael is setting up, still needs a couple more Ogre Pawns to round out this current board state. If you get the early lid on Lugia, if they get the 2 Archeops in play, as you said, Chip, they're going to just start running the game back pretty handily.
Yeah, I actually think Michael may not be looking to get any Archeops in, or not Archeops, excuse me, any Teal Mask Ogre Pawn into play here, because those are easy knockouts in the future for Yurko. Sure, right now Yurko can easily knock out the Squawkabilly EX, but Michael's thinking ahead. He's thinking into future turns.
El compadre que está usando el Electrofuria ahora, siento que en esta partida se armó súper lento. en comparación al
Professor
anterior.
Sada's Vitality is played, attaching 2 energy to and also drawing 3 cards. This means that Michael's
Vitalidad de
going to
profesor
be hoarding
y
additional
ese
resources
te trae
in
una
hand,
energía a cada
trying
Pokémon
to
del
save
pasado,
these
¿no?
teal
Y con
masks
eso
for
robáis
combination
con eso
play
robáis 3
to
cartas.
accelerate the energy into play exactly
Con
on
la
the
energía
turn
las
you
traéis
need
de tu
the
pila de
extra
descarte,
boost
¿cierto?
of damage.
I'll be interested to see what comes into play from the nest ball. He could still go with the teal mask
Gracias,
over Prime, and
Flaco,
it looks like that will
por
be the
responder
case.
mi
Just
pregunta.
valuing the draw power over worrying too much about the
No, tranqui, weón.
options
Decía que
that
la
he is
vitalidad de
providing
profesor,
to
¿dónde saca la
Yerko,
energía?
the
¿De la
benching of
baraja o
this
de la
Pokemon.
pila de
He can
descarte?
still go for a 2/2/2 prize map. That could get messed up if Yerko's able to weave
Y es
in
para cada
the
Pokémon del pasado que
legacy
esté ahí, po.
energy onto one of these Lugia V-Star in the future.
Ah,
This is
comprendo.
always so risky, you know, with the teal mask. You want to use the teal dance to attach an energy to it. Hopefully, with Bellowing Thunder, you discard that right away. You don't want to leave a bunch of energy in play and give your opponent the option to preemptively knock out that Ogerpon. Energy Retrieval finds 2 grass energy,
Brahma Luna.
however, to draw 1 with teal dance.
Ah,
and
sí,
a ton
pues
of grass
también he
energy
visto que lo
in
ocupan
hand with
bastante
a
en eso para
second
cargarlo
teal
rápido.
mask. And Michael is going
Descartan y
full
usan,
all in.
o si no
Another
usan
teal
vitalidad de
mask Ogerpon
profesor,
enters the bench.
usan
He does
el
have the prime catcher,
ese
so he
parche
could use
oscuro,
that to go after
y
a
si no
2
ocupan
grass
las dos,
Pokemon
y
here.
me jode un
Could
montón
be
que hagan eso.
decent, but I also don't really
Porque
hate
el
with the
Bramalun,
issue of the min
siento que el
chain. It does put
Bramaluna
you
es
on
uno de los
odd
mazos que
prizes,
más
which gives
rápido
you
se
the
carga
main
el Pokémon
reason to
para
not do
atacar.
that. But again, like I mentioned, Yerko can get around the 2/2/2 prize trade by working in the legacy
Sí,
energy.
po.
So let's see how Michael
Lugia,
approaches this.
¿cómo se
Gonna be
llama?
Pal Pad to
Lo
put
estoy
into
viendo
Professor
recién, una
Sada's
Electrofuria.
Vitality, just
Pero
sticking to the
Bramaluna no
classic
veo.
game plan as it
Y eso que
seems
Bramaluna
for now.
es debilidad plantita nomás, pues
Michael
nada.
might just be adopting
Casi
the
nadie
stance
ocupa
of the
mazos de
Raging
planta,
Bull
por hermano.
player as I'm going to go with my plan A until
Casi
you
nadie.
absolutely force me to consider something else.
Yeah, that's a great time to use the Pal Pad as well. I think Iono would be a reasonable supporter to expect
muchacho
from
no quería
Yerko
atacar en
on
este
the
turno.
next turn. So using Pal Pad here gives you more opportunity to draw into a Professor Sada's Vitality if your opponent does disrupt your current hand.
And if you're Michael, the Prime Catcher is also still in the hand, but as you said, Chip,
Energía de mano la Electrofuria.
Is fine. You're going to get 1 prize card now, maybe 0
Y
in
el
the
Mincino
future.
aguanta
This is
70
a
como tal,
small
así que necesitáis
Pokemon that can
descartar
trade
una
up
nomás.
into 2
Eso, muy bien.
prizes, so we might as well activate the gift energy and
Una,
take
dos,
1
por la
prize.
energía regalo.
2 cards drawn for Yerko from the gift. It looks like he does have a couple Lugia V-Star now.
Lugia V enters the active
Evoluciona el
spot,
Lugia
evolves
Star.
to the Lugia V-Star, double
Evolucionó a los dos.
evolution immediately into
Ok.
Summoning Star
Trae los
to
dos
get the 2
Archop.
Archeops
Son
that
dos
were set
energías
aside in the
especiales por
discard
cada
pile.
Archop,
Now
¿cierto?
the setup is complete. There's 1 more slot on the bench for another attacker.
We'll be using Primal Turbo right away. I think he does have boss's orders in the hand.
Sí,
So
ahí
going
ya con
after
eso ya
the
cargaste el
Silk
Lugia.
here, maybe one of those Ogerpon makes a lot of sense. Depends on which energy
Cuando
cards he has
con
to
los dos Archop
use.
ya
He
cargaste el
actually
Lugia.
can use double turbo energy with the vitality band that he has. It still lets him get to 210 damage.
Ahora bien,
He
esa
can
energía
knock out one of
se
those
tiene que ir al
210
mismo
HP
Pokémon. Por
Ogerpon
ejemplo,
on
no
the
podéis
bench
ponerle una
while using
al
one of
Lugia y
his
ponerle
double
una
turbo
al Lugia de atrás, o se tienen que ir
Vitality
las dos al
Band's
mismo
grabbed again
Pokémon.
off of that tech card Arvin. Beautiful stuff to fix this math. With the second Primal Turbo finds a missed energy.
Porque nos dice ponle. Ah, ya, tiene que ser al. Ah, no, no tiene que ser al mismo porque le puso el Lugia de atrás. Ah, cinturón de vitalidad y órdenes de jefe a un Ogerpon. ¿Por qué un Ogerpon? Este, si no me equivoco, pega 220.
Perfect
El
match.
Lugia
We'll
Star.
definitely wanna get rid of that Pokestop, one of the main
Con
draw
eso ya tiene
options
para
that
vencer
Michael has access to.
al Ogerpon.
Pokestop so,
Lo noto
so
acelerado
strong
al
in the
muchacho
Raging Bolt
del
deck. He plays
Lugia,
so many
está
item
muy
cards. We
nervioso.
joked yesterday how sometimes Pokestop just becomes
Quiere
a
hacer
draw
las cosas
free
rápido, yo
card.
creo.
It's not what happened here.
So getting on the board.
Ah,
taking
buena,
two
sacó un
prize
orden de
cards,
jefe y el
a
Wader.
boss's orders being taken off the prize cards if I saw there correctly. And it's back over
Y
to
después, ¿cómo
Michael
recuperáis toda
Otsky.
esa energía especial,
Teal
flaco?
Ogerpon going down means that that's less draw power, means that there's less teal dances to put energy in play, so your Bellowing Thunder doesn't hit back quite as hard. But Lugia only has 280 HP. Looks like there's still plenty of energy to be had to knock out this active
Defensa
Lugia, but
Antipity,
where
yo
does
creo que va a
Michael
usar la
go
habilidad.
from there?
I think step 1 with the Fezandipity seems pretty good. Use that, flip the script, draw yourself.
Pero ¿por qué
a few more
vencerle?
cards.
Ese es el
You can
truco de
kinda see in this position, it
los.
does feel
¿Cómo
like
se
Yerko is in a
llama?
really solid spot, but if
De.
Yerko had pulled off the iron
Como a los
bundle
Lugia
on
le
the
tenéis
last
que
turn, it
vencer
would've
los
put
Archop.
him
A
in
los
pretty good
Electrofuria le tenéis que vencer los.
Pokegear being found off the Pokestop.
Ogerpon de
Another
hierba.
one entering play. Michael does not want to give up on this potential draw
Y
power
yo peleándole a
whatsoever.
los. Y yo todo el rato pegándole a los mismos Ogre, o sea, a los mismos Electrofuria, hermano.
You had mentioned earlier, Chip, that there is one superior energy retrieval in this deck. Teal Dance being used to draw a second Pokegear.
140,
I think here
140.
is Michael to have a chance to win. He needs to be setting up for in a future turn to go for the play of
Usa Pokegear y dentro de las primeras 7 cartas buscar el entrenador, que imagino que ya le salió. No, no le salió nada. Papito, y se está quedando sin baraja.
And then just kind of approach things from there. Can be the Luminion or even one of the Archeops at this point since he's on odd prizes.
Pokegear doesn't seem to find anything. Just evaluating the discard pile, you can see as
¿No hay tenido ese problema ahora o sí?
The resources that Michael has in order to recover energy and accelerate this energy becomes more constrained. Concealed cards
en la noche,
discard a fighting and draw 2. Iono is picked up.
Vitalidad ¿no tiene vitalidad, profesor? Recuperación de energía, ya descartamos 2.
Second Pokegear, Raging Bolt EX.
Y recuperamos 4 energías. 2 de hierba. ¿Y los otros 2? No veo de qué son. ¿Por qué recuperar las 2 de hierba nomás? Por la vitalidad del profesor. Energía de mano al Electrofuria. Y una Iono.
I really want to see that card be combined with the use of Prime Catcher to get around the gift energy. I think that would be Michael's best chance.
Y eso, el mazo Lugia no usan no tienen motor de búsqueda como nosotros. Pues nosotros, yo por ejemplo uso Olvides o incluso el Rotom según el mazo. Pero Lugia no tiene motor de búsqueda. Pues. Muy bien. Hasta la Electrofuria tiene motor de búsqueda, bueno, siempre y cuando le maten uno, porque si no Fensandipiti no pasa nada.
Yerko's boss to the bottom of the deck, the boss that he took off the prize cards. Now, Yerko is really going to be off this gift energy, I think, looking for a way to find Luminion V. If he can find Luminion V, he can find boss's orders, and he'll put himself on this same prize map.
So the ability markers are being cleared. Now the attack will finally be commenced. 4 energies discard to deal 280 to the active Lugia.
Ok, descartó toda la energía para vencer al Palkia, hermano, que se quedó sin energía, weón.
And one of the cards found was indeed Ultra Ball, and I believe the second copy of Luminion V should be in the deck. The thing as well for Yerko is he is
sin energía por el mismo asunto. ¿A quién va a poner? ¿Al Lugia que le queda? Es que no sé, ¿y por qué no pegan con el Mincino o el Cincino, loco? ¿Para qué lo tienen en el mazo de decorativo? ¿Estoy viendo películas? ¿Qué onda? ¿O es la intro de la música? ¿De lo que estoy escuchando? ¿A partir de qué?
The only card you really need is Boss's Orders. I think you would potentially run the risk of discarding a Luminion V. I don't remember if the Luminion V was in the hand as well and it got sent to the bottom in addition to the boss. So if Luminion is in, you definitely don't want to use the Pokestop, but you could run the risk of milling that card, which is really what you need here. Yerko's going to take stock of his energy card, something you always have to keep track of as a Lugia V-Star player.
You can tell how this is such a pivotal turn. Even hesitating on the Primal Turbo. Do I want to shuffle this deck first? Luminion there on the bottom.
Que pierdan o que ganen.
So you could have theoretically ripped the Pokestop. I think maybe one of the potential concerns by utilizing Pokestop in that position would be the chance that you mill too many energy cards. And that is kind of, Lugia really doesn't like using Pokestop for that reason. You play so many energy cards.
And there is only one copy of Vitality Band in the list. Was attached to the other Lugia V-Star that got knocked out. So the math is no longer there to start hunting down these Ogre Pawns.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't put a double turbo on, he's still A-okay, and that's exactly what we saw.
Oh, I see he's getting around it. Nice, very nice.
Still being able to do the 220.
So does need to avoid using the double turbo energy.
¿Otro Luminion?
Attach a bunch of single
No, a ver.
Luminion V enters the bench.
Otro Luminion.
In order to bring up boss's orders, and we'll see if he's
partidario, qué partidario. Órdenes de jefe al Ogerpon que está atrasito. Se está quedando sin motor de búsqueda este muchacho.
seeing how many night stretchers have been expended. and
Ahora literalmente
taking
después de
an
que le venzan a ese
existing
Ogerpon ya no
energy
tiene nada más
out
que
of
hacer,
play
pues, ¿sí?
and maybe taking some damage away from future bellowing thunders.
Yeah, it's true, but
No
I
tiene
think
nada más que
taking
hacer,
away Flip the
muchacho.
Script is pretty good here. I mean, all
Ah,
Michael
energía,
needs is
energía
Sada.
doble aquí
This
en
would be a
aluminio.
really good
¿Por
card.
qué, weón?
If he has a Sada and an energy
El
card,
otro
he's
energía
got
doble
it
aluminio.
in order to take the knockout on this active Lugia V-Star.
Quadruple turbo on the Luminion V on the
¿Por
bench.
qué energía
We're
doble
adding new cards
aluminio?
out here, Scarzy. I think
¿Luminion
here
ataca
Yurko is
acaso o
thinning those
qué?
cards out. They're not super useful. All he really needs to win the game next turn is Blood Moon or Saluna. He hasn't seen a Bravery Charm from Michael at this point in either Game 1 or here in Game 2. I think he is making the assumption with all the other cards he's seen, the Dusknor, the Rare Candy, all
Buena.
that there is no Bravery Charm in this list. So Blood Moon Ursaluna's Blood Moon will be able to do
Sacó dos
240 to knock
premios.
out a Raging Bolt here. And actually, with Michael being on odd prizes, he won't
Ahora va
he
por
won't even
delante
need an energy
por
card
un
on
premio
this Blood Moon
solamente,
Ursaluna. He'll be able to
pero
attack for free.
nuestro querido
And
Michael
Michael
está
top
quedando hacia atrás porque
the
tiene
Night
solamente
Stretcher, so is looking through the discard
Ogre,
pile
o sea,
now,
tiene dos Electrofuria,
about
un
the
Fensandipiti,
map.
un
Do I
Squawkabilly
need to
y
get
un
an
Greninja. El
Ogre
Greninja no lo
There
puedo
is a
usar ni por si
Professor Sadas
acaso.
in the hand as
Squawkabilly
well.
And see
tampoco.
here, if Michael
Fensandipiti.
had Prime Catcher plus Iono,
Tienes que tener
take
mucha
a prize
suerte
on an
para
Archeops or
traer
two
un
prizes
Ogerpon
on
buscando con
Luminion V, it'd probably
Fensandipiti.
be better. Then you
Energía de
put
mano la
Yurko down
Electrofuria.
to just 2 cards, and you're saying, okay, you have to, off of your 2 cards from this Iono, have your final boss's orders. But it's not a play available, Michael using his Iono. on the last
Camilla.
turn.
Professor Sada's
Oh,
Vitality
ahí
attack.
sí se trae el Ogerpon.
3 cards. All the rest of the Professor Sadas are in the hand. Night Stretcher.
Se trajo el
brings
Ogerpon.
back
Se
Full
trajo el
Mask
Ogerpon.
Ogerpon. You can choose a
Energía de
basic
hierba.
Pokemon or rather any
Perfecto.
Pokemon or an energy card to put back into your hand and onto the bench. Teal Dance to draw one more. Michael's looking to
Vitalidad de
deck out
profesor.
pretty
A ver, a ver, a
soon,
ver, a
but
ver.
the game is
¿Le
going
queda
to be
una sola
closing
carta
either way.
en la baraja?
Michael does need to be careful. He has already expended Palpad. It's the only way he can put cards back into the
Le
deck.
queda solamente una cartita en la baraja.
You got to slow your roll here.
Oh,
Bellowing Thunder, discarding 4 more.
And then now the question is going to be, does Yerko have it? He gets to draw from the gift energy. All he needs
Oh,
is the
no hizo
Blood
nada
Moon
más.
or a way to get it.
Because Michael goes all
Le
the way
derrotó
down
ese
to one
Lugia.
prize
Ah,
card
sí se lo
remaining.
alcanzó a
Blood
derrotar.
Moon versus
Perfecto,
Seasoned
ok.
Skill allows it to attack for
Luminion está
free.
adelante con 4 energías, pero Luminion
Finds
pide
a
una de
great
agua,
ball
po.
that could potentially get
Oh,
it, but
Nest Ball.
Nest Ball can guarantee as long
Nido,
as it's in the deck.
Ursaluna.
Beautiful.
No.
Blood Moon enters play. The energy that was attached
Se
to
la
Luminion V
empató,
allows it to
flaco.
retreat. Blood Moon will take the final 2 prizes.
Yerko able to tie things up.
Ya me
force the game
preguntaba
free
yo por qué
on
Luminion
this
tenía
Luminion
energía,
V.
weón.
Now, the demonstration we just saw, Chip, completely different from game 1. Sometimes Lugia can be awkward. Sometimes you get
Muy
your
bien, muy
Archeops
bien.
and you're ready to go. Vitality Band being a beautiful tech card so that Yurko doesn't need to worry about dancing around double turbo energy too much when lining up versus Ogerpon. We have yet to see Michael Lahotsky's deck really demonstrate the use of Duskull or Briar that is teched into the list, and the lack of Bravery Charm is making this a hard run, certainly.
So Michael did get rid of this threat of the Minchino early on, which I think was okay, but then he did play to the lines later on of Ionoing Yerko into a low hand size, and Yerko was able to just be the first one to initiate the 2-2-2 prize trade. He stayed ahead on the prize trade every single turn and was able to find boss's orders off of his prize cards. That was definitely a big deal, and then he's able to close out this game.
As we head into game 3, both players have really shown everything that their decks are capable of, what they potentially could do in terms of plays, and we'll have to see if Michael makes that adjustment, waiting for a later game Iono plus Iron Bundle idea.
As we're
Muy
waiting
buena la
for this
partida,
game
se la
to get
supieron
underway,
empatar
our players are
gracias a
almost done
esto.
setting
Ese
up. We can update everyone else
Me
what
diste
has
media hora
happened
más de
out on the
partida,
floor.
weón.
Oh, yeah. The
Tengo
first two
hambre,
tables have
me quiero ir a
IDs, so
comer.
those 4 players are locked in. But then of our other notable matches, Kieran Fair was able
Me
to win,
cagaste
Kyle
todo el
Lessons was able to
almuerzo,
win, Michael
por-
Davidson was able to win, so that means that if this game here in the next 13 minutes has a conclusive winner, we're going to have a clean cut of 8 players. No asymmetrical cut today. Only 8 players will move on. But if this
¿Te voy a ir a
13
almorzar?
minutes goes a little long, if these players are not able to determine a clear-cut winner in 13 minutes plus 3 turns, that means we are going to have a massive top
Es que voy la
five
patita,
with
no
a
te digo
ton of
camina, pero sí es
XP2s
longa la
sneaking
patita.
in.
So this is the match of fate. I don't know when these players sat down if they knew it was going to be a top 8 winning in, but this is what it's come down to, Chip. And I think you want to get the win regardless of the situation. When you sit down and look into your opponent's eyes, you know that you want to prove that you're better than them. Looks like you're going to get an extra card from Michael's mulligan. They're still setting up. Looks like prize cards are finally entering. And there's the fist bump. The basic Pokemon are being flipped.
Tenemos la última partida en 3, 2, 1.
Michael starting things off with Teal Mask.
Parre tierra.
And Yurko has Iron
A
Hands
ver
in
qué onda
his
nos va con esta
active.
partida. Gracias, amigo, me cagaste
For
todo el
one
almuerzo.
draw. Anything else to be done with this hand chip? Trekking shoes?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to take a little peek here with the shoes for a little more help. There is a Pokestop in the hand.
Pokegear is discarded. Earthen Vessel.
Empezaron con un Ferropalmas de activo y un Ogerpon. Ogerpon ya tiene energía. Me imagino que por su habilidad.
There's a chance with this draw and the Pokestop to find Nest Ball to get Squawkabilly and open this first turn wide open.
It's really interesting to see that Michael chose to go first here. You know, in game number 2, Yerko had the option of what he wanted to do, and he chose to go second. So Michael is effectively giving Yerko what he wants here, the opportunity to go second to get more established. And those are some pretty interesting prizes to note. I mean, the Briar's not too big of a deal. An energy retrieval, I guess, could come up. The big one there, Skarzig, Prime Catcher is prized for Michael Lahotsky.
In game 1 and in game 2, Prime Catcher was such a key card to put pressure on Yurko's setup. If you don't have an extra benched Pokemon, if you only have one Lugia V, the threat of Prime Catcher to close out the game immediately is much too great, but that's not going to be an option here for us, Chip. Second Teal Mask Ogerpon enters play, uses Teal Dance to draw one more. Pokestop still an option.
And I don't think I would hate to see the Pokestop just utilized here. His hand is not super good. He has no ancient Pokemon.
Ooh, but decides to play it slow. Doesn't want to use the Pokestop. You mentioned earlier that Lugia doesn't like to use Pokestop, but if Yurko is very desperate for an Ultra Ball or a Nest Ball to get some sort of setup, Michael wants to deny that. With Iron Hands in the active, Michael thinks that there's going to be plenty of time for him to set up behind this big Pokemon stuck in the active. Yurko plays Professor's Research to discard the hand and draw 7. We'll see what he gets from this, Chip.
He did have to get rid of a couple supporters to do that, but really the big one after he sets up is just going to be Boss's Orders. Can he find Boss's Orders turn after turn after turn? And he is able to find a Nest Ball here, which can get the second Lugia V, can protect himself from the potential of his only Lugia being KO'd.
The Ogerpons in play, withholding the Pokestop.
Gracias. Perdón,
does say that Michael wasn't confident, right, that there was going to be another
¿Quién?
Nest Ball or something to be seen.
Saluda a su mamá. Buen mazo hierba va a ganar. No creáis, flaco. No creáis, ya le ganaron ya una vez.
He's already got Sada in his hand, and I have a feeling what
No
he's
le-
going to do this turn.
Hermano, el Lugia supo remontarlo. Iba perdiendo en la partida pasada. Gracias a él, claro. Esta cuestión dura más. Pero
When you're playing an aggressive deck and with less
Está
than
bien,
10
está
minutes
bien.
on the clock in a game that needs to conclude to guarantee your top 8 berth, that means you need to take those big risks.
Pero no, no
take
creo que
those big
gane.
swings and get a W.
yo creo que el Lugia va a ganar esta. Y mira, ya descartaron un Lugia. Por favor que no descarten a otro Lugia.
Yurko is sitting pretty.
I think that's all Yerko has. He's got several Archeops in hand. We need to find one more way to discard one more next turn. The draw for Michael is a Professor Sada, and what do you know? Pokestop comes down.
Yeah, even if you have Professor Sada's Vitality, you need some ancient Pokemon to attach those energy to. Pheasantipity and Iron Bundle go to the discard pile.
And he's just got nothing now. He is in a terrible position. He has to retreat this active Ogerpon, retreat off the grass energy, and then he can use energy retrieval to bring it back to use Teal Dance again.
And his fate dangles on this one card. And what are we looking for at this point? You can't use Squawkabilly.
At least a Nest Ball, I think. Give yourself an Ogerpon into play.
Energy retrieval brings back grass energy. Leave the fighting energy there for Professor Sada.
Yep, very smart.
And there is Teal Dance.
Entonces, ahora sí,
The
está
big Ogerpon
ahí
he wants to use Teal
solucionando
Dance
las
on. I think the active
casillas.
makes sense because you could at least attack this turn, but he'll do it on the bench.
Oh, and there's the punish.
Well, there's one more grass energy, so he
Ha,
can keep
ha
drawing.
tenido mala mano
He
el
does find
amigo.
a Nest Ball.
Ah,
Okay,
Nido, por
okay,
fin.
he's there. He's still in there.
I do just want to point out he would
Electrofuria.
have found that Nest Ball off of the Pokestop if he had used Pokestop twice.
Una trae Electrofuria.
Just saying.
Yeah, there is
Perfecto,
a
Electrofuria.
little bit of pressure, right? In a situation like this, getting into game
Tiene
3,
otro cuerpo en la mano,
you
igual.
don't wanna play
Pondría
Pokestop
otro
because
cuerpo en la
there
mano.
is just a small percentage
O sea, en
that
la
game
banca,
you're
perdón.
giving your opponent a lot of help to get set up, but in this matchup
Y
specifically,
dijiste que buen
you-
mazo
I think
hierba.
you're right, Chip. You've got to be greedier.
Well, you're
Hipócrita, ¿no
you want your
dijiste hace
opponents to
como
use
una hora
Pokestop
atrás
as Lugia. If your opponent's having to be a
Yeah.
Lugia
que el
player
mazo
using
de
Pokestop,
Raging
that
Ball
means
y el
they are in a
mazo
terrible
de Lugia
And
era el
Professor
arma de los
Vitality
cobardes?
just finding one target
Han
to
estado
draw
puros cobardes
3 more
jugando,
cards, Earthen
entonces.
Vessel thinning down the hand even further. Radiant Greninja was picked up as well from Professor Sada's Vitality's draw, so that's 2 more cards to be seen. Hopefully we can continue to bolster this setup, even though this first turn was pretty awkward.
Yeah, and Michael can't even pull off a reasonable attack here. He's already retreated for turn. You can only retreat once per turn in the Pokemon TCG, so if he wants to pull off a Raging Bolt 2-prize KO into the active Iron Hands from Yerko, Michael is going to need to find his one-of copy of Switch Cart or his one-of copy of Prime Catcher. That's the only way Michael is able to take a knockout here.
And it would be so
Yo digo que va a
sad if you
ganar
can't get the switch. You
Yerko
can
Valencia,
natively
hermano.
attach to Ogre Pawn and just deal a little bit of damage to the
Como que
Iron
tomó
Hands
más confianza
EX.
con
It's not even
con la
relevant
victoria de
damage.
ahora.
Exactly
Yo creo que
like
va a ganar él.
KOing that thing later on, right?
Bueno, igual depende mucho de la
But I'm
jugada
not
que se
seeing it,
mande en
Chip.
este momento,
Launch
pero
vacuum
desde mi
doesn't
punto
do
de vista yo
much.
creo que va a
Couple
ganar él.
energies in hand. Concealed cards is already used. There's another Ogre Pawn.
You can look one more time.
Ya tiene listo los Lugia,
Overbenching,
Lursa Luna.
it's very
En su próximo turno yo creo que va a descartar a los Arshop, que creo que los tiene a los dos en la mano.
Exactly what's going on there. There is a Raging Bolt to be had.
Yeah, of course the Prime Catcher was prized, so literally a single card Michael could have found there would have been the Switch card, and he just can't do it, and he'll have to pass, and Yerko will be just loving this. He is absolutely in the driver's seat in this game.
With 2 Lugia V, this is 2 potentials for the Lugia V-Star. Once more leading into this beautiful
Energía de
arrow
mano,
dive, excuse me,
Electrofuria ahí.
Tempest Dive with the Vitality Band to knock out the Ogre Pawn in the active. That's 2 energies leaving play. Prime Catcher moves a little bit further down the prize cards for Michael.
No pasa nada, ya
But if
pasó
he
turno.
can't get these first couple of knockouts, that's going to be irrelevant.
And Yerko's got a pretty good setup here. He has that one of Arvin in
Perfecto,
his
usar
hand. He can grab
Damián.
he can
Me
grab
imagino que ahí
Ultra
va a
Ball,
traer
he
la
can discard
Ultra.
the Archeops from his hand. The Ultra Ball can get him the Lugia V-Star, and he can also find that Vitality Band, so he can use it to knock out this active Ogre Pawn while using a double turbo energy on his
Vitalidad, la
Lugia
herramienta
Such
y
a
una
beautiful
Ultra Ball
tech,
que sería
massive
el objeto.
difference that just 10 extra damage can make.
Descarta los dos Archop.
And there it is, Ultra Ball discarding 2 Archeops from the hand to grab Lugia V-Star, Summoning Star. Now
Y trae
will,
al
get
Lugia Star, me
Archeops
imagino.
in play. Is there enough attachments to power up the Lugia and also get this Iron Hands EX out of the active?
He's just barely
Oye,
going to be able to do it. So he can
te iba a
use
preguntar algo.
one Primal Turbo to
Ah,
accelerate
déjame que encuentre.
2 energy to the active, one of them being a double turbo, one of them being another energy card, and then he can use the other Primal Turbo to accelerate 2 non-double energies to the bench Lugia V-Star. He has a double turbo energy in his hand, and that will piece everything together for him to perfectly be able to maneuver here. It is a lot of energy going down for just one attack, but it is totally worth it in this position.
Just you have to extend for the aggression, for the positioning at this point, Chip. In game number 3, 4 minutes left on the clock, and Yerko's maybe hoping to just break his opponent's spirit at this point, get so far ahead and force the concession. There's the the Primal Turbo for the double turbo onto the active to cover Iron Hand's massive 4 retreat cost. And finally, the second Primal Turbo to attach 2 single energies using the double turbo as the attachment return from hand, and a big retreat into the active spot. This is the knockout with Tempest Dive, discarding the Pokestop as well.
And it's going to be a similar situation to game number 2. Yerko, from here on out, is looking for boss's orders next turn. Needs to KO one of these Ogre Pawn, and then he'll look to clean up the game with Blood Moon or something, KOing a Raging Bolt EX.
Aquí está todo.
Michael Lahotsky debating on what to promote.
No
Was
tengo
thinking
nada.
about the Ogre Pawn there for a second, but has to go for Raging Bolt with a Professor
Ah.
Solid Vitality or just an attach from hand. The attack is already there to swing for 280, but you're kind of behind in the prize race with Yerko getting those first 2 prizes of the game.
I think luckily here for all of us, the clock shouldn't be too much of a factor. There is just about 3.5 minutes remaining here. And I think that is enough time for either of these players to potentially finish, depending on how long this turn takes here for Michael.
Buena, flaco, de aquí no nos levantamos. Ajá, me iba a levantar a almorzar, pero me
Take
requieren
away the
almuercito.
Vitality Band tells me that he might not be able to get the KO this turn. wants to just take away the Vitality Band to protect the rest of the Ogre Pawns on the bench.
It could just be thinning out a card that he doesn't need anymore. Might as well use the Lost Vacuum, get rid of this Raging Bolt. You don't need more than 2 Raging Bolt to get through the rest of this game, right?
Eso, Lucky ya está
Your 2 Raging Bolt
listo para la pelea.
Okay, there is Professor Sada, so the attack is live. 3 cards drawn.
Me imagino que ya venció recién a uno y por eso sacó los 2 premios.
And now is it the right time to maybe put 1 Professor Sada's back 2? We're still hoping to see the late game Iono counterplay from Michael if that's ever going to be available. It's just such a shame that the Dust Skull, Rare Candy, Dust Noir, Briar didn't line up in this matchup, as you said, Chip, as a way to kind of fix your prize trade after knocking out a single prize Pokemon, and with Briar as an explosive threat to close out, with Raging Bolt playing a much more straight up game into Lugia.
Técnicamente se me ocurre que, por ejemplo, te venzan al Lugia, te venzan a otro Lugia o te venzan en su defecto al Ferropalmas, puedes tirar al Ursaluna con 2 energías especiales. O sea, con una energía especial doble.
And I'm not even sure if Yerko's going to be able to draw too many cards off the gift energy. Looks like it will be a couple, not too bad.
Just 2, finds legacy energy, that's pretty good.
Yeah, honestly, one of the options here for Yerko, he needs to boss, right? He could boss up one of the Ogre Pawn. Yeah, I guess he could just get through the active with this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that looks like the path he is going to go with. But legacy energy can be used on the Iron Hands to actually.
Tenemos el Ursaluna. O al Ursaluna tal vez lo cargue y ataque nomás con él.
Worried only having the legacy energy, no main deck lightning energy, the Raikou and the Iron Hands.
Pero no tiene tanta energía especiales. Ya. Cincino. O sea, Mincino, perdón.
The Lugia with Vitality Band has lined up to be
si le ponéis la energía legado y te ponía una doble y una de impulso, igual pega.
Either the Wellspring Mask, Ogre Pawn, etc. But I love that Lugia V-Star is rising back to prominence and hitting these numbers because of Vitality Band.
Tiene 2 energías. 3.
Blood Moon is online, 240 damage. Less than a
Falta
minute
una,
left
falta
in
una.
this turn. There's a chance that if Yerko finishes his
Y pegáis 250 y te deshaces de esa electrofuria.
Michael will be turn 0. That would be great for Yerko. It means he has 2 more chances to win the
Oh,
game.
cargó el detrás.
If cold on his turn, he'll be the one who's turn 0 and he'll be forced to try to find
Ah, bueno, es que por habilidad podía igual cargar uno con energía de la mano.
Energy on that specific turn to retreat the Iron Hands and power up the Lugia V-Star.
A ver.
A little bit stuck in the weeds, evaluating where all of the special energy is still remaining. A lot has been attached to the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and now he needs to have
Eso, perfecto.
and there is the knockout. 23
A falta de un órdenes de jefe para sacar al Ogerpon.
Michael will be turn 0 here. Time will be called shortly, and that means Michael will have this turn plus.
No, que si no le saca los Cincinos ya ganó, ya porque, o sea, los Archop ya ganó porque porque ver, tendría que gastar como, a ver, son 7, 140, son 280, son 4 energías para que puedas vencer al Ursaluna.
And there's a pretty good chance Yerko can just win with something like a Chinchino evolving and KOing whatever the active Pokemon is. So it's really a tough position here for Michael. Let's see if he can find a way to navigate out of it.
Draws 3 from Professor Sada's Vitality. There's a Night Stretcher. All the Professor Sadas are still there waiting to keep the chain of attacks going. But because of the timing, because of the lack of tempo, Michael doesn't have enough time
energía de hierba para el Ogerpon. Sacar una cartita más. ¿Por qué no usar la camilla de nuevo para sacar una energía con el Ogerpon?
Desperate for a way out of the situation, Chip.
Using the Dusknoir next turn maybe could lead to some sort of play for Michael.
We know that the Blood Moon Ursaluna can't attack back-to-back with Blood Moon.
That is true. It's something he could try to take advantage of here, maybe just hitting the active for a little bit and also Ionoing here. That actually, okay, so that could be the play, right? Michael hits this active Blood Moon for just a little bit, plays the Iono, and then leaves Yerko with just a couple cards to work with and forces him to have it. And then next turn, Michael uses the Dusknoir to take the knockout and then knock out something else on the bench. But
Usar
he
una
doesn't
para
go for it
afuera.
as it stands.
Llegó el
Jericho
Cincino.
is just going to draw for turn. Does he have the pieces to win
O
the
sea, el
game right
Mincino.
here? It looks like he does.
Tiene para evolucionarlo, ¿no?
Chinchino
Tiene para
goes
evolucionar.
into the active spot.
Lo-
There is
ya
the ultimate to find the
ganó.
Chinchino. This is a 1-1 line, folks, that hasn't had a chance to really shine in this best of 3, but finally at the end of the game evolves into the attachment from Project Turbo. There's the knockout.
Le
and
ganó,
Virgo
qué
Valencia
buena.
wins this best of 3
Qué bacán.
to lock in that final slot for top
Mira.
8 and clean cut.
Traveling all the way.
Más su Lugia
to
avanzó,
Louisville
hermano,
from
porque el
Chile.
otro lo habían
The travel
descalificado.
has paid off at this point, locking up a spot in the
Qué
top
bacán, me
8,
alegro por el Mazo
ensuring
Lugia.
we will have a clean cut as well.
Que
at
demuestre
top
lo que
8.
está hecho.
All the players at X and 2. I think we're rooting for a tie in this spot, but it's not going to be the case. Yerko ensures that he moves on.
Yep. Won the Joinville regional with Lugia, made some tweaks to that recipe to bring it to this tournament, adapt to the meta game, taking a couple of pages from Rahul Reddy's deck apparently, and now we can take a look and see if Lugia V-Star has what it takes to win it all. This was a
Veo uno
great
más feliz
back
que el
and
otro.
forth chip. I think the Raging
Tampoco es
Bolt
para
deck
aburrarte,
did
está
what it
bien,
wanted
pero no te
pretty much
aburres por
every
eso.
single game, but just didn't have the utility that we've been seeing from these modern Raging Bolt decks to keep up with Lugia.
Yeah, you can see where Bravery Charm maybe would have been helpful to Michael in game 2.
Loco,
or
sonrió. Lo
game
único es que lo
3,
hizo sonreír fue cuando le
forcing
ganó al Lugia.
Yerko to have a lot more. And I think there was an opportunity for Michael to maybe make a few different decisions in game number 2 that could have given him a better chance to win the game. He would have still, needed Yerko to miss, but he didn't even go for those lines.
He didn't go for that
he just kind
Iono
of
play.
walked into the opportunity for Yerko to just close out game number 2.
Yeah, there was definitely the idea to hold the Iono for later on in the game to limit Yerko's options, and then in game number 3, just having the Pokestop in play one turn earlier, seeing 3 extra cards would have been a massive difference to the amount of threat potential he had throughout the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, not taking a knockout on the second turn of the game for Michael is really what just let Yerko take control of this game. From that point on, it was almost inevitable that Yerko was going to come out ahead.
And I have to shout it out again. I was absolutely blown away by the Arvin and Vitality Band technology to line up knockouts into Teal Mask Ogre Pawns and Divities. This serves Lugia so well. So you have a Pokemon that can participate, and even when you have the Lugia V-Star, because that's you're always going to have one if you're actually playing a real game.
Qué buena jugada, hermano. Lugia la hizo otra vez.
That your opponent also needs to deal with around
Vamos a
the threat of Ampy very much,
achicarlo
threat
ahí.
of Legacy Energy and Weird Ear.
Por una
things of
partida
that
mientras
nature.
llega
It just gives
el
you that
resto.
little bit of extra oomph that you need.
Yeah, the Arvin is honestly super good, and I think we saw in that game the reasons for it to be included in the deck. It sort of reminds me of back a couple of seasons ago, whenever we were in the broken Lugia format, Sword and
Este mazo de
Shield.
Cloud está muy bueno. Yo creo que podemos hacerlo mejoras.
Of the day 1 meta, 50% of the day 2 meta. Players were utilizing
Dark
a one
times.
of they were dark times. Players were utilizing a one of Irida in their list. They were utilizing a one of Skyla at times, just because sometimes all you need is just that one key piece of the puzzle, and it's a trainer card, and if you can find it at the right time, it works out massively for you. And it sort of serves a similar function. The addition of the Vitality Band does fix a lot of the math.
The first part of Lugia is just getting set up consistently, and once you do that, you have just a full blank canvas of how you want to approach the metagame, what attackers you want to employ, and how. Even this deck, as you mentioned, Chip, it didn't show up during the best of 3, but the Wellspring Mask Ogre Pawn as something that's kind of gone in and out of Lugia V-Star. We'll see if this is the metagame for it.
Yeah, it's not great in that matchup, but it can be really strong against the Dragapult decks. I think
there ain't no Manaphy's around.
There's a Charizard deck in our top 8. I think that's a matchup where the Wellspring Mask can be massive for sure.
And with only one
A ver,
legacy energy, it just
empezamos.
shows that
Yo creo que voy a tirar un
Yerko
Furiosete a los
knows what
primeros,
Pokemon to employ for each matchup.
porque de los Fensandipiti creo que me puse
What's nice
uno
about the
solamente.
Wellspring Mask as well is that you recycle that legacy back into the deck, right? For the effect of the attack, you have to shuffle those energy cards back in, so you can still use it again later on an Iron Hands, or you can even Wellspring Mask twice.
And if there's other Lugia decks that are making their way into the top cut or these top tables, still has the Iron Hands, has the Raikou V, which, Ruhul Reddy has been employing for a long time just to get some extra card draw here and there, or to have lightning attacker that doesn't need a lot of
Masito
energy attached in
Torterra.
order to get some big hits for weakness.
Estamos viendo
We'll get
un
a nice
masito
pretty graphic
Torterra.
going later on that shows all of the top cut decks, but I mean we can talk about it now. We know that there's a Raging Bolt, we know that there's a Charizard, we know there's a Terrapagos, we know there's a Regidrago, there's 2 Lugia, 1 Lost Box, and 1 Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Yes, he made it in. So a super diverse top 8.
Vamos a descartar esas dos. Ya tengo lo que necesito. Entonces que me descarten nomás el que tengo ahí y... ya, dejémoslo ahí nomás. Que me descarten ese, con Fence and Divide puedo buscar más y si que me sale alguna energía en los siguientes. Mala mano el amigo parece. Bueno, me salió la energía que pedí. Vamos a pasar turno, no tengo mucho que hacer. ¡Aló! Bien, bien. Ganó el Lugia, hermano. Ganó un Lugia, sorprendentemente ganó ese men.
Es buen mazo, siempre tuve fe.
Sí, ¿o no?
Siempre que
Luego,
tuve fe.
hermano, remontó terrible brigio, weón. Y me decía, justo me iba a parar a almorzar y mi hermano me trajo almuerzo. Aquí estamos comiendo. Lo que sí estoy peleando con un mazo que nunca había visto en mi vida, hermano, que alguien lo ocupara.
¿Cuál?
Torterra, weón.
Es que igual...
O sea, tiene un Grutul, tiene Ogerpon y tiene Toskull. No, es igual, es raro para mí. Como que no me está gustando mucho la manito que me está tocando.
Depende de la manito.
¡Ah, bueno! Pues la manita que me está tocando ahora no me está gustando mucho.
Bueno, hay que cambiarlo.
Cámbienme la mano. Oh, no puede ser. Oh, shit. Ok. ¿Qué estás haciendo sonar tanto? ¿Estás tomándote un té? Se escucha como si lo tuviera ahí al lado, weón. No, no. Que soy imbécil. No tengo Pokémon X, de veras. ¿De qué te hiciste el mazo?
Charizard Granilla.
El que quería hacerte. Voy a empezar a practicar al tiro.
Sí.
Está bien, está bien. ¡Oh, shit! ¿Qué pasó? A ver. Perfecto, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Qué hacemos? No tengo nada para hacer, pues él se jodió a sí mismo, pues si no puede atacarme. ¿Cuál cojan bestia? ¿El pelito blanco? Si me fui a ver la película, fui a la van premier de esa weón. Pensé que estabas hablando del monito, weón. Cuando el Piccolo se hace el naranjo. Ah, diablo, ¿qué pregunté? Ah. No puede ser. Claro, claro. Lo vamos a tener que dejar ahí nomás, muchacho. Estoy teniendo mala mano.
Claro,
No.
yo ahora está en Greninja ya. Voy terrible rápido.
¿Con la mezcla que te hiciste?
Sí.
No puede ser, flaco, ¿cómo? ¿Se te han rendido o he ganado todo?
¿Gana todo?
No puede ser. Yo quiero pelear contra ese mazo. Respóndeme una pregunta. ¿Por qué Charizard y Greninja? No entiendo en qué se correlacionan los dos.
¿Me quieres jugar?
¿Están hablando todavía? Así que juguemos una. Po.
Que Greninja es el que pega
Y el Charizard.
y se sacrifica. Y se sacrifica. Para que
Ya.
el Charizard después venga y te mate.
Ah, por premio. ¿Qué juego su madre?
Y vienen los fantasmas.
Comprendo. Ahí te juego una. Después de esta te envío una invitation.
Ya, pues, mientras vamos.
Ah, por fin, flaco, por fin, flaco, por fin. Perfecto, usamos cambio. Tiramos claw. Tiramos claw, te dije, ahí está. Tiramos super caña para recuperar al cangrejito que ya se nos había ido. Tenemos este para que... Ah, no tengo, pero ya me vi los premios, al menos. Vamos a usar este mem. Saquémosle una energía. ¡Oh! Me salió cruz. Voy a usar la enigma.
Fecha que salió la noticia que recién en marzo el F25 va a sacar la actualización de
De la
la polera de la U.
¿Lo estoy leyendo?
Entre marzo
¿Por qué tan
entre
tarde?
marzo y abril. Prefiero comprarme el 26.
Sí, weón. Para ver si te lo compré en 26. Andar pagando por un DLC, weón.
Abril, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre. 4 meses, pues weón, no muy fuerte.
Mira, a mí como tal de lucha libre no han hablado nada. No han hablado nada y eso ya me preocupa, weón. Le han dado mucha promoción al 2K24 y nada del 2K25. Y es lo mismo que el FIFA, tú vas cachando que van sacando basado en el año. Pero no han hablado nada. Nada del 2K25, weón.
No, weón. No sé.
Parece que mi hermano me dio energética, ¿qué weón? Sí, me dio energética este muchacho. Me pilló la energética que tenía escondida en el refri. Se demoró caleta en salirme el tanque del pasado, hermano. ¡Upa! No me hizo casi nada. ¿Qué hago? Scooby. A ver. Sí, quiero vencer la Cyberpunk que tiene la energía, así que... Oh, no me salió un cambio, hermano.
Ahora que me voy temprano de las peñas, porque me voy como a las 3:30, 4.
Ya.
Igual no play.
Pues que si lo veis por la hora, sí. Si por la hora, hermano, dale. Cuídala nomás. Y es que si es por la hora, sí, weón. Ahora que lo decís de esa manera, sí. Porque si lo decís así como tipo, no, ¿cuándo te vas para allá? A las 9. No, ni cagando.
Sí, pues el día y media era a las 9.
Es que
Pero
iba a
bueno,
salir. Es que iba a salir del trabajo.
sí, pues.
¿Cachai? Oye, ¿cómo pensáis justificar? ¿O no? ¿Nadie?
No, te avisé. Le hice a la. Bueno, le había avisado al Esteban, pues ya Esteban
Aviso
faltó,
para
pues.
allá.
No, faltó, güey.
Chuta. Oye, pero tan mal está. ¿Cómo está el Esteban a todo esto?
Ahí anda, güey. Es que parece que se fue de carrete, güey.
Pero se. Ya no le voy a decir nada. Pero se ha portado bien, ¿o no?
Sí, esa está bien. No, yo al final dije, puta, no
Palpeco, me dicen
nada
acá.
mejor. ¿Ah?
Vale, el coque opina lo contrario.
¿Qué dijo?
Palpico dijo.
Sí. Es que, puta, no sé. En comparación a lo que me pasó en septiembre, bueno, igual fue como injusto, entonces dije, ya, no va a forzar por tanta weón.
Oh, está bien, pues flaco, si encontráis que no.
Bueno, me esforcé, bueno, me faltaba plata, llegaba a la hora, toda la weá
Yo
y
igual. Yo hubiese tenido la misma para tuya y yo no sé por qué no reclamaste.
me gana alguien que faltó, le faltó plata, bueno, se la hecho.
Pésimo, mal. ¿Quién gana el
No,
regional? ¿Azul? No, no creo. Yo creo que va a ganar el Jerko Valencia.
yo voy a jugar.
Con Lugia.
Después de tirarle mierda, la partida al Lugia, weón.
Le estuve tirando caca como 3 horas, güey.
Y ahora, weón, y le voló los hijos a este culiao.
Sí, es que sabéis que lo supo ocupar muy bien, hermano. Él le puso Ferropalmas, sí, al Lugia. Coquito, cuando queráis te uní al.
Necesitamos hablar con Coquito.
Sí, necesitamos hablar contigo, Coquito. Si te podían ir al Discord. No sé, yo estaba haciendo cosas importantes y ahora que tenía tiempo dije voy al live. Ah, no, está bien, hermano, se aprecia mucho. Ah, hice los cambios que me dijiste y la camilla no atrae energías especiales. De hecho, la camilla especifica energías básicas. Necesito ganar, ¿ya le queda un puro premio? ¿Qué? ¿Cómo? No sé en qué momento me... No, pero Coque, de verdad necesitamos hablar contigo, weón. Si te podéis meter al Discord. Ahí descartamos este men. Estoy en la duda, me dejaste con la mansa duda, Ale, weón.
¿De qué?
Con la cuestión del... Dice que no se va a meter al Discord. Digámosle por acá, ¿no? Entonces, pues.
¿Qué duda, weón?
Pues no sé si ponerle la granada o la... ¿Cómo se llama?
Es que si te atacan, la granada le hace daño, weón, po.
Sí, pero ¿cuánto le hace? 120.
120.
Mm. No hay ninguno que me pueda atacar, pues. Este ataque hace 40 de daño más por cada uno de tus Pokémon en banca que tenga alguna energía unida. Ya no tiene ninguno Weapon para buscar. Y tiene 2 Pokémon. Y ni siquiera es por energías. Sino por cada Pokémon que tenga una energía unida. En ese caso... Fulgurantes, ¿qué es eso? ¿Qué pasó? Él dijo chispas, fulgurantes, me recuerda el Coque cuando empieza a hablar así, me recuerda a la Vilma, weón, de Scooby-Doo. Porque esa sí me la vi, pues, si me vi Scooby-Doo, ¿no? Para que no me critiquen tanto. Flaco, me siento ignorado de tu parte, weón.
Estoy jugando, pues flaco, ¿qué querís?
Ah, bueno. La nueva edición, ya puedes ver sus cartas. Estamos hablando del Sparking. Hay una nueva herramienta disco. ¿Cuál sería? ¿O estáis hablando de la que viene la de Eevee, la versión Eevee? Porque ayer estábamos hablando con referente a esa. Y sabéis que si es así, yo quiero esa colección.
Va a ser la última de la púrpura.
Del Scarlet and Violet, sí, po.
Es la misma.
¡Ganamos! ¡Ganamos, flaco! ¡Ganamos! Máquina técnica, fluorita. ¿Y qué hace?
Ya flaco, juguemos una.
Ya juguemos, ya terminé recién.
Que mi madre.
¿Está muy brígido?
¿Ah?
¿Estáis muy brígido, te digo?
No, sí. O sea, hermano, me han salido puras jugadas que de repente salen, ¿no? Y no es que. Puede que no, puede que sí.
Ah, para que le eche un vistazo a las cartitas que me hizo el coquito. Bueno, ya me terminé el pase. Estamos juntando las gemitas para los cristales para el pase que viene. Tenemos 3 semanitas. Voy a ir con este. Y ahí te envío la invitación. Salió un partidario peor que los órdenes de jefe. ¿Qué puede ser peor que un órdenes de jefe? ¿Te referís peor en el sentido de beneficiarte a ti?
Puede cagarte.
Sí, porque si me dice peor que el órdenes de jefe, me imagino que... Es que más que órdenes de jefe, yo prefiero la carta de... No me sé cómo se llama. Pero es como una morenita que anda con un martillo. Que el rival elige por cuál lo cambia. Pero tú robáis 3 cartas, po. ¿Cachai?
Viste, aquí ya me salió mala mano el tiro, pues. Claro.
Calmado, no te escucho. ¿Cómo?
Me salió mala mano al tiro.
Ah, si la guay que jugué conmigo.
¿Cachai? Contigo me salió mala mano.
Atracción Dariana, dice. Pero... creo que sí. Sí... Creo que es de una loquita con pelo morado o rosado, algo así. Creo que sí la he visto. Creo que sí la vi en el azul. Ya, creo que sí la vi. De hecho, creo que hablé en un video de esa carta, no, y daba mi opinión con referente a eso. No creo que la vean mucho. No creo que la vean mucho, weón. En muchos mazos.
Y mejoré la mano.
Bueno, boludo. Estamos bien. A este mazo le hacen falta uno... ¿Cómo se llama? Se me fue. Unas vasijas, weón. Sí, porque no tengo cómo llamar energía. Sí, yo creo que le voy a poner vasija a este mazo. Sí, definitivamente le voy a poner vasija a esta cuestión de mazo. Ya, aquí tiene un dragón en el hombro, es de la nueva edición, hay bastantes cartas nuevas, más de 250. No hablé de las 250 cartas en el video, yo hablé de las mejorcitas que dije que iban a estar ahí. Hablé de unas cuantas nomás que dije, estas son las que más yo creo que se van a estar ocupando. A ver, top 8 deck. Vamos a ver, Regidrago, Raging Bolt, Palkia, Lugia, Ursaluna con Confi, Terápagos, Lugia y Charizard X con Pidgeot. Él está en el último lugar. Mira tú. El único diferente, lo nuevo que veo ahí sería un Terápagos. Lo demás para mí sigue siendo exactamente todo igual. ¡Oh, no! ¡Un Greninja! ¡Oh, no! ¡Charizard! ¡Ah! Mala mano, me dijo el loquito. De cagado no me dice la puntita nomás. ¿A quién? A ver, ¿a quién? ¿A quién? ¿Greninja? Está flaco. Predecible. ¡Ah! Mi Greninja. Necesito una energía, necesito una energía. Ah, bueno. Ah, bueno. A ver qué se puede hacer. Oh, no. ¿De qué te estás riendo? Ah, no peleé ahora. Estoy weón. Se escucha una risa y ¡wow! ¡Sé cariñoso! ¡Sé cariñoso! Es su primera vez contra un Charizard. ¡Sé cariñoso! ¡Oh, despacito!
Depósito.
¡Oh, despacito! No puede ser, weón.
Depósito.
Uy, de la vez. Muévete, mouse. No importa. Se hace lo que se puede. Oh, bueno. Bueno.
Despacito.
Oh, despacito.
Ah, bueno, me cago. No
Lo
tiene
necesitaba para
sentido.
un turno más nomás. Ah, pues si ni un Charizard y un Greninja, weón. ¿Para qué querés más? No
Despacito.
sea avaricioso.
Avaricia es lo que me llaman.
Avaricia mi segundo apellido. Ah. Oh, tengo ganas de vomitar, weón. Comí muy rápido, parece. ¿En qué momento? Ah, no. ¿En qué momento le gané yo a un Pokémon? Claro, de veras que te lo había descartado, boludo. No, por favor, no.
No, Gengar.
No, Gengar, no. Ah,
Eso, pico.
ah.
Se lo lleva al hombro, weón.
A ver, así se ven los reales.
Tu madre,
Me tiene que salir. ¡Oh, puta! ¡Oh! Necesito una energía, weón. ¿Es mucho pedir? ¿Será mucho pedir una energía, flaco? Ahí volvió por más, dijo. Y dijo, traje a su hermano, mira.
¡Oh, no!
Trajo a su hermano.
Claro, termina el turno y te gané.
¿Ah? ¿Por qué?
Termina el turno y te gané.
¿Por qué?
Ah, no.
Sale para allá y ha habido jugada, weón. Voy a cambiar unas cositas del mazo. ¿Tú
A
crees
ver, que era la misma jugada, ¿cuál era?
A ver, en mi mente
Ya,
era usar el Duxnoir. O,
Ya.
si es que o en su caso, en su defecto, si es que tenía ahí la evolución, dije, si es que tiene la evolución, ya. Lo hace evolucionar, me pega 130, retira a Charizard, ocupa la segunda habilidad de Greninja, papá, y listo. Tiene 3.
Esa misma.
Y digo, no, Michoshito. Ah. Uy,
Ya,
la
¿viste qué
weá.
bueno?
Sí, de qué bueno, weón, me voy a llorar.
Me van a llorar con la wea.
Que nunca me habían pegado tan fuerte. Ya vamos a ponerle vasija a esta cuestión porque no puede ser que no me salió energía para nada. Créeme que tuviese hecho añico al Charizard hace rato, weón. A ver. Pero bueno, así se mejoran los masitos, pues mi rey. ¿Qué le saco? ¿Qué le saco?
La suya.
Sí, estaba pensando en lo bien.
La suya.
Yo creo
Y se me
que...
ocurrió.
Me ocurrió
Y
otra
se me
idea.
ocurrió otra idea.
Yo creo que voy a... ya voy a sacar esta cuestión de acá. Los amuletos no me sirven para nada.
Yo cuando voy al de Plaza de Armas, yo digo, y se me ocurrió otra idea. Ah, no. Ya aparecen caletas.
Ya. ¿Qué iba a hacer? Ahora aparece un weón le pone la manito en el hombro. ¿Qué se le ocurrió, Vichenchito?
No, entonces como mejor no.
¿Qué se le
Me quedo
ocurrió?
callado.
No, nada, que debería irme para casa. Ah. Ya, de nuevo, de nuevo.
Ya,
También
espera,
más.
déjame ganar.
Ah, ¿te jugando
Déjame
conmigo?
ganar a Cell, déjame ganar la Cell.
Ya ganar el cel, no.
No, no, no. Invita nomás, si ya gané.
Puta, que fácil cel, weón.
Es que ya estoy
Yo
súper
lo
seguindo.
tenía más brígido. ¿Sabes qué Cell, por mejor villano que sea? No sé, weón. Estoy como entre Cell y Freezer. Como entre de los mejorcitos villanos que ahí están. Porque a mí
Sí,
Majin Buu no me gusta, weón.
a mí tampoco, pero me gusta
El
el
Buu
pequeño Buu. El Buu chico, pequeño Buu.
Ah, está bien. Empezaron los senior. Estos
Mi
cabros,
villano
weón.
favorito es el Freezer.
Freezer es tu villano favorito, está bien.
Sí, por eso me lo tatué. Que en cierta medida Bills también era villano en la película.
Sí, al principio. Yo lo consideraría más. Puta. No sé si está correcto, voy a decir una estupidez. Pero. Yo lo
O sea,
consideraría.
villano no era.
Yo lo consideraría como más como un antihéroe.
Podría ser también, pues.
Sí, porque hace lo que le convenga, pues, weón. O sea, no sé, sería como mi definición, ¿cachai? ¿Qué le pasó? ¿Qué le pasó al live? Más flaco. Ahí está. Ahora sí, no tengo mucho que hacer, pues. ¿Qué onda? ¿Tuviste mala mano?
Sí, bueno.
Mi villano favorito es Gru, dice el coge.
El Groot, sí, ¿no?
Gru la ley, loco.
Groot la lleva.
¿Sí o no? ¡No!
Ah, lo
¡No!
bueno es que
¡No! Se me fue la energía por el lado. Puta la wea.
puta,
No.
abuelo.
Puta, no.
Oh, no.
Estoy como la cara de mi pobre angelito. No. Uy, dale bien.
¿Qué hora es? Las 3. Oh, no. Luego pandemia. Yo me voy a ir a las 7. En siguiente turno.
Te hubiese ido la jet al tiro, hermano, te lo prometo. Pero se me fue la energía por el otro lado.
Que igual no me salió nada. No, me salió un poco, ¿no?
Yo ya no te creo. Yo ya no te creo cuando me digáis, no me salió nada.
No, que no.
Ya, pero si ocupáis Rotom una vez más, yo creo que igual te sale algo. Pues si estamos recién empezando también, pues nada más.
No.
El Coque puso unos puntos y una línea, no sé qué significará eso. Buen Rotom, sí, es más lindo ese diseño. Estamos viendo el regional. Ah. Estamos viendo el regional, no su duelo. ¿Sí, po? ¿Te puse la regional? ¿O querés ver el duelo? Si tú me decís que querés ver el duelo, te pongo el duelo. Po. Te pongo lo que quiera, papito.
Te pongo lo que queráis, pues
Te
flaco.
pongo lo que quiera, papito.
En 1, en 2, en 3, en 4. Yo lo que usted quiera.
Pusiste en la regional y estáis hablando de tu duelo. Así que no sabemos nada. Dice. Ya, vamos a dejar ahí. Vamos a dejar el duelito. Después vemos ese combate. Flaco, no hagas eso. Flaco, no hagas esto.
No.
Pero no me alcanzo a meter con el veneno, weón. ¿Qué pasa si te ataco? Ah. Me faltó algo.
Pichu.
Ordinario.
Pichu, dije, Pichu, el Pichu.
Oye, Coque, ¿qué te iba a decir? Este pen se quiere juntar el martes. ¿Qué dices tú? ¿Qué tal la mano que tenía ahora? ¿Te sirve o no te sirve? Ah, sí te sirve. Bo.
Ya teniendo el pilloto, ya me sirve.
Me fui, dice. Qué ordinario, papito.
Chao, papá.
No necesitas saberlo. No necesitas saberlo.
Pensando en quién, ¿eh?
No hizo nada. No, flaco, la próxima semana no puede. Ningún día. Ningún día te vas a tomar vacaciones toda la semana. Pero si va a ser en tu casa, no en la mía.
Ir a verte a tomar 11.
Sí, pues era para ir a verte. Y comemos algo ahí para que cocinís. Pues. ¡Ah! No, pero era para ir a verte a la casita. Hermano. Ah, ¿cómo?
Para que cocinís, por flojo culé. Con cariño, flaco.
Para que te hagáis arroz de nuevo, culiao. Para que te demorís una hora más haciendo arroz. Oh, despacito.
Vamos despacito, papá.
Oye, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Por qué no tengo energía? Ah, porque no le puse la energía, era que la tenía el... Un todo nada con lo que voy a hacer ahora, flaco. Si no, ya me fui, ya me cargó la verga. No puede ser. No puede, dice, no puede.
Sácate, por favor.
Haga así, mi rey, no se puede nomás. Energía doble. Oh, no. Su.
¡No! ¿Qué hiciste, weón?
Lo que debe haber eso hecho mucho tiempo. Ah,
Bendecido con el de arriba, flaco.
¿tú decís?
Sí, porque va a ser algo que no te va a gustar.
Oh, papito, tranquilo.
No te va a gustar.
Eso tú no lo sabes. Ah,
Puede que lo disfrutes.
yo estoy abierto a todo. Ah, a todas chances. Yo estoy abierto a cualquier experiencia, flaco.
Santa cachucha.
Tranquilo, hermano, si no tengo energía doble. Lo tengo, flaco, lo tengo. Oh, no. Dice Paso, gracias. Gracias por la invitación a mi casa, dice.
Pero flaco, pensamos en ti.
Pensamos en ti, cosa que no tengas que pegarte el pique para acá a cada rato, para que no se quejen de decir, oh, este weón todo el rato que siempre tiene que ser en la casa de él. Te estoy diciendo, vamos a tu casa. Oh, no. Pregunta, ¿y cómo pensáis usar la habilidad Astro si te piteaste la herramienta?
¿Cómo vas a ocupar tú la tuya?
Ah, no sé.
No sé, dime tú.
Ah, no sé, no puedo. No meten mucho ruido. No, pues no metemos mucho ruido. ¿O te faltó una coma? Era como, no, coma, meten mucho ruido. Mis hijas duermen y van al colegio, vagos culiados sin vida. Oh, ya, pero tampoco era para tanto, flaco, tranquilo.
Tampoco era pedir, pues, weón, si era para tomar
Sí,
tecito
pues si era
nomás,
para
weón.
tomar 11 nomás, pues si el compadre sale a las 5, no íbamos a quedar hasta las 9 nomás, nada más. Tenemos cosas que
Sí.
hacer.
Es la profunda, culeo.
Sí, te ponís tonto el tiro, hermano.
Te ven pronto, pero un culeo.
Sabo culiao pesado.
Ajá.
Pero sí, tiene razón. Ah, apoyo su punto.
Esa es la profunda, este culeo.
Sí, sí vamos a tomar
Trata mal
oncecita
al
nomás y
tiro.
no íbamos a ir a las 5 de la tarde. O sea, no, perdón.
Trata mal a la gente al tiro, este culeo.
Sí, nosotros no íbamos a ir como a las 9, 10, 12 más tardar. Ah, no, pero no íbamos a ir temprano, weón. Si no hay plata para el Uber.
Sí, íbamos a caminar, weón.
¿Qué van a tener que hacer los cochinos? ¿Jugar al juego de las galletas, no? ¿Qué juego de la galleta? Flaco, ¿qué acabas de decir? ¿Por qué el juego de la galleta?
Yo entré a la leche.
¿Qué weá? Me acaba de dar asco, pero no sé por qué. 3, 10, 3. Ya, bacán, bacán. Vamos a poner esta aquí. Y se murió solito.
Bien, flaco, bien jugado.
Bien jugado, me tenéis todo tenso, weón. Googlealo para que juegues piola. No, salva ya. Tengo asco. De hecho, no sé por qué cuando dijiste eso me dio asco. Alguna cuestión ordinaria debe ser. Usa camilla, ¿qué trae? Greninja, ok. Carmelo raro, entonces. ¿Cuánta energía doble tengo fuera? ¡Oh, no! No me queda más energía doble, flaco. Weón. Cálmate.
Qué bueno, tengo. No lo tengo.
Caramelo raro. Mejor para mi culo.
¿Ah?
Caramelo raro.
No.
¿Quién está usando a Charizard? El flaco. Está usando Charizard con Greninja. ¿Le contaste al amigo
¿De qué?
de tu nueva adquisición?
Que no está en el line, no, pues bueno.
¿No? Pero si ahora está en el live. Usando metas, qué feo, deshonor, dice. ¿Sí o no? Dice que deshonor, qué feo de tu parte andar usando más un meta.
Pues si no es meta.
¿Cómo que no? Mira cómo me la están
Aquí,
metiendo. Ah.
Ya, me están metiendo, ¿no? Pero no es meta,
Feo,
pues, flaco.
weón. No, si es meta esta cuestión, estoy seguro que sí, weón.
No sé, yo no he visto a nadie que juegue con esta manera.
Estoy a 4 premios, hijos de su madre. Encima no tengo más energías dobles, no sé cómo recuperar las energías dobles, hermano.
¿Dónde chucha? Me tinca que está premiada. Ya está premiada, pero no sé si en el 2 o en el 5. Bendito, bendito. Plata, bendito.
¿Esto lo pone en tu mano? No, no quiero eso. A ver. Oh, no, flaco, ya cagué, parece que la premié.
Yo también premié una.
Sí, la premié, weón, qué paja. ¿Cuánto pego por veneno? ¿50?
No sé.
Ah, tiene que estar el escenario puesto para que peguemos.
¡Oh,
No, si no pego tanto, tranquilo.
no! Mira.
Me pongo ordinario que ayer. Empezar a descartar como que haga la cabeza.
¿Tejido? ¿Qué jugaba, macho? No la vi.
¡Ay, qué loco! ¡Ah!
¿No la viste venir? ¿No la viste venir?
¿Qué? Si es que me dio ganas de vomitar. No sé, yo creo que debía haber comido muy rápido. Ah, muy bueno. O muy malo, pues culeo, si me dan ganas de vomitar. ¿Cómo? Sí, ¿por qué?
¿La versión gratis o...?
No, yo lo pago. Sí, yo pago. ¿Por qué?
No, que está buscando la película, pero ahí está.
¿Cómo se llama la película?
No, yo la encontré, se me hizo la versión gratis de 7 días, ¿no?
¿Y quién no sabe usar Hackstore?
No están las películas que quiero.
¿Y Pornhub? ¡Ah! ¿No entiendes?
¿Cuál? ¿Cuál? ¿Para anotarle en la libretita?
¿Ah?
¿Para anotarle en la libretita?
Yo,
Página de
ahí te lo
descarga.
digo, pa. Y de repente veo que el live se me cayó, weón. Ah.
No, por 2 días.
Claro. No, mira que la lucha libre me dejó los cachetes todos tiritones. Oye, la lucha libre me
Sí,
quitó.
sí, estuve cuando te banearon por...
La lucha libre me quitó el nombre de Pingüi Comic por 2 días. Me quitó el nombre. Así que nada, no, no te voy a banear, te quito el nombre, Julián.
Ahorita te quito el nombre.
No sé
Tanta weá.
si tenías un par de yogures, nada. Para hacer un yogur con cierta película.
¿Cuánto?
Cuestan como 270.
Ya. Mi billetera está ahí.
Como 500...
¿Está ahí mi billetera?
No, yo no va a pasar.
Ay, hijo de su madre, apareció en los podcasts, enfermo. La gente ya te conoce, weón. Mi hermano dice, no, no quiero que me vean. Ya aparecen videos de YouTube conmigo, toma. Oh, mi gatito, mi gatito.
Ya, flaco, te toca.
Los cojones me estáis tocando, hermano. ¿Qué hago? ¿Qué hago? Es que, te juro que no la tengo premiada. Te lo he puesto. La tengo premiada, flaco. ¿Cuánto pego? 5, 6. ¿Cuánto pego con esto? 2. Después con este escenario van a ser 2, 4, 5. Poner esta cuestión por ponerla nomás. Ayuda de Rosan. ¿Tú decís?
Todo para ayudar con el compadre.
Es que de repente el Kogi es el que me ayuda a hacer las improvisaciones de los mazos, weón. Yo este mazo lo armé con lo que vi que el otro que lo habían ocupado. Pero ¿qué es lo que pasa? Que como lo tomé, como tenía la forma del otro entrenador, o sea, del otro muchacho que lo jugaba, no me gustaba. Entonces le saqué Pokémon y le agregué otro. ¿Cachai? Porque Fensandipiti se lo puse yo, si no me equivoco. Le saqué el Pecharum, se lo saqué también. La tenacidad sirve para buscar energías especiales. En realidad, cualquier tipo de energía, si no me equivoco. Y ayuda de Rosan sirve para barajar energías especiales. Como para traerlas de la pila de descarte. ¿Eso me estáis diciendo? ¿Eso me estáis diciendo? ¿Eso me queréis decir? Flaco, si ya me ganaste, flaco, ya me ganaste. Vamos a poner una cortina, cosa que no se vea que vos ganas. Sí, para energías dobles de tu mazo. ¿Por qué escucho grito?
Está en número 2, weón. Cagá, weón.
¡Oh, mira! Este men ocupa Regidrago, pero con el Noctowl.
Buena pelea, flaco.
Buena pelea, mi rey. Tengo que arreglar los dos masitos. Los dos masitos piola que tengo, los tengo que arreglar.
Funciona el mazo por lo menos.
Sí, te funciona. Me traes esa weá a mi casa y te mato. Te mato sentón.
Pero te mato, fin y al cabo.
Te vaya a morir. A ver. Entonces, ayuda de Rosan, me dijo este men. Dice, elige una o más opciones. Pon un Pokémon de tu pila de descarte en tu baraja y barajalas todas. Pon una herramienta de tu Pokémon de tu pila de descarte de tu baraja y barajalas todas. Un estadio o una carta de energía. No especifica cuál. Excelente. ¿Cuántas pongo? ¿Una o dos? Olvídalo, una. No tengo más.
Ahora arreglar las cosas para ir.
¿Y a qué le bajo? Le bajo al anido. Y yo creo que voy a sacar el capturador supremo. Y vamos a ver si es que está la que me dijiste. No la tengo. No la tengo y cuesta 600. Así que mientras tanto voy a elegir este.
Puta que me reí con este meme, weón. Que te la mando ya también.
A ver. Ahí lo veo el tiro. Quiero ver qué Pokémon puede aumentar contadores de veneno. Coque, ¿qué Pokémon te aumenta los contadores de veneno?
Este weón me tiró al pecho, era un normal y pegaba 80.
No tengo el pecho normal. Vamos a ver la regional mientras.
Come on, baby.
Come on, baby. Me recordó la canción de Barbie. Voy a echar un normal. ¿Usted es sordo, caballero? Le dije que no, Pecharon.
Che, tú, man.
Y entonces hacemos No sé, para la última vez no toqué ni una tecla. Fueron 3 veces. Pobrecito. No. Y culiao, y lo leí con la voz del weón así, pero con pena. Así. Pobre viejo, flaco. Está muy bueno. ¿Qué más me mandaste, weón?
Pobre Miljo, flaco.
¡Ah, la mordida de la araña!
Toma, toma, toma.
Toma. Al duende.
Sigue viéndolo, pues, weón.
Estoy viéndolo. ¡Qué huevona! Era el perro chico que le roba la wea.
Me da eso cuando pelea con el duende. Duende rechucho.
Oye, yo no sé dónde mierda sacaron que tenían que insultar a los huevones, hermano. Un dragalgue, ¿qué es eso? Ah, no sé, me dio miedo preguntar.
¿Qué cosa?
Que el coque me dice que debería ponerle un Wubat al mazo o un dragalgue. Y no sé qué es dragalgue. ¿Qué es dragalgue, coque? Esos Pokémon aumentan los contadores. Ah. Sí, estaba cagado. Efectivamente.
The cards for
Vamos a
the
ganar
latter
el Milady.
turns for Sebastian are
Van a
great
cagar, claro, y
in
yo
the
estaba
hands here
preparándole
as
una.
well. So
Ya le hicieron y
solid
te
start from our
mandó salud el
Charizard
Muka.
player. Going second.
Yeah, and I love that even in this setup, you're
¿Tú
thinking
cachai el
about
Muka, no?
multiple turns down the road. That Duskull,
¿Qué?
grabbing that
Al
Pokemon,
Muka.
it allows you that opportunity
Sí.
to maybe get
cachai
aggressive in
al
a spot
Muka,
where your opponent
Rubén?
hasn't shown much strength. It's just been a
¿Cachai
nest
que
ball,
era
an
el Muka?
attachment, and a pass of
Puta.
the turn.
Ahí
There's no
tiene la
guarantee
billetera
that
poquito.
they're going to have that Kyurem to take a big
400
knockout,
pesos límite.
copying that with the Regidragon V-Star. So if you find yourself at a point where you can get aggressive, you play that Duskull, and you evolve into Dusclops, you take a big knockout turn two, and just keep on rolling.
Exactly. We still have the nest ball supporting as well, bringing down another Pokemon here. 2 Charmander, a Duskull, a Pidgey. We got the Rotom V as well for some instant charging into some additional cards here from Sebastian. This is beautiful. This is what you want to see being a Charizard player. So the sun is shining down
Ahí
on
avisen.
that,
Anda
that dark
escribiéndome.
lizard.
Now, but we see the extensive shuffle here, so maybe it is just an instant charge with
Anda
the
diciendo de
Rotom,
cuánto
not
cuesta
even
todo.
playing a supporter for the turn. But the hand is, I mean, the hand is super strong. You
mean,
might
Okay,
not
claro,
see
claro.
to go
No,
for
la niña
the
necesitó
additional
que-
resource here, and he just says, you
para
know what,
comprar la arena.
I'm pretty fine with this. I'm
I'm
just going to
good.
draw 3 extra cards and
Yeah.
have this ability to go for the Thornton play once more if you
Que
just
me quedé sin
actually
arena
have
para
it all.
gato.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Y ya me dijo,
exactly
ya
what
yo
we're
te mando
seeing
para la
here.
arena.
Rotom V.
Y mi hermano se
gets
quiere
that
comprar un
little
yogur que son
Force
como
Heal
200
Stone
pesos, así que...
attached to it for the later turns, and an instant charge to draw a
Tengo
couple
matado.
cards.
Ah, si tuviera
and
plata, ¿tú
we're
crees que
off
estaría sentado aquí?
here for
Estaría gastándola.
Sebastian.
Ah,
Well, these are the dangerous spots.
Estaría
I
en
don't
Plaza
know
de
what
Armas,
the
estaría
other
en Plaza de
card
Armas.
is there for Benjamin, but if it's not a supporter, then you just have to
Comprando
YOLO.
cartas,
Professor
obviamente.
Research, I saw it, yeah.
Okay.
We're chilling, we're chilling.
Saludando
The
al
YOLO
Muka.
legacy would be a nightmare. You have no resources in your discard pile that you even
Samir.
want. You need to see some good
¿Cuál?
cards here if you're Benjamin.
Yes,
¿Cuál
yeah,
es?
I saw that in the later turn. I figured that's why the Ultra Ball was pretty good. Discarding the Curum did have to discard one of those Steel
Ya
Mask
dilo nomás,
but that
hermano.
research is huge here. Playing it down,
Chamelo.
drawing
No,
a fresh
sí,
7 cards,
no,
not having to
no,
discard a single card after that. But what are those 7 cards, Kyle?
Well,
Ah,
one of
estoy
them's Earthen
esperando a ver
Vessel,
quién cae con el
thankfully,
Muka.
added to the hand 2 additional energies
Ya,
there
no,
to
si
help
cuál
out.
Muka.
No, no, ya, los voy a pillar volando bajo, hermano.
You need to draw a couple more cards. This hand has no energy switches
Puta,
in
yo
it
le
right
estaba
now.
ayudando,
That is the
Julián.
number
No,
one
sale
resource
bailando.
you need
No,
to perform your attack.
Va a salir.
Yes, energy switch. It's a key
Voy a dejar como
card
bueno en mi
in
propio
this
live,
deck.
no
I don't
voy.
even think the deck would function without that.
That
It really
would
wouldn't.
stink.
It would be
Bueno.
very, very bad. And it's all thanks
Me
to
decía,
that
ya
card.
llevamos
And that's
3
why you
horas
see that card
43 y
recycled with that
contando.
legacy
Oye,
piece
pensar
so
que recién han
often
pasado
because it's
2
pivotal to
compadres a
getting
jugar.
those
No puede
energies
ser.
accelerated to the Regidrago V-Star to be able to attack as soon as possible.
Yep.
So we're going to see this first heal dance.
No puede
We're
ser,
dancing.
¿sabes qué es lo que no puede ser? Que la gente que se va sumando a YouTube tiene, por cada gente que aparezca tiene que haber un like.
Fire energy and energy switch are the two big pieces here.
No creo que se les caiga la
Need the
mano. Ah,
fire
Energy
energy
switch was found.
for the
Bueno, si
attachment
caiga
of
That
their
actually
energy.
is it. With the
Porque si
energy
me dicen, no,
switch,
sabes
if
que no te
you
puedo
use
dar like
Legacy
porque se
Star,
me cae el
go back
dedo,
and
te
find that
entiendo.
earthen vessel that you used and go find the fire energy.
That is true. So it's secured. It's just between the fact that we did
claro.
hard draw into it for Benjamin, but it can
Entonces,
still be
empecemos
utilized
a ver.
with that V-Star.
Benjamin
But
Ever.
playing a couple cards first,
¿Duelito me están
Fastball,
diciendo?
gonna get that Pheasantipity EX out of the deck.
No, tengo que probar un
Something like
nuevo
the
Pokémon.
Noctowl
¿Por
here
qué no
would
juegas con
be
el
pretty phenomenal.
con
If you
el
could
Poké,
use,
Ale?
this attack, knock out
O sea, haciendo las cosas para irme,
Pokemon
claro,
with
estoy ordenando.
Pokemon, but
Ah,
then
ya,
also
vale, vale.
not have
Ya,
to
juguemos.
use your V-Star ability and feel very comfortable. Yes, you still have that opportunity. You almost have to go for it at this stage of the game.
Yeah, comfy, cozy,
Yo
but
te invito,
still
no te
needing to
preocupes, yo te
take
invito.
those aggressive turrets here, and this is one piece of that energy switch. We have that
No, sí, era porque
first
estaba
switch of
transmitiendo,
the
pero
grass
no.
energy onto the Regidrago
No le tengo miedo a
V-Star.
los
We
cojos.
see the
Oh.
flip of that V-Star
No pone
token
tanto al
back
tiro,
into the discard pile for Benjamin to select
Nadie
two
me lo
cards back
cojo.
out
Yo te cojo.
and to be able to attack this turn with the
No, no le
Regidrago
tengo miedo a los
V-Star.
cojos. Qué
That
bueno,
was
porque
best
después de
case
esta ya salí.
scenario there. Did not discard very helpful cards for
Vaya,
the
me
match.
hizo mierda.
And only sees
Like
that
any
one
one.
energy switch is going to pull that right back. Found the fire energy itself, so you can add that to the hand too. And I think we see Benjamin online for a second
Este
attack this
muchacho
time
ocupa,
around, which was
tiene un
not in the
puro
cards
Regidrago y lo
last
tiene
game.
atrasito.
Yes,
Sí, no sé qué estar
exactly.
esperando.
And we have those
Tiene un
Pokemon
Noctowl,
already
sí.
discarded from a couple of
Oh.
Ultra Ball there as
¿Conoces
well.
al Muka?
And
Sale para
that
allá, hermano.
is
Sí, esa talla
it.
te la
We
diría
see
yo.
what we saw in game 1 from Benjamin. Regidrago V-Star
No
taking
vengas con, no
3
vengas con esos
prize
disparates a
cards
mi
off
live,
of 2
ordinario.
Charmander and a Pidgey.
Oh, le pidió a los
Triple
3.
knockout for those
No,
prize
no puede ser.
cards. It was not the pink card drawn to grass and UEX, but still help you out.
So
I don't
cute
think
him.
he's losing any sleep at night to that, though. This,
le
this
llegó otro
first
loco.
stage for Sebastian is super
Allá
unfortunate.
llegó un loco, yo no cachaba.
Looking at 6 cards,
Y se
hoping
llama
to find
Benjamín.
his way through, and this time does
Ya.
not
Viene
have
por el
access
apellido.
to the Pidgeot.
¿Cuál es?
Really hinders your abilities.
Bueno,
Just
pues.
one search from the Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, Forest Seal Stone wasn't utilized the
Mira,
last turn. You still have a
tienes
way
que
out
ir
to
diciendo
get some
cuánto vale todo.
cards for yourself. And as we saw
Es
with Thornton
Vargas,
play in
flaco,
the
la
last
niña.
game, could pop out for us
Tienes
again.
que ir
But
diciéndome, yo te voy a estar
I mean, you
pescando
gotta
cada
really
cosa.
rescue this from here. You're working off
Sí.
the back foot. We do see the Radiant Charizard
¿También es
in the
Vargas?
hand already. Wait, what do we see here,
This is-
Kyle?
Benjamín
This is
Vargas se llama.
madness.
A la
I-
pega
I
de
think the
que llevó el
answer to
home
this
center.
problem is a nightmare, but it works.
¿Y no
You-
dijeron
you
nada
can
cuando
rare
llegó?
candy into Dusknoir, knock
No,
yourself
sí,
out,
un empate.
and go into the Radiant
Ah, bueno.
Charizard on turn
Es de empate.
what 2, 3? What are we?
This is-
What are we doing?
Yeah, this is turn 2.
Yeah,
This is turn 2.
4 prize cards on turn 2 for your opponent.
Oh, way.
El mítico
Yeah,
Vargas
we're seeing the
volvió.
Pidgey come out as well as the Charmander from the Buddy Poffin here. Are the cards really lining
Volvió otro
up?
Vargas.
this effortlessly. We see the Radiant Charizard
Nah,
use the
tengo mala
fire
mano,
energy
flaco.
down onto it
do you-
now for Sebastian.
Okay, the Arvin instead.
Okay.
Is there ever a world where you
Justo con
just
este flaco
you
que
go
se
rare
vuelve
candy
más
into
que
Dusknoir,
todo.
take out the
Sí,
Hoot
weón.
Hoot, and then you try to go for counter catcher into Pheasantipity?
Es que voy con el
At
mazo
this
de
point,
agro y
but
tú
with
caché
the
que cuando
unfair
modificáis
stance,
las
you
cosas
now have the
no...
ability to get the hand disruption that you're looking
tú caché
for,
que tenés
and
como
also
mala mano
potentially
como
search
3
down,
partidas.
take out a Pokemon like that Pheasantipity, leave your opponent on no draws, and hopefully they just stay where they are.
Yes. You're hoping for the best here. Sebastian is already up a game though, so definitely working with a lot
¿qué es eso?
here,
¿Qué es
especially in
eso?
our
Un
extended
Sarud.
timer. We still
Cambia
have,
los Pokémon en banca de
just
tu
under
rival por su
45
Pokémon activo.
minutes
Esta
left
ataque
for
hace
these
20 de
players.
daño
We
al
see
Pokémon
that
no
both
activo.
card on
Lanza
the
3
other
monedas. Esta
side
ataque 60 de
being
daño por
drawn
cada cara.
up here in that unfair stamp for the
Me trajo
disruption.
un simio mítico.
You draw 5, your opponent draws 2 here. And yeah,
Poor
Curse
old
Blast.
Hoot
Poor
Yeah,
Hoot
I can
Hoot.
trajo.
Didn't stand a chance.
No sé,
And
no la
this
estoy
is
mostrando.
cool too. Not only do you have the
bueno,
ability
bueno.
to take the knockout
Disco
onto the
por
Reggie Drago if you want, but if the unfair stamp does happen to find
Ahí sí que me
cards
fui al
like that
carajo,
counter
weón.
catcher,
Prefiero
you
mejor
really do wanna,
transmitirla, pues, weón.
put your opponent in a bad spot. You could target down that Pheasantipity without using the
No,
force
ahí la
resistance.
mostré en vivo
This is
porque
everything.
se va al
Sebastian's
carajo
firing
el
everything
compu.
from the bag here. We saw the Curse Blast there, taking out that
Ya me
Hoot
ganaron,
Hoot.
ya me ganaron.
It's gone. That's a prize card.
Pero me
there.
trajo esos
Radiant
monos,
Charizard
ese
with
mono
Defiance
me
Stamp.
trajo.
Being behind in prize cards, adding that additional 30 damage there. We have the unfair stamp for the disruption.
Ah,
here
chi,
from
sale negro, justo lo que
Sebastian. Everything's lined
necesitaba
up
mostrar, weón.
here for us, Kyle.
Yeah, this is just
2 cards too.
Está
so
bueno,
easy
me
for the deck
dice,
list to go
flaco.
for the unfair stamp double counter catcher as opposed to what we classically see with the prime catcher. It gives you this opportunity to not use your
Y ahora sí jugamos otra.
as just that Iona.
Este llega y me dice, está bueno el mazo, pega el tiro. Y es como,
not the resources
flaco,
that
tenía mala
Sebastian's
mano.
looking
Y ahora
for
sí
here,
peleamos.
but also some kind of cool plays lined up where you could remove your Rotom from the board if you're worried about 2 prize cards.
Yeah, it's actually true. That is a possibility here for Sebastian, but it's just going to be Collapse Stadium coming down into play, limiting those benches for both players. We saw the punch here from the Radiant Charizard. That is a clean knockout there on that Regidrago V-Star. 2 more prize cards. And that was a
así el flaco, te prueba un mazo, te gana y de ahí ya no,
Of course,
ya
having
nada.
to sacrifice his own prize card
No juega
within
más.
that
No, no
Dusknoir.
juega más.
But
Es
Benjamin,
como para
now 2
que se
prize
sienta
cards
mejor.
left to take in this matchup. Regidrago V in the
Creo
active
que te
position.
gané.
Tons of resources
Claro.
have been
Yeah.
used already. The Legacy V-Star has been utilized already.
El Pokémon
What
activo
is
tu
the
rival
hand
pasa a estar
after
envenenado. Si este Pokémon
unfair
evolucionado de
stamp?
Scrap
Is
durante
it
ese
unfair,
turno pon 8
Kyle?
contadores de daño en
little
vez de
bit.
1 en ese
We
Pokémon
see
durante
the
el chequeo.
Mew, so there's an opportunity to draw with the
Ah,
restart,
pero
but
necesitáis
starting
evolucionarlo,
with
vos,
the
Coque,
flip the
no vengáis
script,
con
there is an
cosas,
Ultra Ball
po.
as well, so thinning the hand down still possible, but where do you go from here? If
No,
actually
es que tiene que
finds
pegar al
the
tiro.
stadium, the one-of stadium, I was worried about how much
Que es
bench
para
space
ponerle más
Benjamin would
contadores,
have to
pero
work with
necesita
here,
evolucionar.
but
Este también
maybe
necesita
be a little more
evolucionar,
free
pues
with the
Vieracho.
use of that Mew.
El Pokémon activo tu rival pasa a
Yeah,
estar
that's nice.
confundido.
Temple
Pon
of
6
Sinnoh
contadores de daño
bumping
en
away
vez de
that
3
Collapse
en
Stadium.
ese
The
Pokémon
bench is open once
por esta
again
condición especial.
from that, which is great.
Mira, lo
And
tendremos en
Benjamin
cuenta,
has
pero
a couple more options
no.
here. The flip the script, a little bit of recovery there for Benjamin, thankfully, off of that unfair stamp. So the mitigation.
que no me ha llegado
Thanks to
nada,
the
Coque.
Pheasantipity EX. Thanks, Bird, once again.
Yo te
And
invito,
a
yo te
lot of
invito. Tú me
players
decís
might
si te
tunnel
parece.
vision towards, oh, well, you need to take that 2-prize knockout, focus on Pokemon like that Rotom V, but there's plenty of attacks that win the game right here for Benjamin. You have the right Pokemon in the active spot. Just give yourself the ability to draw into as many energy switches as possible, and you can clear the game with Dragapult or the Kyurem, just something to take those 2 easy prize cards.
Yeah, we'll see what we have here for Benjamin. We saw the Earthen Vessel discarding that boss's orders. Now we're seeing the draw of these Teal Dance
You already
abilities.
had access to the fire energy. That's not a card
¿Estos
you
son
wanna
los
see,
senior o
but
no? No creo que sean los senior. No
Ah,
me gusta
looks
ese contador
like
chico.
there's a way to play this hand down to 0 and draw with the Mew. And important to note too, that one prize that was added back into the deck, do you remember? It's the Prime Catcher.
Yeah, it is. That's true.
So there's a few other things that you can work with there if you don't find the energy switch. You can slow down your opponent, maybe bring up a Rotom.
That's pretty nice to get off of your opponent blowing up its own Pokemon.
Well,
I get a Prime
I
Catcher.
guess we like Radiant Charizard in the active too.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's
That's
just
true.
find energy switches.
Yes, we still need some energy switches here. Regidrago
Ok,
V-Star is
perfecto.
on the board
Empecemos.
now from Benjamin here, but we need those energy switches to be able to charge it up. So Benjamin gonna bench this Mew EX. We have the fire energy attached for turn, a fresh hand of 0 to be able to draw up 3 cards with this restart ability off the Mew EX. Let's see what they are, Kyle.
Oh, Professor's research is found.
Baby.
Looking for some energy switches to help get the job done here in game 2.
Yeah, we've seen the Festivity, we've seen...
Cizañero, weón. Y el otro sí.
I don't see it. I think I see the cologne and a couple nest balls
Me
there.
estará diciendo ya,
yeah.
All together.
We had the flip the script, we had the restart here, we had some thinning down of other cards from Benjamin, but... And we even had both of our teal dances activated. We just could not get some switching.
¿Por qué no te caes? Mucho bulto.
Missed on everything.
No, porque la semana juega.
What do you go for? Is
No sé
this
si martes miércoles
set
juega
up
con la buena.
another Reggie Drago in case something happens? Can you
Después
close
tenga
out with a
la pega.
Pokemon like Deal Mask Ogerpon here?
No,
There's
ahí pues ya te
Your opponent
mando.
tries to work out closing out the game with the Charizard.
Gosh. Yeah, it's brutal to see our Reggie Drago players falling to itself, essentially. Is this Reggie Drago V-Star or is this Bricka Drago? Oh my gosh, well, we're seeing Benjamin try to work with this.
Cancel blown.
Yeah, here you go.
Wait, what?
Oh, wait. You couldn't even attack. Anyway.
You turned off my heart.
My excited heart. It's no longer excited. Oh. Yeah, this is rough here from Benjamin. Just nothing falling in the right order here as far as the cards go. It's just unfortunate to see. I mean, what do we even have in the rest of this hand to work with? Nothing.
It's bad.
It's nothing.
That's it. There's nothing that even leads to happiness on the other side. You're truly just waiting to see what your opponent's capable of.
Oh, we're seeing a top deck. What was the top deck? Oh my
Este muchacho,
gosh.
el Benjamin Ever, sabe usar súper bien el Reggie.
Charizard EX, we've seen the full
buenas
utilization
movidas,
of Briar from the Charizard decks. We saw it yesterday in the same
creo que se lo
exact
van,
fashion.
si lo
If your
va a
opponent
hacer
is remaining with 2
que te
prize
salgan.
cards, and you knock out their Pokemon with a Terra Pokemon, you take an additional
Sí, porque en el puro primer turno le salió un Kyurem para descartarlo y ahí le pude descartar 3 Pokémon al tiro al otro. Y como eran Pokémon básicos, lo pude descartar al tiro.
Alright. Oh yeah, wow. We didn't even use the Force Seal.
Entonces ahora el otro está jugando con un Charizard X.
Lo que podría tener ese mazo es recuperación de energía, porque son poquitas energías que tienen ese mazo.
Sí, sí. No, este tiene para mover energía.
It's incredible here.
No, sí, pero
This
que
Radiant Charizard has to
con
jump
el
out
ataque
the
de
active.
Kyurem
It
ya
is
te
able to
tiré
do
3
that
o
here
2.
now. Jumping
Pero
out
tienes
of
que
the
cortar
active
energía.
with those 3 energy Charizard EX
No.
fully charged up.
Esa,
We see
no
the
todas las
fire,
energías de atrás, pues me refiero a que, por ejemplo, ya digamos que 3 Ogerpon tienen energía, no necesariamente se le tenéis que sacar ahí. Tenéis que usar las 3 energías que tiene tu Ogerpon, ¿no?
Sebastian, what do you desire? And of course,
¿Le ganó?
Oh, love to hear it. I cannot believe we've seen
No, le tiró una Bri.
outcome from both of our Charizard EX matches on the
Le tiró una Bri, como eran 2,
o
sea, como la Bri te da un premio más.
yeah, and Benjamin shell-shocked on the other end. There's not much you can do when your opponent just figures it out like that. Your game 2.
Y mi rival también se rindió, papá, qué bacán. Grande Messi. Ah.
Grande Messi.
Exactly. I mean, we put this strategy that Reggie Drago had was able to take that
Picho,
off,
me
and it just
equivoqué.
was not enough to stop Sebastian and the Charizard.
Se me rompió la
EX
conexión
deck.
del
Let's take a
hocico
look
con la
back
cabeza.
at these matches. Sebastian, of course, taking the win here.
No, le ganó,
with a
hermano, le ganó.
2-0 victory.
Pobre Benjamin,
But
le ganaron.
This is our game 1 between our players. That Kyurem Trifrost effect attack, taking out those 3 Pokemon there. And Benjamin was on the
Te la
front
concedo
half of
para
the
que
game
tengas
for
el
so
1 a
long, but
1,
it was
me
just
dice.
punches
Ah, muy bien.
and punches here from Sebastian,
Es que es muy
responding every
grande, tiene
single
mucha
time to
bondad en
Benjamin,
su
keeping up
corazón
the
también.
pace.
Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely flying through both players,
Cuánta
playing at a
bondad.
very tremendous pace. And It just moved us very
¿Por qué no se
quickly into this
postula,
next
se
game where
postula
the exact
alcalde
same
este
setup
muchacho?
happened for Benjamin.
No
Except
será
this
familiar
time,
del padre
Benjamin got to go
Gustavo,
first. There
Claro.
was no pitch out on the other end, so you knock out the Pidgey in
¿Por
combination
qué no se
with all
postula
this.
alcalde,
It
hijo
led
mío?
to
Tanto
a
bien que le haría
ridiculous turn here
a,
for Sebastian. Had the rare candy
a la
and the Dusknoir.
comuna.
Takes out the Hoot Hoot, has the Radiant Charizard, gets aggressive, takes out the
Pero
Rich
diría tanto
Drago
y-
V-Star in this spot.
Pues tú,
No,
es que hoy día en la mañana
Could've
se venía
led
quejando
Benjamin to
del...
victory here.
Hoy día en la
It
mañana
feels
se venía
crazy that
quejando
we're
los
only on
políticos,
turn
pues, weón.
3 at a spot like this, but I mean that's just the
Bueno,
pace that we
venía
play with
quejando,
here,
¿no?
and
Sí,
Bastion finds all the
decía
right
con la,
resources to
con
close out
la,
with that Briar.
con la propaganda que le hacen a esta mina,
Radiant
podrían arreglar las
Charizard
calles.
Defiance Band, perfect
Típico,
match.
típico reclamo de viejo de 80.
Combo has been iconic, but this
Viejo
Briar
culiao.
has been even more iconic. Taking an extra prize
¿Por qué
card
no
to
mostraste
give
el duelo en el
Benjamin,
live? ¿Por qué
looking
querés
at
quedar en
what
vergüenza
card
si te
was just
rendiste, pues,
slapped
flaco?
down, and Sebastian says, "This is my card to win here in this match, advance into
¿Querés
top
que mostrara
four,
cómo
and
te
maybe be in
rindes?
another
Ya, pero ahí
finals
terminó
match.
la
Now at
la
the
batalla de ellos
Louisville
dos, puedo
Regional
volver a jugar.
Championship in the Masters division on our stage. Incredible.
Yeah, both players played that so well, and
Ah, me
it's
estaba
just
me estaba
wild
echando
to
una,
see
ya.
what
Démosle.
you can make
Hay
of
un break
board
entre
states
el
in
duelo y
this
duelo
game,
porque parece
because
que a
it
Benjamin
doesn't
le
look
volaron la...
possible.
Ah.
If you took a screenshot
Eso recuerda.
of that
Sí.
knockout on turn 2, you'd say there's
Soy
no
viejo,
way that
dice
he figures it out
el
from here
Coque.
without Pidgeot. Only the road,
Caché que sé la
only the
manía y
force
todo,
field
pero
zone
no...
that he didn't even use
El
until the
cable
last
que-
turn of the game.
Yeah, I
How did you
know.
do
Julia
that,
se,
man?
se acordó ya en las
I was like,
Mercedes
how
ya.
have we not used this yet? In my head, I'm just like, oh, we
Muchacho,
already
la
forced
manía
fielded
me
him.
hacen
We
reposo.
had to. We survived
Déjalo en reposo,
everything,
pues,
and
de
then
vuelta
unfair stamp ends up being
Pues
one
estoy
of
en
the
la
best
cama.
ace specs.
Ah,
It
pensé
works
que
its way
salí.
perfectly
¿Y
into the
estáis
mix.
seguro que tiene que
Slows
estar
your
en
opponent
reposo
down.
o no
Just super
tiene que
unfortunate
estar
for
prendida?
Benjamin. He finds no energy switch.
Está en
When he
reposo.
draws into seven
Explícame
pressure.
algo, ¿cómo lo haces para que te
Exactly. I mean,
tome?
we were
Porque no
talking
estáis en la
about
misma
from
conexión,
Sebastian
po.
being in this matchup, you can't slip up once
No.
in this matchup. Otherwise, you slip
Ay.
up and that's it for you. You lose all
Te
your
dice,
momentum.
cuando
But
conectas
there
la
was
remote
not
te
that.
dice
It was honestly the
que puedes
opposite
conectarte
of
vía
that.
Wi-Fi o
Every
vía
single
datos
turn was
móviles.
utilized to its the best of his ability there from Sebastian to be able to take both of those wins, and it was great. It was great to see
No
that. You
necesariamente
see
tiene que estar
again once why
conectada a la misma
Charizard EX still reigns supreme. Okay, it's not just Infernal raining out those
¿Por qué?
fire energy. It's on top here.
¿Qué me dice que tiene que estar en la misma
Aren't
conexión?
you?
It's yes, I am. I absolutely
Pero
am.
hay una opción
And
y
now
para
it's in
cambiar
our
la
top
opción.
four too, which by the way, we're gonna be
De repente yo me
having
llevo
a
el
top
notebook
match
para el otro
very
lado
soon
también,
for
pues igual de
free
repente me
roll
dan
as
ganas de
well.
jugar. Yo
I
dejo la
mean,
consola
that was
prendida
kind
todo
of
el día, ¿tú
a quicker
cachai?
paced game, so I
Entonces,
think it's interesting to hear
Ayúdame
how our
a
other
la
matches
web.
are going for our players in top
oye,
8.
loco, no me
Yeah,
critique, caballero.
I hesitate to think that they could play as
No lo
quickly
llame pa'
as
eso.
we saw both of our newly aged competitors
Yeah.
in this tournament.
Sí,
But
bueno.
I really want to hear from Sebastian
Oye,
get some
¿dónde está
thoughts
la-
on what that felt like to
¿Dónde
play
está la
such an
audífono, weón?
important game at this point in time and have a chance to become a champion this early in the Masters division. Let's go ahead and throw it down and see what Sebastian's thinking.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the lounge.
Es muy
Adam
especial.
Watson here, filling in for Wancho very
Es muy
temporarily,
especial
so I
este
can
caballero.
interview Sebastian Lashman, who just made top 4. How you feeling, my friend?
Saco, los tengo puestos.
Vamos a dejarlo ahí,
Oh,
Me
hang on.
estaban guardando
My
la
bad.
mochila.
Your microphone.
Estaban guardando la mochila.
My bad. Yeah, pretty good. I mean,
Mi
I
mamá
wasn't
me
actually
servía
sure if I was
exclusivamente
going to
móvil.
this tournament. I
Ya
was
estamos, yo me
unlucky
voy.
busy with college
Nos
applications
vimos,
and
que
things,
tenga
but
buen
it was a
live.
nightmare.
Ay, flaquito, vaya
and
nomás.
just decided
Ahí
to
hablamos.
Muchas
Chao.
thank you, muchas thank you.
Show.
Hang on, we've got another microphone coming in for you, so don't worry about it. But this is interesting to hear that you weren't sure if you're going to be at the tournament or not, but you're seeing a lot of success here, and you've got Charizard on lock. You were telling me before we came over here to the lounge that you had gotten the deck from a friend of yours. Was there anything special about the deck that caught your eye, or was it just you're a longtime Charizard player? What's the story there?
Oh, this is my first time playing Pidgeot EX in any form to a regional. I have never played it to somehow. I love the card. It is like amazing. But honestly, I played Regidrago for Worlds and I played it for Baltimore, and those went well. I mean, I did well with them. But like, I just really didn't feel like playing Regidrago. I actually really tested Zard a lot heading up to both of those tournaments. It was my number 2 pick for both of them. And then I'm like, okay, well, Drago's going down in meta share, Bolt's going up, Drago gets worse, Zard gets better. Okay, sure, I'll play the deck that I like more.
So you kind of already knew the Drago matchup from the other side. Is that matchup as bad as people say, or was there some bad luck on your opponent's side? It seemed like you won pretty handily, but I know that matchup can be very difficult from the Charizard side.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's It really depends. Actually, first of all, I should acknowledge that I did draw pretty well. I didn't have to use my Seal Stone until like later in the game, which happens, but it's like it's not, you know, it's probably a little bit better than average. That being said, I think that if the Drago player overextends, the matchup actually gets quite good for Charizard if you know how to punish them. You'll have to take very strange lines though sometimes. Like for example, in that game, game 2, I like Dusknor one of his guys, force him down to 2 prize cards, Radzard, and then I only attacked twice throughout the entire game. Only one of them with Charizard EX. That's an average of 2.5 prize cards per attack plus the Dusknor.
Yeah, so that really lines up.
Yeah,
No tengo Damián.
it's not as bad as people think, but you definitely have to take new lines that you really haven't seen before as the Charizard player. So I think a lot of people in their testing might not like fully know the matchup yet.
So when it comes to evaluating Charizard, the deck is still strong, still great if you're practiced with it, but players just have maybe accepted that the bad matchups are too bad to bother with, maybe a bit too quickly. Is there any, has the Briar helped the deck that much? Has the Dusknoir helped out so much? Because I know that Dusknoir in Charizard was the big touted change to the deck that was supposed to make it very strong in Shrouded Fable, but it didn't show up. Was there just too much Drago at the time, or did players need more time to kind of catch up to the new skill ceiling of the deck?
Yeah, of course. So for Shrouded Fable format, that being Worlds in Baltimore, I don't know, there might have been another tournament too, right? But for those 2 tournaments mostly, a lot of people weren't actually playing the Dusknoir in their deck at all. Like for example, Towards Worlds list got 10th place, no Dusknoir whatsoever. That was mostly because
Eso me faltaba para atacar, qué
entirely
bonito.
to counter Regidrago. So that's why we saw Hero's Cape sometimes coming in, makes it hard for Ogerpon to knock out a Charizard. That's why we saw Prime Catcher coming in to just aggressively chase them. But then, now that Regidrago isn't as much of a problem, we're now able to kind of, okay, I'm going to beat Regidrago if I play really well. And then outside of that, just make the deck really strong with Dusknoir. Because Dusknoir is super powerful, we just weren't playing it in the past. Just because we needed as much space as possible to counter Drago.
I see. So now the floodgates have opened. Less Drago.
¿Qué pasa, Coquito, con tu mazo?
Have you played against a lot of Regidrago this tournament, or was your prediction correct that Drago was truly dropped down enough for Charizard to be worth?
Well, actually, I was still even 50-50 on the deck, even when Drago was like 20% or more of the meta. But yeah, now that Drago has dropped, I predicted it to maybe 10. I expected to have a pretty high meta share day 2. I didn't hit any in day 2, except for today, except for this match. But I did hit one day 1. Kind of the thought process was Drago is a low enough meta share that if I hit any in day 1, I'll probably just try to outplay them. If I hit any in day 2, I'll need to get a little bit lucky, but it's dropping meta share
¿Para
enough
qué,
to the point
boludo?
where
¿Para qué?
I'm
A ver.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I know that there's a lot of players in the audience, a lot of viewers, and myself included, who were not expecting Charizard to be anywhere as good as you've shown us that it still is. Do you have any final thoughts for the viewers at home? Maybe somebody who's looking to pick up Charizard. Do you think it's going to continue to be strong after this tournament?
Charizard will never be bad. That's just a fact. The card is way too strong. It's got like unnecessary caliber of energy acceleration. Does crazy damage, crazy HP. There's no way for it to be bad. It's if you want to just keep picking it up and just playing games with it, yeah, absolutely go for it. It's just it's not super high skill floor, but I think that if you really practice and take the time to push it as far as you can,
así deberíamos ver en los torneos, los regionales. Yo creo que alguien igual suele ocurrir con
Very
estos.
well said. Great to hear from such an expert Charizard player who also knows the matchup again from the Regidrago side. Any final thoughts or shoutouts I can get from you before I let you prepare?
Pero no entiendo cuál es el afán con
if you
este
let me
mazo.
shout out everyone, I'd be here for an hour. But I'm just gonna say my friends and family at home, Nathan for basically building the deck, DJ Khaled, Roberto, and all of my other European friends. And yeah, love you all, guys.
Tenéis que hacer eso, man.
Fantastic insight from Sebastian Lashmet, who is pushing Charizard to new heights in this format. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and head to the next stage of our Louisville tournament, so let's stay tuned.
Cruz.
Some masterful analysis there from Sebastian. So great to hear. I mean, just the percentages of prize cards taken from Dusknoir, all of that being calculated there from Sebastian. I mean, what do you think of that interview?
He's got the keys, and he's figured it out. He's unlocked the path to victory. He's potentially just 2 matches away from being the champion here in Louisville. in what is a very early showing after a really stacked seniors performance from both of those competitors. They got the accolades, and now they're trying to do it on the big stage.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, just to hear from Sebastian as well, kind of how to pave a new path into these matchups. Kind of saying that, you know, maybe you play Charizard EX, but you're not thinking outside the box with some of these lines that you can choose that actually make you make it available for you to put other types of cards. Because if you know how to work a matchup that well, then you don't need to dedicate so much of your deck to just that matchup as it drops down in the meta share. So very cool from Sebastian. Definitely wish him luck in his upcoming match to top 4. I believe that was actually the first match for our top 8 to finish. And all of our other matches are going into a game 3, every single one. So I mean, Louisville is just shaping up to be a very close one indeed. But we have not really heard from you all this weekend. And we want to jump into some tweets here, Kyle.
Yeah, what y'all been up to?
Yes, what have you been up to? Is this... Oh, okay. I was like, are we in traffic right now?
Do you need this to pick you up? What's wrong?
Are you abandoned? No, this is just the city that we're in right now. Louisville from Squid Patch. It's been difficult to settle on a deck list, but I think the crew made the right call. Goal is day 2, matchups in the thread, and list at the end, no matter how.
Do we have the whole rest of the thread to see how Squid Patch did this tournament?
I think it's just a picture of the city. I'm curious, though. I'm very curious now. But hey, I mean, that is something that a lot of our players do. They jump online, they share their experience at these tournaments, and all of those are cool to hear from our players. Do you think it was difficult for our players to discuss and decide on the decks for this specific format?
Absolutely, yeah. It's so tough to think what decks you're going to run into in this tournament, and you could see what Sebastian was thinking going into this tournament as well. It could be all over the place. All right, are we going to finally figure out how to say the name of this city?
You know what's funny about this, Kyle?
What?
I was listening to you on a Twitter podcast.
Toma, papito, bendecido, y eso que ando sin mi anillo.
Is as if you have 4 hot dogs in your mouth. And you said, Louisville.
Yep.
Yes, so what do
Literally,
you think?
it's the top one there, too.
It actually is.
That is the correct pronunciation if you ever needed to know. I'm sure Rahul's probably the best at saying it.
Oh, thank you so much for showing us that very cool sign there.
Oh, it's the puppy we had on stage.
Yes, I know. I only got to see this doggo for a quick second. Look at that cute picture.
That's incredible.
I cannot.
Vamos a arriesgarnos.
I think it's Kuzan, and I want to wish everybody luck. Wow, thank you. That's super cute. We love our animals here in the TCG squad.
You got the Pokemon represented too, all the little starters.
Those are real fluffy.
Yeah, it's regional weekend with my favorites. Got the hashtag Pokemon Go represented over there. Hashtag best friends. I need to get on that one.
Wait, are these the best friends or the people are the best friends?
Who knows?
Maybe both.
But yeah, I need more friends.
I think it's about the pluckies we made along the way, Kyle, all right? All right, that's such a cute picture, though. Thank you so much for that. What the?
All right.
Wo-Chien?
Listen, I used to be a Wo-Chien gamer, and I was hooked on this guy. I tried to make him work in Giratina V-Star forever. He was my oh yeah, this will just be sick. It's not sick, but this collection is awesome. This is the haul that you wanted from Louisville, Mr. Shu.
Big slugs. Oh, the haul from day 1. Oh my gosh, that is so sweet here from Shu, showing all those Wo-Chiens off for us. I like the big slug personally. I really do. Oh my goodness. Look at all of those slots for cards.
Okay, I was about to say, did they get wiped out, or was this when they were setting up? Because honestly, they've been doing some business over there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either way, I guess, Kyle. But I think that is a lot of slots here to be filled in with cards. You can pick all these cards up at our awesome vendors that we have at these regional championships. So very cool to see from TC Evolution.
Shout out TC Evolutions, those awesome dice that we see so many players using out in the field.
The Jake Gearhart dice.
Well, yeah. We love that story.
Holy
this is a story I could follow. My goodness. How many people is that? Like 13?
That's about 1 billion, I think. That is about 1 billion. Gaming Gen at Louisville. Big thanks and shout out to our wonderful staff here in Louisville. This event could not be possible without y'all. Make sure to thank and say hi to our professors today as you see them on the floor. I could not agree more with this. Our staff is truly what makes these events so fantastic. It runs smoothly thanks to them. You know, the judges that you call over to the table, the people behind the scenes arranging all of these matches. I mean, these are the people that you want to rely on and make friends with because they're out there helping everybody here at these regional tournaments.
Right. Whether I've known them for 2 tournaments or 20 years, these are the people that I consider my second family. It's so cool to just have this relationship with them. And we see them all over the world. We're all focused on one goal, which is just everyone having the best time possible at these events.
Okay.
You can be very competitive or on that other side too, and it's just fun that we all are united by this one beautiful thing that is Pokemon.
Kuzan's over there too.
Yeah, shout out to Kuz.
Love it. Fantastic to see.
Oh, esa
we
ayuda
have
de Rosan,
Keely
bueno,
here
me salió, pero
on
preciso
the
ahora.
way
No,
to
no
Louisville.
tengo
I'm
cómo.
really flying 4,000 kilometers to play competitive Pokemon.
That could be. I don't know what that means. Is that like?
What's a kilometer?
That could be a little puddle hop. That could be across the pond. I have no clue.
I assume it's a far distance, right, Kyle?
I don't know. Maybe you can jump 400 kilometers. I'm not sure.
Oh my gosh.
4,000. Oh yeah.
Oh
Sorry, maybe that's like
goodness.
3 or 4 jumps.
Hey, well, I hope Keely's having
No
a
creo que si lo
fantastic
enveneno 2
time.
veces
Looks
se
very
duplique.
prepared, swagged up in a lot of the Pokemon. Is that a Terapagos
What?
cake? Get out of here.
Instead of it
No, no
beating
creo,
my
eh.
booty in top 8, I can just eat them.
What is it? Is it cake?
It's always
Una
cake.
tortita de
Everything's cake.
Terápagos,
You're
qué
gonna have to
bonita.
top the card next time. Is it actually cake though?
Just take it out of Gabe Smart's deck and eat it. See what happens.
See what happens. Is it cake? I don't know. This is fantastic. Oh my gosh. I could not have seen a more beautiful cake here today.
That
in
is
this
fantastic.
Terapagos.
Yeah, I feel like I think I saw this on
Me jugaste con el escenario nomás,
Twitter earlier
flaco, ¿eh?
before the tournament started.
So cute.
And like, he
Porque
made
si
it
no,
with
en
his
este
mom, I
turno,
believe.
en
It's just
hubiese
such a
terminado
cool thing
este
to do
y
with
ya te
mom.
moriste,
Yeah, my
güey.
mom and I made, and it's for the birthday. Happy birthday as well. Oh, who are these little canoodles here?
Nerds.
Chip Richie tweeting out a pair of poltergeists on the desk this weekend in Louisville. You guys have been doing a great job on the desk and looking even fresher here in our Halloween fits yesterday. I mean, this was just phenomenal here for the costume.
¡Ay, lo va a cambiar!
Fantastic duo in Louisville for our
¡Descuberte!
Yeah, this is the boys
Atácame,
really
atácame,
dedicated
atácame,
themselves to the
atácame,
bit, and
atácame,
I
atácame.
respect it.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Kyle was saying that it's going to be interesting to get used to Adam now with some hair here. Now we're going to have a team without the hair, and it's going to be weird. So very cute there from Adam being a Gengar. I mean, the tie with the tongue is just, it's too good.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, this pays to the original card art too.
Yes.
If you've seen the card art, they nailed it.
Gengar Minikyu, yeah,
Go
absolutely.
check that out.
Mira
if
qué
you haven't
bonito.
seen it.
Yes, it's fantastic. Tag team of the cast for sure. So awesome.
Vamos a ver si... sí sirve para
One
traerla.
of these events, #play Pokemon. We love featuring all of your posts here as much as and as often
puedes
as
traer
we can
todo
here on the
eso.
stream, because you're a part of what makes these events so great. People who come out from all across the world to compete here or just spectate and have fun with friends.
Yeah, we did see our tag team of Chip and
A ver
Scarsick.
qué podemos
We are
hacer.
a little bit of a tag team ourselves.
Think so?
We were working on our
Recuperar las
pumpkins
demás
backstage.
cartitas.
Oh,
Ah, bueno, había quedado esas cositas
How'd
afuera.
mine end up?
Hubiese traído un cambio.
I was very messy. I was very sticky yesterday.
Did you end up looking like my shirt, perhaps?
Yes,
by the
I
end of
Sabiendo
it?
hubiese
did.
traído un cambio.
Absolutely. What about you, Kyle? How's yours?
Speaking of pumpkins.
I went with one route.
Oh, here you went one route.
I went one route.
How'd that turn out for you?
It may be cursed.
It may be
Yeah.
a little cursed. I hope you didn't curse it though.
I always thought my caster curse was strong, but I've never resorted to physical cursed objects to keep a player from seeing success in a tournament, Kyle. How could you?
I didn't intend on this.
Han hecho un,
but
un
this
intermedio
is just what
bastante largo
happens
en comparación al otro
sometimes.
momento.
It's the new voodoo doll.
Yeah, you've got the pumpkin with Cleffa, with John Ang,
wishing on a star, a dark, dark wish indeed.
John Egg, I'm so sorry.
I wrote his name in the sky and I forgot about the ominous dark cloud that follows him everywhere he goes.
Flaco, tranquilo,
Well, with that, Kyle, thank you
tranquilo,
for all your
parce,
curses
porque...
here, but we're gonna take the scene now and go through all the pumpkins. We'll see you in a bit. And hello everyone, Watch Ladonna here, and I'm joined in the booth with Kyle
Todavía no me
and
termino el
Adam.
arrocito.
And these are our pumpkins!
And also Chip.
Guárdamelo.
Chip,
No me lo botes,
my bad.
You're good, buddy.
I
Por
was
favor.
just talking to Kyle.
Keep
No me
rolling,
lo
we're
bote.
good.
100%. So these are our pumpkins.
A ver,
How
que
do
sabes
you
que
guys
está
feel
difícil
like you did?
porque...
Well, I mean, are we telling the audience who's whose, or is it up to them to decide?
I mean, we already spoiled.
I think one of, I mean, I was feeling
Que
okay,
veamos,
fine
robemos una
about
más.
mine, you know, but then just, you know, I didn't know we were allowed to use extra
Y
pieces
tengo
from
un
other
órdenes de
pumpkins
jefe.
in our work here.
I think that viewers,
Hacer lo
if they've been paying
siguiente,
attention, they know what's what. They can
creo
figure out whose
que voy a
pumpkins
poder.
are whose.
I think we know who the artistic one is of the TCG bunch.
I mean, drawing on a whiteboard, sculpting with a pumpkin, it's pretty much the same. But I do have to defend myself because I didn't use pieces from the other pumpkins. This hand that I have crafted and attached to the front of this Haunter pumpkin has actually come from the back side of the pumpkin. So I
Vamos a tener
still
que
only
postergar
used
nuestra
just one
movida.
pumpkin.
I should have taken a Sharpie and colored mine in a little bit more. I went with the little applin here. I you know, went for something that I thought was
It's a cute
simple
silhouette.
enough, right? Simple enough.
I think it's very cute. I mean,
Apple with a pumpkin.
yeah. I mean, last year an orange one, right? So.
I thought I'd try my hand there, but you know, with Skarszik being in the competition, it's just not even worth trying.
Yeah, I wasn't able to participate last year, but now I'll have my revenge, especially after Kyle and Boo were making fun of my hair.
And we've got Boo's coughing here that I think definitely looks like it just wants to explode to be put out of its misery.
I actually do really like that one, but Wancho with the Mimikyu,
I mean,
unreal.
In lore, I mean, he writes on the thing.
Wancho, did you
cloth,
cut?
right?
Did you cut anything out of that pumpkin?
I wanted to cut the mouth, but then you know
sí.
it's part of the lore. It has
Tienes
to be
mi
drawn.
atención,
I added little the cheek pouches too. You know, I put some effort.
I mean, that's going to be up to our
Porque
audience
ayuda
to
rasante
decide
tengo
whether or
una
not
sola, no puedo
a
comprar más,
pumpkin that
tengo una,
has
dos,
not
tres,
actually been carved is allowed to be in the
cuatro, ya no
pumpkin
tengo más
carving.
energías.
I want to remind everyone, last year an orange one.
Tengo una energía impulso
And we
ahí, no,
preemptively
sí.
banned oranges from being
De los
entered into this
cambios,
contest.
creo que
is not allowed to
tengo
use an orange
tres solamente.
But yeah, and of course, the
Ok, me
last
barajo la
pumpkin.
mano.
But this was a lot of fun. I'm glad that we were able to get so many pumpkins so quickly. We had our production staff hollow them all out, so I only needed to do the carving. I didn't have to do the super messy bit of getting all the insides of the pumpkins out. It's been so long since I have carved a jack-o'-lantern actually, and this was just great.
El
fun,
orden de
nostalgic
jefe
for me to
tengo
kinda do in between casts.
uno,
Yeah, and the
dos,
cool
ya,
thing is,
no
like,
digamos
a lot
órdenes
of
de
the
jefe.
stencils we used for these pumpkins, you can find them on the website.
Oh yeah.
So you can, you know, find the stencils, try it at home, or maybe if you just have a
Oye, no,
Sharpie
órdenes de jefe, ¿qué
and
hago? ¿Qué
make a
hago?
Mimikyu, right?
Yeah, the stencils are awesome. I'd love to see some people, you know, having some Pokemon-themed jack-o'-lanterns for their Halloween celebrations this year.
Vamos a
Mimikyu
olvidar
has
el,
to
no
be
me salió
probably
nada que
the
me
best
sirva, la verdad.
Pokemon for this season because it just has that handcrafted look and just get in there and make a mess and make some mistakes and make some fun art.
Yeah, and then again, the John Ang pumpkin, I was talking to Kyle about it yesterday. He was saying that, oh, I'm putting him on because he's going to win this tournament yesterday. And as soon as he carved it, he goes 0-2 this morning.
Oh my god. If you lift up the lid of that pumpkin and look inside, there's a monkey's paw in there.
Curled.
Pues me van a atacar, me van a joder con
Absolutely
eso.
terrible. That pumpkin is scary for a completely
No, si,
different
que, no,
reason.
si ya me ganaste.
Yeah,
Si
but
ya
by the
me
way,
ganaste,
ladies
flaco,
and gentlemen,
solamente
if
que...
you're on Twitch, the poll is running right now, so you can vote for which pumpkin will win, and why is it Adams, apparently.
No.
The Haunter, the 3D. Come
He
on,
does
I'm really
too much
trying to
winning
look-
when it comes to this artistic stuff. Let's show some love to little Applin here.
I mean,
Se me
little
ganaste, no tengo
apple
nada
in
más que
that could. It just got a new card, Hydrapple EX. Are we excited for that? How's Hydrapple doing in VGC? Is there anything going on? Any hope? I'm grasping at straws for you here, Chip.
Not quite, no. But it's all good because it's a pumpkin. Here we are.
What you guys don't understand is I had to find a pumpkin that was the exact size of my head. So I went to the pumpkin patches early. I was literally holding them. I was checking, and then I put the hat on. I had to switch like 3 times.
Yeah, they charge you by weight, so I know you really had to really dig deep to get this Pikachu, especially after you bought that Charizard. I know you're really struggling now.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit, so I need this, ladies and gentlemen. I need this chat.
Yeah. Pokemon's got a pretty good system when it comes to Wancho with casting, because all the money they pay him to come to these events just goes right back to the company with all the merchandise he buys.
That's how they keep me here, folks. But again, whichever one you choose, I'm sure it's deserving. Just maybe just not Kyle's. I'll be happy with anyone else here, just not Kyle's.
Yeah, honestly, Boo, we got to show a little love.
I do like the coughing.
Líderes, seguimos en vivo haciendo la cobertura de este eventito. De hecho, ahí está en un intermedio. Mientras tanto, estamos jugando unas pequeñas partidas. Ahí está el chat. Pero vénganse, líderes. Aquí abajito les voy a dejar aquí el enlace.
I probably could have done it without a stencil, to be honest. But, here we are.
I know, and then me, we'll see if you like the hand. Is the Sharpie out of bounds? Did I go a little bit too ham? Maybe I get points taken away for try-harding too much.
The question I have is how are you going to get this back home? Because you have to put this outside your front door, right?
That's
You're just going to recreate it.
I will be driving back home, so it might
ya no creo que haya ganado.
days that I'll need to make the road
No
trip,
creo porque
but having a pumpkin in the vehicle with me
leave it overnight
necesitaría un
and come
orden
back
de
to something you don't want to smell in the morning.
cosa que en este momento no tengo.
Talk about haunting, right?
Well, that's the best part. Now that this is Haunter Pumpkin version 1.0, maybe I'll take a second crack at it.
I'll get a second hand in.
Maybe.
You could actually use multiple pumpkins this time.
That's the secret of art, is that you can make the same idea, the same project over and over again until you get it just right.
Something I do really want to see, though, because Boo was talking about it yesterday, is her coughing pumpkin. She wanted to put dry ice in it.
Oh, so it has like the vapors.
That would be good
out.
if you went for like a ghastly pumpkin, to go alongside the Haunter as well. That could be a good one.
All right, guys. So the results are in. I'm hearing. I believe we have a winner for the Pumpkin Carving Contest 2025.
Él tiene que puro cambiar el Pokémon, ¿no? Y listo.
Ya
me morí solito.
Oh my goodness. His meme lord energy has carried forward to another year. John Ang's soul now trapped within this cursed pumpkin.
No he revisado si hay gente acá en el live o no, hermano. No me he preocupado de esa cuestión. No sé si hay gente. ¿Qué es lo que opina del regional y todo eso? ¿Qué les va pareciendo este regional o es algo que a muchos no les interesa? Y yo creo que los regionales son para gente que le interesa eso, así como, yo no sé si hay mucha gente que se verá o se vería los regionales como tal. Yo siento que los ven es porque les interesa ese mundo como tal. Flaco,
yeah, Twitch, you're voting him out of work now because we have to rig the pumpkin contest against him. I thought I had a real shot this time.
Adam actually has artistic talent, ladies.
No hay nada más que
Kyle
podemos
has
hacer, amigo.
nothing.
Memes are an art.
That, honestly, Skarzik, that is a great point. They truly.
That's true. All right. With that, you know what? Thank you so much, ladies and
sé si
gentlemen, for voting. Voting
entrenador.
incorrectly, but still voting. But you know what? We're gonna go back here to the the regional championship, the real competition. I believe I have a quick interview actually with a champion, the junior champion. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hubiese preferido un orden de jefe.
Here, and I am honored to be joined by our junior Louisville Regional Champion, Annabelle. Oh no.
Sí, ya perdí.
Amazing and surprise.
Surprise! So this is your first top 8.
¡No! ¡Sí gané!
Yeah?
¡Sí gané!
First top 8, and you made it all the way to the top. You must feel over the moon. Tell us your secret. What deck are you playing?
Sí.
Raging Ball. That's a pretty fast deck. How are your matchups throughout the deck?
So there's some tricky ones like Neubern, but like I try to go through them. So like all the plays
Calculé
that
mal o qué.
I started to think, I was like thinking ahead just because
¿Qué te
I was
calculaste mal
wondering
tú?
like
¿Qué
what
onda?
they were going to do next.
Yo
So I was
calculé
just
mal.
trying
Yo
to
sí que
do some
yo
like
por mi parte sí
little
calculé mal.
attacking and then just go really
Así
big
que
at the end.
me dejaba con 200.
That was a great answer.
Y yo
Coming from
no
the
era el
genius,
único porque
having
yo
that
también
foresight,
pensé,
being
dije,
able to think
lo dejo
far
con
ahead. I'm
200,
not
no lo
surprised
dejo
at all
con
you've been able to win
210.
this tournament.
Así que no
With
te
that,
voy a huellar por
let me
eso
know what's
porque yo
next
igual
for
pensé que
Annabelle.
te dejaba con 200, hermano. Así por eso yo estaba así como, no,
What?
ya perdí, ya
I chose
perdí.
this deck because I thought
Buena,
it was
wea.
fast, and the other deck
Me
that I've
salvó,
been
me
playing are very
salvó el
slow,
hecho
so
de
I
que le
thought this
pegara y
one
al que tenía la
has
energía
been,
legado.
like,
Eso me salvó.
pretty easy to play, but there's lots of
Buena partida así,
sequencing,
flaquito. Sí,
and the meta is
estuvo.
very fast. So I
Está
felt
bueno
like
el
this
mazo.
was a
Todavía no
good
le encuentro
deck
una
choice to
lógica a tu
play.
mazo.
For sure, that's for sure. Are you
Pero
going
de que
to
está
any other
bueno,
regional
está bueno.
championships? Oh, we have to ask Dad first, huh?
Argentina.
Pero como digo, todavía no le encuentro como una
So
lógica.
we're
Lo
going
que
to
sí,
Argentina
amigo,
and LAIC
ayúdame.
next.
Ayúdame.
All
Me
right,
hiciste
better
pensar
keep an
caleta.
eye out
Pero
for
el último
Annabelle.
momento me
And now that
sorprendió.
you have the big
Está bien,
Russo
pues,
money
flaco, para que
and
cachí
your
que
invite to the World Championships. Are you
te
excited for Worlds?
presto
Yeah.
atención. Te presto atención
Amazing day
de
here.
las
Before I
cosas
let
que me
you go, I
enseñáis.
just want to ask, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Alolan Red
Si
Shoe.
usted
Oh,
es my
I was
master.
expecting Pikachu there for a second.
Necesito que me
Anyone you want to
ayudes.
shout out before I let you go?
My family.
No, ¿por qué
my-
importar si no
so
tengo
my
nada?
family is,
Ah.
Lynn, Steve, my brother, which is
Recién volví del
Kenji,
comercial.
and, my coaches
¿Pero
is
estáis acá? ¿Estáis listo?
Pablo
¿Estáis
and
listo?
Josh,
Necesito tu atención.
and Jeff, and all my friends for helping me test.
Great to
Dime
hear.
si
Great to hear.
estáis acá.
Again,
Por
congratulations,
favor,
Annabelle.
avísame.
With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
Ya, quiero crear un masito. Pero con este men. Con este. Entonces, yo sé que por ejemplo dice pon hasta 9 contadores de daño en este Pokémon. Este ataque hace 20 de daño por cada contador de daño que hayas colocado de esta manera. ¿Cuánto es lo que pegaría entonces? Pon hasta 9 contadores de daño en este Pokémon. Y sería como 20, 2 por 9, ¿no? Pegaría como, no sé, un cálculo súper estudio. Pegaría como 280. Qué maldito. Vaya. ¿Qué voy a poner? ¿Qué voy a poner? No es Pecharun. Es el Curioseta. Son 150. Está envenenado. Son 5. Son 160, 60, 70, 80, 90. Son 190 igual. 190,
So for new
lo que
players
pegaría
at home looking to start
140.
competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
Puedes poner dos energías unidas al Pokémon activo de tu rival en su mano.
Online, look for guides.
¿Por qué quiero hacer eso?
I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. Or Wolfie, it's a lot of help. And just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help. And, you know, find a friend that can play.
Falta de
It's
costumbre
a lot of fun.
de hacer live tan largos.
Somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up
Necesito hacer ejercicio.
local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events and just
Hacer el live
go
parado.
talk to the people around and there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get
Está muy
started.
brígido estar
Some advice I would have
sentado
for
todo el
people
rato.
looking to compete at home
yo
is
no me
really
siento todo el rato.
get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one
Pura
of the best things you can
agüita.
do out there. That's personally how I started as
Pues
well.
yo creo que podría
So
ponerlo
I know
en
goes big on community, so that definitely would be the number one.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun, no matter what happens.
Caso de... Le vamos a poner Sparky.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, there's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that
Yo no
I
sé cómo
would
los
win.
streamers
I went in
famosos.
knowing, you know, I like the game.
No
I
sé
know
cómo
what
los
I'm doing,
streamers famosos
and, you know, winning
están
definitely
sentados
is what I want to
8
do,
horas,
but it's
9
not a
horas.
priority. So I
Yo
just
no
like to have
puedo,
fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one. So I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so you know, incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Que si sale en primer lugar puedo usar esta carta durante tu primer turno. Descarta las cartas de tu mano y roba 5 cartas. Voy a descartar ese del otro.
As it observes the frightened travelers with glee,
Damián.
the red orbs upon its chest lit off an eerie light. If you hear a sobbing sound emanating from a vacant room, it's undoubtedly a bit of mischief from Mischievous.
Welcome back into Louisville, Kentucky, the home, as of now, of a regional championship that is still underway here. You're joining us on the trading card game cast. I am Shelby Boo here with the undefeated champion of the pumpkin carving contest, Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, how does it feel to win once again this year in our pumpkin carving contest?
You know, last year it didn't hurt anyone, and I took honor in that. It was nice to know that just a cute little Clementine could get the job done. The sacrifice of John Eng will haunt me for a while.
Yeah, it's gonna haunt me as well, Kyle, seeing that. I mean, you become the
¿Qué
undefeated
hacen las
champion now
trompetas?
of the
Puedo usar esta
pumpkin
carta si
carving
tiene algún
contest.
Pokémon Tierra Cristal en juego.
John
Elige
Eng's
hasta 2 de
run
tus Pokémon en
was
banca y
ended
une una
here,
carta de energía básica y tu pila de
that
carta cada uno de ellos.
haunting pumpkin that you carved his name into.
Me
So,
falta el
again, sorry
jefe,
about that,
órdenes
John
de
Eng.
jefe.
Moment of silence.
We'll moment of silence you for sure.
Pone unas 2.
Anyway, let's get back to our tournament and what we've been getting through so far. Here, we're about to jump into a top 4 match. Our players are getting set up.
¿Y qué Pokémon
we're still getting spooky.
vi
We
podría?
have to
Es que,
decide,
¿sabes qué? No necesito
who
la piedra porque ya tengo
is
esto
gonna
y no voy a
advance
usar la
in our
piedra y después voy a
brackets
usar
here
otro. No,
of
me jodo a mí mismo.
spookiest Pokemon. We've been discussing
Entonces,
this all weekend. I have a lot of spooky Pokemon
podemos
on
hacer?
my dress here, and we are
Greninja podría
once
ser.
again. Dusk Noir has taken it all the way to the finals, but is
Es
going
el
to have
Greninja,
to
aumentamos la
compete
cantidad
against
de energías.
Mimikyu and Darkrai here.
Okay.
Ponemos
Which
recuperación.
Pokemon are you leaning towards here, Boo?
I guess Mimikyu for this
Yo creo
one.
que también podría
So you can go ahead and take
los tanques.
Darkrai
Sí,
to
tenemos
take it
Furia
home,
Z y...
Kyle. I mean, you've already
No,
talked
tenemos
about the
los tanques.
cards. So
you know,
interested to see how you
¿Qué
take
más?
Yeah, Darkrai. This is a Pokemon that I've actually beaten on stream before.
Oh yeah.
Podríamos hacer daño igual por el escenario de veneno.
That guy was terrifying too. He played
Por el
he
estadio.
played it very well, and I cracked him. But the deck was able to do all sorts of different shenanigans. The dark patches were flying left and right, and he
Pues una
surprised me
más.
by throwing down like 6 energy in a turn. You don't want that to happen to you in a dark alley. And I
Con
certainly
Pal que
don't wish
tendríamos
for
las
that
energías
for
para
you,
este, el de
either.
del ataque
So
por este Pokémon no se ve
avoid
afectado por
Darkrai.
ningún efecto en el Pokémon activo
want
terrestre.
energies flying
El
at
daño
you
de
in
los
a dark
ataques usados
alley?
por este Pokémon no se ve afectado por ningún efecto en el Pokémon activo. Si el Pokémon activo tutorial se ve afectado por una condición especial, este ataque se 120. Ah, tiene que estar, el Pokémon rival tiene que estar afectado. O sea, igual me...
Well, Mimikyu not only is it a fantastic card in the TCG, and it has been for quite a while.
Mira, la única condición que se me ocurre para
the
que...
lore of Mimikyu is probably the
Porque lo voy a estar
spookiest thing I've
envenenando.
ever read in my life. It wanted to be a
¿Qué pasó?
Pikachu. It
¿Así
actually
se
just
llaman?
liked the way it looked so much that it tried to become
Ah,
Pikachu.
porque-
But then, sadly, because it looked so scuffed
Tenía
as a
vuelta el estadio.
Pikachu, as what it tried to make out as a Pikachu, it actually had the opposite effect. Nobody liked it. It cries every night, cries itself to sleep, and it's sad.
Necesita el otro Pokémon estar, pero como lo vamos a envenenar igual al mío, le va a potenciar el ataque.
Scuffed?
Y del as táctico no he elegido nada. Necesito elegir un as táctico.
That's what we got
¿Qué as
for you,
táctico
y'all.
podríamos usar?
Me reminiscing about NAIC and scuffed mons. So, which one do you think is spookier?
Which
Capa.
one is spookier? Yes. I mean, they both
Esa es
look
la
pretty
capa.
spooky for sure.
Intentémoslo con la
Darkrai's
capa.
actually like a
Después
demon.
vamos
Did you know that?
moviendo el as táctico.
No.
It is.
What?
O podría ser la caja.
If it weren't a really good card, I
Porque así
probably wouldn't have
traemos...
known
¿Qué
if
trae
it
la
existed.
caja? Te
Not a
trae
ghost. It doesn't
un
even have
objeto,
legs.
carta de
It doesn't have
herramienta,
legs.
partidario y carta de estadio.
That's spooky.
Ya, yo creo que la caja.
I definitely
Sí,
wouldn't
pongamos
want
la
to see that
caja.
in Dark Alley, but
La
I guess I'm
la
selling
capa no la puse.
your pick here, huh, Kyle?
No hay que hacer... Ah, no, sí puse.
Hey, someone
no,
needed
sí
to.
puse.
I didn't really fight very hard.
Well,
Entonces,
it's up
pongámosle
to you all.
eso.
Definitely vote on that. But we're going to start doing our
Y
actual
yo
job
creo
here now,
que-
Kyle. Bringing us
¿Dónde esto?
into our
Y
top
estamos.
4 match here in Louisville,
Entonces-
Kentucky. This is where all of the stops are going to be pulled out between our players. They have one more match until they advance into the finals.
Agüita.
And this time
No tengo nada
around,
del
we're
ondulagua.
gonna be
Estoy seguro
seeing
que sí tengo
Kyle
algo del ondulagua.
Lesnowitz back on the stream table once again, bringing that
Seguro que
Palkia to
tengo
our
algo del
table, but
ondulagua.
this time
¿No?
a different opponent
Este
sits
de la
across from him in Caleb
O el
Gettimer,
del
and what a
ondulagua lo tengo
formidable
acá.
opponent indeed. What do you think about
A
this
ver, la
matchup
oponente
coming up?
bonita desde la
Oh,
Pras, que
this
está
is gonna be
hermosa.
so fun.
Ya, y
We
vamos a
saw
poner...
Kyle up against Kieran Farah earlier, and I mean, he might be the new name on the block, getting a lot of work
Vamos a
done.
ondulagua.
But Caleb is an old school name.
Y
And you
podríamos
do
crear
not want to meet
otro.
him in a dark alley, some would say. He has put on an absolute tear at so many regional
Oh,
events.
let's
He's
see.
a multi-time regional champion, and he started this event 10-0. He's afraid of nobody.
Nobody. You can
Vamos a
see it
buscar
on his
Persian.
face here.
Vamos a ver
Caleb
cuáles son
Gettimer
los
has
que
brought
tenemos. Tenemos
everything
solamente
to
el
this
de ahora.
table. You see their decks here. We're looking at the
Y
prize cards
tenemos
from both
este
of our
otro. ¿Qué
players.
hace?
Caleb
Una
Gettimer
vez durante
has
el turno
just
puedes
been on
buscar en tu baraja una carta de
from this
carisma de Giovanni y
entire
enseñarla y
tournament
ponerla
here
en
in
tu mano.
Louisville
Después baraja las
with
cartas de tu baraja.
Raging Bolt EX. Facing
¿Qué hace el
off
carisma de
against
Giovanni?
Origin Form, Palkia, V-Star. A couple of Ghost Boys in the prize cards there as we saw.
Por una energía unida al
Yeah,
Pokémon
this
activo
matchup
real
is
en tu
super
mano.
volatile.
En su
You
mano.
see all sorts of things as far as the aggression of Caleb, but
Si lo haces, una carta de energía de tu
Start
mano
things off here in our top
a tu
four.
Pokémon
Top
activo.
4 match, Iron Bundle of Joy in the active for Caleb. That steel, I guess, ice
A tu
type
Pokémon activo.
penguin
yeah, wrong
leading us
holiday.
off.
What are you doing up there,
Yeah,
buddy?
yeah. This is Halloween, all right? Get out of here, Iron
empezamos con
Bundle.
las
But,
peleas.
I mean, we'll see it jumping around later on, I'm sure. Caleb starting us off with this earthen vessel here, discarding a
Hay que dejar
card
esto para
into that
después.
discard pile. A fantastic mechanic
Voy a
of
tener
this
que
deck.
echarle
You
un
want those
ojito a
energies
ese mazo.
in the discard pile to be able to accelerate them.
Quiero hacer un mazo de eso. Va a ser
in these
va a ser
later
un mazo
turns.
piola, la
Let's talk
verdad.
about Caleb Gettimer. We're seeing him on stream now.
De
Raging
repente me
Bolt
miro
is the deck
para
that he
echarme
picked.
una ojeada
Why do you think
de
he went with this deck, and
cómo
how
voy y me
wild
pego
is
una
the success
vendida.
that we have seen so far in this tournament from Caleb?
Yeah, I think he picked the deck because Azul's not here.
Yeah, apparently.
Azul despises this thing, from what I've been told, and this is an opportunity now to show off that this deck actually just tracks. It's all over the meta forecast as one of the best decks in the room, and they think
Entonces,
they've got an
tenemos
edge
a
right now.
Kyle.
They've got a couple unique
pero este men ya
inclusions
jugó
in the
ya
deck list,
contra
and
Caleb.
they could certainly pay off dividends here. I especially like the inclusion of that Luminion along with the Ultra Balls.
¿Quién más
Oh, yeah,
ocupaba
that
el
is
Kyle?
pretty nice here, adding some extra cards into the deck to maybe have a little bit of an edge in this Raging Bolt matchup. Yeah, Luminion V there. I mean, we've seen its utility all weekend with that Luminous Sign
¿Qué más
ability.
ocupaba este
We
men?
saw it utilized multiple times from Kieran to just back-to-back gust options within those bosses' orders, and That could be down the line here from
Perfecto, tenemos
Caleb
Luminion.
as well. But right now, we've taken a look through the deck. We're
¿Poner
seeking
Luminion o no
out
poner
those
Luminion?
energy from that Earthen Vessel within a Fighting Energy, a Lightning Energy, and Raging Bolt EX. Let's talk about this card. It's a basic. It's a big basic, 240
Que
HP.
me estáis
It has
diciendo que ocupa ahí
Bellowing
Rainbow.
Thunder
Vale,
as its
sí,
attack
claro.
here, 70 damage
Rainbow
for
tenía
every
que
single
ser. ¿Alguien
basic energy
sabe
that you
ocupar otro
discard,
mazo que no sea Rainbow?
in the match? So Caleb's going to be discarding those energy, throw them away, taking giant knockouts here, and working around and just absolutely
Pokeparada,
dominating
descartamos.
his opponents
1,
is what
2,
he's trying to do.
3, se nos va el
Pokestop,
Greninja.
fantastic card
Nos
here as
quedamos
well.
con
Did get
Carrito
rid of that
y
Radiant Greninja.
Nido Ball.
the best. It's nice
Camilla
work.
recuperaban
And it's in
al Greninja.
The one time you want to just throw away one
Tira
of
al
the best
Greninja,
Pokemon
loco.
in the deck, it works
Tira
out
al
so
Greninja.
well there.
When you can get it
Sacrificamos
back
energía,
and then throw
sacrificamos energía.
more energy away.
Después la voy a recuperar.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this hand was looking a little
Sacrificamos.
dangerous. I think we just saw the one nest
Sé
ball
que
in
me
there,
choca,
but with
me
the help of the
choca
Pokestop, some additional
el desorden
resources
que
found.
tienen para jugar
This
estos
could
men.
mean that energies are starting to fall on the right Pokemon.
Nido.
You start accelerating a little bit to this board.
Tenemos una Nido
That's what
entonces,
he
va a
needs,
buscar un
the
Rainbow,
energy's
me imagino.
falling to the Pokemon in the right places. And Caleb kicking us off here, of course,
Perfecto,
going
Rainbow.
first. So going to get these Pokemon out, going to get those energy in the discard pile.
Y
That is
va a
great.
ocupar
I mean,
la
this
que
is a
tiene,
pretty
la otra.
giant hand
Sí,
here, pretty
perfecto.
stacked for Caleb. We saw the Professor Sada Vitality already in the hand. For later on,
Otro
the nest
Rainbow.
ball, double nest ball now, bringing out these Raging Bolt EX onto the
Los
field.
japoneses son tan
Here, those
ordenaditos
are
para
the
jugar,
ancient
hermano. Me
Pokemon
da
that
gusto
can
ver
be
eso, pero
targeted
estos
down,
locos
accelerate
no.
energy to for the future for Caleb. And
Energía de mano
of course,
para un
the card
Rainbow.
attaching every energy that
Y
comes down onto this
tendríamos,
field
bueno,
is more
carrito
damage in the future.
para
We see the switch
adelante.
cards put in
Descartar
that
la mano.
Iron Bundle to the bench, Raging Bolt EX, and we are passing over to
Yo
Kyle.
hubiese
This
descartado la
is
mano.
the perfect execution of what all the top players are thinking of during their turn is what is the worst possible thing that my opponent could do to
Yo
me
hubiese
that is
descartado
within
esa
reason?
manito.
And the answer was Iono in that spot. So what do I do in that spot? I'm going to switch this Pokemon to the active, make sure that
Sí, creo que
I
este
have the
también
answer with
ocupaba
instant Sada, I can have all
Rainbow,
my energies in
creo.
play and get a relevant attack off next turn. And he's done it all there. Now next turn he just wants to add some Ogre
Que
Pawn into
Rainbow,
the mix
loco,
and
no
really
puede
start to
ser. Nadie sabe
accelerate
usar otra cosa,
essentially
güey.
check down a Pokemon like Palkia on the other side.
Exactly, and that's going to be detrimental for Kyle, potentially, if that happens. Kyle, we've seen him on stream before with this Palkia deck, unfortunately ending in a tie before, but now bringing us to the top 4 table here, bringing it back. And Radiant Greninja, the starting Pokemon here for Kyle. Taking a look at the deck himself here, sorting through things off this Earthen Vessel, discarding a Pokestop. There is already a Pokestop in play that can be utilized as well for Kyle. So we're going to get these energy out.
Ok, dos energías de agüita,
Throwing them
perfecto.
away as well.
Yeah, this is a deck that also likes to throw away a
Pero
lot of
parece que este no
resources
tiene
early
para
on, and
armarse
has those
completamente.
built-in, ways to assist itself, either with the V-Star ability to bring those water energies back.
Tiene
or
que
the Night
barajar
Switchers when you
primero
start to
para
lose
poder
pieces
usar
of the
al
Duskull line.
Greninja, si no me
Add those
equivoco.
right back into the hand and continue on. So we'll see the Pokestop played here. We see Ultra Ball as well in the hand too, and there's a
Será
few
familiar del
more
Coque
cards
ese que
that
se
need to be found. Radiant
partió la
Greninja's
baraja
gonna
de esa
try to help
manera.
out.
Yeah, 2 cards at sea. It's another water energy, as well as a piece of that Dusknoir line. I think it is the
¿Qué
Dusknoir.
tenemos? Que no puede usar nada. ¿Qué onda? ¿Tiene mala mano el amigo? Tenemos un Palkia, perfecto.
Yeah, we need to get the Duskull out first here.
¿Qué
So
más?
we've seen Kyle compete against the Lugia matchup, but now he's facing down a different demon this time. And when I say demon, I mean giant giraffe-looking Raging
Yo
Bull.
pondría a Ursaluna netamente para sacrificarlo
What's
si
the
es que es
gameplay going to
necesario.
look like from Kyle as far as, you know, the prize mapping, what he's targeting down to eliminate from
¿Qué
Caleb's
jugó? No
field?
caché.
Is he going to be able to even keep up
Ah,
the
ultra.
pace? What do you think, Kyle?
Descartó de
Yeah,
energía,
for
sí,
Kyle,
que a
he
buscar.
needs to
Palkia,
just
¿no?
throw
Busca
resources
Palkia,
onto the
Palkia.
board and hope that something sticks, because you do not have
Ah, no,
an
este men
answer
ocupaba
to
mazo
Pokemon
Palkia,
catch
de
down below
veras,
Palkia
con
V. The game
Greninja.
is going to be well out of reach if you don't
De
get an
veras, ya me
attack
acordé,
off
ya me
into
acordé.
Raging Bolt on turn 2. And he's going to go for the Squawk ability in a spot like this, and it just means more resources available later on. You can find second Palkia V and feel a lot more comfortable in this matchup.
3 water energy already in the discard pile. 1 now being attached for turn onto this V Pokemon into the Squawk and Seas. Those couple of resources being
Squawkabilly
started into the
descartó,
discard pile
perfecto.
for Kyle.
6 más.
We're going to see 6 more cards.
Rhyming
Qué
out here,
salvada.
look at you. And yeah,
Discard pile for
the
Kyle.
perdón,
Blood
perdón,
Moon
perdón,
Ursaluna
perdón,
into the
perdón.
discard pile is not something Kyle loves
Yo pondría
to
el
see,
Rotom.
but also He respects the fact that he's got enough of
Se nos fue
the
todo
nice
menos
records
la...
there to help out in
Se nos
spots
fue un
like
Ayono, pero se queda la peso.
Rolled here. Irida going to the discard. We have only a Hisuian heavy
pondría ese
ball
palque más.
drawn off of that. Pokestop. Getting a couple resources.
all of the Pokemon in hand right
Esto
now
es
looking
cool,
pretty
ok.
good here. On the second Palkia V, potential
Yo
to
tiraría,
build on
yo
this
tiraría
lead with
Rotom,
the
yo usaría la
Rotom if you
habilidad.
like, or play the Froakie and hope to find more resources.
Para mejorar la mano, tener más
You know, one way to
posibilidades
find
por lo menos.
resources is draw them.
Draw them. Yeah, we like drawing cards here indeed in the TCG. And instant charge is one way to do that. Drawing 3 additional charged up cards, ending your turn
lo que yo haría,
here.
es lo que
So
yo haría.
Kyle is going to pass things over after that instant charge, ending things for Caleb. And Caleb's going to kick us off. So we saw the initial turn from Caleb. Now things can get pretty spicy. Iron Bundle being activated here. Hyper Blower. The Iron Bundle goes into the discard pile from Caleb, and then Kyle gets to switch a Pokemon. He chooses who to promote into the active position. Now the Iron Bundle's gone.
Wow, yeah, this is not fun for Kyle. He wants to use the Dusknoir to his own ability to take a knockout when it may not be available, but he doesn't want to give up a 2-prize knockout, so he says, fine, take the lowest hit point one possible.
Cambia
You're
caleta cuando hay una
inevitably
luz
gonna
atrás
get a knockout
porque
this
mira,
turn, but
ahora me veo
2
mejor.
prize cards never feels good to give up there. Oh, that's not good
Gosh. Wow, Bravery Charm. That's a tool card. It's different now from our
O sea, yo
item
siento que por lo menos
cards,
ahora me veo
and
mejor.
Caleb Gettimer just dropped 2 of them from that Pokestop into the discard pile, only netting 1 card.
He's like, all right, Sada first next
Entonces,
time.
¿qué tenemos?
That was unfortunate, but it's just
Energía.
the way things go sometimes.
Uso vitalidad. Ya estaba preguntando por qué le puse de energía. Nada de Ogre Pulp.
Those bravery charms at the right time.
¿Qué es lo que veo ahí, esa carta básica? ¿Qué será?
Engine of this deck, Professor
No alcanza a
Sada's
reconocer.
Vitality, targeting those 2 ancient Pokemon in those Raging Bolt
No
EX.
alcanza a reconocer.
The energy from the discard pile get activated back onto the field, onto those Raging Bolts, and then you draw 3 additional cards. So it's the energy acceleration, it's the draw support,
De
and that
cartas,
is
energía
truly
flaca, si
the
no pasa nada.
backbone of this deck here now for Caleb. 3 energy
Sacamos
out
2 cartitas
on
más.
the field in total now. We still have an attachment from turn if we have it, and that
Y
Earthen
te
Vessel
salió
is
una
in the hands here
vasija,
for
muy
Caleb
bien.
already.
This is just a winning hand right now.
A lot of
got
cards.
a lot of great pieces. Finds another Earthen Vessel.
¿Una
can
polilla?
continue on finding the energies that he needs, and there's also access to finding perhaps the first Ogre Pawn of the game. You can
Energía de
include
pelea
that
y energía
into
de
the mix
trueno.
and have a some
Qué
energy
güey.
acceleration, which is a little bit
Sabe lo que
missed
hace
here
este
if you're
muchacho.
only using Sada.
Sada gets you far, but not too far if you have so many cards in your deck that you can use. And that's definitely what this deck does very well. I mean, look at this stacked hand here from Caleb. Taking a quick look again at the discard pile, but still tons of cards. Here we have 2 Raging Bolt EX. They're slowly getting charged up. That Earthen Vessel bringing those energy back into
Creo que
the
ya está
hand from the
prácticamente
deck,
armado
and
ya.
even more. Just looking at the resources in the discard pile. This is the attachment
Energía de
from
mano.
the hand for the turn.
Para querer descartarlo, ¿no?
And here we go. Here's the discard. This is 3 energy
Ok,
cards, 70
adiós
damage
Squawkabilly.
per
¿Y
energy.
a quién
That's a
ponemos activo?
2-prize knockout.
¿Al
That's what
Palkia?
this deck does. 2
Con la
prize
energía.
cards down,
Si
only
tenéis para
4
evolucionarlo,
more
genial.
to take here, putting Kyle on the defense side of this field.
Me salió un
And
caramelo
what do you
raro, lo
think
que
about the
significa
origin
que
form
tenemos por el
Palkia
Dux
V
Call,
deck?
o sea, el Dux no,
How does it
pero parece que no lo tiene.
respond when it's in more of a defensive position?
Well, the math doesn't exactly math right here, and it's unfortunate because Kyle has to work a lot
Sí, yo
harder
usaría
to get the
esa
knockouts
ultra
in this spot. He's got access to it. We see the rare candy and the ultra
para
ball,
traer al
so
Palkia.
Dusknoir can be included into this mix.
Descartó la Peso
You
Ball
have
y un
to start to
Froggy.
use cards like that Iono and to draw more and more resources and hopefully put your opponent on a weaker hand. They are not allowed to add onto their board state and add more Pokemon because they're trying to avoid giving too much power to the Palkia V-Star attacking for more damage, but it's also a weakness because you only have
Tiene 3
this board of
energías.
a Greninja and a Raging
Lo que significa que
What do you even go for
puede
there? You
cargar
have
una al
little to work
Palkia que
with.
está
It's not
adelante,
one of
si
those
que trae la
decks that
evolución.
throws down all of these basic Pokemon that are
Y
supporters in this matchup.
2 al
Like you
Greninja
said,
o
Kyle,
las
you
otras
wanna
2 al
give
mismísimo
those
Palkia que está
extra
atrás.
hit points, the 20 each for the subspace swell on the Palkia V-Star. And that's always
Oye, imagináis gana Kyle con ese mazo de Palkia, estaría bueno.
getting that Palkia V-Star but it's a little awkward here now for Kyle, and he's already on the back foot. It looks like we're going to see the Pokestop.
Pokeparada,
3
Nido,
cards here, that's 1.
Greninja y
That's
Camilla.
2.
Perfecto.
Yeah, very
Se
nice.
nos va el Greninja,
Greninja EX
nos quedamos
hitting
con
the
la Nido y la
discard pile,
Camilla.
but that's for a Night Stretcher and an S-Ball. I'll
Usamos
take
Nido,
it.
Fensantipiti.
For Kyle, the prize map can be a
Perfecto.
little tricky at this point. You obviously have to commit to the Palkia V-Star as one of your big attackers. The Moonlight Shuriken doesn't line up nicely into the Raging Bolt, and we'll see a little bit of overreach when taking knockouts in a spot like this. But it also leads into that late game opportunity where you see those Night Stretchers. They can go for the Ursula Una and help out with taking those sneaky knockouts that line up much better.
Caramelo raro.
Yeah,
recuperó
Ursaluna,
al
the blood in
Duskull.
Ursaluna comes
Perfecto.
out and it
Caramelo
attacks.
raro, me imagino.
We have seen that all day today for sure. And another thing we've seen,
Y al
these
Greninja,
Dusknoir,
Greninja,
they
Greninja,
have been
Greninja.
flying, and when I mean flying, they rare candy into a Dusknoir, and then very shortly after, if not the next turn, they curse blast themselves away. This Origin form Palkia V-Star now out on the field here.
Trae las 2 energías.
Boss Vacuum being eyed up.
Aspirador, ¿qué vaya a sacar?
Catcher is not helpful in a spot like this. You know what you need to knock out. It doesn't matter when Professor Sada is the card being played. You're just trying to avoid that. Give your opponent this prize card.
Oh, ¿por qué?
Hopefully that Iona.
Hubiese tirado a Greninja. A no ser. Oh, lo trae de vuelta con la Camilla. A no ser que lo que quiera sea cargar al. Cargar al. ¿Cómo se llama? Al Greninja Radiante. Y videarse a los dos de una. Puede ser.
3 prize cards now, thanks to that additional knockout of the Dusknoir on Kyle's own side.
Catcher,
And we're gonna have a
Ogerpon
fresh
y
6
no caché que mal le
here for
salió.
Kyle.
Yeah, a bit surprising to see the damage go to the benched Raging Bolt in a spot like this. If you take the knockout here, you're making your opponent need 1 more resource for Sadas to have the effect of 2 Pokemon to target and give energy to. Instead, he's going to play a slower approach, deal some good damage, but he's hoping to chain this together into something with another Dusknoir.
No caché. Usó vasija. Pero a ellos no le quedan más energía.
Maybe this is into a big Moonlight play, but the math doesn't work out.
The math's awkward here. Kyle Earthen Vesseling to
Si
get
tiene
rid of a
cambio,
card, and it's just a single
cargaría
energy
ese
drawn out of
Greninja y
that. There's
pegaría
no
al
more
para
energy
atrás.
in the deck. They're all sitting in the hand in the discard pile right now for Kyle here as well.
Yeah.
Of course, you have that Star Portal V-Star power to re-accelerate the energy, which is something that's how this deck functions. That single copy of the tracking shoes as well.
Don't use it yet.
Yeah, Kyle somehow
Save it.
knows how to use it at the perfect time to get the perfect card, so we'll see if that happens again here. But we see the energy attachment onto that Palkia V-Star. In the active position, it's ready to subspace swell. 60 base damage, 20 for each benched Pokemon on both Kyle's side as well as Caleb's side. That's why we're seeing that slim bench there from
Astro
Caleb.
y
We're
again.
this V-Star power be activated
2 al
now to
Palkia
get
y
these
una al
energy out
Greninja.
onto the
Okay, yo
bench.
pensé que se le iba a poner todo al
Origin form
Greninja.
Palkia V, which is only a V at this moment in time, and 1 onto that Radiant Greninja.
Usa la voz de
And
los tracking shoes.
the way that the energies are placed in this spot is also tricky because you're 2 energies away from attacking with Radiant Greninja, so you're basically looking at the Pokemon.
Yo creo que sí quiere cargar a ese
A way to
Greninja.
retreat out of some certain situations right now.
A pivot, essentially. Caleb Gettimer
El otro
taking
quedó con
some hits
110.
there on that Raging Bolt
No lo
EX,
alcanza
hanging
a
on by
vencer con el
40
Greninja.
HP here. A damaged one on the bench as well, but none of these Pokemon have been taken out yet. They're just heavily damaged sitting on the field for Caleb Gettimer right now. And we'll see what the hand was. Of course, we're working off the Iono hand here from Caleb. It was 3 cards, the top deck as well to start the turn. And now it looks like an Ultra Ball?
Yep, it's
Yo
Ultra
sí
Ball
tiraría
and Prime
Silver
Catcher, but this is why you play Luminion. You have an ability to now find a supporter in a spot like this, where this
¿Lo
deck
sacrificó?
typically just goes,
sacrificó. ¿Y por
hey,
qué?
well,
What do I do?
I guess I need to restart or something. Just play these
Okay,
weaker,
Luminion.
Support Pokemon. This is the prime one that you're looking for, and it finds that supporter that you so desperately need.
Professor Sada's vitality, it is.
Buena Fabián, me dice cómo está jugando ese Palkia. Oye, sí, está jugando, pero brutalísimo. Nunca había visto un Palkia jugar tan bien.
get a nice 3
Energía de
cards
mano,
as well.
perfecto,
Get to
estamos.
accelerate these energy, 3 additional cards for
Lo que sí me
Caleb.
sorprendió
That's
fue la
gonna
jugada
help
que
out
hizo
the
recién.
hand
Yo
a
hubiese
lot,
puesto el
and
Ogre
that's
Pump, pero bueno.
fantastic recovery
Puso
after
Luminion, me
Iono.
imagino que es para cargarlo.
Finds Pheasantipity.
Even better.
When you see a Luminion on your board, you're like, okay,
Imagino que
we
lo que
already
quiere
got
es
a couple
deshacerse rápido de los
resources that are
muchachos.
probably gonna get knocked out.
¿Cuánta energía tiene? Tiene 3. No le alcanza. Son 2, son 140 si no me imagino. O sea, si no mal recuerdo, son 140 todos. Son 70, son 210 si no me equivoco las
The
3.
discard of these 3
Creo.
energy here now.
¡Oh! ¡Sí
For
lo
Caleb
alcanzó!
Gadamer taking out that origin form Palkia
Saque
V-Star.
mal el
That's another
cálculo.
2 prize cards down for Caleb. We are flying through
No,
this
¿qué
match.
vamos a
Just an
hacer?
energy retrieval remaining in the
Que
prize
esté jugando
cards for
tan
Caleb to
bien,
take
loco,
to potentially take
no.
this win to heavily damaged Raging Bolt EXs.
No,
Kyle still
estaba
has
jugando
6
muy
prize
bien.
cards remaining here and is going to promote this origin form Palkia V, but how do we come back from here, Kyle? What are we about to see? We got a Dust Gold that was put out and it's ready. It's going, but do we have the
Es que
cards?
yo te dije en delante debiste haber usado el Dux Knight para vencer al Greninja, weón. Y así deja de descartar energía,
Raging Bolt, potentially you just aren't going to take the knockouts. It's so you have to just go on this approach of just taking out threats as you can, and I think the #1 threat that we see is that Pheasantipity that can
¿qué hacemos? ¿Qué
draw
hacemos?
some of these resources. If you have access to Iono in combination with the counter catcher, you can do a lot of work
flaco,
there,
yo
but just we don't see the
usaría la Iono.
we don't see any
Cargaría la
of the pieces
energía,
in
no
the
sé
hand
a
other than
quién.
the Iono right now, and
Al Palkia puede ser para que pegue los 200.
It's quite sad.
Que ese Palkia
Palkia
pega
V-Star
200 si no me
prize
equivoco.
cards as well as a Dust
Yo le pegaría los
Box, a Dust
200 al
Board,
que tiene.
couple of those pieces too. So I mean, it's just and a Night Stretcher in the price
Blood
cards
Moon
too.
Ursaluna in the discard pile.
Yes.
No Night Stretcher to be seen, and
Efectivamente,
Yeah.
debió haber pedido,
we need
pedido al
to find
Greninja,
some really
sí.
good cards off of
Sí, haber
Iono.
pedido al Greninja
It's certainly
en el momento en el que tuvo la
possible in this
oportunidad,
spot
debió
to
haberlo
see
aprovechado.
One Night Stretcher remaining there, as one is in the prize cards, but I don't think it involves the Mew benching here.
Yeah, well, Kyle is gonna take it out here. That Mew EX shuffling back up that deck that is so thin now.
Ya, déjate
here.
pesado,
I
weón.
mean, you saw
Que le
every
pusiste
single
un
resource that's
por 3
left
a tu
for Kyle.
mano, weón.
Also
¿Cómo
gonna
barajó
look
tan,
at Caleb's discard
cómo corrió
as
las más
well.
tan rápido,
But,
papito?
Mew
Dios tiene sus
EX is
favoritos.
now.
¿Cómo
And that
hace
Ultra Ball, but it's in the
eso?
hand.
No
Are we
puede
gonna see the
ser,
I
shoes?
like the shoe.
Oh, what's in net us?
I
Okay.
burn some cards.
Oh
Ooh,
my
it's a
gosh.
Prime Catcher.
Prime
But the
catcher.
pivot Pokemon is in the active.
Cárgale la energía al Palkia.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, the shoe.
Loco,
the
tenía un
discard
puro
of the Pokestop
premio.
into the Prime catcher, but you see Kyle's face right now reacting
Palkia
to
retira al
that.
Greninja.
I
A little
and then
awkward.
you have to play the Mew, but then that makes you fully reliant
Palkia
on
retira al Greninja,
the
loco.
V-Star instead. You don't get to
Escúchame.
use that
Oh
Blood
my
Moon
gosh.
Ursaluna.
Yeah, looks like debating
No,
on
¿qué
if
hizo?
it's going to go on to the Palkia V or the Radiant Greninja. Now it has a second attachment here, using the Prime Catcher into the
¿Qué
Origin
está
form
haciendo?
Palkia V. Pheasantipity EX coming up into the active as well from Kyle, and there's the Mew. It's just a single card here.
Finds
He's
the
a
Night
nice
Stretcher.
stretcher.
Ahora sé lo que es
Oh,
ver
that's
mejor a
so
mí, weón. Me
big.
tenéis todo
Finds
tenso.
the Palkia and continue on in this game. Has enough Pokemon in play to take a knockout here. And they Iono to one. It's all working out.
Dios,
We
ando
haven't
no
even flipped the script.
Había
Do you know
jugado
what's
tan
honest there,
bien,
Kyle?
loco, no puede
Friendship.
ser.
Tracking shoes.
Okay.
The tracking shoes.
He's hopping.
Lo jugó con una pura carta.
One shoe.
The one shoe. Once again,
Si no es
carrying the way.
una vitalidad
Kyle's
de
trekking
profesor,
the mountains at this
la
point.
hace.
Origin form Palkia V-Star now fully charged up, ready to go here.
Does Kyle have enough turns?
I don't know.
He's got 3 cards in deck. He can't even flip the script or he loses.
Oh my gosh. Well, there's 2 prize cards there within that Pheasantipity EX. That's going to put a hindrance in Caleb Gadamer's
Oh,
way,
hermano,
just
no
by
sé
down
si
to
es lo
one
que creo
single
que va a
card,
hacer,
top decking a
pero
grass
cargar ese
energy
Greninja y
here
pegarle a
now.
los
He's going to conceal
dos.
cards for 2 more.
A los dos que le quedan.
Pretty good resources. Ooh, finds the Teal Mask Ogrepon combination.
Ah, recuperar
with the
energía,
energy
no puede ser.
retrieval.
Ya.
That's an additional card too. And this is not a spot where Kyle can work in a Dusknoir and remove Pokemon from play. Give that final prize card to Caleb. So
Exactly.
Caleb also has the potential to just go Burst Roar.
Yep, that is
Me
true.
estresé, güey, me
Well,
estresé.
Caleb's going to start here. Energy retrieval.
Sorbito.
Energy coming out. once again, from the discard pile, that's one piece of the puzzle here. We did finally have a Bravery Charm as well.
Just in time.
Protecting that Raging Bolt EX. We have the Grass Energy Attachment at Teal
habilidad.
Another Energy Retrieval, yeah, that is not...
Necesita vitalidad de profesor por lo menos
Kyle,
para...
that's the piece that we're missing here.
Para
We need that way
levantarlo.
to accelerate the energy out for Caleb to continue up the pace. I mean, think about it. We're
Necesita vitalidad de profesor por lo menos para hacerlo atacar una vez más.
to take this game, and Kyle has just been able to put just enough disruption forward.
Mira, tiene 2 energías y una recuperación. 2 energías y una recuperación, loco, la sí, loco, la sí.
I know, exactly.
Con lo siguiente tenés que derrotar al... Es que sabes que tiene que hacer un movimiento con el que venza a 2.
A hand that he could probably try to go
Energía
the
de
same
mano.
route next turn if he just benches onto the
Okay.
Roaring Moon and or the Raging Bolt and just plays a Grass Energy onto the Teal Mask and attacks next turn. He has the energy retrieval to do just that. But in this spot, if you have a read that your opponent won't have the Iono, just get a hand of 6.
Ahora alcancé a ver si lo que le salió fue bueno o malo.
Well, Caleb is looking through all the options here, Kyle. I can't
Loco,
believe
tiene un Duxnoid. Tiene un Duxnoid.
Look at that.
It's Iono at the bottom.
Solo necesita un caramelo raro.
Oh my goodness.
That's sad.
That is very sad. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this has happened.
¿Le quedan esas dos
Every
cartas?
single resource has been used.
How could you have done this?
In this deck,
Duxnoid.
we're seeing the rare candy now into the
Ya
dust
ganó.
door.
Sí, ya ganó.
Kyle, Caleb was just, I mean, all he had
Le
was
pegáis al
energy
que tiene de
retrieval
activo y al que está atrás. ¿Qué estáis
there, couple
haciendo?
energy being
Pega
set up.
luego.
We're back to
Pega
Kyle.
luego.
All right, I mean, I like.
Pega
I
luego.
understand playing cards down, trying to get
Sí,
some use,
al
trying
Raging Ball
to
que... Ah, no,
make
pero
things
ese X,
happen,
¿o no?
but
No podéis
there's
pegarle al
not
que está
enough
atrás, po.
resources to where even using
¿O sí?
Iono would not lose you the game. You have 4 prize cards remaining.
You need the turns, and it was the Irida, which has, I mean, that can't help
¿Se
us
puede
at
o
all.
no se puede pegarle con el Duxnoid al que está atrás?
It's not working. You just
No,
have to hope
it's
your opponent
not.
doesn't have the resources.
It-
We don't see them yet, but we do see the Pokegear 3.0 in hands.
Oh my gosh, wow.
¿Por
that's
qué?
huge.
¿Qué pasó?
Yes,
¿Por qué no lo
this
hizo?
Raging Bolt EX being taken down. Kyle, another 2 prize cards down, 2 left to take here. I mean, a single card in the deck. Caleb Gettimer, on the other hand, has that Pokegear. That's pretty
¿Por qué no le
big.
pegó?
This Raging Bolt EX, lots of damage, but it can still bellowing
Calma, ahí
thunder.
tengo...
Even
Kyle.
if Caleb does not find the energies to win this game, a Pokemon catcher onto Dusknoir wins the game.
Mhm.
There is no way to move this Pokemon. The game ends right then and there for Kyle. He could use
¿Cómo se
Curse
llama
Blast to have
el
fun,
jueguito
but he
abierto acá? Así que
would
a
lose.
ver,
Yeah,
¿cómo
there's
se
only
llama?
one prize card remaining because of the Dusknoir last turn putting that prize
No,
map
si podía
for Caleb.
atacarlo,
Just
¿por qué no
one
lo
left to
hizo?
take, not 2, and there's a single prize card, several of them over on Kyle's side. So looking at
Electrofuria X nos dice que no podáis recibir ataque.
trying to sequence perfectly here. I can't tell what's the deck, what's the discard, and what's the
¿Por
hand.
qué no
It's
lo
all
This is just
hizo?
ridiculous. Not only does he have some
Era
energies
usar-
to continue to draw
Ah,
through,
pero es que le dais
he's
el
got the Nest
premio.
Ball to search out for
Ah, ya,
another
ya.
Ogre Pond.
Sí, te cacho,
He's
te
got
cacho.
the Pal Pad
Hubiese
to
sido
put
muerte
the
súbita, ¿o no?
full Sadas into the deck.
And
It's
then the
before he
Pokegear.
uses the Pokegear.
Hubiese sido muerte súbita, ya,
That gives
entiendo,
you
entiendo.
the best odds
Entiendo.
possible. Pokegear allows you to draw those 7 cards, get a supporter off the top, and then we have the best percentage
Amigo,
chance
le
that
queda
Caleb can put in
solamente
front of himself to
un-
do so.
le queda
Teal
una
Mask, Ogre
carta.
Pond coming down here, Pal Pad being played now. And yeah, we've got options. I feel like this is it, Kyle. This is the turn.
If not now, then when?
Yes, exactly.
This is statisticians over here are freaking out, trying to figure out how this math wouldn't work.
Here we go. We're
Bailando
dancing.
Overpon,
First energy
perfecto.
down. And
¡Ah, sí le
here we go, Professor Sada's Vitality. The first card here after that Pal
Sí
Pad.
le
Double
salió, no
Check to
puede
make sure you have
ser.
the fighting and take your knockout, and that's game 1 for Caleb Gettimer here in the top 4.
Cleaning it up.
Hubiese
Nice
preferido
and
muerte súbita,
easy.
weón.
Professor Sada's Vitality being the backbone
Cacha,
of
mira,
the Raging Bolt
el que está ahí al lado.
EX deck.
Ese.
But we
El
were
car,
able to
weón,
see
el
those
car de The
cool
Walking Dead.
inclusions
Ah.
now from Caleb in that Luminion, in the Ultra Ball stuff too. But yeah,
Se
getting
parece, se
that
parece.
turn where you would have just been stuck we weren't stuck.
Yeah.
We had that aggression, keeping up the pace here, and I guess that showcases to you not only why Raging Bolt is so good, but why these players are so skillful in building these decks, changing slight cards in the list, and then just taking it home here. Caleb Gedimer, game 1.
Yeah, other opponents maybe down the road of
Ya, todavía le queda una partida más como para que remonte. Ya vimos que el Lugia de Yarko remontó y ganó las 2 partidas que le quedaron. Espérate, mira. Quedó top 4, top 8, regional champion, región finalista, ganó el 2019. Llegó a la final del 2023, en Milwaukee, en Fresno. Este quedó en top 16 en el 2018. Ah, no ha jugado tantas regionales parece, porque en el 19 quedó top 4. Ah, no ha ganado. Estoy empezando a odiar más a la Electrofuria. Bueno, pero es que, si no me equivoco, en el primer día, lo mostraron como hace un par de horas atrás. En el primer día, el 14.09% de los jugadores llevó Electrofuria. ¿Qué? Si no es un mazo tan bueno. O sea, uno dice, oh, ¿cómo no hacer tan bueno? Si ganan. Sí, pero... ¿Bajo qué costo? Que te odien. Que quieran encontrarte la salida. Pero me gusta ese mazo, no puede ser. No puede ser. Le falta creatividad, sí. ¿Cómo hacer que no puedan crear un mazo que funcione, Rey? Si... No cuesta nada, iba a decir eso, pero en realidad sí cuesta crear un mazo que funcione. Pero no necesariamente tienes que usar metas. ¿Cachai? Yo, por ejemplo, ahora me iba a hacer 3 mazos. Me hice uno del Cloud, que es el cangrejito. Me hice uno del Ondulagua, recién. Me hice uno del Ondulagua, dije, quiero un mazo del Ondulagua, me armé uno. Y leyendo las cartas nomás. Y ahora vamos a hacer un mazo Persian. Persian. ¿Quién ocupa Persian? Y yo nomás, porque me gusta el Pokémon. El único mazo meta, el mazo meta que tengo, que está por ahí nomás porque lo desarmé, es el Garde. Pero yo el Garde no lo tengo como es originalmente. También le saqué cosas para ponerle cosas que yo quería. Técnicamente, entonces, si lo pongo bajo ese punto de vista, yo mazos metas no tengo. Perfecto, segunda partida. ¿Cómo estamos, Laredo? Bienvenido al live. Buenas, ¿qué estamos viendo? Estamos viendo la regional de... ¿Cómo se llama? Louisville. Está en vivo. Este es el segundo día, si no me equivoco. Aquí salen los campeones. Normalmente vemos esto como para saber cuál es el mazo meta que hay o descubrir algún mazo nuevo. Porque en la regional anterior, no en el de Lima, el anterior, no me acuerdo muy bien el nombre, descubrí la joyita de... una pequeña joyita de Gardevoir con unos pequeños arreglos que lo encontré pero hermoso. Pero eso no tenía mucho ya que hacer. Hoy, más que grabar, podría estar grabando, sí. Pero dije ya, sé que yo me quiero ver la regional. Ya, Kai, por favor, mata al Greninja. Oye, sí, por favor, no cuesta nada. Lo tenía ahí en tu primer intento, debiste haberlo hecho, weón. Dicen, empecé a jugar esto justo el lunes después del de Lima. Pero empezaste hace poquito, entonces. Hace un par de días. Literal, o sea, como que nuevito en el mundo del TCG Pokémon. Oye, en el TCG, en el de Lima, como aquí abundan los Electrofuria, allá abundaban los Regidragos, no puede ser.
Froakie Artichoke coming out for Kyle as the water Pokemon as well as the Night Stretcher.
Sí, vengo del Yugi, pero ya me aburrió. Yo nunca juego Yugi, nunca vi la serie de Yugi. Pero ¿por qué que te aburrió muy monótono el juego? No cacho mucho, la verdad. Bueno, igual yo creo que cualquier juego de cartas se vuelve monótono en algún momento.
And that's where Kyle wants to be. So
yo no sé si siguen sacando cartas para el Yu-Gi-Oh!
For Kyle off that buddy pop.
Yeah, and the way that this plays, you get some information from your opponent.
Somos todos nuevitos aquí.
Yo
también soy nuevito casi 3 meses. Oye, igual. O sea, no soy 3 meses, pero yo desde... Ya voy a cumplir un añito. Un añito. No, un año jugando TCG. En diciembre cumplo mi primer año jugando TCG. Y me pueden creer que de ese año he tenido solamente un vaso físico. No gasto plata. Mis amigos han tenido un montón de mazos. Con los que yo juego son de hacer mazo todo el rato. Y yo así como que... Yo he jugado el año entero con un solo mazo. No sé, solo creo que llegué a un punto en el que te aburre, se volvió pura interrupción. Pues sí. No sé, yo mira, si me dieran a elegir otro TCG para añadir al Pokémon, sería Dragon Ball. Me gustaría jugar el TCG de Dragon Ball. De hecho, también tengo el TCG de Dragon Ball en el computador, pero tengo que darme el tiempo de aprenderlo. Y no sé si lo streamaría, si haría stream de eso. Porque como tal, ustedes saben que de martes a sábado hacemos stream de Pokémon. O sea, de martes a viernes de stream de Pokémon. Y los sábados hacemos stream chill. Yo creo que ahí sí podría jugar el de Dragon Ball. Porque los sábados chill normalmente jugamos lo que sea. Lo que tenga ganas de jugar ese día lo jugamos.
I mean, that's what Kyle wants to see.
A ver, ¿qué tenemos?
The time in this matchup.
No, pero cualquier duda, Laredo, si tiene alguna duda, me pueden preguntar nomás. No sé, no soy el gran maestro, pero algo sé. Y si no lo sé, está en mi canal de YouTube. De hecho, en mi canal de YouTube tengo mazos para las personas que están recién empezando.
From those rare candies, Pokestop. Let's see if we can get those items.
Where you at, buddy?
That's one. Ooh.
Se le fue el Rotom. ¿Y quién más? El Mew.
¿O no? At this point in time for them, but Kyle is just going to get an Ultra Ball now off of there.
Se le fue el Mew, ¿cierto?
Earthen Vessel, something to
o se le fue un Tuxnoid.
From this point would have been nice. It's going to be a little slower now. You can go for Dusclops, but we don't see the energies ready to roll here. No access to the Palkia V-Star just yet. I think there is a nice treasure hand, so you can get that back, but depends how many energies were played down on that opening turn if you're going to get an attack this
year. Awesome, no seguidor, gracias Laredo, te pasaste. Espero que se la pase muy bien por aquí, amigo.
I'm on it today. Night Stretcher is going to be played here for Kyle, getting a Pokemon.
Bienvenido a esta hermosa comunidad que estamos formando de a poquito.
It's just 2 energies.
De a poquito vamos creciendo.
Yeah, that's a bummer here from Kyle. Gonna use this Iono here first. We've already concealed cards this turn. I think it was right at the start before the Pokestop even happened. So we've gotten through our cards. We have a Dusclops now. We still have the potential for a Dusknoir on the other Duskull if we can get anything. Oh my gosh.
Matoré justo. Te está dando las gracias por seguirme, amigo. Te está dando las gracias por seguirme, que bienvenido a la comunidad que estamos creando de a poquito. Y ¿qué más? No, estaba preguntando que qué fue lo que se le fue al muchacho. Yo no sé por qué salen tantos anuncios, la verdad. Si ni facturo. Ni facturo con Twitch. Ok, tenemos dos energías al Palkia ya puede atacar. Esta aguanta 240. ¿Y el cuánto pega? Pero parece que este muchacho tenía mala mano. Tenemos energía, vasija, órdenes de jefe. Se queda solamente la vasija, perfecto.
Remember, we're working off that
¿Qué tiene?
burst roar that
¿Recuperación?
happened,
¿Tiene
so we had
recuperación?
some new cards
Si
after
no, la
Caleb
vasija.
was just shuffling up before doing nothing.
Yeah, discarding the grass energy off the Pokestop, very helpful too. This now means that the Sada in hand will search out
Vasija y se descarta
for
la energía de rayo.
both of those energies from the discard pile and assist here, take a knockout, but provide an additional energy for the benched Raging Bolt to have an attack next
Yo creo que ahí
turn
debería
a little
buscar...
easier.
Ah, no, tiene un
Exactly,
Ogre
that's
Pond.
the
Yo
thing
juré que
about
lo de abajo
this
era un
deck.
Ogre
The
Pond.
grass energy that charge up the Ogre Pond to draw you more cards is very essential for that engine. But as far as the Raging Bolt EX, it needs a lightning and a fighting. So the way these energies fall onto the field also matter as far as the sequencing and everything goes. So grass energy, discard pile, that's
¿Será que
nice.
Kyle
Caleb
gana
can
en
now
esta debido a la
search
mala
out
mano
the
que ha tenido el
fighting,
muchacho?
the lightning that's needed to power
Porque
up
si es
these
por tomar
Raging
buenas
Bolt
decisiones,
EX.
sabemos que Kyle no gana.
There's a world where Kyle has
Debiste haber atacado a ese Greninja.
another Dusknoir off a Night Stretcher and just removes both Raging Bolt from
No,
play
mira, no
next
te voy a
turn,
criticar
and the
tanto
other two are in
porque
the
de
prize cards for
repente...
Caleb at this
Yes.
moment. So, gonna
Mira,
be really
me
reliant
acabo de dar
on
cuenta que
cards
tiene un
like the two
Dusknoir ahí.
Night Stretcher copies that he has.
Tiene un
Not seeing
Dusknoir.
any of that just yet,
¿Por qué no
but
lo
the
atacó?
Sadas could potentially help
Le daba el
bring additional
premio, sí.
resources to
Pero
the
con
hand.
Palkia lo
So, I
derrotáis
mean,
y lo
this could
descartáis y
legitimately
listo.
just be, you gotta bench one more Pokemon, the Iron Bundle, and then just hope that your opponent doesn't take those 4 prizes.
Gosh, well, that's where we're seeing Sada here targeting those ancient Pokemon, those energy being accelerated, 3 additional cards to the hand.
No, puesto energía de mano,
We already
sí.
saw those energy sought out from the Earthen Vessel within the fighting energy. Switch cards. Oh,
Carrito, le cura 30 y...
Enough to where
Mira, le curó 30. Podía usar el Dusknoir todavía. Ocupa el
That
Dusknoir.
would be spicy.
Yeah, that would be very spicy.
Lo tenía
Caleb
en la
can do some
banca por
math
algo.
here, that is for sure. Bravery Charm, we saw 2 of them discarded off
One
of
is
a
in
Pokestop
hand.
before. 50 HP that you get if it's attached to your basic Pokemon. So that could help out Caleb here.
Mira,
in that
deja ese
Bravery
maldito
Charm.
Garpón.
Very essential cards in this deck, in this matchup.
Yeah, with 90 hit points remaining. you
Energía
buff
de
that
manito.
back up by 50,
Ok,
you're at
perfecto.
140, 130.
Necesita como 5 energías para derrotar a ese Palkia,
Charm
así que ya.
is
Just saves
protecting
it.
this Raging Bolt at
I
this
don't see
spot.
it though. Not yet.
¿Tú
at
dices que
least.
no, que lo guarde para el Greninja?
No, we've
you're
already
gonna see
attached
it.
per turn.
Well, you're going to see the Bravery Charm.
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't see it in hand.
He was hiding it.
There we go. Caleb Gettimer with the Bravery Charm. A nice little necklace for that
¿Por qué
Raging
no
Bolt
está usando?
EX,
Ah,
and
porque
that
no
is
tiene
gonna be
energía.
a pretty pivotal necklace.
Okay, I don't know if you're supposed to bench the Iron Bundle in
ver.
this spot, because can't your opponent just get 2 knockouts onto the active Pokemon with the Dusknoir and then potentially just attack
sí,
into this
descartó toda
Raging
la
Bolt on the
energía.
bench? Is there enough to where you
Wait.
can just win the game?
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó?
Double
I
Dusknoir active.
¿Se arrepintió?
Palkia V-Star attacking.
I think we
Yep,
just
Usar nido y
Caleb's
buscar a
realizing,
quién.
I need a Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that is exactly
¿Qué pasó?
what just
¿Premiaste el
happened.
Logerpon?
I guess we didn't announce the attack. I suppose
Parece que
the
premió el
message reverted
Logerpon este
back.
muchacho.
But yeah.
Ahí tiene un Greninja. ¡Mátalo, mátalo!
I
¡Ah!
got nervous for you there, buddy.
I'm scared. Nest Ball here bringing out the Radiant Greninja. That is oh yeah, and we can utilize it as well. The concealed cards throwing another fighting energy into the discard pile. What do you see?
He found Prime Catcher.
Lo peor de todo es que ya, por ejemplo, creo que pegó 2000. Si no me equivoco, Palkia en este momento pega lo suficiente para derrotarlo. Si es que no se lo derrota. Ok, fuera ese Palkia, ahora sí que sí.
If both these were to be knocked out, oh gosh,
Oh
it's not
my
gonna
Ay,
kill
este
one.
It's
muchacho.
going to be the Earthen Vessel and the Nest Ball here for Caleb Gettimer. To the
¿Qué
hand
deck
from
juegan
the prize
ustedes?
cards. Kyle
Yo,
losing
bueno,
that Origin Form Palkia
técnicamente
V-Star,
no juego con
2
nada
prize cards
específico,
going over to Caleb
pero
after
sí
that,
últimamente estoy jugando
rough,
mucho con
rocky
Blastoise.
turn that turned into something there at the
Pero
end for
bueno,
Caleb
más adelante,
Gettimer.
bueno,
Dust
en los
Box in that
intermedios te
position
vas a
now
dar cuenta,
for
porque en
Kyle.
los
Still
intermedios
6
me pongo a
prize
jugar
cards
yo mientras
remaining
tanto.
here. And we're
Y en
gonna
los
start off with
demás
the
lives,
concealed
si es
cards.
que se aparece mi muchacho, te
Te
vas a dar cuenta que no juego con mazos meta, ni por si acaso. No juego con mazos meta, no juego con Electrofuria, no juego con Lugia. Yo creo mis mazos. Y juego raro. Y juego raro. Pregúntale a cualquiera que haga en el chat. Juego raro. Si a mí este men me tiene tenso es porque me recuerda a cómo juego yo.
The pivotal cards you need potentially as a Pokemon player to close out some of these games or at least continue to put on
¿Qué
some
usar
pressure.
Fensandipiti? Sí,
Night Stretcher
tíralo, si ya al fin y al cabo
looking to
ya...
be before that
¡Oh!
Fensandipiti comes down
¡Ah!
to
¡Recupera
play
ese
here,
Palkia!
either
¡Recupera el
a basic
Palkia!
energy or a Pokemon.
I don't know about playing games that aren't Palkia V.
¿Disfrutas el juego? Sí.
That's a pretty good resource, and losing out on
Soy de, ¿cómo se llama? Soy de disfrutar las cosas. No me gusta ponerme tenso, ponerme de mal humor, o porque me ha pasado que he ido a jugar a otro lado y me tratan mal por estar recién aprendiendo. Entonces, ¿cómo se llama? No me gusta esa clase de gente que más encima se cree genial por ganar en un jueguito de cartas. Amigo, tranquilo. Cariñito en la casa, no, tranquilito, ya, ganó. Pero, ¿cachai? Yo soy de los que literalmente le gusta pasarla bien o lesear con mi amigo mientras juego. Yo compré dos y solo juego esos, Miraidon con Regieleki y otro de Zapdos y Pawmi. El de Zapdos y Pawmi me encanta. Yo creo que me lo armé acá en el juego y me gustaba caleta. ¿Sabes por qué lo dejé de ocupar? El Miraidon con el Regieleki nunca lo juego. ¿En serio te trataron mal? ¿En qué lugar fue para no quiero arruinar más no quiero dejar que eso arruine mi experiencia con ese lugar. Quiero dejarlo con que esa persona es así. ¿Cachai? Esa persona es así y no quiere decir que la tienda sea mala. La tienda ha sido buena, me recibió y me ha dejado jugar ahí las veces que yo quiero ir a jugar. Me tratan súper bien. Es esa persona la que me desagrada. Pero no dejen con la persona la experiencia. Si se vuelve a repetir, les cuento. Pero por ahora no. No, y yo tampoco le quise parar los carros porque fue como, mira, ¿sabes qué? Chao, no me calenté la cabeza contigo. Pero dije, si el loco me vuelve a tratar mal, te espero fuera. La mayoría de mi círculo en Yugi juegan competitivo y son ese tipo de personas que hacen corajes por perder o cosas por el estilo. ¿Cómo esos corajes por perder? ¿Como pataleta? ¿Como que se enojan por perder? No, sí, flaco, no. Caramelo raro, Dugnor y Peso Ball. Oye, recupera ese Dugnor, usa el caramelo raro y vence al que tenía atrás. ¿Qué te cuesta? Oye, no que... espérame. No había usado al Dugnor hace rato para vencer al... Para vencer al otro. O todavía lo tiene ahí esperando. Lo tiene ahí esperando, ¿cierto? Este men yo no sé para qué tiene los Duxner. Sobre todo cuando ellos tienen el meta y pierden contra algún funcionario random, es divertido ver cómo hacen corajes en esos casos. ¿Pero a qué te referías en corajes? ¿Como que se enojan, hacen pataleta, cachai?
Of Nox or whatever per Dustnor, like 2.4 or something.
2.5, yeah. We'll see how that's working for Sebastian.
Yes, exactly. Well, Dustnor, Curse Blast,
okay, 13 damage counters, taking out this Raging Bolt EX. That's 2 of our 6 prize cards here. And as you said, Kyle, this Blood Moon Ursaluna out for blood. It's got a water energy.
He found the Hisuian Heavy Ball again. Might as well.
Ya, no te puedes traer a ninguno, porque la Peso Ball creo que no te deja traerte evoluciones.
No, you know you're gonna Iono.
I like this shuffle of the prize cards better, I think.
Yeah.
You relay that out.
Put the judge back to
Mira, de aquí a una Electrofuria y una vasija.
Updated prize cards here now. Caleb's been taking them from that Dusknor, so we do have that Raging Bolt EX.
Eso mismo iba a preguntar. Este muchacho no ha sacado premios.
Benching a Duskull that came out of the prize cards from the Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Okay, una Iono, perfecto.
Here we go. That disruption, it did throw quite a couple of monkey wrenches in Caleb's way in the last match. He was still able to work through them, but it could be very different this time around for Caleb.
En el tiempo entre rondas están hablando de cómo alguien que jugó fan, no sé qué es eso, tuvo demasiada suerte y eso.
Well, bye.
You have to.
Now we have one in hand, at least.
This was going to be the end of the game. for Caleb if he had not continued on that turn.
Ok, le
last
ganó de
turn.
nuevo.
Had the
Eso.
foresight
Eso.
to make something
Vamos.
of this. But this is a pile of
Humilde el
energy
Kai le está
that he has
regalando
to
la
work
partida.
with. A Radiant Greninja and a Pokestop.
¿Sí o no?
Is that the dream?
I don't think that's I don't know if that's the dream.
There is a
Kyle.
El
Raging
Kai
Ball
se
back
demora
in the deck
mucho.
now.
Es como, loco, debiste haber usado el
There
Greninja
goes
hace rato.
Get Pokemon.
That is true.
Debiste haber usado el
What do we
Greninja
got
hace
here?
rato y le
Just
pegáis
a
al que.
switch
Mira,
cards,
le pegáis
Pokemon catcher and energy.
al
Here's
que
get
estaba
two
atrás
cards.
y listo.
Sada,
Fan
or
en
Pokemon
Yugi
Sada.
es un deck
Ah,
random que no está en el
That's
meta.
not the
Ah, ya,
one we want.
perfecto, perfecto.
Wrong one.
Mira,
wow.
yo a esas personas le diría
I
que
mean,
la
at least,
excusa graba la
yeah,
falta.
as you said, Kyle, at least we weren't just losing for not having another. Can you imagine?
Que te haya
that?
ganado
You're
un
like,
random con un mazo
I
no
mean,
meta
he almost let it
y que tú
happen.
digas que suerte.
Almost,
Solo
but we
demuestra
refocused up. Energy
tu poca
this team,
eficiencia
we're
en
gonna get us
jugar.
a couple of energy here, but yeah, is
Eficacia,
it that
perdón.
pickle once again, or we're just gonna attach to
Eficiencia.
the Slither
También,
Wing
como que-
here? This is a tech from Caleb Gedimer. A better Sandy Shocks, as Kyle put it.
Oye, lo dejó por ahí con
There's
uno, lo
not
dejó con
much
ese nomás.
else to look at Slither
Y
can
tiene el
burn.
Slither.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
¿Para qué?
Super neat.
¿Para
I
qué,
mean,
Flack? ¿Para qué te
it
servía
lines
ese?
up in a Blood Moon Ursa Luna pretty well.
It looks kind of fluffy.
You got
it's cute.
you got weakness. You beat that boy up. but
Yeah, beat it up.
We don't see the resource there to go along with it. It's just going to be the stomp
It
off.
discards the
Ah, le
top
descarta
card
una
of your
carta. Ya,
opponent's deck.
perfecto.
Nest ball out of here. I mean, we don't even need it. We have a full bench.
Ay, le pide la pila de descarta y se la manda a la cresta. así.
Hey, we're
Por
stomping
descartarle
off.
una carta.
Slitherwing is done with this, okay? And Caleb needs a Pokemon. Still. Kyle, once again, now 2 prize cards left to take.
Oh,
Here, Radiant
ok.
Greninja and the Slitherwing
Palkia,
are all that are
Palkia
on the field
perfecto.
for Caleb Gedimer. And Kyle, I mean,
usamos
Earthen
vasija
Vessel,
y
throwing away a rare
traemos dos
candy here,
energías.
going into the deck. Let's see what's in the deck.
As a reminder,
Parece
Blood
que al
Moon Ursa
muchacho ya no
Luna
le quedan más
not
ducks en él.
attacking this turn after using the
Yes.
Blood Moon attack.
No, tampoco
And
camillas como para traerlos.
switching effects still in deck. An
Got
ability
Pokestop.
to potentially use
El
rare
Ursaluna,
candy
si no me
into
equivoco, pide
Dusknoir
mucho
to
para
remove the
retirarse.
Radiant Greninja from play, and then
Si no me
win the
equivoco,
game
es,
with
pide como
the Blood Moon
exactamente la
Ursaluna
misma
into the
cantidad que
Slitherwing.
son para atacar.
It all looks pretty good, but can Kyle find the right pieces in the right order with
Exactly.
Pokestop?
That's exactly what it is. It's the right order. Once again, takes a look at how many cards
Y
are
tampoco
even
tiene
there.
cambio, parece que no maneja cambio
as
el...
Yeah,
well.
that's huge. That's huge. We see the attachment here to the Origin Form Palkia V-Star.
Pero
The
no
2
sabría
water
decir si
energy
lo
that
dejó
were shot out from
inhabilitado
that other Earthen
porque
Vessel
realmente
here for Kyle. This is getting down to the wire here, Kyle.
siento
I'm on the
que-
edge of my seat. It's all going to come down
Doesn't like
to
the
this.
rare
What?
candy.
Earthen Vessel. There's no
Or is
energy.
are there no pieces to Dusknoir
It's got to be.
Ok,
Yeah.
yo no,
Maybe
perfecto.
the night stretcher.
A él le quedan dos.
No.
A lot of resources
Actually,
to
I
run
think.
around.
Yeah, I think the night stretchers
Mira,
are gone.
Mientras no se ve un
I'm
Uber
pretty
con una
sure,
energía, todo
but,
bien.
either way, so we had some sequencing of the cards there.
Counter
Iono's
catcher,
bringing
ok,
us to
perfecto.
2 cards
Voy a
to each
atacar, ¿o
of these
no?
players' hands. One of them was pink for Kyle.
All right, the switch is the better card of the
No
two.
haga eso, amigo.
Already
¿Qué está
has the
haciendo? ¿Qué está
prime catcher in the
haciendo?
hand. Finds
go.
the switch though, and that is clean because you get to now switch this Pokemon, take the knockout on the
Cambio,
Slitherwing,
muy
which is
bien,
more of a
eso.
threat than the Radiant Greninja at this point of the game. You were just an
Perfecto,
energy
puro
and a
premio.
Pokemon catcher away from being knocked
Dale,
out
Kai.
at this stage. But this does give Caleb some resources to draw through. It didn't happen last turn. Can he find it here now?
I'm scared, Kyle. I'm scared.
Descarta la energía.
Kyle's put everything on the line here. Caleb's gonna Pokestop. What can it get us?
Oh no,
Nothing.
completely misses.
Ese
Absolutely nothing here. We
Sandipiti,
just have an Earthen
si
Vessel,
hubiese
a Bravery
tirado la
Charm, a
energía,
Grass
lo hubieseis
Energy in the
tenido.
hand for Caleb, and a lone Radiant Greninja. That's doing absolutely nothing here. Besides,
Hubiese sacrificado la energía con el Greninja y hubiese sacado la Pokeparada y
I mean,
hubiese sacado
there's an argument there.
el
You use the Earthen
Pensandipiti.
Vessel, you go through, you find a couple more resources, then thin down. You also can draw with the Radiant Greninja to
Ah,
find
ya que
some
andamos
resources,
revisando,
but
dijo.
you need to find multiple resources to help out in a spot like this.
yeah. Oh my God.
Le está buscando los Raging Ball.
This has been a whirlwind of a game here. I mean,
No sé cuántos
Raging
Raging Ball
Bolt
tiene
has
ese
just
mazo,
been
pero he
brought
visto caleta.
down to its knees. It's such a tall Pokemon, but it's looking low here right now for Caleb. Looks taking a.
Counting out the resources
Yeah.
now.
I mean, that's a lot of
there
energy
were
there.
plenty of energy
Cuántas
in the deck
energías.
there. You could have easily searched out the remaining ones and had a better chance at some
El loco
item
debe tener
cards
mucha
there.
fe para ganar, para que seguir
Yeah,
enfrente con un
sequencing so
Greninja.
important here. Caleb Getem are now going to use this Earthen Vessel, get those 2 energy. I mean, yeah, this deck plays a lot of energy, as you see. It's a part of the strategy for how hard it's hitting. So Caleb working with so much energy. You see a lot of it already in
the best cards here is what? Double Night Stretcher.
Here we go,
Find
concealed
yourself
cards.
Serendipity and a Raging Bolt. Finds the
Nest
Nest
Ball.
Ball.
Yeah.
But that's not enough.
No, it is not. Unfortunately, Nest Ball can net you with that Pokemon out, but that Raging Bolt. But
Amigo, si ya perdió.
what
ya.
else you do from there?
Got Luminion. Maybe there's a stall for time spot. You think your opponent maybe overplayed some energies.
Kyle tiene toda la
It's
pinta,
true. I mean,
mira.
I guess you have to work out all of
Si
the
no
different
pierde
options that
en
you
esta
have in this
ronda,
spot.
o sea,
Caleb
si
has
gana la
looked
siguiente ronda,
at Kyle's discard pile. So many resources have been
I'm
used
talking
here.
about Nest Ball.
Si
for
gana la
Luminion. See,
siguiente,
I'm already lost.
lo más probable es que él gane la
There's
regional.
not much I can do here. Is there a
Yo creo,
grass
tiene un
energy
buen
to
mazo.
draw a card?
Todos los que
We're
hemos
just not
visto
seeing
ocupan
it.
Raging Ball.
You can put as much hit
it's
points as you want in the
unfortunate.
active spot, and hopefully your opponent doesn't have
That's
the
true.
prime catcher.
Bide some time.
He
He does. Spoiler alert. Exactly. We're just seeing the Nest Ball here.
¿Qué
Eyeing
usar?
up the rest of the
Ogre
deck.
Pond.
It's going to be the Ogre Pond.
Tiene la energía de
We got
hierba.
the grass energy in the hand from
Muy
Caleb.
bien.
Could just
Okay,
draw
I
some
mean,
cards.
could win. It would be ridiculous. It would have to be
Ahora bien,
grass
si
energy
Kyle tiene
into
una
Night
energía,
Stretcher, into Serendipity,
se la pone al
draw into
Greninja,
all of
usa el
the
Counter
Raging Ball
Catcher
pieces and
Let's see.
Sada.
y se lo cambia.
What was
O,
that? Counter catcher?
o netamente
was
pega
a
al Greninja, ¿no?
Pokemon
Oh,
catcher.
Pokemon
So
catcher.
this is the stall
Okay,
strat.
okay. That's, I guess, a strat, and not anymore. That is a
Impar.
Tails,
Casi.
unfortunately. So that card's not going to shape up how Caleb would have wanted it to at least go somewhere. Energy retrieval, bringing those energy back to the hand here for Caleb as well. It's just going to be a pivot into that beefier Pokemon there. It's going to get even beefier.
Le tira
with that
para que
Bravery
aguante un poquito
charm
más.
here,
¿Cuánto es lo que
buffing it up
estaría
50
aguantando ahora?
HP on
280,
that
¿no?
Ogre Pond.
There it is. Yep, has
No.
the prime catcher,
Ese-
shows that, and that is a knockout on the
Ah, ganó Kyle.
riser on the back end, and that is a way to clean this up, get us to a
Ah, eso
1-1
tanto show, amigo.
in this series. Kyle
Kyle,
Lesno, fighting
yeah.
back.
Kyle hanging on there here. I mean, definitely fighting back. But it was interesting because
todo
Kyle was
tenso,
like
hijo, ya veía que
fighting
perdía de nuevo.
back, but Caleb was also on the back foot.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It was
Caleb-
like,
it wasn't like Caleb
Bien,
accomplished
Kyle.
very much,
Yeah.
but he also, in doing so, hindered what Kyle was capable of.
Exactly.
Kyle was playing with half a deck of Pokemon because he kept throwing away his resources to knock out stuff on Caleb's end. And
it was clunky.
it's just funny to watch how you have to go about a matchup like this. We'll take a look once more, see how we got here.
Yeah, it was very clunky in that matchup for sure. I mean, Caleb here taking out that first Origin form, Palkia V-Star. It got a little awkward because we didn't see another V-Star for quite a while. Dusknoir still putting those damage
Yo casi ni
counters out
ocupo
onto
esos
that
Dux,
bench,
no.
Raging Bolt
Los
EX.
Duskull
We
casi
actually
tampoco ni lo ocupo, la verdad.
this is a Pokestop now here, netting us a couple of cards. And the Blood Moon Ursaluna was able to attack this game, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, if that Dusknoir actually wasn't discarded in that spot, maybe we could have seen it in the late stage of the game, clean it up a few turns earlier.
Touché.
Caleb was fighting though, and
This
honestly was not that far off. Was a Sada
bien,
away
el
from
Kyle esta
attacking
vez.
with Slitherwing of
Que en
all
delante
Pokemon
igual había jugado
to
bien,
get the job
solamente
done
que de
there.
verdad que las
Find
jode
the
de
right
repente.
resources, and the pink guy gets it done.
Yeah, pink resource is always the right resource for our players. Ace spec cards so powerful. They're being shown on plenty of last turns of each game. But speaking of that, last turn, Kyle took it 1-1 now. We're in a game 3 between these players here. This is our Masters top 4. It's a game 3. One of these players is going to be advancing into our finals. Everything is on the line here. The pressure is on more than ever. And Caleb is going to start us off with that Earthen Vessel. Looking at the prize cards, definitely not as bad as we saw in the last game.
We can work with that. Yeah, this is not bad at all, and to see that Earthen Vessel in the opening hand too, just
Empieza la
a little
masacre,
additional
¿sí, no?
hope if you're a
Su
Gettimer fan,
su última
because
rondita, vamos a ver si el
got
Kyle
some
pasa o no
energies to
pasa.
work with. Sada now live. You're not burst roaring on the second turn and crying. I'm a fan of this.
Kyle hubiese ganado si no hubiese sido por el error que cometió en la partida pasada.
Tons of energy
O
that
sea, la
Caleb's
anterior.
counting out in the deck here, keeping track of the prize
Porque eres
cards
Team Kyle,
as
la
well,
verdad,
what resources are not going to be able to be utilized.
por dos razones.
Kyle, on the other hand, starting with the Dust
Uno,
Bowl and the active,
no es nada contra Caleb,
drops the hand
pero
down.
me
I wonder if
desagrada
that is a
el
good or a
mazo
bad
de
sign, or
Electrofuria.
Kyle's just
Porque son mazos que no requieren
Oh,
mucha
no.
ciencia, no requiere que tú pienses.
Do not wish that
Tanto.
on us, Kyle.
¿Cachai? Porque las jugadas ya están prácticamente hechas. De hecho, si te das cuenta, el que juega más fluido es Caleb, porque el mazo de él no es algo que pida tanto.
Hopefully now for Caleb and Caleb fans.
Por eso me gusta más el Palkia, que es un mazo que pues, obviamente te pide que piense un poquito más. La podía embarrar como lo hizo en la partida pasada. Y además que yo soy team agua, flaco. Entonces, ¿cómo se llama? Me gustan los Pokémon de agua. Los Pokémon de agua.
You've seen no bad news in your deck.
¿Comerciales? ¿En serio? ¿Por qué tantos comerciales?
When you get to this stage of the tournament and you've been playing for so long, you're just wondering, all right, when's the bad thing gonna happen? And it hasn't happened yet.
Nope, exactly. Raging bolts. I mean, when it hits, it hits. And Kyle's gonna feel the rage of the bolts. That is for sure. Nestball getting us that radiant grenade.
A ver si puedo hacer algo con los
so we're gonna have even more cards. Think about Game 2 between these players. Caleb didn't even discard a single card. The first 2 discards were just Pokegears for nothing at that point to be able to just shuffle up and thin resources. So Caleb's working with a lot more. We're already seeing some energy hit the discard pile. Here's another one from the Radiant Greninja's concealed cards. There's our Raging Bolt EX with a Bravery Charm.
Creo que ahí pude haber hecho algo.
Exactly, that is peak right there.
Creo.
Has found everything that he needs right now, the energy to go along with this turn, Bravery Charm for additional hit points.
Creo que ahí lo
Sada
arreglé.
in hand, and this is the kind of turn that threatens a knockout on a Palkia V on the next turn. If you find that Pokemon catcher flip heads,
¿Qué me estaban diciendo? Ah, concuerdo, pienso lo mismo. Me encantan los de tipo eléctrico. Yo me encantan los de tipo agua.
I'm sure it's definitely,
O sea, obviamente igual. Mira, me encantan los de tipo agua, pero encuentro que hay Pokémon que no son tipo agua y me gustan. Pero mis favoritos son de tipo agua, los Squirtle sobre todo. Los Squirtle. De repente, si estoy hablando y escucho unos Squirtle, es mi teléfono. Que suena, cada vez que me hablan, suena un Squirtle. De hecho, en un trabajo yo tuve problemas por eso. Se burlan de mí porque mi celular sonaba como un Pokémon.
With the way you take your knockouts, it's so pivotal for Kyle. So we'll see if he's able to piece things together. Of course, going through the deck off a Nestball to start us off.
I mean, Kyle is at a disadvantage in a matchup like this. The math does not line up very well for him. He has to use a lot of these support Pokemon. He's giving away free prize cards in order to stay in the exchange.
Pero sí, es más que nada eso con referente al por qué uno es Team Kyle. Es más que nada uno no lo conoce como persona, entonces se deja llevar por el mazo. Y las jugadas que hace el Kyle me van gustando bastante.
Everything on the line here for Kyle. He's just one step away, one game away to potentially being in the finals, and that would be his best placement here thus far in the Pokemon TCG. So, it's a lot here, Kyle, on the line.
¿Ya volviste?
We'll have
Buena,
to see
buena.
what happens, but
Yo creo que ya arreglé lo de los
It's
comerciales,
been a
creo.
card that's helped out quite a bit for Kyle in all the matches that we've seen so far, and of course that buddy Poffin as well.
Yeah, you expect to lose one of these dust
No deberían haber
Bolt.
tantos comerciales ahora.
Pretty likely that your opponent just knocks out the active Pokemon, and you don't play for the catcher in this spot. But with the Squawkabilly in on the field already, you can discard this hand, go for the Palkia, and try to get at least 2 of those down if you can. With the one there right now, you feel a little more comfortable, but this hurts. Look at the double Night
Stretcher. No, we're losing the frogs, but those Night Stretcher are so important. Every single one was utilized in the last game from Kyle.
El Kale ya tiene que hacer mala banca, sí. Sí, es que eso pasa con los... Con la chuma. Ah, no, que eso pasa con los que ocupan Electrofuria, ya lo tiene casi listo. Le faltan 2 Gerpon y ya está listo. 2 Gerpon y un Fensantipiti y ya tiene lista la banca. En cambio, oye, este tiene más Duskull que el resto. Me embarró.
Kyle has answered all of the questions that he needs to. The only thing now is play an energy on a Palkia and
chill.
Maybe see a couple cool resources off Irida.
Energía de Wii para el Palkia. Bueno, menos mal puso eso porque son un puro premio, la verdad. Descartamos energía con Greninja, robamos 2 cartitas y... ¿Qué le salió? ¿Qué le salió? Vitalidad de profesor. 2 energías de la pila, descarta cada Pokémon del pasado y robamos 3 cartas.
Professor Sada's vitality. We're seeing the energy come out. 3 additional cards to the hand.
No sé si va a poner la Pokeparada.
That Raging Bolt with the Bravery
Porque
Charm already
Nidoval
attached to it
no le
is
salió.
fully loaded up.
Mira, mientras no le salga la Nidoval o no le salga el Ogerpon, está bien.
What Caleb can do to establish
Tendría
more
que
of
no
his board state in
salirle
this
el
turn
Ogerpon.
and
¿Qué
thin
dicen
out
ustedes?
deck as well.
1 o 2 turnos. Yo creo que con 2 turnos que no le salga el Ogerpon, el Kyle hace. O por lo menos con 1. Cosa que no sé, él literal, lo que tiene que hacer en este momento es con un Dusknoir derrotar al Greninja. Y con eso ya dejan de descartar cartas para que la vitalidad de profesor las traiga. Porque es el tema, Greninja descarta las cartas y después con vitalidad las traen.
Yeah, Caleb's at least able to get more energy out for the turn.
Oye, tengo un amigo que me dijo, voy a ir a colgar ropa y vengo. Parece que fue a colgar ropa Pomaire,
pretty beefy in themselves, just on their own. 240 HP just to start. That Duskull's going down. Duskull, more like Dusknoll here into the discard pile. Kyle Lesniewicz popping off this turn, starting us off.
Se tiene que deshacer de eso, tendrá problemas. Sí, se tiene que deshacer del...
We have in the hand. We have the Ultra Ball here. We gotta discard a couple of cards.
No sé, le pondría la energía al Palkia adelante y me tiraría la Yona. Oh, la Ultra, energía al Palkia, Ultra, evoluciona al Palkia y me tiro la Yona. Para ver si es que me sale algún caramelo raro o algún Dusknoir.
To go along with the Ultra Ball here and search out a Dusknoir so that when you use this Iono, maybe you're getting a little more value out of it. Your opponent draws one less card.
Perfecto.
And instead it's just going to have
Una
to be
Ultra.
Iono to
Evoluciona
draw some
lo evolucionó, ¿veis? Te dije.
Yeah, that is interesting. Only one supporter can be played for turns, so opting to not play a supporter is definitely
Y yo me tiro la Yona. Una Yona al tiro.
Yeah, exactly.
Aunque eso, exacto. Aunque eso lo puede tanto beneficiar como perjudicar, porque en una de esas el loco tenía mala mano hasta ahora. Y de ahora en adelante me ha pasado que tienen mala mano, tiro la Yona y me hacen pedazos en 2-3 turnos más después.
Pays off for him. We're seeing the Iono now between both of our players. Caleb's gonna have one less card versus Kyle Lesniewicz here.
Si le sale un caramelo raro y un Dusknoir,
perfecto. Looks like they're discussing a couple of things here.
Trying to figure out which one
he didn't
goes on
shuffle
top.
or anything, right? Oh, which one is the bottom?
Yes.
Oh no.
Well, he hasn't looked at the hand yet, so it's
Oh,
okay.
problemas.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing bad has happened yet. It's just confusing.
It is a bit confusing, and yeah, and they can't really select the wrong stack too, right? Because that would be bad. Yeah, so Iono, for anyone who's confused what's happening here, you shuffle your hand up, it goes to the bottom of your deck,
se confundió.
and then you draw
Se confundió con lo que acaba de hacer.
of your deck into as many cards as prize cards are remaining for each of our players. So that's what was a bit confusing, which side was the top or the bottom here for Kyle.
Cool, I like this. Instead of Kyle having to say out loud what
Pero que le barajen y le separan las cartas.
Wrote it.
And just clarify that with the judge without telling Caleb.
Yeah, that's good. You don't want to give any information away to your opponent if you don't have to. All information is pivotal, even though we've seen almost every card being played from Kyle.
Fensandipiti para buscar, bueno, sí, es lo mismo que el Rotom. De hecho, ni siquiera te cancela el turno.
Well, we have not seen Fensandipiti as of last game. This time it's helping out and doesn't...
¡Oh, Dusknoir! ¡Caramelo raro!
What in the...
Rare candy Dusknoir!
What? That is sweet. And we
Oh, si le sale otro más.
You don't have an energy yet.
Oh, that's true.
You don't want to use your V-Star if you don't have to.
Si le sale un caramelo
for
raro.
Limited resources. Well, it looks like it's going to be a Pokestop first. We need item cards. That's one. That's two. That's
Oh, se lleva las 3 para adentro.
That is beautiful.
You've lost 2 Night Stretcher already, so using a Night Stretcher for an energy.
Caramelo raro. Y al Greninja. Al Greninja. Hace caso, loco, hace caso.
Does not. Especially, yeah, those are so pivotal for the rest of the game. Being able to retrieve the right Pokemon at the right time with the Night Stretcher from the discard pile is very, very important. But looks like Kyle's eyeing up everything, doing the math in his head. Now here we have a full bench from Kyle's side. 2 Pokemon on Caleb's bench here for the subspace.
Después lo recuperé con la camilla, lo recuperé con la camilla.
20 for each.
Do you ever spin the wheel again? Was this Pokestop spin out, right? So you could Lost Vacuum it and then play it again, but you lose out on removing a card like that Bravery Charm.
No, I'm pretty sure the Pokestop came down this turn already.
Okay, so save that Lost Vacuum now for the Bravery Charm if you need to.
Well, rare candy here into a Dusknoir, Dusclops.
Ya, mira, no sé si ocuparía la fase 2, porque se pega 50 solamente.
Take a look through the discard real quick, Kyle.
It is just 1 energy. Do you use your V-Star or your Night Stretcher? Don't make me decide.
That's tough. What would you decide, Kyle?
I'd use my Night Stretcher and I'd hate it. Because
Yes.
you need
Pero,
the energies
no, sí.
accelerated to the second.
¿Y no tiene una
Palkia
vasija
if
para
this
traer más
Pokemon's knocked
energía?
out this turn. You have no other attacker other than Blood Moon Ursaluna. And
O la camilla para traer
there's
una
no guarantee
energía.
that you
No,
have it
no
ready to
necesita el
attack.
Dixon.
That's true. That is very true. I mean, this is definitely an awkward situation for Kyle to be in, but...
He's gotta just go for the
Ah, usó la habilidad de
Yeah.
Palkia.
I
Ok,
get it,
ok,
I mean,
no quería usar la
you're
camilla.
locked in
No
on the
quería
Blood Moon
malgastar la
play from
camilla.
this point on. The other Origin
Malgastó
form
una
Palkia
habilidad
V,
que es
it's not
diferente. Ah.
doing anything.
Yeah.
So it's a wasted bench space along with the squawk.
¡Greninja!
Opening up a couple now with the Dusknoir.
That's true. Dusknoir coming out off the
Yo creo que
field
Kai
into
tiene
the
un punto
discard
ciego en el
pile,
ojo, hermano.
with that curse
No ve a
of
ese Greninja que está
blast,
ahí.
13 damage counters.
No lo ve.
This makes a little more sense
No
when
ve
you
al
think about the
Greninja que lo
Palkia
tiene
V-Star
ahí.
that's in the prize cards. You might not have access to that, so using the V-Star ability later in the game might not be an option.
Yeah, that is true. It's tough to see. Star
No
Portal
puede ser.
usually is able to net you 3 water energy from the discard pile onto the field, but Kyle had to pop it there, that V-Star power for just 1 to be able to power up this Origin form Palkia V-Star. Now it's going back into the deck with an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards here, grabbing that Dusknoir off the top. This Dusclops was evolved into this turn, so saving it up for future turns from Kyle.
The math
No te
is not
costaba
lining
nada.
up that great for Kyle.
Mathin here, Kyle?
No, I don't love it. A lot of resources have
Es
been
como la
used
escena
inefficiently,
del,
but it's
de
also
Mulan, no
just
sé
the
si la han
hand
visto.
he's been
Cuando
dealt
le dice
with
cómo
the
pudiste
knockout
fallar
here
si estaba
on the Raging Bolt.
a un
But you
metro
have
de
to
ti.
expect that if
Es
Caleb
como
has
lo
the
mismo.
simplicity of just Raging Bolt along with Asada, that this is going to be his game to run with, and Kyle's going to have to perform some miracles.
Miracles. It's a sad day for Kyle's. Caleb Gadamer.
Mira, no lo vamos a criticar y lo vamos a tratar de
Caleb
justificar.
Gadamer here, kicking off the turn. One of our
Ese
Raging
Electrofuria
Bolts
tenía
were lost. But look at this.
un
Pokestop
amuleto que
here,
lo hacía
grabbing
aguantar
us
más.
2 cards
Tal
and
vez lo que
overcoming
quería era
the discard pile. One of
descartarle
those cards
eso.
is pink in
I
that
don't know if
Prime
I'm more
Catcher.
excited about the Prime
Porque
Catcher
seguía
or the
siendo
Pokegear right
un...
there.
Seguía
Pokegear is
teniendo... Aunque
fantastic to find.
Aunque
Asada
seguía
for
teniendo
turns
un...
would be shmoney.
¿Cómo se dice?
Money indeed. Oh yeah, so I'm guessing we.
Tal vez sí, solamente que si hubiese descartado al Greninja, hubiese tenido todavía a otro Electrofuria que lo hubiese podido vencer con la energía que tenía. Pero ahora bien, no sé cuánto pegaba el Palkia, no le costaba nada pegar con el Lux que está ahí, le pega los 50, obviamente se descarta y con el resto al Palkia, no sé, al Electrofuria. No sé si hubiese sido buena decisión o si hubiese podido hacerlo. Si está jugando muy mal, no es que esté jugando mal, es solamente que son jugadas que uno dice, oye, yo hubiese hecho esto. Nada más. Pero yo soy el menos indicado para decirlo, porque yo de por sí ya juego raro. Muchos me dicen lo mismo, de que ellos harían otra cosa al momento de estar jugando. Le salió un anido, lo que significa que puede traer otro Electrofuria, o en su defecto un Ogerpon, pero otro con Electrofuria.
It almost feels like every card you find has some level to be very good for you.
A little closer
Yes.
each time, and sure enough, has done just that. Finding 2 outs to the Sada now. Has the energy retrieval to grab a couple more resources.
Ya recuperó.
I mean, this is just flying here. You play down the energy.
Descartó una con el Greninja. Es que eso era lo que yo quería es lo que yo decía. Hubiese evitado que siguiera descartando energías con el Greninja.
If there ever weren't a stage or a non-V or EX in play, you could close this out.
Yeah, this is beautiful here. Caleb Yadimer, all the cards are falling into his hand. 2 Pokegear 3.0 in the hand here now for Caleb, and plenty of options to play even more down before searching those out. Just gonna be the Pokegear.
Dentro de las primeras 7 cartas, si no le sale vitalidad.
Jeez, there's 2 of them in there. 2
Le salió vitalidad.
Of course, that is going to be the supporter drawn out that we've been looking for here from Caleb. To get even more
Todavía no tienes criterio en el juego, no, tranquilo, eso se va formando a poquito y la verdad cada criterio es diferente. Si yo de repente hago jugadas súper tontas, de repente en mi mente son tan buenas que cuando me salen, las materializo, son una caca. Yo creo que Gale empezará a agarrar ventaja, ¿tú creí? Sí, porque ya lo dejó armarse ya.
Yeah, that's the one we need. That is
Es
the
que ya,
one we
mira,
need.
con toda
That
esa
one
energía, él
energy
necesita 4 para derrotar
unlocking
al
the
Palkia.
bellowing thunder
Con eso ya
move
está
here
listo.
from that Raging Bolt EX for Caleb Gadamer.
Y no
And
veo
we've seen
al
all
otro
these
Palkia
Pokemon
armado.
hit the field, draw a ton of cards, all the resources needed. Caleb has thinned
Usó
the
Camilla,
deck into
trajo un
everything
Ogerpon.
here. Night Stretcher even pulling out an Ogerpon.
Usa
We're
la
not
habilidad,
worried
me
about bench
imagino,
space anymore.
y ahí-
We're winning here. Another
Sí,
card
ya lo
drawn
dejó
off
armarse,
of
loco.
that
Agarró más que
Steel
ventaja.
Dance for Caleb. And look at that, even a
Se agarró al
Bravery
hermano,
Charm
iba a decir.
coming out to protect
Invencibilidad,
that
pensé
beautiful
igual.
Raging Bolt EX in the active, about to take a big knockout.
Yeah, and with this now, you have enough energy in play to where you get to keep an energy
Las
on
4 de
Raging
hierba.
Bolt. And
Gorgeous.
that means you aren't going to have to need Sada next turn to get the job done. Just an energy retrieval and either a grass or a lightning energy would be able to close this game out against any
Sí,
Pokemon in Kyle's deck.
literal que ese mazo es
Gorgeous,
muy rápido.
protected the entire field on Caleb's side. Lined up as
¿Alguna vez
much
has
of a
ido a un
checkmate
torneo oficial de
as
Pokémon?
possible
No.
here against Kyle, taking
No,
out
me
that
encantaría.
Origin form Palkia
Me
V-Star
encantaría
as well.
ir
Just 2
a,
prize cards left to
a
take
una
here. Kyle
liga
benching his own Blood Moon
o
Ursaluna.
algún
We
evento,
see
por
the
ejemplo una
evolution into
regional
the Dust
así,
Storm
pero todavía no
here
encuentro
as
un
well,
mazo
but
con el
Kyle
que yo
still
diga
got 4
voy.
prize cards to take.
¿Cachai?
You
Yo
think
me
there's
quiero
any way
hacer,
we
mi
can
objetivo
actually get
personal
there?
es hacerme
Kyle,
un
before
mazo
Caleb does?
Blastoise
Well,
que
you have to
funcione
play the
y
same
poder ir.
game you've been committed to this whole time, which is I need
Quiero
my
ganar con
opponents to
un
draw
mazo
nothing.
que no
You've got the Dust Storm, you
sea
can get
que
them
sea
down to
poco
1 prize card
convencional.
remaining. You've got
No
a
he
lot of
visto
hit
ningún
points
Blastoise.
to work around with. But what's the best use of a card
De hecho,
like
yo
this
tengo un
lost
mazo
active?
Hondum.
Do you remove
El
the
Hondum se
Pokestop
dejó de
from
usar
play
hace
so your
tiempo.
opponent can't find
Tengo un mazo
additional
Hondum,
resources?
estoy
It looks
tratando de
like you
armarme
should
un
have
mazo Arbok,
plenty
pero el
to
mazo
work through the
Hondum
active
está
Raging Bolt
buenísimo
if you
también.
want. He's going for a single prize.
Wow, a single prize card
Ay,
taken.
Greninja,
That Dust
oh,
Storm Curse Blast into the Radiant
Aplauso porque se
Greninja.
avispó.
Single prize means
Ah.
this lost vacuum is dedicated for
Oh.
the Bravery Charm.
Ok.
Pokestop stays
Le
in
saca el
play.
artefacto.
And
Yeah,
with
that's
Pheasantipity
risky.
and a Pokestop, do you feel comfortable that your opponent will miss?
Tírale la Iono,
I
lo
would
dejáis
not.
con una.
I definitely would not. I feel like my opponent usually doesn't even
Sácale
miss
toda esa
without those
energía. Tiene
resources.
muchísima energía en la mano, loco. Tírale la Iono.
Get it off the one
Eso.
card. Well,
Exactly.
We'll see if Caleb is one of your opponents.
Yeah, we will see indeed. It's just an Iono and a dream here for Kyle. Can he
Una
put
cartita.
enough in Caleb's way?
¿Y qué le salió? ¿Qué le
But
salió? ¿Qué le
Caleb has
salió?
done everything possible
Muéstrame la
to
mano del otro.
protect this board state here. And we have the recovery on the other side of the field. We'll just have to see if it plays out that way. Rating
¿Qué le salió en la mano
Greninja
al
in the
Caleb?
field here off a nest ball for Kyle as well.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Kyle doesn't necessarily love the low hit points there. Potentially walking
no.
into another
Oh, no.
way that you could lose the game. But with 3 energies in play, I don't think you're too
¿Qué
worried.
está haciendo? ¿Qué está haciendo?
Yeah, it looks like maybe
I think
reconsidering,
you were
but
losing anyways.
it's back.
The Squawkabilly would be knocked out by the same 3 energies.
Yeah, that's very true. Okay, well, we see the concealed
Se
cards.
descarta
here,
una energía,
discarding
se
one
roban
of
2
these
cartitas.
energy. Couple more cards.
Oh, I'm
Fensandipiti,
foregoing, but
se roban
there's
3 cartitas
the
más.
the Raging Bolt that would be knocked out in this instance.
Mira,
too, so
no tiene un Duxner,
a little
casi.
more to think about here, but
Energía de mano al
Kyle is
Palkia y
grasping here, trying to find a way to
1,
get
2,
those additional
3.
resources
Se queda con Camilla.
stay in this game.
Exactly. 2 item cards.
Y
Nice
la
Stretcher,
Peso
Heavy
Ball.
Ball found for
Con la
Kyle
Camilla igual podría
off of
traer.
those
Ah, ya,
prize
bueno.
cards.
Se los
Again, that
descartó, le quedan
Origin
2.
form Palkia V-Star was in the
Que está
prize
peleado
cards, but
esto.
it's not a basic.
Boo, it's time.
Todo depende de lo que
It is
haga
time.
Caleb
That's
en
that's
esta ronda.
Slitherwing.
¿Venusaur
That's an
funciona
additional
o
Pokemon
existe
for the
algo
Sada.
Torterra? Venusaur sí
Yeah, that would be
funciona
sweet.
That's, I
y
mean,
Torterra también funciona.
Pokestop and Pheasantipity
Torterra no lo he
could
ocupado,
certainly find some
sí lo he
helpful
visto.
resources here.
Me ha
Don't
tocado
need to
jugar
show them
contra
just yet.
Torterra.
Which one do you want to use
Se
first?
arma difícil, pero
There's
depende
one of the
depende
items.
mucho del cómo lo hagas.
Wow, my gosh, my gosh. Energy retrieval. Retrieving these energy back to
Oh,
the hands here.
oh, no.
Retrieval, it's just done.
No, Kai.
Yep, they're confirming that. That is
Perdió,
incredible
me lo
here. The
descartaron al
Teal
Kai.
Mask Ogerpon
Venusaur, yo tengo un video sobre
Field
Venusaur
Dance,
en
that attack
mi canal de
return
YouTube.
onto the Raging Bolt
Para que lo
EX,
vayas a ver.
taking the knockout here.
Es un mazo de
Caleb
Venusaur
Gadamer
súper
is your winner in our
súper
top
piola.
4 match, advancing to our Masters Finals in Louisville. Louisville.
Sigo diciendo que ese muchacho de ahí es Carr.
On the board
de
to get the
Walking
job done without the Sada, saving us of having to go a little deeper into that game. He found it all, double grass energy to get all 4 energies lined up on the board.
Me
What a
tenía
great
todo
effort
tenso.
from Kyle Lesnowitz to make
Vengo
a
al tiro.
great match of this. But man, that is an uphill battle when you see your opponent just
Les voy a tirar la
with
pantallita
all the
de
right
vuelvo
resources, those
enseguida.
bravery charms in there too. It is Masada, and who knew that the lightning
Ya,
energy is just sitting in the hand ready to go.
A ver.
He had it all with an energy retrieval
Pobre
of all
muchacho.
cards, and it's going to work out very well
Pobre,
for Caleb,
pobre muchacho.
leading him into what has to be what?
Ok, vamos a dejar el
we're
intermedio
getting
por ahí.
into- I'm losing fingers trying to count how many
Vamos a
finals
seguir
this man
con lo
made.
nuestro.
Exactly. Caleb Gettimer, such a well-versed
Ah,
player,
de verano,
making another
cancelar
finals
y le
appearance,
ponemos a
and this
los
time in
Persian.
Kentucky. And think about this. We had Baltimore. Now this is our next
Persian,
NA
yo creo
Regional
que
Championship, our
con
second
3 de
one
estos.
that we're going through for this season. We're kicking things off with a
Ah, pero
bang,
del
and
otro no
Caleb
tengo,
is having
claro.
a pretty good season. I
Muy
mean,
bien.
think about it. He could go to our finals, win, and then he's
Del
into the
Miau
World Championship.
Yeah,
tengo
he's
solamente
already
estos 3.
locked up
Oh,
for
shit.
Anaheim. He can kick back and relax, but
No tengo,
is he really that kind of guy?
tener otro.
I think this man
No.
lives and breathes Pokemon forever. He just cannot stop, and it just shows.
O
He's
tenía y
one of
fueron
the best players
descartados,
that
estoy
we've
seguro que
seen.
tenía más.
He's on all of those lists when you start to list the top 10, top 20 players of all time.
Sí,
He's got
seguramente fueron
such
descartados.
great
A ver,
accomplishments, and he's been so
¿cuánto cuesta
consistent
uno? 40.
throughout his entire
Necesito
career
4, así que.
of playing Pokemon. This is another one he's loving to add to his resume here.
Ahí.
Just one match away. And is it Raging Bolt?
Oh.
Is it really Raging
Pasó,
Bolt
pasó,
of all
pasó.
decks that gets it done for him?
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty funny. I feel like you'd have to take that back to Azul and be
Res
like,
y el cuarto
so?
es.
So? Raging
Entonces,
Ball? Chip was saying that the only reason they're playing this deck is because Azul was not here.
teniendo en
Otherwise,
cuenta,
leading
van a
that
ser
entire testing
este va a ser
team. I
el
mean,
Pokémon
some of them could have
estrella.
still played if they wanted to,
No,
but
they
usually
can't. That's not how it works.
Va a
they
poner.
compile. Oh, it's just Azul.
They're not allowed
last
to.
day?
If one person plays the deck, they all have to play the deck.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know.
You
that
get
was not
kicked out of the
okay
group
rules.
if you
Va a poner
choose to not
este.
play the deck they go
Oh
with.
my gosh.
Yes.
Okay, so Raging Bolt was that deck, but look at the results
¿Con
here,
cuál
Kyle. It's
más?
getting
Yo
into a
creo
Masters
que,
finals
mira,
here
a
in Louisville,
ver.
so I guess it's good that Azul didn't make this event, huh?
Thanks, pal.
Que ninja para que descarte.
That is pretty funny. It's going to
¿Qué
come
tipo de
down
energía va a
to
descartar? Ahí
who
vamos
is
bien.
Caleb facing off against as well
Right.
in our
Entonces.
Masters finals here.
Porque ¿qué energías podríamos ponerle si, bueno,
We're looking at
Gonna
the
be
results.
podríamos
incredible.
poner
I've been
3
following this
energías
player for quite a long
dobles
time now, and
y
the
podríamos
accolades are
mezclarlo
starting
con
to stack
siniestro
up
también.
now.
Habría
And
que ver.
it just makes so
Podríamos
much
mezclarlo con
sense that
siniestro.
we'd see these two
Pongámosle
players
unas
featured in our
8.
finals match here. It's going to be one for the ages.
Porque así podríamos
Definitely is. Should we lead the
ponerle
excitement to
Loki.
Chip
¿Qué se
and
llama?
Scars?
Ah,
like that?
Loki.
I think so. Well, I think we're probably going
Podríamos
to
ponerle un Okidogi,
with a
puede
double
ser.
interview here
Y
pretty
este
soon.
Okidogi, ¿qué hace? Si este Pokémon tiene alguna energía siniestra, obtiene 100 PS más y los ataques que usen hacen 100 de daño más
That
al
is
Pokémon
pretty
activo de tu
cool.
rival.
Yeah, we're going to hear from our players coming up here very soon once they're ready to get
Voy a poner
talking,
dos de
get
estos.
chatting with us before they head into their finals match. But
Voy a poner
this is the
Pecharu.
last thing. This is our championship Sunday. Think of the prize money on the line. Think of that sweet gold Pikachu that you get around your neck once you are the winner of a regional championship, the auto invite into our world
Interesante efecto,
championships
sí.
for this
¿Cuál?
season, especially in a new
¿Cuál? Ah, el del
format
Okidogi.
here for our entire season where you have to be one of the top to make it into the world championship.
Okidogi,
And guess
sí,
what?
puede ser,
You
puede
prove
ser.
yourself to be
Vamos
one
a
of the
ponerle
top
una
when you win a
cosita.
regional championship.
A lot
Y
of players have taken on that challenge with a lot of
necesito
success
uno que
already.
vaya
Talk about
buscando.
Kieran
A
Vara
ver.
with the second place
Ahí
and
vamos a ir
with
viendo,
another
vamos
top
viendo,
8
vamos
finish.
viendo.
Seen
Yo
a
creo
lot
que
of
vamos a
players
tirar
bouncing around in that top 32,
unos 2
64 area, getting the
cambios,
job done again here. A
2
lot of young players that are
camillas.
fully dedicated to the grind, showing off what they're capable of, taking down all of their local cups, challenges, and then showing off what they got on the big stage. It's been really fun to
Creo
watch.
que vamos
all
a
the
tirar
players, and we just
unos
started this season. We've got so much
3
more.
Damián,
It feels like we've been casting way more than we have, Kyle, but it's definitely been a
Don
blast
Nigma.
casting these matches. I mean, our players bring out all of the skill to our tables here
¿Qué
at these
estadio
regional
podemos
championships. It's
poner?
really an honor to be able to cast over their matches.
Yeah, it's been so fun. I've seen so much Pokemon throughout the entirety of being
Era
around the
Cristal.
game, and just anytime that you think that the format
Mira,
is gonna
creo,
slow down,
solo
get
creo
stale, these players
que tengo
evolve and they adapt, and they spice it up. And then Caleb plays Raging Ball, and now I don't
los
hate it as
Pokémon que
much.
corresponden.
And what is happening? I don't like it.
No sé si me
Why do I
habrán
feel
salido.
this
Mira,
way?
me encanta ese diseño de Giovanni, hermano.
Kyle, I have some bad
Es
news
muy
for
bueno.
ya.
¿Cuáles son los Pokémon
we
Tierra
wanted to hear
Cristal?
from our
Son los que
players,
digan
but
acá
it doesn't look like
Tierra
we're gonna be
Cristal.
hearing
Mira,
from Caleb Gettimer after that win
a ver ver si me sale uno al tiro. Este está teracristalizado, dice Tazarena, y arriba, debajo de los PS, que dice 310, dice Teracristal. Porque están los ex normales y están los teracristales. Pero ahí te tiene que decir teracristal y normalmente los teracristales, por lo menos en el TCG, te cambian el tipo de Pokémon. O sea, el tipo el elemento. Porque, por ejemplo, Tazarena es de hierba y te lo teracristalizan en agua. Normalmente en el juego del Púrpura se teracristalizan en... ¿Cómo se llama? Es como para potenciar los mismos ataques de... Si el Pokémon es de agua, se teracristaliza en agua, puedes potenciar los ataques en agua. Para eso está más que nada. Pero bueno, yo tengo un mazo con este Venusaur. Lo tengo en el canal de YouTube porque perdí todos mis mazos la otra vez, que se reinició. Y yo creo que me voy a hacer un mazo con este. Después lo voy a hacer porque dice, mira, el Pokémon activo de tu rival pasa a estar quemado durante el próximo turno de tu rival. Este Pokémon no puede retirarse. Descarta una carta aleatoria de la misma mano de tu rival. Descarta la primera carta de la baraja de tu rival. Mira, y pega 140. Pero esos son los teracristales. Terapagos. Sí, tenemos. Perfecto.
I hit a couple of Iron Thorns. That was actually pretty bad. That's my
Yo creo que
worst
2.
matchup. I was able to beat them though, fortunately.
Y acá usamos... Usamos la trompetita. Elige hasta 2 Pokémon normales en banca, de los normales. Ese es el símbolo normal. En banca y una carta de energía básica de tu que descartes a cada uno de ellos. Yo creo que vamos a poner 3 de esos. Porque le ponemos la energía siniestra. Porque el ataque que vamos a usar con Persian va a ser el golpe furia. Ese va a ser el ataque que vamos a ocupar. De los mochis vamos a ocupar 3. Y del tanque tenemos Furioseta, así que...
Hoping to win LAIC. I like the confidence. Are you excited for the World Championships though? Because you got this win.
16 Pokémones, o sea, 16 Pokémon, perfecto. Me salió un Terápago físico. ¿Conviene armar el deck? Depende de cuántos te hayan salido, o uno solo. El deck de Terápagos... No sé si lo tengo por acá. A ver. Garde, Dragapult, Galvantula, Mazocarado, Nidoking. Mira, pues, me falta ese del Nidoking que me estaba armando el otro día. Esprigatito, Alakazam, Mazocuctrio, Garde, Arbok. Parece que no lo tengo. Acá está, Terápagos X. Este es el mazo base del Terápagos X. Necesito que me muestre todas las cartitas, hijo. ¿Dónde está? Evitar baraja. No hay una forma que me muestre todas las cartas este muchacho. Probar, validar, exportar, personalización. Ya, pero mira, estos son los Pokémon que necesitas. ¿Cachai? Necesitáis estos 17 Pokémon. Necesitáis por lo menos 2 Terápagos. Ya tienes uno. Necesitáis Luminon, los Fensandipiti. Ya de por sí, mira, no sé si eres de Chile, pero el Fensandipiti como tal cuesta 20.000 pesos. Entonces, este mazo por puro Fensandipiti ya te sale 20 lucas. Si el Terápagos, si el normalito, trata que sea el normal, que este sea el normal, debería estar más barato. Hay un Terápagos que cuesta 100.000 pesos. ¿Eres de México? Entonces no sé cuánto te darán por allá. Pero este es el mazo como tal. Ya tiene el Fensandipiti. Ah, estamos listos entonces. Trata de conseguirte el Luminion y todos estos. ¿Y cuánta energía ocupa? Ocupa de todas esas, la verdad, porque este ocupa esas. Ocupa las 3. Pero con que tengáis para el golpe de unísono, está bien. Esos son los entrenadores. Este es el que está en el juego como tal. Te lo regalan si tenía el pase de combate, si no me equivoco. Si queréis lo puedo subir al grupo de Discord. Yo tengo un Discord donde la gente se une. O sea, lo creé hace poco. Pero déjame ver si es que lo tengo por acá. Que es para que la gente pueda jugar, crear mazos y todo eso. Mira, ahí está. Ahí para el que quiera que le manden deck y cosas así, que se una ahí y basado en el grupo, tiene que ir pidiendo lo que quiera que le manden. Me cambié a Poke y el equipo con el que jugaba me mandó Charizard X. Aquí sí que ese fue mi deck para empezar. Ah, sí. Es bastante bueno. Tengo las cartas del deck de Charizard, así que podría sacar cartas de ahí para armar terápagos. También. Mazo Persian. Yo como tal no ocupo terápagos. Va a ser primera vez que ocupo un terápagos. Entonces... los parches. Refuerzo oscuro. Perfecto. Pero ahí les dejo el Discord para los que se quieran unir. Estoy tratando porque todavía no le meto tanto énfasis a ese, de que el crear la comunidad que se crea acá, que quiera jugar, estar ahí, porque ahí también voy a ir informando cuando yo haga torneos, que es un pequeño proyectito, un pequeño spoiler. ¿Qué as táctico le meto a este? Puede ser la capa para que aguante. A ver. No he puesto ningún escenario, de veras. Por estadio debería poner 2. Voy a poner 2 estadios. Voy a poner el... Mira, no sé si en la caverna abisal 0 debería ponerlo. Ese va exclusivamente con el terápagos. Bueno, con cualquier teracristal en realidad. Voy a poner 2 de este porque vamos a estar envenenando. 1 de este. Vamos a usar nido también. Pero no sé, cada jugador que tiene algún Pokémon Telecristal, ampliar la banca. No necesito ampliar la banca, la verdad. Eso me faltaba, la nido. Nido Val. Y Ultra. ¿Qué dice? ¿Estamos ahí o no? ¿Cuál le ponemos? ¿Qué cajita le ponemos? Vamos a poner el del... Vamos a ver, Kingdra. Este es un mazo tipo normal, sigue... Poner esa funda. Y yo creo que podríamos poner este. Probemos el masito. Estoy en la parte de competitivo, voy en la Super Bowl, así que no pierdo mucho. Pero sí me están saliendo los brígidos.
I'm so grateful to be here. I'm incredibly excited for the conclusion of this tournament, but there is another bracket
¿qué tal nos sale el mazo?
Yeah, we've got some unfinished business to take care of throughout the course of the weekend. We've been having a community vote helping us to
Espero que me
determine
funcione,
what is
la verdad.
the spookiest of all the Pokemon, or at least of the 8 that we chose to be voted on. And this is where we find ourselves waiting. It is a final showdown. Dusknoir versus Darkrai.
A Pokemon that is a nightmare for Pokemon TCG players at the moment, but another Pokemon that has nightmares of its own. I think that Darkrai EX
Perfecto, el primer turno es mío, no quería, pero nada que hacer.
Right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
no, V-Star, pardon me.
V-Star, but like the old school Darkrai
la
EX
parte de ahí.
was one of the most dominant cards in the history of the game. Which
Okay,
one do you
tenemos
want
dos
to take,
Meow.
Adam? I'll let you choose for this final match. Who would you like to argue on behalf of?
I'm going to try to go against the grain and argue for the Darkrai, I think. The Dusknoir has been your specialty for a bit. It's been a really strong pick, and
Energía doble, lanza una moneda por cada cara.
Why Dusknoir is so spooky.
No podemos atacar porque el primer turno es nuestro. Me salió un Coraidon. ¿Cuándo en mi vida he visto un Coraidon? Súper pocas veces. Podríamos hacer un masito por ahí, Don. Dice una vez durante tu turno, puedes unir hasta 2 cartas de energía básica a tu pila de cartas, tus Pokémon básicos de la manera en que desees. Si esta habilidad, si usas esta habilidad, tu turno termina. Ese es mi problema, ¿sabes qué? De repente quiero armarme tanto mazo. Yo físico me quiero hacer como 7 mazos. Y no me gusta desarmar uno para meter las cartas del otro. Si ustedes ven que aquí hay luz, netamente, bueno, no se alcanza a ver. Pero mi gato está literalmente sentado así, mirando para afuera. Mala mano, mala mano, mala mano.
It has been a long journey to get to this point, Chip. A lot of decks that we anticipated would
¿Cómo van a ser 3 sellos,
some
loco?
decks that definitely surprised us at how well they did throughout the tournament.
Igual está el Charizard Tera Cristal. Sí, po, el siniestro.
And finals, this is a tournament where it seemed that you couldn't really predict what was going to excel.
Yeah, and there's
No, mazo no está tira cristalizado el siniestro. Sí, sí, pues está tira cristalizado. Si es de fuego.
Not really a surprise from Caleb Gettimer's side of the bracket. He's playing Raging Bolt. He's an excellent player.
En la nueva edición que viene, sí, hay un Charizard. Yo esta semanita les voy a subir un video en YouTube con referente a las cartas que se vienen. Pero no vi ningún Charizard. O sea, la colección que yo voy a hablar en esta semana en YouTube va a ser netamente de noviembre, la de Sparking.
He found a good meta for it. He found a solid list along with his testing group. He's made it all the way to the finals with this unorthodox deck in the current format.
The way the meta has positioned itself has opened up a path.
¿Te llama la atención de Sparking? A mí igual.
To return to prominence with Reggie Drago falling off ever so slightly. There was one Reggie Drago V-Star in this top 8 bracket actually, and we speculated that perhaps if that Drago
Lanzamoneda, sí, 1, 2, 3, te fuiste. 130, pegaríamos 150 si no fuera por el hecho de que tenemos la energía doble que nos quita 20. Tenemos la capa, le vamos a poner la capita para que aguante un poquito más. Porque me tiene la pinta de que este... Ah, me va a pegar.
Can't wait to see what's going to happen, Skarzik. I'm sure our audience is excited to see what's going to happen. Those watching here in the venue and those watching along at home, let's get down to the stage. Our players are ready to kick us off.
I remember once upon a time, you know, Caleb Gettimer
Eso debía haber puesto pero no sé si viene el deck de Cellurage Tera acá, porque en Japón sí salió. El de Cellurage, yo creo que sí. Yo estoy esperando el del Sylveon. Estoy esperando a Sylveon porque se le sirve al guarde. Perfecto. Lo que necesitaba.
But he is most recently coming off of a top 8 finish at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Usamos la capita, la camilla, perdón, traemos de vuelta al Persian. No somos debilidad, somos debilidad. Ok, me van a pegar súper fuerte, me van a pegar como los 400 y tanto. Bueno, nada que hacer.
Similar colors, right? We really need to have these teams kind of hash it out and figure out who needs to be what color.
Debí haberlo cargado. Pero bueno, así se aprende. No vamos a criticar el mazo con la primera jugada que vamos a hacer. CSTV está interesante, además muy buena el arte. Sí. Eso sí, también tengo que hacer un video. No me gusta que esté la luz ahí.
There is always a chance with Lost Zone, since we haven't seen it so much, Chip, that it has from time to time a chance to get off to some pretty awkward starts. The prize cards don't look detrimental for either side.
Una edición solamente con Eevee. Van a traer todas las evoluciones del Eevee. Eso lo encuentro genial. Va, eso es en enero, si no me equivoco. Ahí empezó la otra partida. Ay, lo único que hicieron fue cambiar de mesa al traer a la otra víctima. Ah, de veras, si estoy envenenado pego más. Se pega. Qué maldito. Peguémonos. ¿Cuándo salen decks nuevos, nuevos metas? En noviembre. El mes que viene salen nuevos mazos. Salen nuevos mazos porque se viene la edición de Sparking, si no me equivoco. Pero en YouTube les voy a estar informando de todo. Para que le vayan a ver vayan a echarle el ojito. Y me mandaron un enlace de las cartas que se vienen en la siguiente temporada, así que podríamos echarle un ojito igual. No sé de dónde que habrá quedado el enlace. Ahí le vamos a echar el ojito. Me lo recuerdan, sí, por favor, que no se me olviden. ¿Sabes qué deck vienen cuando sube ese video? Mira, termina este live, me voy a ir a editar ese. Porque tengo que editar ese video, tengo como un montón de videos que editar. Tengo que editar el podcast que hago con mi hermano. ¿Qué pasó? Ah, se me salió el...
One of these Comfeys will get to look at the top 2 cards, add a card to hand,
no hay
send one to the
nada.
lost zone, and this is looking to activate.
Tengo que editar el podcast, tengo que... ¿Cómo se llama? Y subir los videos y todo eso. Pero yo lo voy a subir durante esta semana.
Allowing you to pull 2 different types of basic energy out of your deck and attach them to your Pokemon however you would like.
Yeah, in the modern era, we've got Professor Sada's Vitality,
salió la
Shield
herramienta.
Dance, even Charizard EX's Infernal Rain to accelerate
La
tons of
historia
energy.
sería
But
otra.
This was kind of the first deck to really do it. The Mirage Gate, getting attackers set up out of the blue, being able to swing with
Bueno,
whatever
no vamos
was
a
best
criticar.
in that moment. But the first flower selecting finally
Sí,
comes through.
hay cosas
A water
que
energy and a nest
mejorarle
ball.
a este
This is the
masito.
sort of tough choice where you're saying, oh, do I want this nest ball for Cramorant or do I need this water energy for a play down the road? Gets rid of the
Porque
nest ball and
donde es
keeps the water.
normal, el Terápago es normal y Persian es normal, puedo poner cualquier otra energía.
And with a switch card to bring up the next Comfey, flower selecting gets rid of Roxanne to keep a rescue board to attach to the active Comfey and retreat
Cacho,
for a
otro
third
garcho.
flower selecting.
Loco,
Pal Pat
loco.
goes
Mira,
to the
solo
Lost
mira,
Zone to
amigo,
keep
amigo.
that powerful
Mire,
Mirage Gate.
mire mi banca. Y mire su banca. ¿Para qué pone otro garcho? Ahí lo cambia más encima. Una carta de energía básica de tu pila de cartas de tus Pokémon en banca. Usted, ¿por qué no me pegaste con ese? Muy está jugando conmigo.
Lost Vacuum to fuel the Lost Zone and make it easier to get to 7 cards in the Lost Zone.
And by keeping
Está jugando con su víctima.
you know you want to get around those bravery charms or just get to 7 a little faster. Decidi is in the active spot for Caleb Gedimer, just deciding what his first play is going to be. Do I use this Pokestop first or do I Nest
¿Para qué
Ball,
hacer eso?
grab the Raging Bolt or an Ogre Pond? Decides to go for Nest Ball first of all.
And this may
Mi
even
turno,
have to
no.
grab the Squawkabilly EX. I didn't
Okay,
get
perfecto.
a great look at Caleb's hand, but it didn't look incredibly strong. I didn't see any basic energy cards, so something
¿Qué
like Radiant
tengo?
Greninja is not gonna be
Solamente el
helpful. It may
refuerzo.
have to be the Squawkabilly, which could be tough. That's a low HP, 2 prize Pokemon that I don't think Caleb really wants to put into play in this matchup. But that's the nature of this Raging Bolt deck. It is such a powerful card. It lets you dig through the deck super aggressively in the early turns. I mean, really the important thing here for Caleb is he wants
No lo
to
podría retirar
set the
tampoco.
pace. He wants to put on the pressure. He wants to do whatever he can this turn
Ah,
to
bueno,
find
vamos a
himself a
golpear.
KO.
And typically, Lost Zone is the one that's tracking energy so specifically. But in this
Por lo
matchup,
que
Raging
veo,
Bolt needs to
vamos
be
a
very
poner
specific
la
with its
partida.
energy expended.
Por lo que veo,
Its energy
Lot Zone
usage,
versus
because you
un
are
Electrofuria.
having to discard energy with Bellowing Thunder just to take single prize knockouts. And if you're throwing away so much energy turn after turn after turn, you might run out. So the Ogre Pawns are super important so that grass energy is fueling these attacks and not the fighting and the lightning.
Yeah, the nice thing about it, though, is that the 1 prize Pokemon you're KOing have less HP, so you have to discard less energy in order to get knockouts. Like, to KO a Comfey, you only have to discard
Mira, si es
one energy
Giratina,
card from somewhere on your board.
no sé si el Giratina tiene alguna chance contra el Electrofuria. A no ser que se arme más rápido.
Didn't have the Spiritomb in play as well, so there's no shenanigans there. Squawkabilly's going to come down, and
Porque tiene 4 confi, entonces igual le sirve para estar moviendo constantemente la baraja y encontrar lo que anda buscando. O sea, lo que necesita.
Caleb to have a Lumineon V in his deck, to be honest. It's not a commonly used card in the Raging Bolt deck. In fact, in Caleb's top 8 match, I was watching him play against Yerko Valencia, and Yerko reacted kind of interestingly whenever he saw the Luminion. He was like, oh, interesting, like not something he would have expected to notice.
But the Squawk in C's comes through after attaching the Bravery Charm, couple Pokestops going down, a Switch Cart going down.
Oh my,
Professor Sada's found 3 into the hand, and a Raging Bolt with an Ogre Pawn. Fantastic draws here, Chip.
Yeah, that, I don't know about fantastic. You want a Sada. 3, though, might be just a little bit too much. I guess it does make your Pokestop usage a little bit safer.
Draw 3. Beautifully done.
I think he does want to find a little bit more. Ideally for Caleb, he'd get maximum value from a Professor Sada. You know, he'd be able to have 2 energy in the discard pile. He'd be able to have 2 ancient Pokemon in play to accelerate 2. And very interestingly enough, we're going to actually see an Earthen Vessel discarding a Professor Sada. That should definitely cue Mike.
Oh, ¿qué pasó? Flaco, si lo estaba viendo. ¿Qué pasó, güey? ¿Y por qué me ponen el VGA?
Win conditions. Indeedy female and Gallade for Parker.
¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Este es el que estábamos viendo? ¿Lo cortaron recién? Oh, se les cortó el video, flaco, se le cortó el live. Parece que sí se les cortó el live. Porque el VG y el Go. Sí, parece que es problema de ellos, chiquillos. Sí. El problemilla de ellos. Se les cayó el live, parece. ¿Cómo van en el Pokémon Go? Dice, thanks for watching. Y este dice que ya terminó con la cosa.
Half HP, and then
El único que sigue el VG.
Qué
raro.
Sword from Gallade into that position. So Porygon 2 does not switch out. Instead, Goldenrod will click the Shadow Ball into Gallade. That is super effective. One-hit KO. Parker getting no damage on the field this turn as the Ursaluna swaps in. It's up to the Porygon who clicked recover. It's almost like that whole turn 1 didn't even happen now with Porygon recovering 50%.
Vamos a revisar qué onda. Oye, sí, parece que se les cayó el live. ¿Por qué este men lo puede ver todavía? No sé por qué él lo puede ver todavía. O sea, acá, ¿a ustedes les sale? ¿A ustedes les sale cuando, cómo se llama, lo buscan? Porque a mí no me sale. Vamos a ver si buscándolo acá en el teléfono. Vamos a ver qué onda. Porque otros también lo pueden ver. ¿Por qué habrá pasado? No sé, porque yo no lo puedo ver. Qué raro. Vamos a tener que verlo acá nomás.
Pretty draw here as well. Yeah, this hands is going down. But yeah, this...
Oh, qué raro, loco. Me jodieron, brigio. No puede ser. ¿Qué pasó? No sé qué pasó, líderes. Tenemos problemillas técnicos, parece. Sí, tenemos problemillas técnicos porque por lo menos acá yo no puedo verlo, pero sí puedo ver a este muchacho. Yo no quiero tener problemas con el copyright. ¿Qué pasa, Monkey? ¿Qué pasa, mi gatito? ¿Qué pasa, mi gatito? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó? ¿No estaban maullando recién? Vamos a tener que verlo acá, ¿no?
Yeah, I think you definitely need to go second in this matchup as Caleb, because you need to like try and throw Davidson's start off. I think Caleb did choose second. I think Caleb won the coin flip and chose second, but yeah, like it's tough. I think you definitely need to go second in this matchup and hope for a slow start.
¿Qué habrá pasado?
Honestly, get rid of the Colress there, probably, right? You're about to deck out anyways. Nest ball. Oh, okay. There's a retreat. There's a knockout. 2 Colress in hand. Yep, there's the bonk. All right. Caleb's going to take this knockout. And then there's another Ursaluna in the hand.
Si nos ponemos por aquí, van a tener problemas.
Caleb also needs to get like quite a few energy in play on this turn as well. I mean, I don't think that'll be
ahí,
too
así no
difficult
tenemos
to
atado.
do. It just probably not going to matter.
No, pero después está el chat aquí.
Neither player plans on disrupting the other. Although
no
Davidson does play Roxanne, so Davidson can go for the disruption play
viéndolo a él.
Possibly.
No hay otra cosa que hacer. Porque no...
Let's go for the Slitherwing, which is interesting.
No, ¿cómo se llama? No me carga a mí. No sé si a ustedes les aparece. Pero a mí por lo menos no me aparece el TCG, por lo menos en el canal oficial. Me aparece solamente en las personas que también están haciendo la cobertura, pero tampoco es la idea estar metido en el canal de otra persona.
I guess you have to play around like Caleb hiding behind a Slitherwing still, maybe. Roxanne is in Lost Zone. I was just kind of talking in general.
Tampoco es la idea estar metido en un canal de otra persona viéndolo, pero no tengo nada más que hacer. No te sale, ¿cierto?
I'm talking about in general.
Ya, por lo menos no soy el único al que no le sale. Bueno, es la única forma que tenemos de verlo.
No, Michael Davidson does not play to Roxanne. David Michelson David Michelson, one Roxanne.
Pongámonos el día mientras tanto en lo que está pasando. Mira, por lo que veo, no sé. Ah, bueno, el Ursaluna me imagino que el que le va a ganar. Por Ursaluna va ganando. No puede ser, hermano. Si gana el. Gana Michael por tener puro confi. Loco, que ¿cómo no le va a ganar un, cómo no le va a ganar un palque y le va a ganar un confi?
Davidson has one prize card. How does slithering help? Exactly.
Como que te hace pensar que su fuerte es el giratina, pero no.
I was literally. I don't even think I said anything that would lead you to believe I was talking about playing Roxanne in this game. I think I said, I forget what I said. I maybe did, but I don't think I did. I don't think I did.
Bueno, problemas técnicos lo tienen cualquiera, así que sigamos adelante.
Dude, this is so
Si alguno de ustedes
revisa
y ve que le aparece el Pokémon TCG DI2, me avisa, porque yo por lo menos no lo veo. A mí no me sale.
The game's been over for like since turn 1 or turn 2, and we're just sitting here waiting.
Si hace rato como que veo que tienen problemas. Si sabe el Michael, ¿qué cosa sabe? Tiene puros de un premio nomás, pues nada más. Mira, tiene al Caleb con una pura carta en la baraja. ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo es posible?
Oh, wait. Wait, Caleb literally... Does Caleb play a recovery card? I think Michael could deck out Caleb.
Pero hermano le va...
I don't think Caleb plays a recovery card.
Ya, sacó dos. ¿Y qué onda? Le quedó una pura carta en la baraja.
Oh my gosh.
¿Volviste a revisar nada? Ya, no importa. Ahí nos quedamos acá nomás mientras tanto. Sí. No creo que tengamos problemas por verlo. Ah, qué bonito efecto.
Dude.
¡Oh, le pasó lo mismo!
Wait, is it back? Alright, hold up.
Le pasó exactamente lo mismo. Le pasó exactamente lo mismo, hermano. Es problema de ellos, parece. Es problema de Pokémon. Porque en una de esas dije, puedo ser yo, que tengo muchas ventanas abiertas, pero no, ni eso. Ni eso. Vamos a revisar en otro lado. Sí, parece que ya lo puede ver, lo puede ver. Ah, no, porque ahí ya lo descartó. Vamos a revisar, vamos a echarle un ojito. De ahí sí.
Y'all talk about me yapping, but... Okay. They need to update the graphic with,
Yo no sé cómo a él sí le carga.
rollover prize card, but I'm sure they'll fix that.
Y a mí no, güey.
I'm curious to see if Caleb picked first, but I'm assuming it's Caleb picked second.
No, no sé cómo no le carga, weón. ¿Y no lo transmiten en la página oficial o solo por YouTube? Por YouTube lo transmiten solamente. Vamos a ver si es que lo transmiten también por Twitch. Es que tampoco quiero andar viendo a otro muchacho. No tengo nada en contra de Azul, pero...
Caleb chose second. Oh, but that's what Caleb needs. The Ursaluna start. And it's a dead hand from Davidson over to Caleb, but Caleb open Pheasantipity, which is not great. Caleb's hand is okay, though. Caleb does have an okay hand here. It's not bad. There's the Sada. I see a Nest Ball. I see Greninja. We just need to get a Ursaluna, or not an Ursaluna, a Bolt.
Están viendo el VG en el en vivo y en el TCG.
I would actually maybe even play the Pokegear here and just try and like thin out a support out of the deck. I don't know.
Ya, sí, en Twitch lo están transmitiendo.
Here we go. Concealed for 2. It's not good. It's not great. It's not great. We hit the stop here and just see how it plays.
Vamos a buscarlo. Me sale el tiro ahí.
No, but we might need to. I guess we could go get a Raging Bolt.
Puse al mismo loco.
That's fine. We can go get Raging Bolts here.
Pokémon TCG.
Oh wait, Slitherwing works.
We have to account as well for the Slitherwing being able to just punch back.
Ahí estamos de nuevo.
The Slitherwing
Ahí estamos de nuevo.
KO the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that I guess is technically an easier thing to get a knockout with. You don't have to get the second.
Gracias por recordarme que también lo transmiten en otras plataformas. De hecho, acá la calidad mejoró. De hecho, bueno, no lo vieron porque como estaba buscando no apareció, pero Michael le ganó porque trajo a otro Ursaluna, lo cargó con los Confi y le ganó. Mejor caleta. Un poquito.
Just in case he has to draw into and out to get the attack and then somehow misses one.
No puede ser que con zona perdida le estén haciendo pensar.
Caleb chose to go second in this matchup because, you know, if you don't give access to a supporter to a Lost Zone deck, they may have a harder time setting up in the early game, and it provided Caleb this opening window.
Yeah, there's plenty of Mirage Gates there. This is a late game hand, certainly, Chip. So after the Pokestop, Professor Sadas goes to the discard pile, finds a Pokemon catcher.
And that Nest Ball could be huge. That can get the Squawkabilly in order to help
Está
Caleb
cayendo, no.
dig through the deck a little bit more. With Asada being milled here, I think you do have to just commit to using Sada right now. You'd hate to Squawkabilly away 2 more and then you have a hard time finding your
Parece que no ha tenido tanta suerte de nuevo el Michael Davidson. Bueno, ya nuestro muchacho Kyle ya se fue ya. Que apoyar a otro. ¿Imagináis que Ale Caleb? No estaría mal. Pero como dije, no me agrada mucho el masito del Electrofuria y siento que ganaría por el mazo de Electrofuria. No por habilidad, sino por el mazo.
To a Squawk in season. Honestly, with the way Caleb's hand is, I think he just has to go for it, to be honest. I mean, there could be an argument.
Lightning Energy.
He has so many valuable cards in his hand that I think he hates to have to discard this.
Yeah.
Because it is pretty unlikely I think he gets there.
Está demorando un poquito.
He needs a pretty specific combination of like 4
Barajó en cámara lenta el muchacho.
From a Squawkabilly Squawk and Seas in order to get this KO.
And with the Pal Pad and the prizes to throw away all these Sadas, you can really paint yourself into a corner if this attack is not successful. Benches Teal Mask Ogerpon EX has a Bravery Charm. Where are you going to attach this onto Raging Bolt EX?
He needs to find Ogre Pawn, 2 Grass Energy, a Lightning Energy, and a Switch cards. Yeah, that's a lot, Scars.
All right, 6 cards. Throws
Oh, descartó todo eso.
Sees for a potential game 3. Show it to us, Caleb.
Yeah, he can draw more cards.
¿Qué le pasa a este muchacho? Está loco.
But I don't see any energy cards at all in this hand.
No,
Ok, le salió un Electrofuria y un Ogre Pawn. Perfecto.
Doesn't have too much. I think we may just see a burst roar here. He can bench the other Raging Bolt.
Corríjame si estoy mal. Tú cuando descartas con Squawkabilly, ¿debes mostrar lo que estás descartando? Cuando descartas con el Electrofuria, por ejemplo, con el primer ataque, ¿debes mostrar lo que estás descartando o no es necesario que muestres lo que estás descartando? O solamente se muestra cuando estás jugando con ¿cómo se llama esta cuestión? De investigación de profesores.
That really was Caleb's window right there, and he just was not able to capitalize. The cards did not fall for him, and now we find ourselves in a situation where he is down so many resources. Michael Davidson is going to be pretty far away
¿Qué pasó? Descartó uno.
Off an attack, doing really any super meaningful damage or anything like that.
¿Cierto? Yo creo que igual debería mostrar qué es lo que está descartando.
So difficult for Caleb Gettimer in this game too.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursa Luna is going to flee back onto the bench, and Caleb is going to need to chase it down, which is another expenditure of resources.
Yo no sé si ustedes han visto la diferencia entre, por ejemplo, la calidad de algunos regionales. Por ejemplo, si ustedes ven las regionales de Estados Unidos, se ven así de bonito. Todo producido y todo eso, pero en Lima, por ejemplo, no se veía así. O sea, ahí me di cuenta de que cada país lo hace de manera diferente. Pero la calidad debería ser la misma. No deberían diferenciarse tanto en calidad. Por ejemplo, en Estados Unidos tienen una cámara lejito que los graba ahí sentados, conversando, toda la cuestión. Pero en el regional pasado, en el de Lima, era como una cámara que los tenía prácticamente a la misma distancia que tengo yo la mía. O sea, no es crítica, pero sí me sorprendió la diferencia de calidad entre cada regional de diferentes países. Yo me dice, sí, se nota mucho la diferencia en cuanto a la logística. Pero loco, sí, cambia demasiado. Yo no sé por qué cambia tanto. Que sea por tema de dinero, puede ser también. Porque no creo que Pokémon como tal financie las regionales en el sentido de cámaras y cosas así, no creo, ¿sí? Porque entiendo que sea un país latino, ¿cachai? Pero eso no tiene nada que ver. No siento que tengan nada que ver.
Opponent's one thing they're stringing on to hope here with.
And if you're in Caleb's shoes, you know you can take out the Comfey, but you know Michael's still going to enjoy access to the Pokestop, which is aiding both of these players, and it's
El problema es ese Ursaluna. Este Caleb está tomando, se lo tomó personal, parece.
It's really a struggle out there on that side of the field.
Essentially, the way that the first turns have hashed out, you've got
adiós Confi, ya no tiene con qué buscar. 2, 3. Oh, loco. Se le fue el Ferropalmas. ¿Tiene algo con qué buscar o no? Ya le ponen energía al Ursaluna. ¡Qué mala mano! ¡Qué mala mano, hermano! Se lo empató rápido.
But Caleb Gettimer did get there. Michael Davidson putting all of his awkward variance and bad luck into
Sí, qué mala suerte. Ahí te das cuenta que de repente uno depende mucho de la mano, de lo que le salga en en los primeros turnos.
He has the option, first or second. If he goes first, there's two things that can happen. He could pop off like he did in game number 1 where he went first.
Se me quedó pegado ahí con la mirada del loco, despectivo. Me sentí hasta criticado. Baraja bien, muchacho, baraja bien. Baraja bien, que la victoria depende de eso. Es la final, parece. Me sentí hasta criticado por la mirada del muchacho.
For Michael Davidson, especially if you were thinking about, okay, I want to go over here, over there. After seeing the way that game 1 versus game 2 played out, it's going to make you rethink your strategy going into the third game anyway around Chip. And Caleb is still pretty cool, calm and collected, even though that game was pretty rough. He also, got a lot of bad variance perhaps out of the way in game number 2 heading into.
Vamos a ver, último round. Creo que esa es la final. Creo que esta ya es la final. ¿Por YouTube dejó de aparecer o ya apareció de nuevo? Igual se me pega mucho aquí por...
Looks like both players have a basic Pokemon to start, but Caleb has a couple options in hand, just thinking about what he does want to put down. And now we'll look at the prizes. Chip, Caleb Gedimer lays his down.
No, lo único que es el VG.
In there. Prime catchers in there.
3, 2, 1, comenzamos.
As well. But Caleb decides to start with Slither Wing in the active, try and have an early attacker against that Ursaluna EX, perhaps.
Yeah, this is not something we have seen come up just yet, but it is a decent option to be a one-prize attacker. Offset Michael Davidson's 2-2-2 prize.
Eso sí está con la calma en la cual juega Caleb, porque los otros anteriores se ponían muy nerviosos. Tampoco es de menos, yo estaría igual. La verdad es que sí. Es que es un mazo, puede ser que sea... no creo que sea él el que te pone tenso. Pero yo creo que es un mazo que tú decís, no sé qué hacer, no sé qué jugada hacer, porque es un mazo que se rearma tan rápidamente. Que, por ejemplo, le descartaron un Overpoint, toma, 2 más. O tenía un puro Greninja y en un momento el otro tuvo mala mano y listo, se armó con todo el resto del que necesitaba en la banca. Entonces, yo siento que son difíciles decisiones al momento de jugar contra este men. Ay, perdón por el bostezo, pero me desperté a las 5 de la mañana.
Did you get a quick glimpse at the hand there, Chip? I don't know if there was an Ogre Pawn, no, just a Pheasantipity right now.
I think he's going to be kind of relying on a Pokestop here.
Yo creo que va a depender mucho de la mano en este momento.
I like putting Pokestop in play. It really helps Michael Davidson out a ton. He can go for it next turn. He's got what he needs, attach, and he can get the attack off. So putting this Pokestop in play could be really good for Michael Davidson, and that is brutal for Caleb Gedimer. 2 Pokemon and an energy going down.
Mira, tiene nido, significa que igual puede buscar un confi y barajar y tirar cartas a la zona oscura, porque ese Cramoran pega por 4 cartas que tengan en la zona oscura. Claro, mientras más complejidades tenga el mazo, cualquier error es difícil de recuperarse, sí, y yo creo que eso es la mejor, o sea, yo creo que esa es la ventaja, más que si lo mezclas con el hecho de que realmente se mueve rápido ese mazo, es el hecho de que, aparte, como se mueve rápido, si la jodes en un turno, la jodiste toda la partida. Sería muy difícil recuperarse de un error. Por ejemplo, ya lo vimos, Kyle debió haber vencido a ese Greninja en la primera ronda, no lo hizo, le ganaron. Debió haberlo vencido también en la tercera ronda. Por lo menos una muerte súbita, quién sabe, hubiese sido un empate. Aunque el otro hubiese terminado con un punto más, la verdad.
Flower selecting ability can only be used with, and he's going to need some help here. He's got currently, and a switch. More Pokemon. He does not have a Colress, concealed cards, and also the use
cards between a great setup and a very terrible one. There is at the very least one energy.
Si tuvo muy buena mano anteriormente con todos esos confi.
So with one more fighting energy, it can swing in for 120 to knock out the Cramorant.
Mira, yo entiendo que el loco esté así como ahí barajando, porque por ejemplo Aliadicto, que es mi voz en off, que no está en la que estaba el que estaba anteriormente, él tiene de esas fundas de Dragon Shield y realmente que se resbalan mucho, son muy la forma de barajar es muy es sensible porque son todas lisas, entonces yo intenté barajar y explotó la casa, hermano. No, pero no pude barajarlo. 1, 2, 3, eso, no perdió nada, muy bien. Tírate otro confi. Un confi. Eso. Con confi empieza a descartar. Y si es que logra tener 4 cartas en la pila en la zona perdida, ese Cramorant podría tomar la ventaja.
Michael Davidson has to shuffle up after, of course, that Pokestop and the Nest Ball to grab the Comfey.
Yeah, it does have a switch in hand. Also has an energy he could attach and retreat, but generally you want to use the switch first, I feel like. Save your retreat option for later. You never know if you could find a Colress, which could
Pero sí, Caleb está bastante tranquilo.
Could then be used for your retreat instead of committing an energy card to do it.
Beautiful switch. And a Buddy Poffin.
Ok, la energía se va para allá. Body Poffin, muy bien. Tiene más confi. 1 y 2. Con eso ya la hizo. A ver, mira, no sé si un orden de jefe alcanzaría a vencer al que tiene atrás, pero bueno.
I think going for the Cramorant hit here with the Spit innocently, even though it is into the Slitherwing, even though it is into a single prize Pokemon, it does mean that Caleb would have a
Oh, que descarta la energía, se va para allá el espejo. Descarta la energía más, traspasa el otro confi. Ahora sí Michael está entrando ahí. Está entrando en su zona. Oh, no tenía con qué más atacar. No le salió cambio ni nada. Está difícil esta, no sabría decir, porque ahora por ejemplo tiene mejor mano y tiene los confi que lo ayudan. Entonces no sabría decir si que realmente está Michael puede ganar.
That would be a great card to combo drawing into plenty of earth. The problem in game number 2, problem in game number 3 is finding Pokemon. But no Pokemon, where are the Pokemon?
And with this awkward outcome, Caleb can thin all of the energies out of the decks with multitudes of earthen vessels, but now that Slitherwing is powered up, there's no Professor Sadas, there's no Teal Dance. There's a couple options where Michael can respond to this. Slitherwing's going to take a knockout on maybe the Cramorant, maybe just a Comfey here. Goes down to low HP because of the drawback of Burning Turbulence. But if Michael Davidson so chooses, maybe takes out the Pheasantipity and
El Caleb ya terminó el turno. Oh, se le fue todo.
Ooh, that is the other side of the Pokestop. Sometimes it draws you 3 item cards, but sometimes it discards 2 supporters.
Greninja, descartamos 2 y tenemos 2 más. No sé si usaría la caña como para traerlo. Cambio, se va a la zona perdida, se queda con los pocochos. ¿Qué trae? ¿Trae otro confi o no?
finally a switch into this comfy. We haven't seen rescue board yet, which would be great.
Ok, los pocoches se van para afuera, el espejo se queda ahí.
To pick up another Mirage Gate. The pieces are lining up certainly, Chip.
Yes, so many Mirage Gate now in the hand. The problem is that Michael doesn't really have a great option to go after the Pheasantipity. It would basically just be the Blood Moon
Está pegando a cada rato, está pegando a cada rato.
And he would have to put 4 energy cards on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that is a massive expenditure of resources. That is 2 Mirage Gates going down. That could be a problem.
Yeah, because if Michael Davidson just knocks out the Slitherwing, Caleb Gettimer has access to flip the script, and I know that there's a lot of viewers in the audience that have fallen victim to that. Oh no, they drew 3 cards and suddenly the deck
Le está barajando más brígido. Está muy peligroso tú, digo.
Switch card to put this third comfy into the active spot.
Todo caso, loco, me tenéis con el tremendo toque ahí con todo tu desorden.
We haven't seen the Chorus's experiment yet.
Awesome, but it's been all on the back of Comf here. Could get to 7.
Había uno que jugaba más desordenado, sí. Ese sí me tenía. Ese sí me tenía loco.
He's really, I think, having a tough time with what he wants to do here. I almost would prefer to see him just pass than
No sé qué
knock out
significa
the
eso.
Slitherwing.
Yeah, the same
Él
question
podía hablar
that was
tranquilo,
presented
si
to
las palabras
Caleb
salen en tu boca, hermano.
is now for Michael Davidson. Don't
Ya.
overextend if you don't have to. Still play the game out as though you know it's going to go
Ah, le voy a dar.
long.
¿Le podéis traer comida? Que no.
He's used, however,
Yeah, we're
to get
going
up
for
to
it.
7 in the lost zone. Michael Davidson does want to go aggressive this turn.
Estoy llamando a mis michis. Oh, sí me habla.
Blood Moon Ursaluna is the question, and I think the answer.
No le estoy tirando besos a ustedes, cabros.
Oh, wait, did he bench the Sableye?
I think he didn't quite sequence this how he wanted to. I think he maybe wanted to play Super Rod first.
Oh, yeah, Super Rod. Okay, so the Mirage Gate.
El otro de estar escondido por algún lado.
Water and a lightning is going to go for the Radiant
Ay,
Greninja.
ves.
Mirage, another Mirage Gate to power this up. You can attach these to your Pokemon however you like. It's not like
Oye, el otro tanta mala suerte que no le ha salido algún Ogerpon o algo así. ¿Cambió el mazo? ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo no he visto ningún Electrofuria, ningún Ogerpon? Literalmente le ha ganado a todo. Tiene buena mano para todo. Excepto con Michael ha tenido súper mala mano. Yo creo que por eso le está barajando diferente, porque normalmente la parte, entonces que le esté barajando, yo creo que es porque netamente está muy brígido este muchacho con las manos que le salen. ¡Opa! Pues si tenía un anido, busca un maldito Ogerpon. Ok, ahí le salió. Ahí, aquí se empieza a armar, aquí se empieza a armar.
And also Caleb did take a nest ball off the prizes last turn, so we can see a pair of Raging Bolt EX come into play, and then maybe that Pokegear could find.
Entonces, Ogerpon, habilidad de Ogerpon, no me acuerdo cómo se llama. En un turno se recupera. O dos, sí, yo creo que en este turno ya se recupera. Pero en el sentido de banca, porque para tener energías para atacar no creo. ¿Encontraste el que faltaba? ¿Dónde está? Ay, muchachos, para que coman. ¿Quién darle comida a mis Persian?
Now that he's drawn into a Raging Bolt, that makes more sense as to why he would want to get in. I don't know if you need that many low Pokemon board. Now he's got.
Tengo 4 Persian aquí en la pieza, entonces necesito que coman.
Ninja, this is going to result in more cards.
Ay, sí.
Lifting thanks to that nest ball.
Hesitant to put the Radiant Greninja. Davidson with an odd prize that he could take. You know, he could knock out 2 Ogerpon.
A ver, ¿qué vamos?
Which is a lot easier than getting through a Raging Bolt EX.
Very true. Trying to keep the macro ideas of these prize mapping in your head, Chip. So important when it's this Raging
No veo Electrofuria. Ah, ok.
deck.
O sea, perdón, mi boca.
This was one of the original ways
Perdón, Michael, te cagué, te yeté.
players attempted to counter Raging Bolt is playing single prize decks. That was the big, you know, flash in the pan rise of Ancient Box.
The big issue here for Caleb, and probably why he felt pressured to go with a couple of Ogre Pawns, is he just doesn't have a Sada, right? He's trying to do everything he can to increase his chances to find one off of the Pokegear he
No
has
tiene
in his
vitalidad
hand.
para eso, sí.
One of the things he could do to increase those chances would be to use concealed cards first, but he knows
Ahora
that
sí se le
this
puso
could
más
be a
complicado al Michael.
22, putting that in play could be devastating, but not finding a Sada here could be devastating.
Le sale, no le sale, le sale, no le sale, le salió.
Game find Sada off of Pokegear is rewarded. Doesn't need to put that liability in play. Keeps Michael Davidson on odd prizes. And with Professor Sada's vitality, still has the attack.
No sé si lo vaya a ocupar.
The Raging Bolt will be able to come into the active. Needs to get this Serendipity out of the active as well. Benches a second Raging Bolt. Beautiful. We get the double attachment.
And I do believe we have Switch Card in the hand as well, which will do two things here for Caleb Gadamer. It will
no lo ocupó, está ordenando. Sí, ya, ok. Olvídelo, sí lo ocupó.
To the bench.
Professor Sada attaching to each ancient Pokemon 1 energy from your discard pile, and then you get to draw 3 cards. And with the Switch card to remove the Serendipity, there's also Bravery Charm I think I see in the hand for this active Raging Bolt, just putting a big question
Entonces retiró
into the
al
active spot that Michael Davidson
con
needs to
carrito
answer.
creo, porque sí, con carrito.
Used one of his 2 lost vacuum on the
Le
left.
puse para que aguante un poquito más.
Another reason that
And despite everything, Caleb Greninja now discarding 2 energy fully powered up. That means you still have an attack even if you don't have Professor Sada's, and you can just rely on more teal
Tiene
damage.
7 cartas en la zona perdida. Ese Cramonan ya puede atacar. Se descartó ese Greninja.
Losing out on concealed cards for now. Promotes
Dice que no sé si soy el único, pero siento que los mazos del pasado fueron mejores hechos que los del futuro. ¿En qué sentido? ¿Te refieres a literalmente lo que hice en pasado y futuro? El mazo futuro, por ejemplo, hay mazos futuros que ya ni se ven hoy en día. Hay mazos pasados que hasta el día de hoy se siguen ocupando. Bramaluna es uno de los mejores mazos que hay. De hecho, me sorprende que no hay un Bramaluna aquí. Si Bramaluna es debilidad hierba, tampoco es que alguien ocupe hierba.
Being good in this finals match, but it's gotten him to this point.
Yeah, that's always great. You can have your techs when you need them, and send them to the lost zone when you don't. Hisuian Heavy Ball pulls
Ese sable estaría bueno.
off of the prizes. Caleb's
Porque le pone 120 de contador acá a los Pokémon de la forma en la que él quiera.
For his opponent, and Michael Davidson needs to continue to fill up the lost zone.
Sí, Bramaluna es bueno y raro que no se use. Sí, es súper raro que no vea un Bramaluna en las semifinales o en la final. Tal vez la gente dice, ay, no quiero ocuparlo, es muy repetitivo. Flaco, yo he visto más. He visto más Raging Ball que he visto más Raging Ball de lo que yo veo a mi familia, güey. ¿Qué le pasó? Se le cayó en cartas al muchacho. Haciendo rampa.
Off of flower selecting.
Yeah, and has to make the decision. The nest ball can find him an attacker to utilize. The switch card can get him into said attacker, but you can't keep both of these cards. Yet another reason, I just want to go back to last turn. I don't know that using the Greninja was totally worth it because now he doesn't have concealed cards in order to get through the deck a little bit better.
Yeah, just fearing the Slitherwing perhaps a little bit too much, and also giving Caleb access to flip the script has indeed flip this entire.
Yeah, it's been all the difference without a doubt.
But up here.
And I think that's what he's really nest ball to have access to my Pokemon, but I may have to keep switch card just
Yo tengo ese Spiritomb.
Pull off another flower
Ya
select.
casi ni lo ocupo.
You gotta refresh my memory chip. Have we seen Core?
No, no ha bajado Giratina. Ni el... solamente Ursaluna. Y yo creo que con esto lo va a traer. Es que es raro, no ocupa Lodzone y no ocupa Giratina. Es como los raritos que ocuparon Lugia y no ocuparon Cincino.
Really struggling at this point, had even lost zoned
Tira el carro, animal.
earlier in order to deny it to Caleb, but now kind of needs a little bit more dig to help out. Hasn't made a choice off of the got rid of the nest ball.
Yeah, now I think he's saying, can I take that back? Can I get the the nest ball instead of the switch?
¿Qué pasó? Se arrepintió.
is the card. We know it was the card, but he did put it into his hand, and he kind of put it in the middle of his hand as well. Yeah, this.
No debiste haber tirado el arido. Michael Davidson, a little bit of a younger player, and especially with so much pressure. Game 3, Louisville Regional Finals.
Yeah, I think it's going to be up to
lost in the sauce.
It's going to be up to what the judges say. Now, Michael does have a path to take 2 prize cards this turn. What he can do is he can use the arm press on the Iron Hands EX. He's got Iron Hands EX in his hand. He's got a pair of Mirage Gate as well, but I don't know if he, how many energy he has access to. I think there's a couple Super Rod in the hand, so he should be able to pull it off, but in order to do that play, he would probably be utilizing both of his last 2 remaining Mirage Gates.
Arm press, very important to note. Also, you need 2 lightning energy for.
Yeah, that is very important to note because the Mirage Gate has to get 2 different energy cards.
And with the switch card being sent to the Lost Zone off this final flower selecting, Michael Davidson finally getting 10 cards in the Lost Zone after all.
Ya, pues, y el usar una giratina, ¿para cuándo? ¿Pensáis atacar o no?
Soon, I imagine, looking at a Psychic Energy, a Lightning Energy, and Radiant Greninja.
Muéstrame los premios de este muchacho, no hay hacer que los premios.
How does he play himself out of this situation he now finds himself in?
Yeah, it had to maybe be some sort of Sableye play just to try to set something up to get around the Bravery Charm. If you don't have that second lost vacuum, it could be very detrimental.
¿Te imagináis? Como el japonés que jugó con Garde y premió los premió 2 cartas. Un japonés que premió 2 Kirlia, 2 Garde. Y no, perdón, 3 Kirlia y 2 Garde. Y un Nido. Ese sí la sudó. Porque premió todos sus Kirlia.
Basic Pokemon, you get to switch it, and then it heals 30 HP. This is important because that's why that Pheasantipity is at 150 HP, not 120, where you could just go all in with the Lost Mine to get 2
Usa el Sablet y vence al Pheasantipity.
120 damage, 12 damage counters being spread. However, Michael Davidson.
Oye, loquito, deja que vea.
And it looks like Pheasantipity and the benched Raging Bolt are the 2
Ah, sí, ¿cuántas cartitas tiene? Porque se pide como 10 o 11 cartitas.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be the best placed onto benched Pokemon, right? If you put it onto the active, you're just playing into switch cards, but benched Pokemon are on the bench. You get to ensure that that damage will stick around for at least 1 more turn, unless Caleb pulls off some, Prime Catcher plus switch card or double switch card plays.
And Caleb Gedimer is, can't
No sé
rely
si
too
daría el
heavily
Counter Catcher
on
como
this
para
Bravery
poder
Charm.
cambiar de
He knows
Pokémon.
that the Lost Vacuum could just remove that at the same time. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX comes into attack. And when you're looking at the game from Michael Davidson's side, sure, you're setting up the Sableye play, but you need to be able to capitalize on this initial Lost Mine setup. Is there
Está más
another
nervioso que la cresta el muchacho.
back into the deck, another Nest Ball to get it out of the deck, another way to recover Psychic Energy?
So it does look like play has been stopped, and I think the issue here is that Michael Davidson already retreated during his turn. We just saw he tried to retreat the Comfey.
Oh, lo cambió.
I thought they were, oh, that's right.
We're hearing word that he maybe retreated very, very early in the turn.
Oh, man, I must have missed that. My goodness.
So this is going to make things very interesting. Michael may be forced to play the Prime Catcher to even pull off an attack here, and Michael's just going to concede. What? He's just scooping.
Y se le está acabando el mazo, ¿no? Sí, se le está acabando. Creo que perdió.
Some sort of prize penalty.
Well,
I'm not really quite
it's
sure.
something along those lines.
¿Se
But
rindió?
regardless of what it is, we'll get word exactly soon. But
¿Se
Caleb
rindió?
Gedimer is the Louisville Regional Champion with Raging Bolts.
After a crazy game 1, a crazy game 2, into some sort of unprecedented game number 3, Caleb Gedimer, his veteran status, his ability to keep a cool
Bravo, Caleb.
head, has reigned extreme, where his opponent maybe got stuck making too many decisions with Lost Zone. It is a deck that will fry your brain in a long tournament. Caleb Gedimer seems very amazed at this outcome, but I know that he's happy regardless.
I mean, that is his 4th regional win, his first one in quite some time. He had a string at the end of the 2022 season where he top 8'd and got 2nd place at 2 regionals in a row, was not able to lock up the win there, but he's able to do just that here. Caleb Gedimer with the victory. 4-time regional champion.
Yeah, congratulations there. And you can see, right, with this deck, has so many things to do, so many decisions to make. The turns can go so long that you lose track of what you've already done alongside the opening parts of the turn. Blood Moon Ursaluna put in so much work in this first game with the help of Iron Hands EX as well. And Lost Vacuum, Corvus' experiment, getting rid of the Bravery Charm. Ursaluna is able to clean that up.
I was honestly feeling a little doomed for Caleb after that game 1. I mean, it was so convincingly in Michael Davidson's favor. It almost seemed like Caleb just had no options, no ways to make anything happen, but he finds a path and finds a way in game number 3. He gets a better setup than Michael. Michael Davidson maybe cooks just a little bit too long, and we did see the error there with the early turn retreat into the attempted 2nd retreat. That did result, we've gotten confirmation, did result in a double prize penalty, which would have meant Caleb Gedimer only needed to take 2 more prizes. Michael Davidson having 5 prize cards remaining. He knew that there was just no way he was going to be able to take 5 prizes before Caleb took 2 knockouts, and so he concedes to save us all a little bit of time.
Yeah, and I like that you can see the board state
Yo
here
creo la jodió
where
cuando
Michael Davidson
tiró el
had used
anillo
that Raiding
a
Greninja
la
to
zona
knock
oscura.
out Slitherwing, activated Flip the Script, and it allowed Caleb Gedimer a huge path back into the game.
And this was it, yeah. Michael Davidson.
Parece que se puso nervioso, sí.
Impressive indeed.
Porque el Caleb le dijo que no podía atacar.
We thought that it was just a one-note deck. It was too popular. Too many decks would try to counter it. People were running Mimikyus and Cornerstones and all kinds of things to kind of foil that straightforward game plan. But you can see that it can still punch through, has card draw, has a little bit of utility, and now Bravery Charm is the next stage that people need to consider if they want to continue to counter this monstrous list.
Yeah, Raging Bolt gets a little discredited because it is pretty linear, and it definitely is a pretty linear deck overall, but it is very consistent, and it is very powerful. And, you know, it's not the type of deck you would normally expect to see a player like Caleb Gedimer pick up.
Ganó
You know,
Caleb,
he's
si no me
a much
equivoco, si
more
esa era la final.
analytical, a much more particular player. You know, he's won tournaments in the past with control decks, but now it just turned out that the meta shaped up pretty nicely for this Raging Bolt list. And yeah, it's a pretty nice dub for Caleb Gedimer. Congratulations.
Yeah, couldn't have the final breakdown of the standings of decks here in our top 8, and with the Lost Zone getting a path cleared because the Reggie Drago had gotten knocked out, there was a pretty high chance for Michael Davidson to take it all the way, but Caleb taking first place.
Yeah, lots of great players in this top 8. You know, congratulations to all of them on their excellent tournament runs to get to this point. It was cool to see plenty of different decks in top 8, you know, and through the story of the tournament, we see people trying to kind of counter the meta. Michael Davidson, namely, using his Lost Zone box deck. You know, Kyle Lesniewicz playing a less popular deck, the Origin Form Palkia V-Star. Sebastian Lashmet coming back with the Charizard EX, a deck that has fallen off a little bit in popularity. You know, it's still definitely played, but it hasn't seen results these last few events. And then, of course, a few players rocking it with the Archeops Lugia V-Star deck, the deck that has proven to be so consistent and so strong in this format.
Podría ser Persian
There is a deck for everyone, Chip. Great options in the meta game right now. Even though there's a lot of doom and gloom around Blossom, with Raging Bolt EX,
Pruébalo una vez más.
You know, attach those
Si no, ya va a ser Persian y
swing for the fences.
And swing for the fences, he did. Caleb with the win. I'm sure he's
Créame que eso no lo han visto en ningún lado.
You know, 350 championship points richer, $10,000 richer, beautiful. Tons of Pokemon TCG.
Están hablando de la plata que se fue en cada uno.
And of course that nice champion medal that he'll get to add
Sí,
to the
veis.
trophy case he has at home. Actually, I think this might be his first
Rainbow
champion
primero.
medal. I believe his other 3 regionals were all
Lots en
back when they gave you a
segundo.
trophy instead of a medal.
Kai quedó
that's
tercero.
interesting. It's kind of a bad problem to have, right? You've got
Charizard
the
quedó
medal, it doesn't really
cuarto.
fit with the trophies you already have on the shelf at home. How do we display all of these
Terápago
things?
quedó séptimo.
But I can also bring up, Chip, now that we've got our top 8 players here, we can zoom in on the bracket, on the matchups these players
Un
experience.
Charizard todavía los Charizard pueden llegar hasta la final. Quedar cuarto tampoco es.
Charizard had to take down
poquito.
Regidrago, one of its worst matchups, and then went up against Lost Zone and out of the way that the rest of the decks in the top 8, as you mentioned, Chip, were pretty good matchups for the Lost Zone, and that is why Michael Davidson did advance there in the semifinals.
Yeah, it felt like Benjamin Herbert with the Regidrago, you know,
Si
was
sale en
gonna
segundo
have a
lugar no
pretty
puedo usar
good
este
time
ataque durante
against
tu primer
Sebastian,
turno. Este
but
ataque
it
hace
turns out
30 de daño más
Sebastian
por
is
cada
able
uno
to
de tus
get
Pokémon en
the
banca.
2-0. Michael Davidson taking down Kieran. It was actually, you know, cool to sit out there. I was
Mm-hmm.
watching those top 8 matches, and all 3 of those games went to a game 3, all incredibly close sets. Anyone could have
Ok,
come out on top, and
perfecto. Ya
honestly, if you
tenemos
ran back
Galápagos.
this top 8 bracket a dozen more times, you may have 8 different champions.
Especially
Ok.
if we focus in on like Kyle Lesnowitz versus Gabriel Smart, they're playing these combo-oriented
Mira,
Dusk Noir
justo en el
decks.
8.
I can
También
definitely
nuevamente.
imagine that matchup going very aggressively.
Para los que estén recién llegando, líderes, estamos en el intermedio de la regional. Entonces, mientras tanto, jugamos una partida. De hecho, probamos un mazo. Entonces, me estoy haciendo un mazo de Persian.
Ended up being way gonna Dust Noir your Pheasantipity or your Ogerpon, something with low HP. Palkia slaps another Ogerpon. I take 4 prizes, and then it's just a matter of kind of limping over the finish line there. But the Bravery Charm technology throws the math off so much, and that is how Raging Bolt just saw great success here in Louisville.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Caleb was pretty smart in that.
Entonces, perfecto. Ponemos esta acá y ya deberíamos poder atacar.
Bench, I think.
Yeah.
You know, not putting too many
Ponemos
things
este
in play
muchacho
that
aquí.
he would be at risk of, you know,
Como
giving easy
Greninja.
targets for multi-prize turns over to Kyle Lesnowitz. And we kind of saw something similar in our final set, you know, where he wasn't
Ahí
going
tenemos Meow.
super wide early on with all of his Pokemon. You know, it did have to put the Squawk Blade, so that puts a damper on that.
Vamos a poner
plan.
dos.
But I think that was one of the things he was probably planning to do going into it. Didn't really work out super well in game number 1, but he gets the win in 2 and
¿Cuánto hace daño? 100.
So a lot of players are going to have to
Pero
start
no podemos
watching out
atacar.
for a
Bueno,
new
ok,
spike,
no hay
if
problema.
even possible, of Raging Bolt getting even more popular than it already is after it gets this big. You can take my other caster pick, right? The Pidgeot EX, get the Cornerstone, the Mimikyus. Don't let them bully you, chat. People in the audience right now, check out your local Pokemon League and counter that meta.
No habré nada de
They have
eso
their own mini metas
porque
around the country,
todavía
and I
no.
always love to hear about each local
Todavía no.
and what the best players that show up there like to bring.
Yeah, and I know that Michael Davidson just
Oh,
won a
código,
League
código.
Cup, I think last weekend with a Lost Box
Se
deck,
los dejo
probably
ahí,
something
cabros.
very similar to what he played to this event.
Ah,
I
pero
know
para
Caleb Gettimer
el
is someone who
Pokémon.
goes to
Ah, para las
tons of
ligas.
league
Para que
challenges
sepas
and league
dónde
cups,
hay una
so
liga
it is a
por donde tú
key part
vives.
for all of our competitors, but it's also a welcoming place and a great place to get
A ver si
involved
dejan algún
and get
código por
started
ahí.
with the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to scan that QR code. You can also visit
Siempre dejan códigos.
Pokemon.com/play, figure out how to get involved, and maybe we'll see you competing at one of our future regional championships.
Yeah, it's always so exciting to think about. I don't know, we sound like a broken record at this point, Chip. You know, Pokemon players want to play Pokemon. They're so passionate about
Se el
the
otro
game.
código,
They
se
want
los dejo.
up your deck, tune up your gameplay, make sure that you're enjoying the game to the best of your own capability, and it's going to be a great time for
Giratina.
everyone. This
Ah,
is
mira, alguien que
sort of the
ocupa el
new
Otson con
era
Giratina.
of Pokemon, where we've kind of transitioned back from this lockdown online play to in-person play. And every time I talk to a winner in the lounge for an interview, or just players in general who show up at these regionals, man, I'm getting really sentimental here, but they always give a shout out to their local leagues and the friends that they made along the way. That's the real championship, right, Chip?
Yeah, and it's where everyone starts, right? You know, even the top level competitors, they started somewhere, and it was usually at their local Pokemon League.
And hopefully with
Mira,
with you know,
Pecharum.
some new sets right around the corner as well.
Mira,
Surging
Jesse.
Sparks.
Yeah, I
Don't
think
forget about your
releases are like in 2 weekends or something like that.
Yeah, so
it's very soon.
A great way to jump in with the new
Este.
set, build some lower power level decks as well because they provide
la
all the
capita,
resources
usamos
you'll
capa.
need, even if you're starting from scratch.
No
Pokemon, it's not
mochi.
really competitive, but you get to like build your own deck. You're on the same power level as everyone else. You're not gonna show up with your homebrew deck and then get destroyed by someone who has a meta deck. Everyone is put down to the same
Una
power
energía acá,
level
Pokémon
with the
normal.
build and battle kits. It's a lot of fun. Definitely make sure you check out a pre-release for it. Surging Sparks coming up soon somewhere near you.
And I've been hyping up
no me salga el que
the
necesito.
Pidgeot EX Charizard EX deck that's going to be releasing as a product for our players to pick up, and that's going to be a strong foothold, a powerful deck with Prime Catcher that you can pick up, and as well the new Trainer's Toolkit, a special product that Pokemon releases that's going to give you all the staple cards, is what we like to call them. The cards that you see every single game: Nest Ball, Buddy Buddy Poppin',
Iono, Arven.
And those are the building blocks that
Se
you
me
can
laguea
base-
se me laguea el live.
Now, and so you usually your turn 1, and so Squawk and sees being able to Arsenal.
And if you do BGC streams, you know, this is a big production, a big
Tienen
event.
problema
It's
con
not
su
just
señal
Pokemon
los
TCG
chiquillos,
folks.
porque por lo menos
We're
yo
on
lo
break,
tengo.
if there's some downtime, check out some of the other
A mí todos los demás
streams.
lane me han
We
corrido
love to
súper
kinda
bien. O
cross-pollinate
sea, cosas
the
que,
other games
que
here,
pongo acá me
especially
corre
at the
súper
regionals,
bien.
where we have 3 big screens. You can watch whichever stream that you like right here in the venue. That's always so cool, especially later on in the game. You can kind of hear the cheers from the crowd when something crazy goes
Ya, vamos a
on for
descartar
some of these other
Terápagos porque
titles.
Terápagos
Yeah,
pega por
usually
banca. Yo no
a
me
critical
preocupo
hit or
mucho de tener
something like
muchos
that
Pokémon en
happening
banca.
On the VG stream more often
Y-
than not, that's what we hear. And if you want to get involved in the conversation as well, be sure to interact with us over on social media. You can always use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'll see your posts, and maybe you'll have your post featured here on our broadcast.
Those are always fun as
130
well. Shout out to
deberíamos.
everybody who kind of puts themselves
Hay
out
que
there with the
ponerlo
hashtag
solamente va a
#PlayPokemon,
vencer,
sharing
pero bueno,
their pet
será.
pics or their Terapagos cakes, as the case may be. That's super
Listo.
cool to see. And I guess while we still have some time to fill, Chip, I'm going to give another shout out to
¿Qué sacamos? ¿Qué sacamos?
again, our judges and
Ok,
tournament
listo.
staff here. These events have gotten so big over the last few seasons, and the way that they've kind of rose to the occasion to meet this challenge and make sure the tournaments continue to run smoothly is, you know, just a great achievement in and of itself. And of course, our fantastic production crew running things backstage. We have special liaisons that are making sure the players are where they need to be, that they're getting sat down at the table. Even our translators that show up for some of these events, because now we've got players showing up from overseas to these regionals. It's absolutely
Ok,
wild.
cambio, va a tirar un
The way
confi
that
más.
the ecosystem has adapted to this growth and to the, you know, audience that we have as well has been fantastic. And of course, shout out to you at home for tuning into the broadcast. We couldn't do this without you, and it's great to just have you chatting away in the Twitch chat, pointing out
La bomba,
all
los juegos
the
son así.
funny
Yo
misplays
ese no lo tengo, me hubiese
or,
gustado que saliera.
crazy theories that the Twitch chat comes up with. You know, it is all fun and games at the end of the day, except when you vote for Kyle Sabals to win the Pumpkin Carving contest. I'm actually really salty about that. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Absolutely embarrassing. Yeah, Twitch chat really should be truly ashamed. Unacceptable. Skarsgård worked way too hard for him. I heard you didn't even get second place, bro.
Entonces energía para ver qué nos
You
sale.
got second place, actually.
That's what I
They
heard.
respected the discipline, so
That was-
they give a little bit of credit there.
whoa. That was an apple.
Ponemos esta energía al
Put
Persian.
some respect on his name.
Yeah, the little apple boy.
Le pegamos 130 y me lo van a
Yeah,
descartar. Eso
simple
ya lo sé.
enough, and maybe next year will be one of our years for the
120.
Halloween
Oh, no
Poppy
alcanzó.
Hey,
Buena.
You know what? We've got our
Buena,
holiday
buena.
cookie our cookie decorating. You know, maybe
Ooh, that's
later
fun.
on this year. You know, maybe one of us will have a
Perfecto,
chance to
tenemos
take
Okidoki.
to Kyle.
Yeah,
Tenemos
I guess
Okidoki.
we have to make sure that Kyle doesn't get to participate in the competition. Somehow Twitch chat will find a way to vote for him. But speaking of Twitch chat voting, we do have the final part of our spooky Pokemon bracket.
Who is the
came
spookiest
down
Pokemon?
to Dusknoir versus Darkrai. So let's see what Twitch chat thought was the scariest Pokemon. And it is Darkrai!
Wow. Not even a ghost type. How can you be spooky if you're not a ghost type? It doesn't make any sense.
Por fin me salió uno que puedo ocupar. Aunque Terápago igual está haciendo lo suyo, pero saben que igual lo voy a cambiar, lo voy a poner un
I don't think it has very much to do with Darkrai V-Star, but yeah. I think they're leaning on Darkrai's lore here a little bit more than Darkrai V-Star.
I know Dustmore has a good
Oye, le dejar jugar te la sabía o no?
But the players just hopefully, if you don't say Dust Noir's name 3 times in the mirror, it's not going to show up and get you.
Yeah, is that what it takes?
Just ignore it and it'll go away, right, chat? They secretly voted for Dust Noir by just ignoring it.
Man, what a disappointment. Dust Noir had such a great run. I think I argued for it twice.
It's because they felt bad for not giving me the pumpkin win, so they had to throw the consolation prize for me because I was vouching for
¿Qué tanta
Darkrai.
energía ese men? Si no solo necesita
That's all I can think
3.
of. Twitch chat is a
2
mysterious
en su
entity,
defecto.
okay? All of our viewers at home that vote in these polls,
bueno,
or even
me
just
va a
watching from
doler.
whatever stream you have available, it's just
Oh,
a mind
no,
of its
qué
own.
hijo de
You can never predict
su
what they're going to
madre.
vote for. Even the community choices tend to go to one completely crazy matchup that we weren't expecting to showcase on the stream. I'm glad we got Cloth versus Okie Dokie, but everything else seemed pretty chill.
Yeah, definitely. We did see some excellent matches over the course of the weekend. You know, I think some standouts were definitely the Xander Perot, Ian Robb.
Oh, yeah.
Round 8 yesterday that we got to see. All of our top cut matches were really, really nice. The finals, maybe a little bit less so than that. You know, you hate to see a finals end in that way.
Yeah.
Congratulations, of course, to Michael Davidson on a great tournament run. You know, second.
Usó la habilidad Astro, yo no entiendo la habilidad Astro de este men. Porque dice, puedo usar este ataque solo si tiene 10 cartas o más en la zona de perdida. El Pokémon Active Tutorial queda fuera de combate.
Precisely. We can look at the finals now. For those of you who are just joining in, these are the players that did make it now to the top of the Louisville Regional Championships. And once again, Caleb Gedimer winning it all with Raging
esa energía que tenemos ahí.
Mask, Ogrepon, and Michael Davidson with that anti-meta Lost Zone deck. Blood Moon, Ursaluna EX, a beautiful late-game attacker for the single prize build to close out against some of these higher HP big basics.
Well, Scarzak, I'm excited to hear from these players. Let's get down to the stage. Let's get down to Kyle to crown our champion.
Refuerzo oscuro. Ah, pero para cuando me lo venzan.
Thank you,
Le
Scarzak.
ponemos la
Thank you,
energía a
Chip.
este.
We are here at the TCG
Y
stage
entonces,
where we are ready to
ojalá le peguemos los 150.
crown our champion. We have another fantastic finalist,
Uno.
though. A young gun who's been working his way to the top. Let's introduce our first finalist. It's Michael Davidson.
Oh, venga pa. Eso es.
Congratulations, Michael.
Tenemos los
What
ganadores.
does this mean to you? You've been on such a great run over the last year or so, and it's starting to really culminate into a lot of top 8s and now this finalist position.
Yeah, this is my second cut after Worlds, and being able to say I've cut regional means so much.
Literal le da un premio.
It's awesome.
Buena,
With the
igual la habilidad.
potential to
¿Cuál
continue
la
to
habilidad?
build on that, as we've seen some of your teammates do
Ah,
already.
esta, la
So you
del
start to
Astro
feel like you're in
Requiem.
that
Sí,
echelon
bueno,
now.
igual.
You've been working your way up. You're playing this Lost Zone deck that came out of nowhere, and we've seen all of your teammates playing that too. What does it feel like to do it with that deck and to just continue to build on what you've been working on?
Yeah, I mean,
estar
the
afuera todo el
deck
día.
felt like such a good play for us. Like, we only changed a couple cards from our NAIC list that Andrew Hedrick won with, so it felt really good to do with the deck. My matchups throughout the weekend felt like really strong.
Jugó
I didn't
bien
get any Reggie
el
Draco,
Michael, pero yo creo que se puso
um,
nervioso.
Until finals, I feel like my deck was.
Debió haber seguido hasta el final.
about as
Yo
well as
hubiese
it
seguido
could,
hasta el final.
All right, well, if you had to give an MVP to a card in your deck list, we were hesitating backstage just to what we'd give it to. Spiritomb, low-key, kind of doing a little bit of work, or was it not pulling its weight?
It was definitely decent. It was pretty good in top 8. It was really good in top 8 versus Kieran. It was pretty good in top 4 versus Sebastian. In Swiss, I didn't use it too much. I use it versus the Dragapults that I hit, and it's really good to turn off the Rotom and the Minion. I don't know if I would give it MVP. I think I probably have to go to Ursaluna, but it's up there for sure.
We'll take that, you know? It's everybody pulls their weight when they need to. In top 8 and top 4, showing up and getting the job done, that's pretty good. But Ursaluna is doing a pretty good job here at the tournament for you. Is there anyone that you want to shout out?
Pero
in
sí,
this,
sí hay que
this
admitir
path
que el
that you've
loco
made
hizo
all the way to
funcionar
second
bien
place?
Poco convencional Masito la zona oscura, pero lo llevó hasta la final. Hasta la final, porque Giratina yo no vi. Entonces eso para mí igual no es un mazo meta.
Awesome. All right, everybody, let's give it up one more time for our finalist, Michael Davidson. Oh, and that just leaves one more player, doesn't it? I think you all know who we're going to introduce next. For the first time, he's the 4-time regional champion. Let's give it up for Caleb Gedimer.
Mi respeto al Michael, sí. Pasa la medalla y bájate. Sucio, deshonor.
Wow. I mean, what a run. You have been on quite a journey. I know this means so much to you. I just want to give you the floor to tell us what you're feeling right now.
I'm really emotional. Thank you, Jesus.
Ya, si igual jugaste bien. Mi respeto a todos los que llegaron ahí a la final, porque ya, sí, por muy bueno que sea el mazo, pues el loco tuvo mucha suerte, muy bueno usándolo.
What does it mean to have your 4th regional championship here now?
That's just secondary to what this whole run has meant to me. There's not a way to describe this.
It's so great to see you and have this moment, and I know that there's a lot of people that you like to thank that got you here along the way. You've been playing for so long, but you also have such a dedicated testing group. Do you want to give a shout out to them?
Sure. Thank you to all of Carl's. Thank you, Shayna. Thank you to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
There we go. I'm going to leave it at that. Everybody, one last time, Caleb Gedimer, your Louisville Regional Champion.
¿Reconoce al jefe tribal o está diciendo el número 1? No le sí flaco, que hay un puro que puede hacer eso, es mi jefe tribal.
Kyle. What an event. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined with Adam Watson and Shelby Boo. This was quite an event.
A long tournament indeed, a crazy top 8, and Raging Bolt
Ahí
taking
tenemos
it.
campeón.
Honestly, I knew it would
Ya.
be popular, and I knew that it would be the deck to beat.
Efectivamente, Diosito lo ayudó.
Power through all the potential counters, all the potential counter play to reign supreme.
Vamos a cambiar cositas de
This
este.
2025 season, bringing Caleb
Vamos a
Gedimer
sacar
up
este
4th
tirapacos.
regional champion title. I mean, how sweet is that to start us off?
Este men.
Yeah, he's one of our top
Yeah,
players.
este
It's been a
men.
long time coming. It's no surprise to see him get it. It was
Entonces
only a
el
matter
Flucio te lo
of time.
dejaría.
No, 100%. I mean, he's been amazing to watch. He was on fire day one, and honestly, that final, it seemed really tough. His back was against the wall. That Lost Box seems like a really tough matchup, but, you know, top player kept his cool and found a win condition.
Top player, top performance.
100%. With that, let's go ahead and take a look at our day 2 deck usage, though, because I want to know what I should be playing to my next local.
Oh man, Raging Bolt was at the top of the charts as we saw, but Terapagos
Ese trae energía eléctrica y de hierba, así que para afuera estas.
This deck very combo oriented. We saw mostly the Palkia, I think, on stream, but the Terapagos kind of running around in the shadows with Area 0, setting up multiple Hoot Hoots, multiple Dust Skulls, and trying to get these ridiculous Briar pop-off turns.
4.
100%. And of course, I'd love seeing all the Lugia play. We had 2 in the top 8, and this is just a deck I love. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make it to the top, but I still think there's some juice in Lugia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said, Juancho, you're looking for what to play at your locals. I can tell you, you're going to be seeing a lot of Dusknoir, that is for sure. It has flooded so many of these decks here because of how powerful the interactions it adds to these decks. So that's pretty cool. I was rooting for Charizard EX. We saw some incredible plays from it this weekend. Specifically, some Briar plays. That was pretty sweet to see that
Mira,
card
aquí están los
in
porcentajes
action,
de los mazos.
showcasing itself here in Charizard EX, but
14,95 usó el día de hoy
100%.
mazo de Raging Bolt. Caleta.
Check out our caster predictions, though. Let's do a little
Casi
double
todos.
check here. All right, Chip, you got this one.
El único fue el 9.28 el de Lugia, el Charizard fue el 9.28 y el Palkia fue con 7 y tanto.
Me take prize. Chip was right all
Fueron
along.
demasiadas.
Hey, we have to give a little bit of credit, I think, for some slight iterations that this specific play group with Caleb, Gedimer, and crew made to the list. I think they made a big difference, you know, when we saw those Luminion, come out of the deck in those pivotal moments where otherwise, if you're playing older versions of the Raging Bolt list, you might be kind of stuck in a tough position, but it added that consistency that Caleb used in these matchups, I'm sure, all weekend long, and now he's at the top with it.
No, I agree. Like those small changes, even just the heavier tool count, giving it 50 extra HP just seems so intimidating. And so yeah, you know what? Hats off to you, Chip. I feel like it's a little bit unfair. He just gets to talk to the top players and he picks that.
We all had some top 8 representation here. The Palkia deck, whenever you look at players talking about the list, oh, this Palkia deck's broken, it's so fun to play. So I kind of got sucked in. I was drinking the Palkia Kool-Aid there.
We saw it. And I mean, the only thing we're missing is Lugia. Really?
Yeah, and then the Pidgeot EX, just squint, it's a bird. But no, I will still say I still think control is a great option. In this format, might have been a little bit dangerous to try to go for that. But, you know, with Raging Bolt now solidifying itself as a true top deck for the unforeseeable future, you know, maybe the
entonces la idea de esto es que estos dos sean los prioritarios. Persian,
yeah, you know, speaking of the future, let's go to take a look at
creo
our
que tengo un fular
2025
de estos.
North American regional schedule. We have a lot in store for our future, a lot of tournaments, a lot of Pokemon
mi querido
games to be
Galvan
had
Tula,
until, of course,
que él
we reach
trae
the World
solamente
Championships
habilidades
in
de,
Anaheim. I am
o sea, energía de hierba y de,
yeah, I'm really thrilled for Sacramento personally. I actually used to live there. It's a great town, fantastic food downtown, and I can't wait to get some great Mexican food, honestly.
Oh, that sounds so good. I want to go get that right now, Scarze. But yeah, so many events coming up here for our upcoming season. I mean, for these two events to wrap up in such exciting ways, I cannot wait to see what this 2025 season has in store. You're going to have to stay tuned. Every single one of these events comes with new groups of people. The locals come to play. People traveling across the world to come to some of these events. Even now, our Japanese players that we've seen burst onto our scene as well, trying to win their invites to Anaheim. There's so much action that we're going to see throughout the season.
For sure, but our next event, though, is going to be in Europe. We're going to have the Louisville Regional Championship. It's going to be October 19th to October 2024. Very exciting stuff. There's gonna be a lot of Pokemon played internationally, because then now we're gonna move over to LAIC. Now we're in Latin America. Again, LAIC is gonna be November 15th to November 17th. It's gonna be the first international of the season, so you just know all the best players are gonna be out.
Yeah, shout out to Sao Paulo. It's always a great event. The crew is fantastic. The crowds are the most tight down in Latin America.
Yeah, it's the biggest stage as well. You know, if you enjoy watching our regionals, you have to tune into an international.
And of course, we're going to bring it back here to North America for the Sacramento Regional Championships, November 22nd to 24th. We're going to California. It's going to be a good time, that's for sure.
See you there, West Coast.
Yeah, this is a regional I'm definitely looking forward to. I mean, California, it just happens to be my home state, and it's my birthday weekend.
Ooh, nice! Happy early birthday to Wancho. Make sure you show up at that regional, certainly.
All right, with that, you know, of course, it's been a ton of fun, guys. This regional has been amazing, but what really brought it together was everyone at home. I mean, they've been following our channel, so you know, don't forget to follow us on X at PlayPokemon, on our YouTube /Pokemon.
No creo que hagan eso varios no irían.
And Instagram as well /Pokemon, and use those hashtags. Because I've been really reading them. When you use the hashtag #PlayPokemon, we get to see how you're enjoying the events. And it's been great. Of course, also follow the channels YouTube and Twitch. This is where you're watching. All the you know, audience interaction we have on Twitch blows my mind, even if they don't quite pick correctly.
We're talking about you, Kyle, in the pumpkin contest.
I'm still so mad.
We'll get them next year. But for now, that's going to be it here for the Louisville Regional Championships. We're going to see you all next time.
Y terminó. Nos hicimos la cobertura completa. Un live de casi 8 horas. 7 horas 40, rey. 7 horas 40 en vivo haciendo la cobertura completa. Hace mucho tiempo no hacía un en vivo tan largo, weón. Como hace 4 años.
That was enough to just disrupt the entire format and win the World Championships.
The red on the board, Sebastian gives it a nice, good punch.
How do you do that, man?
Here we go, we're dancing, burst energy down. And
No somos hiperesencia. Así evolucionamos los dos. Y el Brené, vamos a despintarlo un poquito, ¿no? Ahí sí. ¡Ay! No saqué los refuerzos puros, qué de barato. Ya ahí lo despintamos. Líderes, hemos llegado al final de la regional. No sé cuándo es la siguiente, pero yo creo, no sé si a ustedes les gustó la cobertura. Para hacer la primera, bien, bien. Pensé que hoy rompería el récord de las 9 personas. Creo que no lo hice, creo que no lo logré el día de hoy, pero ya lo vamos a lograr en algún momento. A ver, hacemos Damián, tiramos cambio y ¿qué más podríamos tirar? Con Moshi. Así tengo muchas cositas que cambiar el tema. Vamos a pegarle el tiro. Pero eso, no sé si a ustedes les gustó la cobertura, la pasaron bien. Como dice, estuvo bien en general. Lástima que YouTube se cayera. La verdad es que sí, lástima que YouTube se cayera al final porque eso me jodió bastante. Porque se veía lento, se trababa. Entonces como que eso siento que afectó un poquito la calidad. Soy un poco psicoseado con eso. Por eso de repente escuchan a mi amigo y no lo escuchan. Por el sonido de fondo que tengan ellos. Siento que el sonido de fondo o la calidad del video igual afecta cuando llegue más gente. Pega 80, no importa, la vamos a pegar igual. Pero eso, qué bueno saber que estuvo bien en general. Me imagino, eso a grandes rasgos me imagino. Pero yo creo que la próxima también la vamos a estar streameando. Yo creo que ya el día 1, día 2, porque me enteré ayer en la noche. Cuando ya había terminado el mío, dije mi live, porque ayer hice un live en la noche. Ahí me enteré. Si no, ni por si acaso. Ahí está. Vamos a ver qué se hace. ¿Qué tenemos? Ah, no tenemos mucho. De veras, no tenemos una banca tan prominente. Te pego 80 ya de por sí. Paciencia en venerarlo. Pegamos el 80. Va. Bien, tengo la piedra, puedo traer energía de trueno. Mientras él no me trae con Charizard, yo feliz. Tiene mala mano este muchacho. $130 si le salen las 3 caras. Usar la astroalquimia. ¿Qué pasa con la energía de trueno? Ahora. Creo que premié una sola la premié. En caso de cualquier cosa. Mira. Lo voy a envenenar porque esta aguanta más. Y ahí pega los 120. Perfecto. Perfecto. Nos vamos a quedar un ratito más jugando, yo creo. 1 o 2 partidas más y nos retiramos. Caramelo raro, trae un Charizard. ¡Oh, no! Trae energías, ¿para qué quiere más, hijo? Porque hay un puro premio, no hay problema. No problem, no problem. Tranquilización. Perfecto. Pues ya lo tenemos cargado nuevamente. Por el mochi. Y... Mochi la soluciona todo, amigo. $260. Pues la quemado ahora. Ah, bueno. ¿Por qué huele así? Ese pega 180 y si descarta toda la energía de este Pokémon durante el próximo turno de tu rival, no puedes jugar ninguna carta de objeto de su mano. Ya tengo uno que hace eso, amigo, me pide menos. Y me pide menos. Libre, mientras tanto les voy dejando ahí el enlace de Discord para que se unan. Oh, me mamo. Ahí podemos estar, ahí se pueden entrar de los videos que subo cuando empiezo el live, cuando por ejemplo también quieren jugar una partida, todo eso, ahí, es ahí, es ahí. $3750, ok. Ah, son 3 energías, no puede ser. ¿Cuántos son? Necesito 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Una cara. Y estamos. Que sean 2 mejor, para que sean 380. No me quiero ensalzar tanto, pero mi Persian fuego, está que arde. Podríamos hacer un live esta semana de mejorando más su Persian. Tengo la camilla, no sé por qué no la ocupé para traerme Alcazantable. Ah, usó evolución. No. Mira, se ocupa evolución mejor para mí. ¿Saben por qué? Porque miren, ya ganamos. Cambio. Ponemos Persian. Energía. Ataco. Vamos, listo. Ya, encontramos por lo menos una base, algo que nos indique hacia dónde va mi Persian. Tenemos que pegarle unos pequeños arreglos, pero ya tenemos una buena base. ¿Qué le pasa? ¿Qué le pasa al juego ahora? ¿Qué le pasa al juego? A ver. Este las tenemos que sacar. Que sacar. Entonces, tenemos esas energías. Y luego tendríamos 3 dobles. Una energía de legado también podría ser. Ah, no, pero ya tenemos uno moradito. Los mochi, yo no sé si tantos mochi, pero... Ya, sí, mantengamos los mochi. Porque pueden ser Palpersian, Galvantula, todo sirve, todo sirve. Y... En un momento... Mira. En un momento fue como que... No usé más roto. Entonces, en ese caso, podría ser Vívares. Y podría ser Bidoof. Como tengo hiperesencia, me trae la evolución. Y le bajo a una herramienta. Puede ser o no. Y la idea de las trompetas es que cuando venzan a Galvantula o a otro Persian, cargarlo de inmediato nuevamente. Tampoco hacemos tanto daño, que digamos, pero 150. Con Mochi pegamos 40 más, creo que serían 190. Siempre y cuando tengamos energías normales y no las energías dobles. Si no, ahí pegamos 140, si no me equivoco. Ah, perfecto, partimos bien. Buena mano, buena mano. Oh, más Arceus. Buena prueba, buena prueba. Este es tipo hada la funda, ¿no? Sí, ahí en Clefairy. En Togepi. ¿O no? No, Togepi. No sé cuál es. Empecemos. Mewtwo y tenemos un Natu que ve el futuro. Él tiene la posibilidad de con un ojo, no me acuerdo muy bien si con el ojo izquierdo ve el pasado y con el derecho el futuro. Vive en el punto medio ese muchacho. Hoy estaba investigando sobre algunos Pokémoncitos y me salió el Chatu en realidad. Pero él tiene la habilidad de saber qué es lo que va a pasar. Él sabe todo lo que va a pasar. Durante el próximo turno de tu rival, si este Pokémon resulta dañado por un ataque, o incluso si queda fuera de combate, pone una cantidad de contadores de daño en el Pokémon atacante equivalente al daño infligido a este Pokémon. Y también pide energías normales. Ojo ahí, podríamos notarlo. Sí, podemos atacar, entonces, perfecto. Entonces, usar Greninja. Ponerlo acá. Ah, pero ya tengo el Furio Z, lo que significa que... Lo que necesito podría ser más que un anido. No, yo creo que un anido. Sí, está bien, un anido. Envenenamos. Porque va a poner un puro contador en realidad. Igual este joystick aguanta súper poco. Mira, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Vamos a poner una hierbita ahí, y este acá. Y ahí ya tenemos una base ahí cargada. Que ponemos Persian. O sea, vamos a retirar el joystick, atacamos con el Persian. Como que se achicó la banca antes de que ponga el estadio. Ok, tiro Chensi. Un poco rara esta mezcla. ¿Cuánto pega? 20. Lo suficiente. Ok. No problem, no problem. Creo que ya me va a descartar rápido este men. Le pegamos 150. Si lo envenenamos, nos va a pegar más. ¿Cuánto pegamos? 190 y 100... No, a ver. 190 podríamos llegar a pegar si es que sacamos todo y nos vamos a regar con este muchacho de acá. Si salen 3 caras, la hacemos de oro. No puede ser, no puede ser. Ok, por lo menos le quedan 80. Por lo menos le quedan 80. ¿Qué tipo son? ¿Qué pasa, mi niño hermoso? Deja que te tome. Deja que te tome. Ya. ¿Qué reclamas? Saludos a la gente. Eso, ahí, hola, dijo. A ver. Nos van a descartar de lo lindo. Ya, no importa, démosle. O eso fue muy bueno o muy malo. No sé qué pensar. No me puede salir otra cosa, güey. Sí, hay que ir puliendo de a poquito. Vamos a usar la habilidad del Rodon, ¿no? En el siguiente turno me pega 20, son 100, 110, sí. No, me lo barajó justo cuando tenía el... Tenía que alcanzar ahí el escenario de veneno. ¿Existe un Persian X? Ojalá. No sé, habría que revisar. Debe estar baneado. Lo más probable es que esté baneado. ¿A quién tiro? Al Grenin. Habría que revisar si es que hay algún Persian X. A ver. Ok, Calvantula, perfecto. Necesito energía. Si no, no me sirves. No me sirves. A ver. Piensa. Vamos a usar astroalquimia. Y vamos a tirar una Yono. Bro. Vamos a usar... No tengo vasija. Técnicamente voy a tener que usarlo para traer una energía. Vamos a tener que poner vasijas. Ese men ya está envenenado. Le va a pegar 110. Pegarle un poquito más. 150. Me pegó 150. Quedó en 30. Después de esta partida vamos a revisar si es que existe un Persian X. Pero yo sé que existe uno B. Energía de inversión. ¿En serio? ¿En serio? No puede ser. Ah, me pegó 20 igual. Este muchacho. A ver. Ya. Con eso sí puedo hacer algo. En el siguiente turno, si él no lo cambia, se mamó. Entonces... seguramente pensó que lo iba a atacar. Ya que le queda poquita energía. Pero la verdad va a tener que retirarlo. Y por lo menos usar al Mew. Es lo que yo haría. O al Fensantipiti, ya los tiene a todos cargados. Fensantipiti tiene una energía especial. ¿Cuál es? ¿El alegado? No, energía luminosa. Perfecto. ¡Oh! Casi, amigo. Lea las cartas. Mi amigo no puede ser. Mientras este Pokémon esté en banca, evita todo el daño infligido a este Pokémon por ataques, tanto tuyos como del rival. Amigazo. La cagó, amigazo. ¿Qué te puedo decir? Vamos a descartar esta cartita. Ah, que debía haber rescatado otra en realidad. Vamos a usar Damián. ¿Sé qué? No, prefiero traer cambio. Pega 260. Estamos. Ok, ahí empatamos, ahí empatamos. Lo que me jode en este momento es la banca, donde tiene esa cuestión de del estadio en ruinas. No puedo ocupar esa energía porque esa solamente se va perdiendo y no tiene que ser un Pokémon X. Ahí con eso ya igual vais cachando que la persona lo lee, no está leyendo nada. Si te quedan más cartas de premio que tu rival, y si esta carta está unida a un Pokémon Evolución que no tenga recuadro de la regla, Pokémon X y Pokémon B tienen recuadro de la regla, esta carta proporciona cualquier tipo de energía, pero proporciona solo 3 a la vez. Si tienes más cartas de premio que tu rival, no las tiene. Y si esta carta está unida a un Pokémon Evolución, no es Evolución. Y si no tiene recuadro de regla, es un X, tiene recuadro de regla. Atacar no puede. Gracias, pen. Con 2 cartas tomaron en la parte inferior de tu baraja. En el orden que quieras, si pones esas 2 cartas en la parte inferior de tu baraja, de esta manera robará 4 cuartos. Ya. Y... no sé si lo vaya a retirar. Pero sí me puede traspasar los daños. Sí me puede traspasar los daños en este momento. ¿De quién? ¿De Mew o de Mewtwo? Casi. ¡Ah, no! El veneno hizo lo suyo. Oh, shit. El veneno hace lo suyo en este turno. No importa, no importa. Todo bien, vamos a calmarnos. No importa. No tengo que hacer, flaco. Tendré que descartar este. No, tenía que ponerlo el otro. Olvídalo. Ay, por fin ampliamos la banca. Eso, eso. Sí, está complicado. Pero, bueno, nada que no se resuelva. Poniéndose a llorar. Ah. Le ponemos 3 contadores de daños. Y... jugamos Rotom. Ok, perfecto. Me sirve, me sirve. Oh, lo dejó en 220, hermano. No, no puede ser. Casi, casi. Pero necesita 2 energías. Ya veo, me saco un Chansey. O sea... ¿sí, un Chansey? Ah, no. No. Yo creo que le va a sacar los daños al Mewtwo. Y me va a joder con eso. Este muchacho, qué inteligente, qué inteligente. ¿Cuántas energías dobles tengo afuera? Tengo... 1, 2. Me queda una más en la baraja. ¿O no? ¿O no? Mira, mejor morraste el hecho de cambiarlo. Podemos usar Nigma y así no tienes nada. Ah, bueno, puedo usar Mewtwo. Pero bueno, nunca había visto un masito de Mewtwo. La verdad es que yo tampoco. Necesito ponerle una energía, la sacrifico o no la sacrifico. Ya lo hice. A ver... Shit. Vamos a roto. Solamente lo salvó el hecho que le pusiera capa, porque si no, no hubiese copo. Ahí tengo mi energía doble. Ahí tengo mi energía doble. Vamos. ¿Qué hace ese casco? Primero, este pega 70. Perfecto. Segundo, quiero saber qué hace ese casco. Si el Pokémon al que tú unías esta carta no tiene un recuadro de regla, los Pokémon de los Pokémon de tu rival le hacen 30 de daño menos. Ah, 30 de daño menos. Pokémon B, Pokémon G que tienen recuadro de regla. GX, que antigua la carta. Todavía ya ni se ocupan los GX. Hubiese estado bacán jugar en la época de los GX. Teníamos cartas muy bonitas. Yo alcancé a jugar hasta cierta parte de las VMAX. Tenía un Blastoise hermoso. Ok, Club. Ah, ya me ganó. Ya me ganó, la pegar al Persian que está activo y después con el Chansey lo remata. Sí, me ganó ya porque son... Sí, son 70, sí. Ya me la hice. Sí, ya me ganaste, flaco, ya me ganaste. ¿Para qué sigue haciendo jugadas? No se perdió, se aprendió. Exacto. Seguimos teniendo mala mano, ¿no? Pero no sé si es solución. O sea, sí, es solucionable. ¿Con qué? No tengo idea. Pongámosle una 2 evolución. ¿Cachai? Le bajamos... Mira, no sé si bajarle la energía. Podemos bajarle el mochi. Y... al Damián. Porque lo demás, Academia de Noche, ¿qué me dice? Una vez durante el turno, cada jugador, ese jugador puede poner una carta de su mano en la parte superior de su baraja. El turno... Oye, igual esa está buena. Una vez durante el turno de cada jugador, ese jugador puede poner una carta de su mano en la parte superior de su baraja. Tengo solamente ese estadio. Ah, dije que necesitaba vasijas. ¿Una vasija o dos vasijas? Yo creo que dos. Y habría que descartar... Hay que descartar algo, Descartar una... Y una de esas. Y... Ahora pon las cartas de tu mano en tu baraja y barajar todas. Después roba 4 cartas. Si a tu rival le quedan 3 cartas de premio o menos, roba 8 cartas en vez de 4. No lo sé. Cuenta las cartas de tu mano, pon esa cantidad de cartas en tu baraja y barajalas todas. Después roba esa misma cantidad de cartas más una. Que hasta activo tenemos lideresencia. Lideresencia me sirve para traer evoluciones. Pero. Ese preferido. No sé si prefiero el as táctico que sea la caja, la capa. Podríamos hasta poner un abrí. Vamos a ver qué tal. Vamos a ver qué se hace. ¿Qué nota le ponen a la regional? Yo, mira, a ver, conversando un poquito con referente a ese tema, evalúenlo basado en los mazos que se vieron, por si acaso. Yo le pondría del 1 al 7, un 5. Porque estuvieron buenas las últimas partidas, estuvieron muy buenas. Pero la creatividad en mazos fue muy poquita. Fue realmente poquita, así como que todo Raging Ball, todo un 5 de 7. Yo igual, sí, pensamos en lo mismo, por los mazos. Porque mira, Raging Ball, Lugia y paramos de contar. O sea, sabemos que llegó un Charizard, sabemos que al cuarto lugar, sabemos que hubo un Terápago que quedó séptimo, pero nada más. O sea, era todo muy mazos meta. Entonces, nada creativo. No hubo un Blastoise, no hubo un ¿cómo se llama este loco? El Champao, por ejemplo. Yo creo que después igual podríamos buscar la lista de lo que, si es que se subió o no, de lo que puede haber. A ver, Camilla y poner la evolución de este y poner la evolución de... Ah, es un solo Pokémon. Oh no. La buena evolución para traer un Biparel. Sí, fue muy genérico todo. Me hubiese gustado ver otros macitos. Yo como tal quiero jugar con un Blastoise en un regional. Quiero ganarla con un Blastoise. A ver, ¿qué hace este men? Cuidado de experto, busca en tu baraja una carta de evolución que... Una carta que evolucione de uno de tus Pokémon y ponla sobre ese Pokémon para hacerlo evolucionar. Después baraja las cartas de tu baraja. Ok, es como para hacerlo evolucionar más que nada. ¿En serio? ¿En serio? No hice evolucionar al Viva en el patio después tirarlo en ese momento. Ah, buena, genial. Entonces pongamos este acá y este acá. Lo evolucionaremos en el siguiente turno. En el siguiente capítulo de... este pide solamente una energía, ok. Pongamos la energía ahí. Nos vamos a arriesgar y vamos a tirar este para adelante nuevamente. A ver si es que tiene una energía. Si no tiene... Si no tiene, le hicimos. También tiene Joltik. Ah, sí tiene. No, no puede ser. Ok, tiene un chance. Se quedó sin mano. Se quedó sin mano. Ah, pero ya tiene un Galvantula. Ok. Ya voy a poner 4 Joltik. Vamos a robar 2 cartitas más. Usar Damián. Vasija y vasija. Entonces, usamos aquí ya tenemos la energía, entonces no necesitamos, por lo menos por ahora, vamos a dejar las energías ahí. Y yo creo que vamos a usar carga instantánea. Ya me salió otro también. Perfecto, lo vamos a mantener así al muchacho, sin mano. Iba a barajar, iba a tirar yo no, pero no sé si eso lo iba a beneficiar. Aunque sé que él retirándolo, lo más probable es que quiera pegar con Terápagos. Te dije. Él por banca me debería estar pegando los 150, ya se lo pitió. Entonces él se quedó con una cartita más. Y yo en este caso le ponemos una de hierba, ponemos al Greninja. Ponemos este de acá, sacrificamos la de trueno. Después la recuperamos, sacamos al Persian que nos hace falta. Y... sí, yo creo que con eso ya estamos... ¿Cuánto pego? 220. No tengo para potenciarme el veneno. No tengo para potenciarme el veneno. Ya. Y dejémoslo ahí. Casi si hubiese tenido para potenciar para el Furioseta en banca. Debía haber hecho eso, más que poner el Greninja. Haber puesto Camilla, recuperar el Furioseta, sacar un Damián. Y el... ¿cómo se llama? Y cómo se llama, después hubiese puesto el aparato. El aparato es el tanque y listo. Como el live choque está potente. Porque solo faltó 10. Sí, lo dejé en 10. ¿Por qué chocas, hermano? Por la cantidad de horas. Llevo 8 horitas, sí. 8 horas 20. ¿Quieres jugar sus partidas? Duran más que en la otra. Qué maldito. Brazo mecánico, ¿qué hace el brazo mecánico? El Pokémon al que te unía esta carta puede atacar incluso si está dormido o paralizado. Ok. Pero no si no tiene energía, así que hay que antes. Vamos a ponerle energías. Vamos a descartar estas dos. Y le vamos a pegar 220. Va a pegar igual los 220. Y ahí tengo el tanque, me falta que me descarten a uno y ya puedo empezar a buscar los mochis para potenciarle el veneno. De hecho, lo que yo debería hacer es retirar este Galvantula y o por lo menos pegarle al que está atrás, pero hasta que no pueda potenciar el veneno no se hace nada. Porque pegamos 220 si es que el Pokémon es un ex, si no 110. Pero 220 más los... ¿Cuánto te potencia el mochi? ¿40? 5, si son 40, ahí estaríamos pegando lo justo necesario para vencer al Galvantula, que serían los 260. Mándate un WhatsApp. Qué buena. Ah, eso fue como a las 10. Te mandé WhatsApp. ¿Qué me dijiste, Oli? ¿Cómo estáis? ¿Eso creíste en el grupo? ¿Eso era? No, no, no. Para nada, para nada. Vamos a descartar la de rayo. Vamos a poner al Persian. No, pues te pregunto dónde me escribiste, po. Ah, ya. Este por acá. Infiltrador me dice, pero si no estoy haciendo nada, flaco. Miren ahí, en caso de... Voy a descartar esa energía doble. Hiperesencia. Y sacamos un Galvantula más. Y qué más. Creo que ahí sí necesitamos solamente una cara. Y estamos. Que no me salga ni una. ¡Ah! Me salió una, menos mal. Ahí te escribí. ¿Lo estáis diciendo en serio, Coquito? Ah, me faltó el símbolo de pregunta. Voy a dejarla ahí, no. Ok, entonces, teniendo esto en cuenta, voy a poner a este Galvantula, que es el que le queda poquita energía. Mira, voy a poner un Mew por reflejo, pero vamos a poner Furioseta. Le potenciamos el veneno. Necesito una vasija, perfecto. Ah, va a sacar un mochi. Y sacrificamos al Bibarel. ¡Oh, shit! Shit. No puede ser, no puede ser, loco, no puede ser, esto no puede ser. Me queda solo una energía. No, necesito una camilla. ¡Médico! Necesito una camilla. Sí, estamos en problemas. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? ¿Qué invisibilidad? Solamente faltaba mirar nomás. Entonces, ahí está. No. Sin yo no. Y le pegamos los 260. Me preocupé. Loco, me preocupé. Excelente. ¿Sí o no? ¿Te dieron permiso, Coquito? ¿Te dieron permiso? ¿Eso me estáis diciendo? ¿Tuviste que ir a pedir permiso para que fuéramos a tu casa? ¡Oh, no! Ya descartemos este y este. Me jodió feo. Pero ya ganamos, ya. Sí, ya lo hiciste evolucionar, pero tarde, boludo, tarde. Ese Blissey está brigio, pero nosotros ya hemos ganado. Vamos, muy bien, flaco, muy bien. Dale, Piper, Cian, gánate el cielo. Sí, estuvo buena la partida, estuvo buena. Galvantula salió estrella aquí. Es el que más pegaba. Pero logramos ganarle un Charizard X con... Igual ahí costó, pero se pudo. Ya. Perfecto. Creo que me habían mandado un enlace, Coquito, para que lo viera, si no me equivoco, para que le echara un ojito. Pero no lo encuentro. Sí, no lo encuentro. Ya, ¿cuánto logramos tener? 8 horas 34. 8 horitas en vivo. Ya es hora de que nos vayamos yendo, porque hay que ir a editar los otros videitos que se van a subir al canal. Líderes, les agradezco un montón a todos los que estuvieron aquí, los que se mamaron las 8 horas y media conmigo. Déjame cerrar esto. Ahí está. Yo creo que en la semana vamos a estar haciendo mejorando mazos. Lo más probable es que sea de Persian, de Agron o uno que otro masito. Voy a ver si es que logro crear, por así decirlo, una nueva sección en los live, porque ustedes saben que hacemos mejorando mazos o camino a la liga. O sea, perdón, sí, pues camino a la Liga Master. Esas son como las dos secciones que tenemos. Si es que no es para jugar competitivo, o sea, full competitivo, es para, ¿cómo se llama? Para mejorar mazos. Y ustedes saben que ahí hablamos cómo se pueden mejorar todos. Pero, ¿qué más? Podría traer una nueva sección también, que sería, no sé, pues revisando mazos de campeonato. Puede ser. Pero ahí tengo que pensarlo. Es algo que se me había ocurrido mientras veía la regional. Lo que sí, van a tener contenido en YouTube esta semana. Voy a ver si es que puedo grabar algo para Instagram también, porque ya no puedo arreglar el teléfono. Me resigné a que no lo voy a poder arreglar con mucho tiempo más, como en 1 o 2 meses, y significa que voy a tener que empezar a grabar con este teléfono. Así que vamos a tener que hacerlo nada más. No queda de otra. Así que eso, líderes, les agradezco un montón a los nuevos seguidores, a todos los que me vieron estas 8 horas, casi 9 horas, loco. Hace rato no ha sido un live tan largo, de verdad. Lo aprecio un montón. Ustedes saben que yo muy feliz cuando con el apoyo, que la comunidad crezca y todo eso. Chao, Bingo, y gracias por el live. Te pasaste, no hay problema, amigo, no hay problema. Estuvimos aquí un domingo en la tardecita. Bueno, ni tan tardecita, estuvimos en la mañana casi todo el día. Pero eso, líderes, sean buenas personas, busquen su mejor versión. Y esto ha sido Penguin Comic. Nos vemos el día de mañana con mucho más contenido, líderes. O sea, nos vemos el martes en realidad. Nos vemos el martes. Ustedes saben que domingo y lunes descanso, pero ya hice el live. Nos vemos el martes, líderes, con mucho más contenido. Que casi en show. Igual estaba pensando